Chapter 1. Zeus Jewelry Store. Prologue. A brilliant ray of light blossoms in the distance. Initially, it appeared as a mere point, gradually evolving into a radiant line. When this beam of light fully unfurled, its brilliance became blinding, seemingly saturating the entire world, yet simultaneously threatening to annihilate it. The universe, vast and boundless, behind the light, darkness invariably lurks. Gazing at the infinite luminosity before him, he smiled. Farewell, Herod. A colossal shadow emerged behind him as he floated backward, merging with the darkness. The shadow flickered, traversing the expanse in an instant. Celestial Fire Star, Celestial Fire City, Celestial Fire Avenue. This renowned thoroughfare forbids the passage of vehicles and robots, with mechs being strictly prohibited. Even the patrolling officers must navigate on foot, adhering to the most ancient mode of transport. For this is indeed a pedestrian street, a hidden aristocratic avenue enveloped in high technology. The azure, smooth cobblestones pave this street, which stretches approximately 2,048 meters in length. The buildings flanking the street are all distinct, each possessing its own unique heritage and story. In the heart of Celestial Fire Avenue lies a modest shop, unassuming compared to the towering, opulent edifices surrounding it. The storefront measures a mere dozen meters in width, its design harmoniously blending classical luxury with minimalist neoclassical style, characterized by mirror-like deep blue walls and bright display windows showcasing a few dazzling pieces of jewelry that tee the pinnacle, for letters shimmer in sapphire blue, forming the shop's name. The entrance is crafted from an unknown deep blue metal, devoid of excessive adornment, save for a lightning-shaped imprint that almost bisects the door. Zeus, the ancient Greek king of gods, wielding dominion over thunder and lightning. Thus, this establishment is aptly named the Zeus Jewelry Store. Inside, one is enveloped in a world of sapphire blue. A sapphire blue carpet, walls draped in sapphire blue velvet, and even the backdrop of the jewelry display counters is sapphire blue. Behind the counter of Zeus Jewelry Store stand two young women, both clad in identical low-cut white dresses. They are both beautiful, yet their beauty is distinct. One is tall, with brows resembling distant mountains, a face akin to a lotus flower, and flowing dark hair cascading over her shoulders, presenting an ethereal image reminiscent of a classical painting. The other is petite and charming, her meticulously cropped light blue hair framing her face, the low neckline of her dress forming a stunning silhouette, with a pair of deep blue eyes that sparkle with mischief. Boss, I want ice cream, the short-haired girl said sweetly, her voice saccharine enough to be overwhelming. The languid voice responded, Are you eating mine, or am I eating yours? The voice emanated from behind the counter, revealing a third person appearing to be in his 20s, lounging in a leather swivel chair, hands resting behind his head in a comfortable pose. That he was clad in black short hair, a black shirt, black trousers, and a white vest adorned with ancient Greek temple motifs. Either works for me. The short-haired girl giggled. Here, stop causing trouble, the long-haired girl said, somewhat exasperated. The young man sat upright, his movements both graceful and fluid. Despite his slightly disheveled hair and the stubble on his face, he exuded an air of refinement rather than untidiness. His eyes sparkled brightly, and although a hint of languor graced his smile, each of his gestures was imbued with elegance, a testament to years of noble etiquette that had shaped his demeanor. From within his pocket, he retrieved a silver pocket watch, its surface adorned with numerous small yet exquisite gemstones that formed a stunning celestial pattern. The long-haired maiden, Xiao, gazed at him with a gentle smile. Boss, please go ahead with your tasks, we can manage here. The young man smiled warmly. Xiao, you are the most obedient. Instantly, the short-haired girl, Kur, pouted. The young man quickly added, Indeed, Kur is also very good. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of delicate silver bells rang out as the shop door was pushed open and a woman stepped inside. Upon seeing her, the young man's eyes gleamed even brighter. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, her makeup somewhat heavy, making it difficult to ascertain her age. Standing around 1.7 meters tall, her figure was elongated, and she wore bespoke silver crystal high heels from the luxurious brand Van Cleef Arpels, perfectly accentuating her slender, straight legs. Her white knee-length pleated skirt and elegant white dress were complemented by her hair, neatly styled in an updo. Her eyes possessed a unique hue, reminiscent of emeralds, captivating and almost enchanting upon closer inspection. As she entered the shop, she paused slightly, her gaze sweeping over the display window. Xiao approached her with a smile. "Hello. Welcome to S. How may I assist you today?" The woman did not acknowledge her, but instead fixed her gaze upon the young man. "I'm looking for a royal blue star sapphire pendant weighing over 50 carats. Do you have such a piece?" The young man stepped out from behind the counter, smiling, of course. "Xiao, please escort this lady to the VIP room." Xiao gestured for the woman to enter, while Kuer had already opened the door to the deep blue, leather-clad VIP room. The VIP room was modest in size, measuring only a few dozen square meters, yet it featured blue carpeting and walls, along with a row of 6 blue safes embedded in the wall. Additionally, the room contained a table and 3 chairs, one on the inside and 2 on the outside. This was the true trading area, where the finest jewels were never displayed in the windows. The young man invited the woman to sit, taking a seat in one of the chairs outside the table. Xiao quietly closed the VIP room door, ensuring silence. There was an unwritten rule in the shop that as long as the boss was present, he would personally attend to the guests in the VIP room. The young man approached the woman, offering her a glass of water. "Please, have a drink." The woman accepted the glass, but lifted her gaze to him. "Zeus." The young man maintained his elegant and languid smile. "You have mistaken me. My name is Lan Jue, not Zeus. Or perhaps you are referring to the name of this establishment?" The woman appeared oblivious to her surroundings, her gaze fixed upon him with intensity. "Zeus, I wish to request a favor from you." The cup shimmered, and without warning, the clear water within transformed into a vibrant blue, crackling with innumerable tiny bolts of lightning. Lan Jue regarded her with a calm demeanor, while the woman trembled slightly, rendered motionless as if ensnared by a spell. After consuming the electrifying water, Lan Jue pushed open the door to the VIP room and stepped outside. "She is not here to make a purchase. Kindly escort her away." "I shall indulge in a drink," he stated. Chapter 2. The Gothic Winery. The pedestrian traffic along the Avenue of Heavenly Fire was sparse, as entry required not only wealth but also a discerning taste. Emerging from the establishment, Lan Jue's expression returned to a gentle smile, seemingly unfazed by the events that transpired within. Strolling across the avenue, he approached a Gothic structure reminiscent of ancient French architecture from the Yuan era. Its towering spires, pointed arches, grand windows adorned with stained glass depicting biblical tales, ribbed vaults, flying buttresses, and elongated columns created an ethereal sense of elevation. The framework provided ample support to the lofty structure, renowned for its vertical lines, majestic appearance, and expansive interior. In stark contrast to Lan Jue's jewelry boutique, this Gothic edifice stood as a colossal marvel, undoubtedly the most striking feature along the entire avenue. Lan Jue offered a slight nod to her. "Hello, Eva. Is the sommelier present?" Eva beamed, revealing 8 gleaming white teeth. "Indeed, the gourmet and barista are also here." "Oh." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lan Jue's eyes. "The gourmet is here as well?" "That is splendid." With a smile, Eva replied, "Allow me to escort you." At an opulent French, court-style long table, capable of accommodating 20 diners, several individuals were seated. At the head of the table sat an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, clad in an exquisite French suit and a powdered wig, sitting upright with an air of elegance and a serious expression. That on one side of the table sat 2 individuals. One, tall and slender, dressed in a white shirt and black waistcoat, with short hair projecting vitality, around 40 years of age. Wearing a gentle smile, the other, approximately 35, of average build, donned in a pristine white suit, his golden hair meticulously styled, cascading from his temples to his shoulders, gleaming like polished gold. His brows were thick, his large eyes held a mischievous glint. Lacking seriousness, on the opposite side of the table sat 3 individuals, an elder, a middle-aged man, and a young man, whose demeanor appeared somewhat constrained compared to the head of the table and the 2 on the other side. Has it come time for assessments again?" Lan Jue inquired as he took a seat beside the man in the white suit, guided by the young Eva. "The jeweler, you have neglected to shave and groom your hair," the elderly gentleman at the head of the table remarked, frowning. Lan Jue lightly tapped his forehead. "I knew you would say that." "Well, I admit my mistake. I merely wish to appear a bit more worldly and bridge the gap with you seasoned individuals. The sommelier retorted coldly. A mistake warrants a penalty. You are well aware of our rules. The man in the white suit sitting beside Lan Jue nodded slightly, coolly stating, I support that. Lan Jue shot him a glance before turning back to the sommelier. What shall we have for dinner? The man in the white suit's lips twitched slightly, ultimately unable to suppress a smile. The sommelier also chuckled. What we shall eat can be discussed later. Since you have erred, why not interview these individuals? You're more adept at this than I am. Lan Jue shook his head. No, that would tax my intellect. Entering one of the 17 qualification examinations of the Heavenly Fire Avenue, which is wine. The sommelier remarked, if the results of your interviews please me, I shall treat you to tonight's wine. Very well, Lan Jue replied. The man in the white suit grimaced. Can't you be a bit more reserved? Lan Jue replied nonchalantly. Then you need not drink. The middle-aged man in the black vest, seated next to the man in the white suit, spoke for the first time. I support that. The man in the white suit, dissatisfied, exclaimed, Gourmet, why do you always take his side? The gourmet responded, because he possesses better taste than you. The sommelier at the head of the table nodded in agreement. Indeed, that moment, Lan Jue turned his gaze to the opposite side. Gentlemen, let us commence. The first candidate. For him, the opportunity to savor exquisite wine was not to be delayed. The elder seated opposite him immediately adopted a serious expression. Please, ask your questions. Lan Jue inquired. This is the Gothic winery. Do you know the origin of its wines? Without hesitation, Lan Jue pressed on. What is your favorite red wine? The elder seemed to find his rhythm. Toto Lafite, it is one of the 5 first gross of Mdoc, classified in 1855 from the Bordeaux region of ancient France during the Yuan dynasty. Lan Jue asked, if we, 7 in total, were to share a bottle of Lafite tonight, as the host, what would you do? Please be detailed. The elder responded, I would carefully open it, pour a little to observe its color, inhale its aroma, and then taste it to ensure it is not spoiled, before serving it to everyone. For a collective appreciation of this fine wine, you may leave. Lan Jue leaned back in his chair and stated lightly, have I passed? The elder expressed his surprise. Lan Jue shook his head. No, you have been eliminated. The elder, astonished, replied, why? I did not say anything wrong. Lan Jue frowned. You merely recited information. You do not genuinely enjoy wine, nor do you truly know how to appreciate it. A bottle of Lafite from the Yuan dynasty, treated in your manner, would be a gross waste. Regardless of the vintage, Lafite should always be stored horizontally. Prior to consumption, it must be positioned upright for 3 days in the cellar to allow for sedimentation. When uncorking, one should indeed taste the wine, but this is not merely to assess its quality. Cheval Blanc, Blue Jue remarked, excellent. We previously mentioned that Lafite typically requires about 2 hours of aeration. How long? Then, does the finest Burgundy typically need? For instance, from the domain de la Romaine Conti, the middle-aged man hesitated, cautiously stating, aeration depends on the wine's condition and storage, making it difficult to determine. Blue Jue chuckled. Do you consider yourself quite clever? The middle-aged man's heart raced. You may leave now, Blue Jue instructed. The middle-aged man stood, forcing a smile. Where did I err? Blue Jue responded. Burgundy and Bordeaux are entirely distinct. Burgundy may require only a brief aeration, generally not exceeding half an hour, and the finest Burgundies do not require aeration at all. Their beauty lies in the changes that occur upon exposure to air. Perhaps you have tasted Burgundy, but certainly not in abundance. The middle-aged man nodded earnestly. I stand corrected. He rose, offering a courteous farewell to Blue Jue and the others before departing. The young man, previously seated beside the middle-aged individual, rose to his feet, wearing a similar expression of bittersweet amusement that I suppose I shall take my leave as well. You'll return once I've found a way to indulge in a bit more wine. The sommelier regarded Lan Jue. Each time you are summoned for assessment, you resolve matters with remarkable expediency, albeit with a touch of challenge. Lan Jue smiled, responding, yet it does cut to the essence, does it not? Your reluctance to pose overly incisive inquiries stems from your desire to maintain decorum. I am a jeweler, not a sommelier, or rather, merely a wine enthusiast eager to savor exquisite vintages. What shall we imbibe today? The sommelier replied, feel free to select a bottle from the cellar. Limited to 1, Any additional will require payment. As he spoke, he placed a silvery metal block upon the table before him. Very well. Lan Jue promptly stood, and, as he passed the sommelier, seized the silvery block and proceeded towards the rear. Approaching the entrance, Lan Jue opened his palm. The metallic block seemed to respond, floating gracefully upwards, imprinting itself upon the grand door. The door rippled like water, devoid of brilliance, before it vanished in a peculiar, almost liquid manner. With a slight smile, Lan Jue stepped inside, standing still as the surroundings subtly distorted. After half a minute, the distortion dissipated, restoring normalcy. Before him lay an expansive underground wine cellar, meticulously arranged with top-tier white oak racks from the Upper Yuan era, extending beyond the horizon. Massive oak barrels loomed nearby, occupying an entire wall. Although it was not his first visit, Lan Jue could not suppress his admiration. He marveled at how the sommelier had transported such an abundance of Upper Yuan wines to Fire City, preserving them within this vast space through temporal and spatial technology. The value of the white oak alone, per square meter of rack, exceeded 10,000 new yuan coins, equivalent to a month's earnings for an average family on Firestar, which was roughly 1,000 new yuan coins. Here, time and space were suspended, were it not for the softly glowing metallic block hovering above him. Enveloping him in its light, he too would have become part of this stillness. Only by halting time and space could the condition of these exquisite Upper Yuan wines be preserved. Lan Jue advanced deeper into the cellar, examining the labels of the antiquated bottled wines. Each bottle is a masterpiece. Indeed, one less bottle means one less to savor. He marveled as he scanned the collection. Suddenly, a sensation prompted him to halt. He lifted his gaze upward. There hung a lamp, emanating a warm yellow glow. To the ordinary observer, it appeared merely as a lamp. Yet, Lan Jue discerned subtle nuances within its light. It was merely a lamp, yet its halo seemed disproportionately large. A soft blue light ignited around Lan Jue, causing him to levitate above the ground. As his body made contact with the warm yellow glow, the distortion of space reemerged. Whoosh! He entered another room, which, in contrast to the outside, was somewhat smaller, approximately 500 square meters in size. The decor mirrored that of the exterior almost identically. On the walls, bottles of red wine lay horizontally on individual racks, presenting themselves before him as Lan Jue beheld them. His eyes almost instantaneously transformed into a vivid blue, crackling with electric energy. Goodness, this is a treasure trove for a sommelier. Alas, I can only choose one. Typically composed and poised, he could not help but quicken his pace towards the wine rack, cradling a bottle of red wine in his hands. Gazing at the pristine white label, he looked upon it as one might regard a stunning beauty revealing her innermost self, his eyes brimming with fascination. He turned, ready to stride, towards the dim yellow glow. But just as he took a step, he halted. A hint of mischief danced at the corner of his mouth. To be stingy for it, a sommelier might indeed manage. I cannot afford to grant him a chance for regret. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a seahorse knife, specifically designed for uncorking red wine from an unknown source. Chapter 4. Romanicanti. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, possessing skin as fair as jade, and cascading waves of deep crimson hair that flowed elegantly. Adorned in a resplendent white gown, intricately embroidered with floral designs, she embodied the essence of French romanticism and nobility, perfectly accentuating her graceful figure. However, this enchanting young lady seemed somewhat constrained at that moment. With her head bowed, a subtle flush adorned her porcelain complexion and swan-like neck, her long lashes gently quivering. Her face reflecting an expression of profound regret. I apologize for my tardiness. The sommelier regarded the young woman standing beside the table with a stern demeanor, replying coolly, "You may leave. Tardiness is an unforgivable transgression. Why not grant her a chance?" The voice of Lan Jue interjected. The sommelier remained unyielding, asserting that lateness signified a lack of respect. Lan Jue remarked, "We young people possess a heart that appreciates beauty. Why not, for my sake, grant her a chance?" The barista, clad in a white suit, interjected, "He claims we are old." A smile graced his lips, as if to convey that he was no troublemaker. The sommelier furrowed his brow. Yet, the gourmet spoke up, "Jeweler, considering the exquisite bottle of wine you hold, I shall lend you my support this time." The sommelier instinctively turned his gaze towards Lan Jue, and when his eyes fell upon the bottle in Lan Jue's hand, he found himself unable to look away. The typically composed and serious sommelier suddenly rose to his feet, his lips and the finger he pointed at Lan Jue trembling almost in unison. "I merely suggested you pick any bottle," he exclaimed through gritted teeth. Lan Jue said earnestly, "I'm not someone to be trifled with. Return it to me." The sommelier swiftly advanced and snatched the wine from Lan Jue's hand. Lan Jue did not evade. The wine reached the sommelier's hands. Yet in his grasp lay an intact cork, exuding a subtle fragrance of the vintage. "You scoundrel, you actually opened it," the sommelier exclaimed in exasperation. Profanity is an unforgivable transgression for a noble. Lan Jue waved the cork in his hand. At that moment, the girl in the white dress also lifted her gaze and beheld the bottle of wine, her azure eyes shimmering with brilliance. The sommelier's breath grew heavy. After a few labored gasps, he snatched the silver metal piece from Lan Jue's other hand. "Eva, warm water, and slices of white bread. The 72-month-old Iberian ham. Thinly sliced." "Yes, sir." "Wait a moment." The gourmet called to Eva, rising to his feet and regarding the sommelier, who clutched the wine bottle tightly, with a wry smile. "So you do possess such exquisite 72-month-old Iberian ham. You rarely allow it to see the light of day." The sommelier replied fiercely, "My ancestors brought only 19 hams. And there are 14 remaining. This was meant for my own indulgence. You're fortunate to have it." The gourmet smiled. "Do not be vexed. Savoring fine food and wine necessitates a good mood. Furthermore, one ham can be enjoyed multiple times. Eva, bring the entire ham, along with a larger platter and 20 candles." "I shall attend to it." Eva glanced at the sommelier, who nodded slightly in response. Perhaps influenced by the gourmet's persuasion, the scowl on his face gradually dissipated. The girl nodded vigorously. Lan Jue smiled and said, "Do tell." The young lady, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "This is the esteemed Roman Chianti, the king of wines. It is a source of great pride for the Burgundy region of France. A connoisseur once proclaimed that Burgundy, with its Roman Chianti, could triumph over the 8 illustrious estates of Bordeaux. During the Yuan dynasty, it was regarded as the most expensive red wine in the world." Lan Jue remarked. "Describe its flavor." In that instant, a look of enchantment flickered in the girl's eyes, as if the taste could penetrate her palate and gums, seemingly capable of infiltrating every cell within her being. The aroma was rich and enduring, exquisitely full-bodied, with delicate yet potent tannins, perfectly balanced and concentrated. Its velvety texture smooth and elegant, embodying the finest qualities of premier Pinot Noir. It was an unparalleled, dreamlike elixir. After the advent of the new era, due to environmental changes and past devastations, the mother planet ceased to produce authentic Roman Chianti after the year 2025. Upon hearing the girl's words, both Lan Jue and the sommelier, along with the gourmet, displayed expressions of astonishment. The sommelier inquired, "Have you tasted it?" The girl shyly nodded, revealing that she had been fortunate enough to savor a glass of Roman Chianti from the vintage of 1981, although not its finest year. The flavor was indelibly etched in her soul. The gourmet smiled and said, "What a discerning young lady." It seems the jeweler was correct once more. Lan Jue cast a glance at the sommelier, who nodded and remarked, "In the spirit of Roman Chianti, I shall deem your assessment satisfactory. Remember, as a noble, you must never arrive late, regardless of the circumstances." The young lady bowed deeply and replied, "Understood." The sommelier gestured dismissively, stating, "You may leave now. Eva will assist you with the formalities." His demeanor was frosty as he added, "I only entertain friends when it comes to Roman Chianti." A hint of disappointment flickered across the young lady's face as she bowed once more and turned to depart. Several attendants presented 4 glasses of Pinot Noir, a platter of white bread slices, 4 cups of warm water, and an enormous ham measuring 1 meter in length, its thickest part approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, all arranged on a square white porcelain plate. The sommelier's gaze remained icy as he fixed his eyes on Lan Jue, declaring, "I shall never allow you to assist me with assessments again." Lan Jue smiled faintly and remarked, "A sommelier must learn to be magnanimous. The true joy of exquisite offerings lies in sharing them with others." The sommelier snorted, grasping the Roman Chianti with his thumb nestled in the bottle's indentation, while his index, middle, and ring fingers supported its side, lifting the bottle with ease. Gazing at the label, he murmured, "Ah, the Roman Chianti of 2005, you are truly formidable." Lan Jue gazed at the cup before him, noticing it contained a vintage from 1990. The gourmet's eyes sharpened. "Why don't you take it?" "While 2005 is indeed a top-tier year, 1990 is the legendary vintage of Tokan Emerald. Lan Jue, with a dignified demeanor, remarked, "One should always leave a thread of kindness. I certainly do not wish to find myself on the sommelier's blacklist." The gourmet, with a knowing smile, arranged 20 candles neatly and replied, "Rest assured, while others may, we shall certainly not." The sommelier, with a hint of annoyance, retorted, "What do I owe you?" Lan Jue and the gourmet exchanged a knowing smile, almost in unison exclaiming, "A rare companion in wine." The 5th chapter of The Divine Pearl reveals the essence of Roman Chianti from 1981. One can glimpse it on my Weibo, where I have shared my thoughts. I happen to possess a bottle of it. The vibrant crimson liquid flowed steadily into the glasses, not causing the slightest ripple. The aroma was not overly intense, as if all the flavors were meticulously sealed within the crystal-clear, pigeon blood-red gem of wine. The sommelier's hand was steady, pouring the wine with impeccable precision. Each glass filled to an identical height of 2 fingers wide, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Lan Jue gazed intently at the wine, while the gourmet's eyes were fixated upon the substantial ham before him, both expressions reflecting an equal fervor of obsession. 20 candles were arranged densely and uniformly, just slightly smaller than the square empty platter. As the gourmet's right hand swept above the candles, they ignited almost simultaneously. The flames, though modest in height, radiated a bright glow. The gourmet grasped the edge of the platter and laid it flat over the candlelight, allowing the outer flames to scorch the bottom of the dish. The barista inquired, "Are you not weary? Is your own flame insufficient?" The gourmet did not deign to glance in his direction, responding, "This is precisely why you lack taste. Were it not for extraordinary fortune, you would never partake in the wine of today or savor such ham. My flame is the fire of the sun, intense, fervent, and fierce. The candlelight represents the fire of the moon, gentle, soothing, and even. What I require at this moment is the latter." The barista, somewhat indignant, retorted, "Why is it impossible? I refuse to believe it. Wine connoisseur, is what he says true?" The connoisseur remained silent, grasping the stem of the high-stemmed glass before him. Lifting it high above his head to the light, scrutinizing the vivid, translucent crimson liquid within. The barista then turned back to Lan Jue, exclaiming, "The gourmet looks down upon me. What reason does he have to say such a thing?" Lan Jue's gaze was fixed upon the wine glass, his movements nearly mirroring those of a sommelier as he examined the crystal crimson liquid within. He spoke with conviction, and indeed, he had his reasons. The sommelier refrained from voicing his thoughts, wishing not to inflict any harm upon you. "However, I shall disclose this as a form of retribution for your earlier provocation." "Very well," you responded, the barista retorted defiantly. Lan Jue smiled faintly and said, "To acquire knowledge, one must pay a price. Give me the wine in your cup, and I shall reveal it to you. Otherwise, what would constitute retribution?" The barista, somewhat vexed, replied, "Very well. If your reasoning can persuade me as to why you are unworthy of drinking Roman Chianti, I shall grant you this glass." Lan Jue placed his wine glass upon the table, yet his gaze turned towards the sommelier, warning, "Do not intervene. He is inquiring of me. And it was your reticence that prompted this." The sommelier sighed, recognizing that the mere willingness to relinquish a glass of Roman Chianti was, in itself, a compelling justification. Lan Jue smiled gently, yet this was insufficient to sway him, for he could assert that his thirst for knowledge surpassed his appreciation for fine wine. He lifted his glass and took a sip of warm water. At last, Lan Jue's gaze shifted towards the barista. The reasoning was, in truth, quite simple. You are a barista. Although well-versed in exquisite wines and culinary delights, you remain, at your core, a barista. The barista, somewhat bewildered, responded, "What sort of reasoning is this?" "Lan Jue, this is certainly a reason. Compared to red wine, you prefer coffee. May I ask how many cups of coffee you consume daily?" "Barista, 3 cups. Lan Jue remarked. "Coffee has become the most significant habit in your life. The finer the coffee, the more its aroma lingers and deepens. However, it can also encroach upon your palate. Before indulging in a premier vintage of wine, one must refrain from consuming any strongly flavored items for at least 3 days. Coffee, tea, and chocolate are strictly prohibited. Otherwise, your taste buds will be compromised, and even an attempt to cleanse them with plain bread will leave traces. This, in turn, would tarnish the sublime experience that exquisite wine offers to your soul, a true desecration." Pausing for a moment, Lan Jue smiled at the barista and inquired, "So, have you had coffee in the past 3 days?" The barista responded with a wry smile, "Of course, I have." The sommelier sighed softly, gently swirling the glass in his hand, bringing it to his nose for a delicate inhalation. Instantly, the seriousness in his gaze dissipated, replaced by a sense of enchantment. A profound immersion. Lan Jue also took a sip, lowered his head, inhaled gently, producing a faint sound of water, and then raised his head again to swallow the wine. At this point, he cast his gaze towards Lan Jue and remarked, "You have a discerning taste. This bottle of Roman Chianti is perfectly at its drinking peak." Lan Jue exhaled softly, the fusion of floral and spicy aromas revealing an astonishing fluidity and harmony upon his palate. The notes of red fruits and cherries, along with the rich and delicate tannins, showcased the intricacy and presence of this wine, a delightful surprise for us. Truly, it lives up to its reputation as the world's wine king, a divine treasure. I ponder that for the next 3 days, my taste buds, even my gums, shall be enveloped in its exquisite flavor as I abstain from wine. The barista, observing their expressions, couldn't help but remark, "Is it really that exaggerated? Sommelier, do pour me a little more." The sommelier sighed and said, "Originally, that plate of white bread was prepared for you, to cleanse the palate of any lingering flavors. Given the robust character of the Roman Chianti, you might have managed to indulge a bit. However, you have already forfeited your share to the jeweler, and I intended to offer you only that single glass. Therefore, I regret to inform you that there is none for you today." The barista turned away, casting a fierce glance at Lan Jue. Lan Jue once again savored the exquisite elixir of the divine relic, while Miss Carmel visited my establishment that day. Though she did not make any purchases, I could discern her preferences from the glimmer in her eyes. The barista's expression stiffened momentarily, followed by a soft sigh. "You have triumphed." Lan Jue gestured towards him, and the barista's expression regained its composure. However, I would not depart so easily. Although the wine eluded me, I was determined to savor the ham. The gourmet had, unbeknownst to him, acquired a slender, elongated knife, which he deftly employed to slice a piece of ham as thin as parchment, allowing it to gracefully descend onto the plate. His hands moved through the air, leaving behind trails of motion, and soon, dozens of delicate ham slices adorned the platter. "Why must it be toasted first?" the sommelier inquired of the gourmet. The gourmet replied, "What you refer to as the black-haired pig is more accurately termed the Iberian pig, typically reared in the forest pastures of central western Spain during the Upper Paleolithic. This region embodies the quintessential Mediterranean environment, characterized by expansive meadows and forests dominated by holm oaks and cork oaks. The primary sustenance for the free-range pigs in these vast pastures is the acorns from these trees. Acorns are an indispensable element in producing authentic acorn-fed Iberian ham. The process consists of several steps. The pig is butchered and the meat is frozen to reach 6 degrees Celsius, followed by marination, rinsing, and resting. Once the marination is complete, the ham is rinsed with cold water to eliminate excess salt and then stored in a warehouse for 2 months to allow for even salt distribution and natural drying. Subsequently, it is hung in a natural cave to rest for a minimum of 24 months before consumption. The finest Spanish Iberian ham may even rest for up to 48 months. The piece you have presented is the Crme de la Crme of Iberian ham, crafted solely from acorn-fed, purebred Iberian pigs, and has undergone an astonishing 72 months of cave aging. Such a delicacy would have been unattainable even in the Upper Paleolithic, regardless of wealth. However, this ham presents a challenge. Its richness and fat, while imparting exquisite flavor, somewhat obscures its aroma. Though the taste reveals itself during chewing, it ultimately falls short. I shall first warm the plate, and then arrange the ham slices upon it. The warmth will cause the fat to melt, infusing the lean meat with its essence, allowing the full bouquet of aromas to emerge. Observe how the white fat has become translucent. Indeed, the once red and white marbled slices of ham now glisten like crystal jelly, releasing a delicate fragrance that lingers in the air, both tangible and ethereal. Lan Jue raised his hand to pinch a piece and brought it to his lips, instantly moved by the rich and pure aroma that lingered delightfully on his palate. Taking another sip of Roman Chianti, he found himself utterly enchanted. The sommelier also indulged in a piece, experiencing a similar emotional response, then, with a wry smile, remarked, "It seems my previous method of tasting has dulled its brilliance." The gourmet, savoring the ham and sipping his wine, smiled and said, "To eat your own, drink your own, and yet still receive your praise is truly a delightful experience." Lan Jue sighed with a sense of serenity, remarking on the divine jewel paired with the exquisite Iberian ham, declaring that he would frequent this place often. The sommelier, though not meeting his gaze, bore a bittersweet expression, aware that the jeweler was no ordinary individual. yet had the potential to act with casual disregard. The barista wore a pained countenance. The richness of the Iberian ham was beyond imagination. Yet he lamented the absence of the divine jewel to accompany it. Chapter 6. Exine, Uhera, as Lan Jue stepped out of the Gothic wine cellar. The luscious aroma of meat intertwined with the pure fragrance of the divine jewel lingered on his palate. The barista, having received the satisfactory answer he sought, had already taken his leave. Turning to glance at the gourmet who had exited alongside him, Lan Jue could not suppress a smile. The Iberian ham from the Upper Spanish region was indeed rich in fat, but the method chosen by the gourmet served another purpose. It alleviated the heaviness, allowing for greater indulgence. At that moment, Lan Jue's mind was still filled with the sommelier's lingering, resentful gaze as he put away the remaining ham. The gourmet waved goodbye. Fading into the night, Lan Jue traversed the avenue of heavenly fire, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the lights in his shop were still aglow. The hour was quite late. As he pushed the door open, he beheld the smiling visage of Xiao. "Well then, good night. Do take care on your way home," he murmured, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her cheek. With a smile, Lan Jue remarked, "If it were to smell this delightful every day, the sommeliers would surely seek to compete with me." As Xiao departed, he ensured the main door was securely closed. Lan Jue chose to spend the night here, not for the purpose of guarding, for this was indeed his home. Holding the letter, he strolled into the VIP room, and with a gentle press against the wall on one side, it silently shifted aside to reveal the room concealed behind it. The abode of Lan Jue is modest, spanning merely over 100 square meters. However, it is equipped with an array of necessities. Each day, Xiao and Ku'er graciously assist in maintaining its pristine condition, ensuring it remains immaculate at all times. The lingering scent of the two young ladies fills the air, as Lan Jue harbors a distaste for the majority of perfumes. A sentiment well understood by Xiao and Ku'er. As he settled onto the sofa, Lan Jue unsealed the letter in his hands. Initially, he was reluctant to read it, wishing to preserve the delightful mood brought about by savoring the divine delicacy of the celestial treasure. Yet, curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity, and he was no exception. Moreover, he sensed that this letter was imbued with significance. Upon opening it, he discovered a blank sheet of paper, inscribed with only 4 characters, words that instantly eclipsed the exquisite taste of the celestial treasure from his mind. The once carefree gaze of Lan Jue, now transformed into a striking blue, shimmered with electric brilliance. The room's bright lights flickered subtly, oscillating between brilliance and dimness, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound. Hera is not dead. These 4 words stood boldly on the paper. Hera, a name from the ancient Greek mythology of the upper realm, denoted the queen among the gods, the wife of Zeus, the king of the gods. In the new era, Hera is Lan Jue's spouse, who vanished during a cataclysmic event that was a devastating blow to him. This explosion obliterated an entire asteroid. Few believed Hera could still be alive. This incident transpired 3 years ago, after which he settled here. Just as a dragon possesses its reverse scale, so too does Zeus. Lan Jue sat there, utterly motionless for a full quarter of an hour. After this period, he turned the envelope over and discovered a contact number on its reverse side. With a flick of his left hand through the air, the screen opposite the sofa illuminated, revealing a 4-dimensional holographic image of Tianhua Star. To Lan Jue's left, a luminous touchpad materialized. His long, dexterous fingers, almost leaving a trail of afterimages, deftly entered the sequence of numbers. The 4-dimensional imagery emitted from the screen began to rotate. Moments later, the image of Tianhua Star faded away, replaced by the same woman who had visited the shop earlier, standing elegantly before Lan Jue. Naturally, it was her holographic representation. "Zeus, may we converse now?" the woman inquired, her smile radiating confidence, even bordering on dominance. The expression on Lan Jue's face was serene, and the blue in his eyes had vanished. "Do you comprehend the cost of deceiving me?" Even though our conversation was conducted through a communicator. The moment that woman heard these words, her countenance shifted imperceptibly, and a powerful palpitation engulfed her, leaving her with the sensation of her heart being tightly grasped. Yet, she swiftly regained her composure. "When Zeus is enraged, the very heavens and earth are altered. I am acutely aware. My name is Yu." Lan Jue spoke coldly. "Prove it to me." "Very well," Yu replied readily, raising her hands and pulling them apart in the air, causing an image to materialize. Suddenly, Lan Jue stood up, the blue light in his eyes reappearing. Before him stood a figure, one that was indelibly etched in his soul. The first thing that caught his eye was her long, black hair, naturally wavy and cascading like a waterfall down to her waist. Her school uniform revealed arms as pure as white lilies, her slender form accentuated, though the table obscured the view below her skirt. Most striking of all were her eyes, distinctive and captivating, a deep blue reminiscent of the sea. Crystal clear and devoid of any impurities. Her long lashes curled upward, making those azure eyes the most enchanting feature amidst her delicate facial structure. A mere glance from her seemed to ensnare one's very soul in the beauty of her gaze. Black hair, blue eyes, it was her. As the image faded, Yu's voice resonated once more. Zeus, shall we discuss our collaboration now? Hera's school uniform is worn by students in over 200 schools on the planet Tianhua. Furthermore, the planet she resides on may not necessarily be Tianhua. Allow me to share a vital piece of information. If you do not seek him within the next 10 days, you shall undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. Lan Jue, to be precise, Zeus Lan Jue. His gaze grew increasingly frigid. Conditions. Chapter 7. Coldlinks, inky darkness and vastness, two terms that ought not to coexist, yet find their aptness when describing the cosmos. Even amidst the abyssal void, there occasionally emerge vibrant hues. Such is the case now. A brilliant silver beam glided silently through the obsidian expanse, soaring towards the distant horizon. This was a spacecraft, a common passenger vessel of the new era, often referred to as a space shuttle. It measured 534 meters in length and 168 meters in width. Adorned with a silver-white livery, representing the might of the Northern Alliance among the three major powers of this new epoch. This space shuttle was capable of carrying both passengers and substantial cargo, adhering to predetermined routes, traversing the secure wormholes discovered by humanity over the past century, connecting various administrative planets. Not far ahead, a colossal planet came into view. It was the capital star of the Northern Alliance, Lu Star. Larger than the famed Tianhua star, with half of its surface suitable for human habitation. As it approached its destination, the speed of the space shuttle began to decrease, preparing for its entry into the atmosphere of Lu Star. The speed upon entering the atmosphere could not be excessive, for even a space shuttle would risk disintegration under such circumstances. Just as the shuttle abruptly decelerated to approximately 3 times the speed of sound, the space on its left side distorted slightly, and a faint, elusive silhouette silently adhered to it. To the astonishment of all, the shuttle exhibited no response. Its keen radar seemingly failed to detect the presence of the shadow. Suddenly, the space shuttle trembled violently, a pale blue electric light flickering on its port side, causing the entire vessel to shudder intensely. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the shuttle, a piercing alarm sounded. Captain Basin, a veteran pilot with 30 years of experience and over 100,000 hours of space shuttle operation, remained unflustered in the face of the alarm. He calmly picked up the communicator. Attention crew, please secure yourselves and fasten your safety belts. We have encountered a magnetic field current in the outer atmosphere. Hold off on entering the atmosphere. It will soon stabilize. Additionally, suspend the deep sleep awakening protocol in the passenger cabin. Captain Basin's assessment proved accurate. Moments later, the shuttle's tremors ceased and normalcy resumed. In a space shuttle, over 70% of the cargo capacity was dedicated to freight. The remainder was allocated for passenger transport. Comprising the cabin. The cabin was divided into 3 classes: first class, middle class, and economy class, the latter often referred to as the civilian cabin. The price for these 3 distinct accommodations varied significantly, as did the services provided. In the civilian cabin, each individual was afforded less than 1 square meter of space, with simple seating secured by metallic restraints akin to instruments of confinement. During light-speed travel, deep sleep relied solely on an undeniably uncomfortable helmet. The middle-class cabin offers a more comfortable experience, allowing one to recline fully while wearing a helmet. Awakening from deep slumber in this environment is far more pleasant than in the economy class, where one often feels as though they have been thoroughly beaten. As for the first-class cabin, it can only be described as luxurious. Each first-class suite boasts approximately 20 square meters of space, featuring a standard, cozy sleeping pod, an opulent seat that can both recline and sit, as well as a shower and a dressing area. During the voyage through space, resting within the sleeping pod not only ensures the utmost comfort but, more importantly, in conjunction with the accompanying nutrient solution, maintains the body in a state of minimal consumption, thereby delaying the aging process. After all, a long-haul flight can easily extend beyond a month. In stark contrast to the terrifying prospect of losing at least 10 pounds upon arrival in economy class, the first-class experience allows one to maintain their optimal condition. The price of a first-class ticket is 10 times that of a middle-class ticket and a staggering 100 times that of an economy ticket. A standard space shuttle typically accommodates only around 30 first-class seats, as the exorbitant cost deters most travelers from selecting this option. The middle-class cabin suffices to meet the bodily preservation needs of the average traveler. As the waking procedure of the sleeping pod gradually roused Lan Jue from her deep slumber, she mumbled, that was truly a delightful sleep." Through the visor, she located the green button to open the pod door. With a gentle press, the hatch above her opened. Rising from the viscous nutrient solution, she revealed her exquisite figure. Removing the ventilation mask from her face, she inhaled a breath of fresh air, her expression instantly transforming to one of relief. However, she quickly shook off the sticky liquid from her hands in distaste. While the first-class cabin provides a comfortable sleep, the clinginess of the nutrient solution is quite bothersome. Could they not improve it to resemble clear water instead? Every first-class cabin is compartmentalized, ensuring that even when fully occupied, passengers cannot see one another if the partitions remain closed. Emerging from the sleeping pod, she stepped into the shower to cleanse herself of the nutrient fluid and donned her dry clothes, instantly feeling much more at ease. Stretching her body vigorously and performing a few expansive yoga movements, she then approached her seat and activated the partition. The adjacent barrier slowly retracted with a subtle mechanical sound, revealing the corridor next to her cabin and the view beyond. Is someone moving faster than I am? Lan Jue observed in surprise as she glanced to her left. Noticing that the partition of the adjacent first-class seat was also opened, revealing a young man seated within. He had short black hair and was clad in a deep blue tracksuit, his features strikingly handsome. The sight of someone in sportswear occupying a first-class seat piqued her curiosity. It was her first encounter with such a passenger. Typically, one would expect to see individuals donning crisp suits or fashionable attire, ready to dive into work upon disembarking from the shuttle. Lan Jue was an exception in herself, clad in a pristine white sports outfit, which piqued her interest in another anomaly. "Hello. I don't believe we've crossed paths before boarding the ship." Contrary to her surname, Lan Jue's demeanor was anything but cold. She exuded warmth and generosity. A faint smile graced the young man's face as he elegantly nodded in her direction. "Greetings, beautiful miss." It appeared that the ambiguity in her words intrigued him, as his lips curled into a smile. "It is an honor. I am Zeus." Chapter 8. The Secrets Within the Career Line. Zeus? Lan Jue chuckled, her smile captivating. With her exquisite features, wine-red short hair, and brown eyes, complemented by her alluring figure, she could easily capture the attention of any man. "What a unique name. I feel as though I have heard it before," she remarked with a playful grin. "Oh?" The young man regarded her with keen interest. Ever since someone first bore that name, many have attempted to emulate it. However, possessing the name Zeus does not necessarily equate to being the true Zeus. He laughed. Suddenly, Lan Jue's gaze sharpened. The spacecraft had 32 first-class seats, of which 15 had been sold. Aside from herself, she was well aware of the identities of the other 14 passengers. "Could you enlighten me about your origins?" Choosing to approach me just as you emerged from deep slumber suggests you have ulterior motives. Do not assume that your decent appearance will allow you to charm me. Now that you are here, there is no opportunity for escape. However, I must concede that you are quite clever. Among the 20 or so individuals traveling in various compartments, you managed to locate me. Sadly for you, you encountered me. If you think women are easily intimidated, you are gravely mistaken," she declared, a smirk playing on her lips. The young man continued to smile. "You seem quite amused. I wonder how long that mirth will last. Introduce yourself and reveal your identity, then surrender willingly. At the very least, I can spare your life and turn you over to the interstellar military of Luosheng. If you wish to avoid unnecessary suffering, it would be wise to comply." The smile vanished from Lan Jue's face. "How audacious of you. Had you chosen to withdraw gracefully, I might have considered letting you off the hook. Yet, you had the audacity to invoke the name of Zeus. I shall not rest until you are rendered incapable of self-sufficiency." The young man looked at her in surprise. "Why is that?" Lan Jue unfastened her seatbelt and stood, fixating her icy gaze upon him. "Because you dared to impersonate my idol by uttering his name." He chuckled again. Lan Jue scoffed. "You can still laugh after I have unmasked your true identity? Do you know why I find this amusing?" He replied with a smile. Lan Jue paused, her curiosity piqued. "Why is that?" The youth earnestly stated that in certain specific contexts, the phrase he equates to fool. Cold Lingxi's previously dazed gaze gradually transformed into one of sharp intensity. If you seek death, then I shall oblige, she declared. It had been a long time since Yinengzhe felt such fury. She had to admit that this man before her had utterly ignited her wrath. A bone-chilling aura suddenly erupted, and her eyes almost instantaneously turned white. With her right hand, she made a feigned grasping motion towards the youth. Her fingers splayed wide, and 5 streams of white energy surged forth, sweeping towards him. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that these streams were composed of countless shards of ice. The temperature within the first-class cabin plummeted by over 10 degrees in an instant. Frozen. Ice prison. Confidence stemmed from strength, and Yinengzhe was brimming with it. She reassured herself that with her ice abilities, even an elephant could be instantaneously encased in frost. She loathed this man who had called her a fool and resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson upon him. As she watched that detestable smile about to be sealed in ice, a sense of exhilaration flooded her. At this juncture, there was no opportunity for him to evade or defend himself. It was impossible for any weapon to be brought aboard the spacecraft, just as she reveled in her triumph. Her beautiful brown eyes widened in disbelief, for the man, who had introduced himself as Zeus, suddenly shattered. Indeed, he fragmented. His body disintegrated at the moment her ice ability was about to envelop him, transforming into countless shards of blue-violet lightning that surged past Yinengzhe. How could this be? Alarm bells rang in her mind, and Yinengzhe felt her body tremble uncontrollably, collapsing. A long, powerful hand pressed against her shoulder, crackling with electricity. The fragmented youth stood nonchalantly behind her, allowing Yinengzhe to fall into his embrace. Yinengze's eyes widened, her mind seemingly frozen. Had she lost? How could she have lost so quickly? She hadn't even seen how he achieved it. No, this is impossible. As an ice elemental with a level 6 genetic talent, a courier for the North Alliance's Luoxing Tianyu auction house, and a prodigious mecha engineer, the youngest king-level mecha engineer in the North Alliance. How could she possibly lose? At the age of 3, her ice abilities awakened, and she was assessed with a level 6 genetic talent, a true genius. At 8, she piloted a mecha for the first time. At 12, she was admitted to the Mecha Academy as an exception. At 15, she became the 16th youngest level 3 mecha engineer in Luoxing. By 17, she was a level 2 mecha engineer. At 18, a level 1, and by 19, a special grade mecha engineer. Now, at 21, she was already a beginner king-level mecha engineer. How could I possibly lose? Yinengzhe screamed internally, yet at that moment, not a single word escaped her lips. A faint yet exquisite scent of the finest Giorgio Armani men's 3-crown cologne wafted from behind, subtle yet memorable, infused with notes of West African nutmeg and Somali frankincense. Gently pulling down, the chill in the air sent a shiver across the delicate skin of Yinengze's chest. Beneath her sportswear, apart from the deep blue-trimmed bra, there lay an unintentional offense. She could only apologize as he concealed items within her cleavage. The voice of the young man resonated in her ears, akin to that of a demon. A silver necklace was drawn forth by his slender fingers, inevitably brushing against her skin, which flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of a peony in bloom. In her 21 years of existence, this was the first time a man, aside from her family, had touched her body, and it was with a silver necklace adorned with a delicate golden pendant, exquisitely crafted, housing a transparent diamond-shaped gem at its center. The air slightly distorted as a small portal, about a foot in diameter, quietly opened in the atmosphere. Space technology. Yinengzhe struggled desperately, yet her body seemed to disobey her brain's commands. The young man reached into the portal, feeling around briefly before retrieving a small box. The box, crafted from black metal, bore 3 intricate password locks. This was the epitome of electronic security, requiring 3 32-digit codes to be input within a minute to unlock. A single mistake necessitated a complete reset. Should one err thrice, the internal self-destruct mechanism would activate. The young man tightened his grip on the necklace, causing the portal to close, and the faint silver glow emanating from the necklace faded away. He leaned closer to Yinengzhe, adorning her neck with the necklace once more, ensuring that the pendant rested delicately outside her cleavage, and adjusted the zipper of her sportswear. With a fierce glare, Yinengzhe longed to rend apart this figure so near to her. "You will not get the password from me," she declared coldly. Realizing that she had regained her ability to speak, the young man shrugged helplessly. "You have no idea. I certainly had no intention of obtaining it from you." "How do you know?" Yinengzhe blurted out almost instinctively. "Huh, you can go to hell," she retorted, having never felt such disdain for a word throughout her 21 years. The young man remained unfazed, his gaze imbued with pity and regret. I sincerely lament your plight. However, you are indeed a girl of taste and discernment. Farewell. Chapter 9. The Four Divine Lords. This was a room exquisitely adorned, spanning 100 square meters. Its arrangement was not overly complex, yet it exuded an air of utmost luxury. The walls, decorated in a classic French style, were illuminated by handcrafted copper-gilded sconces, casting a regal brightness throughout the space. The grand chandelier, also fashioned from polished copper, featured an array of gilding and enamel techniques. This oval chandelier boasted over 100 candle holders, each adorned with delicate golden dragon motifs, their flames flickering softly. In the center of the room stands a long table capable of accommodating 20 individuals, its ends gracefully curving before abruptly straightening and extending into the table's elongated sides. The surface of the table is adorned with ancient patterns, vivid and exuding a sense of opulence. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that these intricate designs are neither stamped nor carved. Rather, they are crafted from various colors of polished bark, meticulously assembled in seamless fragments to create this exquisite and classical wood grain. Flanking the long table are 20 chairs, each sculpted from solid wood. The backs of the chairs are intentionally curved, aligning perfectly with ergonomic principles, ensuring that even prolonged seating does not induce fatigue. The chairs feature hollowed designs depicting two opposing eagles, their eyes, feathers, and contours similarly crafted from polished bark in diverse hues, mirroring the table's artistry. These table and chairs are products of a furniture brand named Francesco Mellon, which has a storied history of furnishing the ancient European aristocracy since the Yuan dynasty. At this moment, most of the seats beside the table are occupied. The foremost position is taken by an elderly gentleman, likely in his 60s, with meticulously combed silver hair and clad in a black formal suit that radiates nobility. The atmosphere in the room is somewhat oppressive, silence enveloping the space, punctuated only by the faint sound of breathing. A cup filled to 7/10 capacity remains consistently poised at the same level. Suddenly, a knock reverberates through the door. The elder speaks in a deep voice, "Enter." As the door swings open, a middle-aged man in a white Armani suit, exuding an air of scholarly refinement with his gold-rimmed glasses, strides in. He quickly approaches the elder and places a dossier upon the table before him. "Is the investigation conclusive?" the elder inquires. The middle-aged man nods, affirming, "Yes, Chairman Luo. Allow me to elaborate." With a wave of his hand, the elder gestures for him to continue. The man stands beside the elder, his gaze sweeping across the faces of those seated at the long table, ultimately resting upon a somewhat pale, yet beautiful visage, marked by a look of distraction, eliciting a glimmer of compassion in his eyes. "Greetings, everyone. I am Guo-Xin, the head of the Tianyu Auction Market Intelligence Department. We have completed our preliminary investigation regarding the recent theft of the sealed box." Upon hearing this, the previously distracted Lan Jue abruptly raises her head, her voice seething with intensity. "Who is it? Who could it possibly be?" Guo-Xin, with a hint of sympathy, regards Lan Jue, understanding her turmoil as a brilliant young woman faced with such a significant setback on her inaugural mission. "Miss Lan, please remain calm. The perpetrators likely approached the space shuttle using mechs, taking advantage of its deceleration upon atmospheric entry to draw close. Employing an unknown method, they simulated the spatial magnetic field currents, effortlessly breaching the shuttle's protective shield. Subsequently, they affixed their mech to the shuttle and infiltrated the interior, timing their entrance perfectly as all first-class passengers were just awakening from deep slumber. He incapacitated everyone except Miss Lung with an electric current. Then he subdued Miss Lung, seized the secret box from her, and departed with ease. Throughout the entire heist, he had only engaged in a brief confrontation with Miss Lung, inflicting no harm on anyone aboard the spacecraft. The only mystery that remains is how he managed to traverse the spacecraft's exterior and gain entry into its interior, subsequently making his escape. Mr. Luo tapped his fingers on the table, interrupting Guo-Xin's discourse. "Conclusions? I wish to hear conclusions," he asserted. Guo-Xin paused momentarily, her previously calm demeanor shifting to one of grave concern. "Our current conclusion is that what the thief said to Miss Lan Jue may indeed be true. He is, in fact, Zeus. The Zeus among the four divine monarchs." The once tranquil room erupted into chaos, shock etched on nearly every face. "Impossible. It cannot be," Miss Lan Jue exclaimed, springing to her feet as if a cat had been stepped on. "How could Zeus commit such despicable acts, akin to those of interstellar pirates? Absolutely not. My Zeus would never stoop to such behavior. Her voice, tinged with hysteria, drew the attention of everyone present. Your Zeus? Mr. Luo inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Miss Lang's cheeks flushed as she replied, Zeus is my idol. How could it possibly be him? She trailed off, her mind conjuring the image of that detestable face, which had laughed mockingly. Guaxian interjected, Zeus possesses the power of lightning. To infiltrate a spacecraft unnoticed and incapacitate you in the blink of an eye could only be the work of a being of his caliber. Miss Lung's expression turned vacant as she recalled the words of that man when he departed. You are a woman of taste and discernment. Could it be? But he always called me a fool. That scoundrel. Silence. Mr. Luo's authoritative voice restored order to the meeting room. The theft of the secret box has resulted in significant losses for Tianyu Auction House. Level 1 escort Miss Yinengzhe is hereby demoted to Level 2 and suspended from all escort duties. Other escort personnel will face a 3-month salary penalty. As for the thief's identity, I will verify it. This meeting is adjourned. Mr. Luo was the first to leave, followed by Guaxian, while others gradually exited as well. Miss Lang remained seated, deep in thought. Tapping her left index finger on the table, she whispered to herself, he is Zeus. Then, tapping her right index finger, she countered, he is not Zeus. And thus, she repeated this mantra. Starting today, I will officially update at full speed, increasing to 2 updates daily. Therefore, another update will be posted tonight at 5 p.m. The new book has just begun, like a fledgling eagle yearning to soar high, requiring your support and assistance. If you enjoy it, please save it and cast your votes. Thank you. Chapter 10. The red-haired city of Chu in the luxurious executive suite of the Xingzhou Hotel. Perched on the balcony, Lan Jue gazes contemplatively into the distance. As a platinum member of this esteemed hotel chain, he enjoys the privilege of savoring the opulence of an executive suite at the cost of a standard room in any of the Xingzhou establishments. Between the thumb, index, and middle fingers of his right hand, he delicately holds a 6.5-inch cigar, crafted by the renowned Salvadoran factory during the era of the Yuan dynasty. This exquisite cigar bears the name 1966, a rare and precious limited edition. Unlike fine wine, which requires meticulous preservation, this cigar has been aged for centuries in a humidor. Its rich flavor reminiscent of the finest agar wood. Interestingly, its production date is not 1966, but rather 2012 of the Yuan era. The reason behind its enigmatic name remains a mystery to all. This impeccably preserved limited edition 1966 cigar holds a value nearly equivalent to 1/3 of a bottle of the world-renowned wine, Romani Conti. Lan Jue was never short of money. Yet he seldom indulged in the exquisite pleasure of savoring a fine cigar, knowing that each enjoyed would mean one less. However, today, the front of the 1966 cigar glimmered with a subtle red hue, burning evenly. He took a deep breath. The smoke did not irritate his throat, but rather danced on his palate, rolling from the tip of his tongue to the back, before being gently exhaled. The profound flavor of coffee beans, combined with the exquisite taste released during combustion, captivated his senses. This cigar encompassed notes of cream and leather, interspersed with delightful hints of milk chocolate sweetness that proved utterly irresistible. An overwhelming sense of satisfaction enveloped him in an instant. Although indulging in such a premium cigar would render him unable to enjoy red wine for at least a week, Lan Jue found himself entranced by the essence of 1966. How delightful it is! Yet, sharing joy is far better than solitary enjoyment. Lao Sen, do you not intend to share? A languid voice interrupted his reverie. Suddenly, another individual appeared beside him, leaning against the balcony railing, gazing into the distance. This young man, seemingly of similar age to Lan Jue, sported medium-length red hair that casually draped over his shoulders. His pink eyes held a hint of mischief, and a slight smirk played upon his lips, giving him a somewhat roguish charm. While not as handsome as Lan Jue, he possessed a certain appeal. Clad entirely in black, a black shirt, trousers, and shoes, he appeared to blend seamlessly into the night, with only his fiery red hair standing out like a flame in the darkness. If you wish for me to address you in such a manner, you may continue to call me Lao San, Lan Jue replied, not even glancing at him. His tone languid. The smile vanished from the red-haired youth's face. Why should I be a few months older than you? Why must I be second in line? Very well. A Jew. I shall refrain from calling you Lao San. Lan Jue finally turned around to face the red-clad youth, a Chung, whose height was nearly the same as his own. I apologize, he said. The crimson-haired young man waved his hand dismissively. You intentionally revealed your identity, deliberately remaining on Luoxing to await my arrival. And now you speak of apologies? If you wish to conceal your identity, who could have possibly guessed it was you? I am merely curious about the cost that compelled a legend of the mercenary world, who has been in seclusion for 3 years, to return to the fray. Lan Jue took a puff of his cigar, gently exhaling a plume of smoke as he uttered the 4 words inscribed on the paper that compelled him to leave Tianhua Star. Hera is not dead. The red-haired youth visibly trembled, instinctively straightening his posture. Is it true? Lan Jue nodded slightly. The cost of this mission was her whereabouts. The young man with red hair took a deep breath, raised his hand, and patted Lan Jue's shoulder. All right, brother will shoulder this burden for you. Lan Jue gazed at him, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his eyes radiating warmth. Is the loss significant? The red-haired youth replied nonchalantly at Tianyu auction house. My family holds merely 30% of the shares. As he spoke, he took the 1966 from Lan Jue's hand, placing it between his lips. It is now mine. One must always bear the consequences of their misdeeds. The muscles of Lan Jue's face twitched slightly, and I simply brought one along. Nonsense, I am aware. The red-haired youth indulged in a deep breath. Lan Jue raised his hand to pat his forehead. Chu Cheng, you are nothing short of a bandit. Chu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. You just pilfered my belongings, and yet you dare to call me a bandit? Aren't you always priding yourself on being noble? How can you utter such words? Lan Jue performed a series of chest expansion exercises and remarked, I shall depart tomorrow. Chu Cheng inquired, do you require my assistance with Hera? Lan Jue shook his head. Chu Cheng laughed, a raucous and unabashed laughter. Indeed, if you cannot manage it, neither can I. Will you accompany me tonight? Lan Jue glanced at him. Very well. Chu Cheng took another deep breath of the rich aroma from the 1966 vintage and nodded vigorously. His eyes sparkled with delight. Ah, Ju, I commend you for remembering. My brother has a penchant for strong spirits, particularly brandy. This bottle of Hennessy may not be of the finest quality, yet it is certainly palatable. Lan Jue smiled faintly and remarked, do you not always feel that being a few months older puts you at a disadvantage in the rankings? Yet, you still address me as brother. Do you believe that this is the Lantern Festival? Finding aged brandy of such caliber is quite a rarity. It possesses a distinct character, an essence of antiquity. Such exceptionally aged brandy is indeed scarce. As he spoke, he poured approximately 30 milliliters of the spirit into each of the 2 brandy glasses. Let us add some ice, Chu Cheng said, lifting his glass. Blue Ju cast a disdainful glance at him, stating that as nobles, we consume brandy slightly warmed. Chu Cheng, astonished, inquired, can brandy really be enjoyed heated? Lan Jue gestured towards the glass before him, remaining silent. With a flick of his left hand, Chu Cheng conjured 2 small flames that danced beneath the brandy glasses. Moments later, Lan Jue waved his hand, extinguishing the flames, grasping the stem of his brandy glass. Lan Jue inhaled deeply, allowing the intoxicating aroma of alcohol mingled with the rich scent of grapes to envelop him. As he took a sip, the grape essence transformed into a warm current that flowed smoothly down his throat. Although one should refrain from red wine after savoring a cigar, pairing it with brandy was truly exquisite. Indeed, it was delightful. Chu Cheng also took a sip and offered his praise. Lan Jue drained the brandy in his glass and said, I apologize for causing everyone concern. Chu Cheng casually remarked, I am fine, but what about the boss? Have you not been in contact with him? Are you still holding a grudge against him? You must understand that he could not possibly be unaware of your recent endeavors. Lan Jue shook his head and took a sip of his drink. All right, let us indulge in this libation. Tonight, I shall accompany you until we are thoroughly inebriated. As dawn broke, Chu Cheng departed, leaving behind merely a note. I am aware that you possess the prowess to unlock that ciphered chest, but why bother? Locate Hera and convey to me some auspicious tidings. Bring her along to share in our revelry. Beneath this message lay 3 lines of code. Chapter 11. Cloudless Thunderstorm Tianhua Star, Tianhua City, Tianhua Avenue, Zeus Jewelry Store. Lan Jue sat upon the sofa, silently gazing at the obsidian metal box before him. Alongside the note containing the coded message left by Chu Cheng. Had it been 3 years prior, his pride would have prevented him from opening this box. He would have simply returned it unaltered to his employer. 3 years ago, he would never have accepted such a mission, as the ownership of the target was intertwined with his brotherhood. Thus, he felt compelled to unveil the contents of the box. He needed to understand the nature of the debt he owed to his brother. He lifted his hand and gently pressed upon the metallic surface, and a beam of light projected into the air, transforming into a holographic keyboard. Simultaneously, a 60-second countdown commenced. Lan Jue did not input the codes immediately. seemingly unaware that he had but 1 minute to enter all three 32-digit passwords, gazing at the keyboard, illuminated by the flickering red light. A pensive expression flickered across his eyes. The 60 seconds passed swiftly, and before long, the final 10 seconds began to count down. 10. Lan Jue was known as a jeweler on the heavenly Fire Avenue, having encountered numerous exquisite treasures. However, when he beheld the items within the box, a slight twitch formed at the corner of his mouth, and he murmured to himself, "Ah Cheng, how can I repay you for this favor?" Within the metallic case lay a piece of pale golden metal, quietly resting there. This piece measured approximately 20 centimeters in length, 15 centimeters in width, and 10 centimeters in thickness. Although the metal itself bore a golden hue, it emanated a subtle blue glow when revealed. While most would merely admire its beauty, Lan Jue recognized its true nature. It was no wonder it had to be transported discreetly, requiring the expertise of a genius king-level mecha engineer and a 6th-level ability user. What was being transported was, in fact, rhenium concentrate. The primary source of rhenium comes from the fission products of uranium within reactors. This metal does not occur naturally. Rather, it is produced through the reduction of rhenium disulfide or ammonium perrhenate with hydrogen at temperatures between 500 and 600 degrees. Electrolysis of ammonium perrhenate in a sulfuric acid solution can also yield metallic rhenium. With a melting point of 170 degrees and a boiling point of 877 degrees. Its density is 5 grams per cubic centimeter. The properties of rhenium are akin to those of its group element, molybdenum. At elevated temperatures, rhenium reacts with oxygen to form volatile oxides. Its half-life is 1,310 years, rendering it suitable for the preparation of radiation standard sources. A small quantity of ammonium perrhenate significantly slows down the corrosion of steel. Rhenium and rhenium molybdenum alloys exhibit remarkable superconducting properties. Production of rhenium is limited, with prices soaring to $800 per gram at times. Rhenium concentrate is an enhanced refinement of metallic rhenium, created through spatial compression technology. 1 kilogram of metallic rhenium yields between 10 to 20 grams of rhenium concentrate. This concentrate can be integrated into any metal or alloy, serving two primary functions: self-repair and energy amplification. The release of abilities or any form of energy through rhenium concentrate produces a superconductive amplification effect, enhancing energy output by 3 to 5 times. The purer the rhenium concentrate and the more intense the spatial compression, the greater its amplification capacity. Notably, a single gram of rhenium concentrate can endow 10 kilograms of metal with self-repair capabilities. The metal infused with it will retain its original form indefinitely, impervious to destruction by all but the most catastrophic forces, yet its shape remains unchanged. The piece of rhenium concentrate before him, though modest in size, weighed an impressive 20 kilograms. This meant that if utilized within a mecha, it could bestow the entire unit with self-repairing abilities and significantly enhance its survivability and offensive power. The value of such a rhenium concentrate was beyond Lan Jue's reckoning. In the black market, the price for 1 gram of rhenium concentrate could reach $1 million. With demand exceeding supply, the three major alliances of new dollars collectively produce less than 100 kilograms annually. Thus, the rhenium concentrate before him represented 1/5 of the total annual output of these alliances. Generally, rhenium concentrate is seldom used in mechas due to their colossal size, which requires a substantial amount of rhenium concentrate to be effective. Consequently, it is more commonly applied in individual combat gear or weaponry. It was no surprise that others sought to acquire it. Such a substantial piece of rhenium concentrate was indeed a hot potato. This rhenium concentrate was likely intended for Ah Cheng. In the realm of Loxing, he alone possessed the privilege to wield such a significant fragment of the precious metal. With a subtle gesture of his left hand, the screen opposite the sofa illuminated, revealing a four-dimensional holographic display. His elongated and nimble fingers, almost leaving traces in the air, deftly entered a sequence of numbers. The holographic image began to rotate, and there she appeared, Yu, smiling warmly at Lan Jue. Zeus's prowess was indeed extraordinary. Yu's voice was melodious. Yet as Lan Jue gazed upon her, his expression remained icy. "Tell me the whereabouts of Hera. Where is it?" Yu's gaze sharpened. She had unmistakably perceived the metallic box before Lan Jue. Lan Jue remarked, "Name a location, and I shall send it via interstellar courier. Once I confirm the news regarding Hela, I will provide you with the password." Without a moment's hesitation, Yu agreed. "Where's Hela?" Lan Jue's eyes suddenly sparkled with an intense luminescence, a faint blue-violet electrical glow swirling within his gaze. Today, he exhibited a palpable restlessness, an emotion that had long been absent from his demeanor, and it was beyond his control. Thunder rumbled ominously. In an instant, the previously clear sky was illuminated by jagged streaks of lightning. There were no clouds, only a tempest of thunder and lightning. The initial flashes were few, but soon countless delicate arcs of electricity crisscrossed the sky as the thunder roared violently. The entire heavens were aglow with intense blue-violet lightning, transforming the sky into a radiant spectacle, turning the city of Tianhua into a beacon of light. A cloudless thunderstorm, a sudden bolt from the blue. Chapter 12. The diviner. This structure exemplified the Rococo architectural style, with elegant curves outlining its unique facade, never symmetrical or repetitive. The entire edifice resembled an enormous, open seashell. Adorning the shell's edge was a sun motif, accompanied by letters. The sun symbolizes the day, thus this remarkably distinctive building, steeped in the artistic essence of the 18th century French Enlightenment, was aptly named the Sunback CAF. The interior was adorned with delicate and charming decor, employing asymmetrical designs characterized by curves, S-shaped lines, shells, vortices, and rocky motifs. Flourishing vines and flowers intertwined seamlessly, creating a cohesive aesthetic. The ceilings and walls connected through rounded surfaces, with murals gracing the corners. To mimic natural forms, the architectural components within were crafted in asymmetrical shapes, offering a plethora of variations. The walls were painted in vibrant pastel hues of tender green, soft pink, and rose red, with golden accents adorning the edges. The wainscoting was intricately framed in wood, surrounded by a lace-like border, with a central panel of light-hued Eastern brocade. A barista donned a white shirt and brown suspenders, with the collar of his shirt unbuttoned, cradling a cup of coffee as he savored its essence. Thunder rumbled once more. The cup trembled slightly in his grasp, nearly spilling its contents, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. He hastened to the window, coffee in hand, peering out at the tempestuous sky. A cloudless thunderstorm. A sudden bolt from the blue. What formidable powers! Was this his strength? He had not anticipated such might. Yet, he remained unaware of the circumstances that had triggered such an emotional upheaval. This was a modest establishment, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, measuring only half the size of the Zeus jewelry store. Were it not for its wooden door facing Tianhua Avenue, few would believe it to be one of the many shops lining that bustling thoroughfare. This space was not open to the public. It contained a long table, simplistic in design, crafted from a single rectangular slab of wood, with 4 straight legs. Surrounding the table were 10 wooden stools. Both the table and the stools were made from the same material, an ancient wood, impervious to decay. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the wood bore intricate patterns, resembling either whimsical faces, countless eyes, or the striking stripes of a tiger's hide. The lines are both thick and thin, yet remarkably clear, devoid of chaos, with some exhibiting fluid curves while others remain straight, predominantly adorned with black patterns, though one can occasionally observe deep brown or red designs. This is, indeed, the exquisite Hainan Wang Wali, originating from the Upper Paleolithic period in China. The tabletop alone requires over 5 millennia of growth. A sommelier once expressed his willingness to trade everything except for the wine stored at the Gothic wine cellar for this table, yet his offer was declined. Beside the table, by the window, a gourmet stands quietly, gazing at the sky outside, as flashes of lightning intermittently illuminate his somewhat weathered features. He slowly chews a piece of soda cracker, his eyes slightly squinted, fixated on the lightning without a blink. At the Gothic wine cellar, the sommelier stands at the window as well, with Eva respectfully by his side. The sommelier glances at the sky and then at the shop across Heavenly Fire Avenue, marked by a lightning symbol, shaking his head gently. The owner? Eva inquires softly. The sommelier raises his hand to silence her. A faint silver light flickers, and without warning, the sommelier vanishes into thin air. Eva, however, feels no surprise. She silently approaches the window, her concern directed towards the Zeus jewelry store across the street. Lightning streaks across the vast sky and along Heavenly Fire Avenue. The grand buildings reflect a soft golden glow. The Baroque architecture, adorned with gold leaf, resembles a palace. The hall is nearly oval in shape, with the ceiling decorations emphasizing dynamic curves. The facade features broken gables, the eaves curve horizontally, and the walls exhibit significant relief, richly decorated with a striking interplay of light and shadow. It is one of the largest structures along the entire Heavenly Fire Avenue. Within the museum, an elderly gentleman stands quietly, tall and imposing, his face etched with wrinkles that obscure his true age, yet his eyes are a strikingly clear blue, seemingly capable of reflecting the cosmos. He dons an opulent long robe of silky white, intricately woven with silver threads and adorned with various gemstones, topped with a pointed hat. On his right hand, a massive ruby ring glimmers on his ring finger. A silver light flits by, and beside the elder appears the sommelier, dressed in noble attire. "Are you feeling a bit anxious?" The elder inquires with a smile, although his gaze remains fixed on the window. The sommelier nods, expressing his fear of potential changes brought about by an individual who, 3 years prior, arrived here and swiftly integrated into their midst, demonstrating remarkable taste and ability. Over the span of 3 years, he has become part of this community. However, his abilities are somewhat, the elder remarks nonchalantly, too formidable, is it not? The sommelier silently nods in agreement. The elder turns to face the sommelier, his azure eyes radiating wisdom. He is one of us. When we agreed to accept him as a member of the Heavenly Fire Council, he became an inseparable part of us. Whatever challenges he faces, this place is his home. The sommelier asks, "Can you foresee his future?" The elder shakes his head. "No, but I can perceive the righteousness amidst the thunder." The sommelier remarked, "Given his temperament, it is likely that something will transpire if he becomes this agitated. Should we lend him our assistance?" The elder responded with a serene smile, "No need. If he were a person prone to causing trouble, we would not have taken him in from the outset. Let things unfold naturally." A smile finally graced the sommelier's face. His minor troubles were a welcome distraction, as they spared him from the incessant visits of those seeking to indulge in my divine nectar. The elder chuckled, "Next time, do invite me. Though I may not discern its merits, savoring it allows me to feel the essence of that era. Who knows? It may lead you to discover where such wines still exist." The sommelier's eyes gleamed, yet he soon expressed a hint of resignation. "Is it truly wise to seek wine through divination?" The diviner smiled at him. "Why not?" The plea for support and recommendations followed. As the update scheduled for tomorrow morning would be advanced to after midnight tonight, marking the inaugural surge of the new book's upload, I shall endeavor to write this book with meticulous care. Thus, the initial pace may not be swift, but I will strive for excellence in my craft. Please ensure your support this evening. Chapter 13. The Enchanting Bride. Mount Tian, located 100 miles outside of Tianhua City, stands as the tallest peak in the western suburbs of the city. The region of Tianhua City is characterized by a hierarchy of affluence. The east is wealthy, the west noble, the south impoverished, and the north lowly. Consequently, the residents of the western area are predominantly significant figures from Tianhua City and even Tianhua Star. Although Mount Tian is termed the tallest peak in the western suburbs, its elevation is merely over 800 meters. Its fame arises from the 60 luxurious villas nestled upon its slopes, inhabited by political elites in the upper echelons of business. Here, the higher one resides, the greater their status. There exists but a single path from the foot of the mountain to its summit, with the other side being a sheer cliff. Today appears to be a momentous occasion, as this path, no more than 20 meters wide, has transformed into a sea of pink, extending from the base to the pinnacle of the mountain. The path is adorned with a thick carpet of pink orchid petals, several inches deep, and the intoxicating fragrance of the blossoms can be sensed from over 100 meters away. The trees lining the path are draped in wedding gowns, indeed, wedding gowns, not mere veils. Each tree is clad in a gown tailored to perfection, pure as snow, with elegant edges and opulent, pristine pearls that symbolize unblemished purity. Within a 5-mile radius of Mount Tian, a strict lockdown has been enforced, a feat unattainable by mere wealth, necessitating formidable political influence. Thousands of cleaning robots had meticulously cleared this area the previous evening, leaving no trace of dust. Numerous meteorological aircraft busily maneuvered in the skies, dispersing clouds to render the heavens as clear as sapphire, ensuring that the brilliant morning sun could cast its full radiance upon Mount Tian. Beyond the security line, a sparse gathering of citizens has begun to assemble, gazing longingly towards Mount Tian and whispering amongst themselves. Is the grandest interalliance wedding about to commence? Indeed. What a magnificent scale it is. Look, over there in the sky, the meteorological aircraft is dispersing the clouds. Indeed, today is a momentous occasion. I've heard that soon our Huaming's mech squadron will perform alongside the Ximing's mech squadron in a joint display. The wedding will first take place in our Huaming, followed by another celebration in Ximing. Alas, it seems to benefit that fellow from Ximing. It is said that the daughter of our Huaming's chancellor is to marry the son of the Ximing prime minister, thus the grandeur of this wedding. What is there to lament? It's merely a political marriage, imbued with a strong political flavor. No one has seen what the Chancellor's daughter looks like. She might not even be as lovely as I am. Humph. Although the Chancellor's daughter remains shrouded in mystery, the Prime Minister's son frequently graces the interstellar television. A true young luminary. Even in a political union, the appearances of both parties are unlikely to be vastly disparate. Humph. Don't come looking for me tonight. Atop the mountain, it is hard to fathom that at this altitude, close to the mist, stands a palace-like structure. The palace rises and falls, blending Eastern and Western architectural styles seamlessly. White dominates the color palette today, with exquisitely crafted white fabrics adorned with various patterns draping everywhere, as if the entire palace is clad in bridal attire. This villa spans over 100 acres, its interiors lavishly appointed. The outdoor swimming pool shimmers with azure waters, cascading into a waterfall that flows down to the palace's underground level, where a vast pool houses 108 silver dragonfish. At this moment, on the lawn beside the pool, amidst pristine floral arrangements, guests have already begun to arrive. Further away in the parking area, luxury flying vehicles continually arrive, as elegantly dressed individuals make their way in. Among them are notable figures frequently seen on screen: politicians, celebrities, and businessmen. Attendants in formal attire weave through the guests, offering drinks and exquisite delicacies. According to Huameng's customs, weddings must be held in the morning, and this grand ceremony, aptly named the Wedding of the Century, will be no exception. Inside the palace, in a lavish room, two stylists are bustling about while two maids attend to them. In their midst sits a young lady. One stylist, a woman, is meticulously applying makeup to the young lady's delicate features, while the male stylist stands behind her, pondering how to style her lustrous, ebony hair. "Oh dear," the male stylist exclaims, delicately gesturing. "You simply cannot go on like this. How can I style your hair if you want tea? Let me put it up. With such long hair, you must have an updo for the wedding." The young lady shakes her head. "No, I want tea, have it up. If it's difficult, then let it be. Wearing it down is perfectly fine." The male stylist, with a pained expression, responds, "But I cannot explain this. Why the sudden aversion to an updo? Today is your joyous day." The female stylist huffs. "What is so strange about that? Miss Qianlin is naturally exquisite, the most beautiful girl I have ever encountered. Even without any styling, she remains unparalleled in beauty." The male stylist, dissatisfied, remarked, "Hey, one cannot speak so lightly. A good hairstyle elevates beauty, after all. All right. I shall devise a plan. Let us employ the double dragon twist technique." The young girl smiled radiantly, akin to a flourishing garden, responding, "Thank you so much." Half an hour later, the female stylist delicately inserted a diamond crown hairpin into the girl's flowing locks, then clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, "There you have it. Darling, you are undoubtedly the most beautiful bride I have ever seen. Please, stand up and take a look." As the young lady rose slowly, her once cascading hair was now intricately braided, the sides elegantly tucked inward, layered and cascading downward, reaching past her waist. Adorning her hair were an array of gemstones in various hues. The hallmark of the double dragon twist technique is its ability to maintain the length of the braided hair without compromise. At this moment, her pristine wedding gown shimmered like a galaxy, sparkling brilliantly, each diamond meticulously crafted by Van Cleef Arpels, featuring flawless stones exceeding 1 carat, totaling 1,001 such diamonds throughout the gown. The centerpiece, a heart-shaped diamond weighing 50 carats, was surrounded by a delicate halo of pigeon blood rubies. Standing tall, her slender figure was flawlessly accentuated by the gown, revealing no imperfections. The voluptuous curve of her bosom gracefully tapered down to a waist so slender it could be encompassed by a single hand. The alluring arc between her waist and hips enticingly pronounced, while the gown flowed downward like the tail of a mermaid, exquisitely captivating. This gown, devoid of petticoats, impeccably showcased her perfect physique, cascading past her calves before the sheer veil fanned out. The diamond crown hairpin, crafted from platinum, was adorned with exquisite diamonds and sapphires. Yet, merely this did not convey its grandeur. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the diamonds and sapphires, of exceptional hardness, were intricately sculpted into floral patterns. With her lips slightly parted, she inquired, "Am I beautiful?" The 14th chapter, The Groom, Richard. On the lush lawn outside the palace-like structure, crowds were abundant, particularly near the outdoor swimming pool, where elegantly dressed guests savored fine wines and refreshments while engaging in hushed conversations. In such an ambience, no one would dare speak loudly. Each individual endeavored to maintain their poise. At that moment, in the distance, a massive sapphire blue flying vehicle soared towards the mountaintop. This vehicle was nearly 10 times larger than an ordinary flying car, resembling a small airship. As it approached the summit, it began to decelerate. In the parking area, a designated section had been cordoned off specifically for its arrival. "The main guest has arrived," someone whispered, as the sapphire blue flying car approached. One could discern the identical patterns adorning its sides, depicting two hearts closely entwined. One heart was red, symbolizing the Huaming, while the other was blue, naturally representing the Shiming. This union held considerable significance for both major alliances. A tall, middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, emerged from the crowd, accompanied by a dozen or so individuals who followed him naturally. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, he stood upright, with short hair and a handsome, resolute visage. He was a familiar figure on the major television networks of Huaming, known as Zhou Xueguan, the youngest prime minister in the history of Huaming and one of the prominent leaders at the helm. The palatial structure atop the mountain served as his official residence and has historically been the abode of the prime ministers of Huaming. Zhou Xueguan halted approximately 30 meters from the azure flying car, a gentle smile gracing his face as he observed the grand doors of the vehicle slowly opening. Typically, flying cars feature a single door, yet this extravagant, oversized car boasted double doors that swung open. From within, two bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses descended first, taking their positions on either side, followed by a tall, elderly gentleman with graying hair. This elder stood over 2 meters tall, his hair meticulously slicked back with pomade, presenting an air of dignified authority despite his genial smile. Following the elder was a young man dressed in an exquisite, Steve-rich suit, with black crocodile leather shoes and a black bow tie, his blonde hair styled with artistic flair. Although slightly slender, his striking blue eyes sparkled with vitality, and he bore a strong resemblance to the elder. Upon their descent, Zhou Xueguan advanced toward them with purposeful strides, and the elder approached with equal haste. They opened their arms simultaneously, embracing each other warmly. "Ostadai, it's a pleasure to see you again. You remain as imposing as ever," Zhou Xueguan remarked with a smile. "Zhou, you continue to be as inscrutable as always. Last time, you certainly put me through the ringer." Ostadai responded with a hint of playful reproach. Silva Ostadai, the patriarch of the Ostadai family and prime minister of the Shiming, represented one of the foremost families in the alliance. Indeed, Ostadai chuckled heartily. Turning to the young man behind him, "Richard, you ought to come forward and greet your esteemed father-in-law." Zhou Xueguan smiled and said, "No need for formalities. You have traveled far. Allow me to escort you to your quarters for some rest. The ceremony is all prepared. Shall we commence shortly?" Silva Ostadai replied, "Yes. The time is indeed upon us. Thank you, Zhou, for your efforts." Apart from the father and son of the Osti family, a dozen or so accompanying personnel emerged from the cobalt blue vehicle. Each one, though taciturn, naturally dispersed, encircling the father and son protectively. Silva Osti found it challenging to truly relax. As they navigated through the crowd, Zhou Xueguan, accompanied by him, was greeted by various dignitaries from the Huaming alliance attending the wedding. He reciprocated each salutation with meticulous social grace, although Richard Osti maintained a courteous smile. His eyes betrayed an unmistakable fervor. The first moment he beheld Zhou Xuelin, the beloved daughter of Zhou Xueguan, he was utterly captivated. Ignoring his father's objections, he launched an ardent pursuit of affection. Yet, Zhou Xuelin remained elusive in her acceptance. It was not until he extravagantly orchestrated a romantic proposal that she finally acquiesced. Both families hailed from prestigious lineages and were intertwined with two major alliances. Silva Osti and Zhou Xueguan had engaged in 7 discussions before reaching a compromise to solidify this union. Among the 3 alliances, the Northern Alliance was the most formidable, followed by the Western Alliance, with Huaming being the least powerful, though closely trailing the latter. Both sides sought a formidable ally. How could Richard not feel exhilarated at the prospect of finally winning the heart of his beloved? Since he began courting Zhou Xuelin, he had yet to even touch her hand. At this moment, his mind was filled with the enchanting image of her, with her raven hair and azure eyes. In his heart, this wedding transcended mere political alliances. After finally breaking free from the crowd, the Osti father and son entered the lounge. The time before the ceremony commenced was dwindling. Zhou Xueguan excused himself from the father and son duo, needing to make preparations as the bride's parent. "Richard, do you realize the tremendous price your father has paid to facilitate this union?" Silva Osti sighed. Richard replied respectfully, "Father, thank you for your support." Silva Osti shook his head, stating, "Let us not speak of such matters between us. Zhou Xueguan has but this one daughter. Not only must you take her as your wife, but you must also completely win her over, making her a member of the Asti family. The Huaming alliance has made significant strides in recent years, and Zhou Xueguan is a formidable individual. I hope this marriage will also yield benefits for us in other realms. Richard remained silent. As the groom, his thoughts were solely on his bride. Chapter 16. I am Zeus. The Asti family are devout Christians, while Zhou Xueguan's family are atheists. This wedding honored the faith of the Asti family, with a pastor standing at the forefront, smiling and silently praying for the couple. Richard Asti stood beside the pastor, striving to maintain an air of elegance as the ceremony was about to commence, ready to receive his bride. The host's melodious voice resonated, marking the official beginning of the wedding. A delightful whistle pierced the air as mechas ascended into the sky from both sides of the Tianshan Mountains. The mechs on the left, adorned in resplendent red, soared gracefully, while their blue counterparts on the right, equally numbered at 24, followed suit. These formidable machines first circled the sky in unison before gracefully separating. Their movements a testament to the skill of exemplary mech pilots. They formed a heart shape in midair, drawing closer until their hearts were intimately aligned. At that moment, a brilliant golden light flashed, resembling a golden arrow piercing the space between the two hearts. In an instant, both the red and blue mech transformed into a magnificent gold, creating a breathtaking spectacle in the sky. Esteemed brothers and sisters, honored guests, today, in the presence of God and the congregation, we gather to celebrate the union of Brother Richard Asti and Ms. Zhou Qianlin in holy matrimony. Marriage is a sacred institution ordained by God. The Bible recounts how our Lord Jesus Christ attended a wedding feast in Cana of Galilee. It further states that marriage should be held in high regard by all. Thus, let us approach this moment with reverence, sincerity, and a commitment to fulfill the divine will in this momentous occasion. The pastor's voice resonated calmly, inviting the bride to make her entrance. From the wedding venue, a choir of 36 children, aged 8 to 12, began to sing a melodious hymn, celebrating love that unites us. Clad in a pristine white gown, Zhou Xueguan gracefully appeared, accompanied by Zhou Qianlin, whose veil partially obscured her face as she held her father's arm. The veil concealed her captivating blue eyes from view. Yet the luxurious wedding gown shimmered brilliantly under the natural light, casting a myriad of reflections. As is customary, the bride was the focal point of the ceremony, and today, Zhou Qianlin radiated an extraordinary brilliance. With a gentle smile, Zhou Xueguan patted his daughter's hand, guiding her slowly down the red carpet towards the awaiting pastor and groom, Richard. If it were possible, Richard would have eagerly dashed forward to claim his bride from Zhou Xueguan's grasp. Each gemstone on Zhou Qianlin's gown refracted her beauty, leaving him utterly entranced. Yet, he remained restrained, aware that he must honor the sanctity of the wedding, as he represented the Shiming family. Thus, he could only wait. Zhou Xueguan walked steadily, each step marked by an even distance, his countenance reflecting both kindness and reluctance. As they neared the end of the aisle, accompanied by the enchanting hymn, Zhou Xueguan and Zhou Qianlin approached Richard, halting approximately 2 meters away. Richard, from this day forth, I entrust Qianlin to you. May you love her, care for her, and cherish her well. Indeed, I promise to do so. Richard spoke with a sense of urgency, feeling as if his heart were about to leap from his chest. Under the fervent gaze of his eyes, Zhou Xueguan finally extended her daughter's hand towards him. Richard swiftly advanced a couple of steps, one hand behind him while the other reached forward, adhering to the most traditional etiquette of the Western nobility. As their hands drew closer, all the guests bore witness to this moment through their handheld cameras. They grasped hands. The moment their palms met, Zhou Qianlin's delicate body visibly trembled, while Zhou Xueguan stood frozen, and even the eager Richard was momentarily taken aback. For the hand he grasped, adorned with a diamond-studded white glove, was not Zhou Qianlin's. It was long and fair, yet undeniably strong. No one saw how he had appeared. It was as if, in the blink of an eye, another figure had emerged beside Richard. With a gentle pull, Zhou Qianlin half-turned, falling into a warm and broad embrace. Who are you? Let her go? Richard shouted in anger, raising his hand to seize the intruder's shoulder. The man remained still, allowing Richard to grasp him. In an instant, a blue electric surge erupted, and Richard was thrown back as if struck by a powerful jolt, his body illuminated with dazzling sparks. The man, still holding Zhou Qianlin's slender waist, slowly lifted his head. At that moment, everyone finally took notice of his appearance. He was tall, with long, golden hair cascading down his back to nearly touch the ground, clad in a magnificent golden robe with a collar that shielded his neck, and a golden mask obscuring the lower part of his face. Most striking were his eyes, shimmering with an otherworldly blue light. He raised his left hand high above his head, gesturing into the void. Then, with a thunderous roar, the previously clear sky erupted with a clap of thunder. And darkness enveloped the heavens as storm clouds surged from all directions, lightning streaking across the sky as if the apocalypse were imminent. "Who are you?" Zhou Xueguan, now composed, demanded firmly, not showing an ounce of retreat despite the chaos. "I am Zeus." "Zeus?" Zhou Xueguan was taken aback. Before she could utter another word, the golden-clad figure had begun to lead Zhou Qianlin away. Meanwhile, the wedding scene had descended into utter turmoil. Who is this man daring to abduct the bride at the wedding of the daughter of the Chancellor of the Huoming Alliance and the son of the Prime Minister of the Western Alliance? Prime Minister Silver rose, his expression darkened, as bodyguards who had accompanied them moved to assist Richard, while others swiftly advanced toward the man in gold. Roar! Roar! Two fierce growls echoed simultaneously, as two figures, like flashes of lightning, swiftly blocked the golden figure's path. Before the onlookers, two bodyguards of the Osti family began to expand rapidly, their garments bursting apart to reveal their fearsome physiques. The one on the left transformed into a colossal ape towering over 4 meters, while the other on the right morphed into a 5-meter giant. Its body exaggeratedly muscular and adorned with a tiger-like pattern, even sporting a tiger's head. The beautiful floral archway was crushed beneath their immense forms, petals swirling in the air, starkly contrasting with their menacing appearances. This was the beast transformation ability, a hallmark of the Shiming faction. Judging by the transformation of these two bodyguards, they were at least level 5 abilities. "Protect the guests," commanded Zhou Xueguan. The bodyguards of the Grand House surged forward, escorting the guests to safety. "Do not harm Qianlin." Richard was unharmed, merely experiencing a tingling numbness in his tongue from the electric shock. His hair transformed from sleek to a mohawk. Fortunately, his high-tech protective suit had mitigated most of the electrical current. The giant ape ability user let out a ferocious roar and lunged at the man in golden attire, his terrifying visage prompting gasps from the distant guests. "Get lost," the golden-clad man scoffed. With a crack, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the giant ape. In an instant, the once menacing creature was scorched black and hurled away by the strike. At that moment, amidst a cacophony of thunderous sounds, a torrent of distorted lightning cascaded from the heavens, as if heralding the apocalypse. The terrifying lightning nearly engulfed the entire summit of Tian Shan. Lightning flashed and flickered wildly. In that split second, nearly everyone instinctively chose to defend themselves. The man in gold, with Zhou Qianlin in tow, soared into the air, transforming into a golden lightning bolt that enveloped her and darted into the sky, vanishing into the distance amidst the dense lightning. No one could pursue them, not even the dozens of mechs hovering above, which were severely affected by the electrical storm, forced to deploy shields as they descended to avoid destruction. The parking area had become a disaster zone, regardless of the model or luxury of the flying vehicles. They erupted into showers of sparks under the onslaught of the terrifying lightning. Inside the Prime Minister's residence, chaos erupted as well. Sparks, thunder, and disorder prevailed. A magnificent wedding turned to utter ruin in mere moments. The golden lightning carried Zhou Qianlin thousands of meters away when suddenly a golden light barrier appeared before them without warning. The golden lightning, just meters from the barrier, came to an abrupt halt, revealing its original form. Still cradling Zhou Qianlin's slender waist, he defied gravity, suspended in midair. Another golden figure emerged on the opposite side of the barrier, revealing a mech entirely coated in gold. Simultaneously, she was the one who ultimately formed the heart-to-heart Cupid's arrow above Tian Shan. While other mechas were compelled to descend, she appeared in the sky, blocking the path of the golden-clad figure. Towering at 18 meters, the mecha boasted a remarkably sleek and aerodynamic design, perhaps due to her attendance at a wedding. It bore no weapons. All humanoid mechas were anthropomorphic. Besides standard models, there existed more sophisticated customized variants. Generally, customized mechas were crafted according to the specifications and characteristics of their users. The one before us was undoubtedly such a creation, resembling a young girl clad in a golden battle skirt. "Leave Qianlin, or perish." A chilling female voice emanated from the mecha's loudspeaker. The golden mecha's waist skirt split apart, and a hand delved within, retrieving a 3-meter-long metallic rod. Grasping it with both hands, the rod's end suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light, transforming into a 20-meter-long double-edged spear. "Stand aside." The golden-clad figure seemed remarkably more courteous towards women. Leave Qianlin, and I shall permit your departure. You must understand that no matter how formidable an ability user is, they cannot contend with a mecha. The cold female voice asserted firmly. With the advent of the new era, influenced by the magnetic field variations of different planets and environmental changes, a minuscule segment of humanity possessed innate gifts, known as abilities. Ability users were significantly stronger than ordinary individuals. However, this was an age belonging to mechas. Ultimately, ability users remained human, while a standard mecha weighed over 100 tons. Constructed from an internal fission reactor, high-strength alloys, and various advanced technologies. It is no exaggeration to say that a single mecha, if placed in the era of the Upper Yuan, could effortlessly annihilate a city. Thus, in this epoch, being a mecha master was eternally a revered profession. A fervent aspiration for the youth. The golden-clad figure seemed not to possess the habit of repeating the same phrase. He merely shook his head at the golden mecha. A bolt of lightning suddenly surged forth, aiming directly at the golden mecha. With a disdainful snort, the golden mecha wielded the double-edged spear skyward, performing a magnificent flourish that redirected the lightning aside. Do you still not comprehend? No matter how powerful the ability, one must kneel before advanced mechas. The golden mecha stated coldly. The golden-clad figure shrugged nonchalantly. The golden mecha seemed to suddenly realize something. At that moment, a colossal silhouette silently emerged behind it. A pair of powerful hands abruptly grasped its shoulders. With two crisp cracks, the remarkably sturdy shoulder armor of the golden mecha shattered under the terrifying grip, causing the arms that held the double-edged spear to go limp. Subsequently, an immense force propelled it away with great distance. Within the golden mecha, a pair of beautiful dark green eyes gazed in astonishment at the enormous entity that had supplanted its position in the air. Opening its chest armor to envelop the golden-clad figure in Qianlin, her lips parted slightly, her gaze vacant. A new book is akin to a tender sapling, requiring the nurturing and support of all. Thank you. Chapter 17. Antidote. For you before me stood a magnificent mech, shimmering with the luminous hue of sapphire, towering at 23 meters in height and spanning 8 meters in width. Its elongated form featured shoulder armor divided into 3 layers. The foremost layer was the most expansive, elegantly curving upwards at its tail end, while the second layer was slightly shorter and the lowest layer subtly retracted inward. Unlike the typical metallic texture of mechs, this one resembled a sculpted masterpiece of sapphire, radiating the most exquisite royal blue. In certain angular areas, hints of violet gold glimmered tantalizingly. The sky crackled with thunder, and the mech emanated a breathtaking luminescence. In the instant the chest armor sealed shut, it unleashed a fierce burst of blue-violet lightning, soaring skyward like a spherical bolt, vanishing amidst the tempestuous electric forest. At that moment, the golden mech stabilized in midair. Yet the girl with golden hair and green eyes seated within the cockpit was overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of awe. The Thunder God. Was that truly the Thunder God? Zeus. Had I really seen the legendary Zeus? How could I, who had dared to speak to Zeus, question whether extraordinary powers necessitated submission before advanced mechs? He was, after all, the very Zeus who single-handedly vanquished 13 custom-grade mechs with his abilities. In that instant, she seemed to forget her abducted companion, Shou Qianlin, as her eyes sparkled with wonder. After a prolonged moment of stupor, she murmured to herself, why wasn't I the one he captured? The Thunder God ascended at an astonishing speed, seemingly impervious to the atmospheric resistance, and within minutes, it had entered the serene expanse of the starry sky. No radar could detect the presence of the Thunder God. Its unique material was, in the realm of mech artisans, nothing short of a legend. The cockpit of the Thunder God was somewhat more spacious than that of typical mechs, yet accommodating 2 individuals still felt somewhat cramped. Zeus had removed his mask, revealing his handsome visage, though he could no longer maintain his previous composure. At this moment, he was not Zeus, he was Blue Absolute. He held his beloved tightly, as if fearing she might vanish. I feel so hot, Zhou Qianlin murmured. Nestled closely in his embrace, the first words she uttered since her abduction. Blue Absolute paused momentarily before swiftly reaching out to touch her forehead. Zhou Qianlin's brow was feverish, her starry eyes closed, her brow slightly furrowed, and her body trembled slightly. She had a fever? Observing the redness creeping along her neck, Blue Absolute's expression darkened. She was ill, and those wretches were still forcing her into marriage. At the Zeus jewelry store, Cooter languidly rested her chin on the counter, exuding an air of indolence. Xiao sat nearby, sipping from a cup of warm water in small sips. the jewelry store typically attracted few customers, especially along the Tianhua Avenue. However, even with just 1 or 2 patrons a month, it was sufficient to sustain the shop's normal operations. Xiao, what do you think the boss is up to? He hasn't been seen since yesterday and is still absent today. Ku'er tilted her head and remarked to Xiao. Xiao smiled gently and replied, the boss is quite an accomplished individual. Do you truly believe he could just vanish? You ought to temper your incessant curiosity. Ku'er giggled playfully, and yet, you cannot convince me that you are not equally intrigued by the boss's whereabouts. You arrived bright and early today, tidying up his home without waiting for my assistance. Xiao's cheeks flushed, resembling a delicate bloom, enhancing her classical beauty with an added allure. At that moment, the ground of Zeus' jewelry store trembled slightly. As she spoke, she skipped into the VIP room, only to discover, to her astonishment, that the door leading to Lan Jue's residence would not open when she pressed the button. Xiao, Ku'er, I am feeling fatigued. I shall take a moment to rest. Lan Jue's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. Ku'er paused, and by then, Xiao had already entered the VIP room. Ku'er pouted slightly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Lan Jue gently laid Zhou Qianlin down on his bed. The pristine white wedding dress made her appear extraordinarily beautiful. Breathtakingly so. Lan Jue furrowed his brows tightly. In less than half an hour, her body temperature had risen significantly. He utilized Thor's instrument to conduct a cursory examination of her physique. It was not an illness, but rather poison, a toxin capable of affecting the human body. Why? Why had she, on her wedding day, fallen victim to such treachery? Calculating the timing, the effects of the drug coincided precisely with the conclusion of the ceremony. Damn it! Was this wedding coerced by the Daoist family? How dare they administer such a substance to my Hera? At that moment, a delicate hand quietly grasped his, its searing warmth jolting him from his fury. Zhou Qianlin's skin had taken on a rosy hue, and her body began to twitch slightly. Such a potent toxin. He bent down gently, cradling her in his embrace, feeling the intense heat radiating from her, inhaling her familiar fragrance. Softly, he whispered in her ear, my Hera. In this lifetime, you are destined to be my bride. Allow me to detoxify you. Chapter 18. A place called hospital. She lay in his arms, nestled against his broad shoulders and sturdy chest, an oasis of safety. The immaculate wedding gown, adorned with 1,001 diamonds, along with the exquisite crown and the colorful gemstone veil, lay scattered across the nearby sofa. He tenderly stroked her slightly disheveled hair. Reflecting on the pain of 3 years poured out in a single moment, his eyes blissfully closed. What he could not see was her furrowed brow and the way her pearly teeth bit into her lower lip. What is wrong, Jinyu? Why do you frown? Lan Jue's hand brushed against her brow, sensing the shift in her emotions through the changes in her skin. Do you know who poisoned you? He asked in a low voice. Whoever it is, I will make them pay. Do you truly know me? Zhou Qianlin's voice trembled with an emotional undertone. Huh? Lan Jue was taken aback, then turned her in his arms to gaze into her eyes. Zhou Qianlin met his gaze earnestly, as if she were trying to imprint every facet of him in her memory. I certainly know you. You are my wife, my Hera, my Jinyu. Zhou Jinyu. Zhou Qianlin shook her head. I am not Zhou Jinyu. I am Zhou Qianlin. Ah? Lan Jue was startled, sitting up slightly to scrutinize her. No, it was Hera, with her dark hair and blue eyes. How could he possibly mistake her? Even her fragrance remained unchanged. My dear, you haven't lost your memory, have you? Lan Jue inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. Zhou Qianlin pulled the quilt over herself and replied calmly, I want to ask you something. Go ahead, Lan Jue urged eagerly. Zhou Qianlin fixed her intense gaze upon him. Since you claim that Jinyu is your wife, then you must have had relations with her before, correct? Of course. Have you truly lost your memory? Lan Jue replied, puzzled. Zhou Jinyu nodded gently, then wrapped in her quilt, shifted to the side. As the quilt was displaced, it revealed Lan Jue's figure. A faint blush adorned Zhou Jinyu's fair and delicate face as she turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. A hand emerged from the quilt, fingers pointing downward, beckoning him to look. A chilling premonition surged within Lan Jue. When he glanced down, he found himself momentarily petrified. What did he behold? A vivid crimson hue. Silence enveloped the room, an eerie stillness prevailing. After a full 10 seconds of stunned silence, Lan Jue managed to utter in a peculiar tone, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were unprepared. This time, it was Zhou Qianlin who became immobile. Her body trembled, her lips quivered as she clenched her teeth, seemingly terrified that a stream of profanities might escape her lips. It took a whole minute for her emotions to stabilize somewhat, and in a cold, harsh whisper, she forced out through gritted teeth. This is my first time. Lan Jue was utterly astonished. What on earth was happening? He vigorously shook his head, denying the reality before him. No, this cannot be true. His heart plummeted into despair. The first time. What does the first time signify? It signifies that she is not Hera. Observing his pale complexion, Zhou Qianlin appeared equally stunned. The room descended into a somewhat oppressive silence. What you mean to say is that what you just did was not intentional, correct? Zhou Qianlin remarked coldly. Indeed. She is not Hera, yet I find myself entangled with her, and moreover, it is her first time. Additionally, this union is between the Prime Minister of the Western Alliance and the Chancellor of the Eastern Alliance. Most importantly, she has witnessed my true self. Even if she is unaware of her own identity, her family must certainly be informed. I boldly and unabashedly reveal to her father that I am Zeus. What shall I do now? Lan Jue felt a pang in his heart, an unfamiliar sensation of embarrassment washing over him. In all his life, he had never encountered such an awkward situation. However, the deed was done, and what else could he do but confront it? Zhou Qianlin, you were just poisoned. You were afflicted by that particular toxin, which is why I was compelled, against my will, to engage with you in that manner. Zhou Qianlin regarded him with a frosty gaze, remaining utterly silent. Lan Jue, now unconcerned with his own suffering, realized that there was only one viable solution at this moment, to eliminate the threat once and for all. Yet, could he truly bring himself to commit such an act? I have an elder sister, perhaps named Zhou Jinyu, who has been missing since childhood. Where have you seen her? Zhou Qianlin suddenly interjected. Sister? Lan Jue was momentarily stunned. She is Jinyu's sister. Jinyu mentioned she has been an orphan since her youth. A sister lost for many years? In that instant, his heart became a whirlwind of confusion. Even if he were capable of taking action, the notion of silencing her would not hold. Zhou Qianlin fixed him with a cold stare. You mentioned I was poisoned. Which is why you treated me that way. Why yes. Lan Jue nodded vigorously. I, Lan Jue, found myself at a loss for words, staring at her in disbelief. After a long pause, I bowed my head, unable to suppress a mix of laughter and tears. I mistook you for someone else. Zhou Qianlin's expression bore a hint of pain, but it seemed more like discomfort. Put on some clothes. I do not wish to behold your repugnant appearance. I fear I might develop a pockmark. With that, she resolutely turned her head away. Blue Jue hurriedly got off the ground and quickly dressed himself. While putting on his clothes, he caught sight of the wedding dress on the sofa. The one who poisoned you must be your fiancée, right? How despicable it is to poison one's own bride. It is better not to marry such a scoundrel. Zhou Qianlin glared at him. How do you know he did it? He hadn't even touched me before that. Scoundrel? I believe you are the real scoundrel. Even if he had relations with me, at least it would have been legal. And you? You disrupted my wedding and forcibly took my body. So, tell me, what shall we do? Chapter 19. The clothes remain. But the person is new. Zhou Qianlin shot a furious look at Blue Jue. So what shall we do? Blue Jue steeled himself. It had come to this. It was my fault. Everything stemmed from my mistaken judgment. I do not know how to compensate you. Just say what we shall do, and we shall do it. The mistake had been made. As a man, all he could do was bravely admit his fault and take full responsibility. In a crisp white shirt and sharply tailored dark blue checkered trousers, his attire, paired with his slightly disheveled black hair, presented a curious blend of order and chaos. His once mischievous, handsome face now bore the demeanor of a remorseful child, head bowed in submission. Biting her lower lip lightly, Zhou Qianlin rose. Find me some clean clothes. Certainly. Blue Jue responded without hesitation, turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he paused slightly before heading towards the innermost cabinet in the room. Standing before the cabinet door, he seemed to hesitate for a moment, yet ultimately opened it, quickly retrieving several garments and turning back towards Zhou Qianlin. Zhou Qianlin had been watching him closely and caught a fleeting glimpse of the pain that lay hidden in his eyes. Although Blue Jue concealed it well, the profound sorrow emanated from the depths of his heart. As she held the clothes in her hands, Zhou Qianlin immediately detected a refreshing fragrance. Each piece was meticulously folded, and Blue Jue's gaze remained fixed upon them, as if he were observing treasures. Even those familiar with him from Skyfire Avenue would never know that. In the heart of a jeweler, no matter how valuable the gems may be, they could never compare to the precious garments in his room. Hey! A call jolted Blue Jue from his reverie. He looked up to meet Zhou Qianlin's unfriendly gaze. Apologies. Blue Jue instinctively placed his right hand over his heart and performed a gentlemanly bow. He swiftly turned and walked aside. The sound of rustling fabric echoed from behind. Yet Blue Jue felt no hint of romance. Instead, He was engulfed by profound disappointment and sorrow. In that moment, it was as though he had been struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place, utterly still. The long dress, pure white as snow, was neither excessive nor scant, perfectly fitted without a trace of redundancy. Despite its pristine simplicity, devoid of any embellishments, it seemed all too plain compared to the gem-studded wedding gown nearby. Jin Yu's voice trembled. Zhou Qianlin merely rose and walked towards him. Yet, in the next instant, she found herself enveloped in a solid, searing embrace that quivered slightly. This embrace was so fervent it seemed to threaten to melt her away. She ought to have been angry, yet after a brief moment of rigidity, her hands instinctively and somewhat clumsily wrapped around him in return. Zhou Qianlin's lips parted several times, as if to remind him, but the words lingered unspoken on her lips, as she could not bear to disrupt the beauty of the moment. Everything felt so familiar. He still remembered her fondness for pure, unblemished white. Unlike most girls, she had no affinity for the opulence of jewels, a stark contrast to him. Yet he always assured her that she was the most exquisite gem in his heart. If Roman Iconi was a divine relic, then she was the most radiant jewel upon the crown of a deity in his eyes. Zhou Qianlin's delicate countenance was initially cold. Any girl confronted with such an unbelievable situation would surely not wear a pleasant expression. However, within that fervent embrace, it seemed as if an endless enchantment quietly melted her defenses. Her rigid form gradually softened, her heart following suit. It was astonishing to realize the depth of a man's love for a woman could reach such heights. The chill in her demeanor began to dissolve within that blazing embrace. One of his hands rested upon her waist while the other gently caressed her soft, somewhat disheveled black hair, the strands dancing beneath his fingertips, gradually becoming more orderly. It was a nurturing touch, one that emanated entirely from the depths of his heart. It was a cherished affection, more precious than life itself. Suddenly, Lan Jue appeared to awaken from a trance, sitting upright and gazing down at the one in his arms. In response, Zhou Qianlin, like a startled little rabbit, quickly leapt away to the side, wrapping her arms around her chest, her face now flushed with a deep crimson hue. Blue's gaze momentarily lost its focus. Her attire remained unchanged, yet she felt remarkably different. Though her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Hera, she lacked the latter's gaze, one that seemed capable of melting hearts. The room was enveloped in silence. Blue remained taciturn, and Zhou Qianlin refrained from speaking. Their emotions were equally complex, yet their sentiments diverged sharply. "Where's this?" Zhou Qianlin was the first to shatter the tranquility, dispelling the awkward tension that filled the air. "My home," Blue replied softly. A faint smile flickered at the corners of Zhou Qianlin's mouth as she suddenly realized that, despite her upbringing and refined manners, she had been tempted more than once to utter profanities in response to the individual before her. Lan Jue seemed to have realized something, and he continued, "This is the Heavenly Fire Avenue." Heavenly Fire Avenue? Qianlin's expression shifted slightly. She was undoubtedly aware of this place. In fact, there was hardly anyone within the entire Huameng who was unfamiliar with it. This location was a realm entirely distinct from the outside world. Often referred to as the sanctuary of the aristocracy, it resembled a world completely isolated from the rest. The mere prohibition of any mechanical presence was peculiar enough. Yet, throughout the years, Heavenly Fire Avenue remained steadfast, with even the rulers of various generations of Huameng refraining from altering its regulations. The sky was overcast, causing the night to descend earlier than usual. As they strolled down Heavenly Fire Avenue, he and she walked side by side. Yet a distance of more than a foot separated them at all times. "What do you intend to do?" As they approached the end of the 2,048 meters of Heavenly Fire Avenue, he could no longer restrain his curiosity. He was acutely aware of the challenges and pressures she would face following the revelations of the day. If she were indeed Hela, none of this would pose a problem. His reputation would shield him, but she was not. Thus, the ramifications of this situation rested solely upon him, and he had committed a grievous error. Qianlin halted, turned to face him, and regarded him intently. "It's none of your concern." Lan Jue furrowed his brow. This was not the time for sulking. Zhou Qianlin's deep blue eyes turned icy. "I can handle this. You need not concern yourself." With that, she strode quickly towards the exit. "I will accompany you," Lan Jue said, matching her pace. Ahead lay the boundary of the Tianhua Avenue. Zhou Qianlin glanced back at him. "Do you intend to make yourself an enemy of the Huameng?" In a moment of distraction, Lan Jue found himself captivated by the defiance in her eyes, reminiscent of Hera in her gentler days. Yet, when angered, she became a force to be reckoned with, even for him. "This is my interstellar communication number," he said, handing her a note. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. The ambiguity in his words flushed her cheeks with 2 shades of crimson. It was then that Lan Jue realized his verbal misstep. However, before he could clarify, Shou Qianlin had already turned on her heel and departed hastily. Your wedding dress remains in my possession, he called after her retreating figure. No need for it, she shot back. You've sullied it. Then, when will you return my attire? He pressed. Shou Qianlin halted, pivoted, and glared fiercely at him. Not a chance, she exclaimed before turning away once more. The corners of Lan Jue's mouth twitched slightly. This girl possessed a temper far surpassing that of her sister, and her demeanor was as frigid as ice. Oh heavens! What sins have I committed to deserve this? At that moment, the voice of Shou Qianlin drifted over from a distance. You owe me, and it must be repaid. Once I decide how you shall make amends, I will seek you out. With her words hanging in the air, she vanished silently into the shadows. Gradually, a chill settled upon his features, and a glint of frostiness flickered in the depths of his eyes. A sinister aura seemed to emanate from his very bones. Zeus was furious. That woman, Fan Yue. Were it not for her information, how could he have orchestrated such a grand blunder? Furthermore, it had placed immense pressure on his good brother and their family. The priceless treasure he had exchanged for this outcome? You appear to be in a rather foul mood. A deep voice resonated from not far behind Lan Jue. Lan Jue turned around, and the sommelier stood not far behind him, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. He walked leisurely to the sommelier's side, commenting on the new attire. Fine fabric indeed. A count of 160 threads. Lan Jue gazed earnestly at the sommelier, assuring him that he would not cause any trouble on the heavenly Fire Avenue. If any issues were to arise, he would take full responsibility. Sommelier, would you care for a drink? Lan Jue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What should I drink? The sommelier replied, given your current mood, red wine would not be suitable. Perhaps a whiskey would be more fitting. Lan Jue curled his lips and remarked, the emotions of we nobles can be controlled. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of the sommelier's mouth as he replied, just a moment ago, you seemed to exude an aura of menace, as if you were about to engage in some deed unbecoming of a noble. Lan Jue, compared to drinking, such matters are not urgent. A true noble must possess a sense of responsibility. Simultaneously, one should assist those who have erred, helping them to bear their responsibilities. This is a deed beneficial to society. Why should it be deemed inappropriate? If someone were to take your 1990 Romani Connie, could you merely smile and let it go? Lan Jue smiled faintly. Whiskey is whiskey, but I desire a Tosca, specifically the original cask from 1985. What do you think? I am prepared to designate you as the least favored individual at the Gothic winery. You may act as if I were never here. The sommelier turned and departed. Lan Jue smiled cheerfully and hurriedly followed, saying, no need to rush. I shall take care of the payment. Absolutely not. The sommelier replied with resolute conviction. With a gentle sigh, Lan Jue admitted, I am indeed in a rather somber mood. If you wish to hear my tale, I am willing to share it with you. The sommelier cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, we do not have the 1985 vintage, but we do have a bottle of the 18-year-old Taiska. Will you indulge or not? Let us proceed. Lan Jue declared resolutely. With a furrowed brow, Lan Jue expressed his confusion. I do have it. I am not here merely to indulge in spirits. The Iberian ham you sliced last time should not go uneaten. After all, whiskey pairs splendidly with ham. The method of heating it that the gourmet suggested was quite exquisite. We should invite him as well. His mastery of cooking is indeed commendable. The sommelier inhaled deeply, exclaiming, you are not a noble. You are a rogue. Our limited edition Christmas dolls have been released. They feature adorable versions of Hui Yu Hao and Tang Wudong, with only 100 sets available, each meticulously handcrafted. Along with each doll, I will include a limited edition card corresponding to its number. Furthermore, our Christmas promotions are cumulative. In addition to the Christmas dolls, our festive mugs and hats are also available. You can find us at the Taobao store by searching for Xuanshi Tangmen. All our items come with free shipping for orders over 49 yuan. Do take a look. We offer the most comprehensive collection of Tangmen literature online, some even signed. Purchasing the complete set ensures that the first book is signed. This applies to any set from our Tangmen collection. Chapter 21. Tangmi as the midnight hour struck, a silent figure traversed the dimly lit streets, moving along the towering edifices that cast long shadows. A white silhouette glided quietly forward. Were it not for the wedding, the interstellar communication device she carried could easily reveal her location. Yet, her every action was still aimed at evading satellite detection. And all of this was merely for that man. The mere thought of him made Shou Qianlin's brow furrow in distress, the physical pain she could endure. But her heart was tumultuously chaotic at this moment. Though she walked in the shadows, his image perpetually lingered in her mind. The recent events felt fleeting, yet in her heart, it seemed as though a century had passed. Halting her steps, she instinctively gazed towards Tianhua Avenue. Within her complex gaze, tears began to glisten. In his presence, she had been so strong, even frigid. Yet, she was ultimately just a girl, with tears glistening. She slowly emerged from the darkness into the light of the street, revealing herself from beneath the eaves of the towering structures. As she slowed her pace, her mind was a void, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of confusion. Suddenly, a whistle pierced the air, accompanied by a rush of wind from the side. Shou Qianlin instinctively sidestepped, pressing her hands against her skirt to keep the flowing fabric from being lifted by the gust. At that moment, a hovering vehicle descended beside her, and a youth with a striking yellow mohawk leaned out, whistling at her. The pristine white gown she wore accentuated her graceful figure, creating a perfect and alluring silhouette, especially with the black tips of her hair cascading over her hips, subtly undulating with her steps. Her beauty was not something that would captivate only Zeus. A beautiful woman. Alone? The young man ran his fingers through his golden hair, his small triangular eyes betraying a glimmer of regret. Shou Qianlin's gaze was frosty. The gust of wind moments ago had evidently been conjured by the young man's airborne vehicle. Such lewd antics targeting a girl's skirt were universally loathed by young women. With not a word to spare, Shou Qianlin cast him a cold glance and turned to leave. There was a certain allure to her demeanor. The young man's eyes brightened. Shou Qianlin's icy presence rendered her even more ethereal. In the depths of night, encountering such a solitary beauty seemed to him an extraordinary stroke of luck. The Philaly hovercar executed a nimble maneuver, catching up to Shou Qianlin, who had just rounded a corner. As he slowed down, the young man opened his mouth to speak again, only to be momentarily blinded by an unexpected brightness surrounding him. Suddenly, a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Shou Qianlin in its embrace. Almost instantaneously, a colossal golden figure plummeted from the sky, crashing down with tremendous force. The Philaly hovercar was smashed into the ground, its rear half obliterated, while the front half was thrust upward by the immense impact. The powerful shockwave rendered the young man, seated in the front, unconscious. Though he was fortunate enough to be belted in, the shockwave radiated outward, whipping up a tempest along the street, which, thankfully, was devoid of pedestrians. Meanwhile, Shou Qianlin, ensconced within the golden beam, remained unscathed. In truth, the golden light was emanating from the imposing golden figure that had just descended. The metallic mech, towering at 18 meters, boasted a sleek aerodynamic design and gleaming gold plating. Regrettably, both shoulder pads were severely dented, bearing deep scars, indicating that it was a damaged machine. Qianlin, a melodic voice called out, and shortly after, the mech's hatch swung open. A figure leaped from the cockpit, disregarding the 10-meter drop, elegantly flipping twice in midair before curling her body. A halo of golden light erupted from her form, propelling her upward just before landing, allowing her to touch the ground with grace. She was a statuesque beauty, even taller than Shou Qianlin, whose height was already notable among young women. Her legs were astonishingly long, with their length approaching 70% of her overall height, creating a striking visual impact. Clad in a taut black combat suit, she had flowing golden hair and deep emerald eyes that sparkled like crystal. The fitted black outfit accentuated her figure flawlessly, although her long legs appeared slightly disproportionate. Her athletic silhouette exuded a primal beauty. The golden beam of light quietly vanished, and the golden-haired woman swiftly approached Shou Qianlin, examining her with concern. "Qianlin, are you all right?" she inquired. "I'm fine, Xiaomi," Shou Qianlin replied softly, shaking her head. The golden-haired woman expressed her discontent. "I've told you countless times, call me by my full name. Tangmi, not Xiaomi." Shou Qianlin smiled faintly. "You arrived quite swiftly." Tangmi responded, "How could I not? You have no idea, after your disappearance." The entire wedding venue descended into chaos. Now, the air in Tianhua City is fraught with tension. Although there is no formal lockdown, 4 mech battalions have been mobilized to scour Tianhua Star for your whereabouts. I am quite anxious. I failed to protect you during your wedding. I have been a most incompetent confidant. Shou Qianlin shook her head. "It's not your fault." Tangmi immediately nodded in agreement, her emerald green eyes gleaming with excitement. "Of course it's not my fault. That was Thor, the god of thunder. Not even our most elite mech engineers could have detained him." "Oh, why wasn't Tiadai who was seized? If he had taken me, I would not have resisted. I would have gone with him willingly." Shou Qianlin's delicate brows gradually furrowed. "What do you mean by not resisting?" Chapter 22. His tale, exquisite wine. With a hint of intoxication, Lan Jue inhaled the rich aromas of smoke and peat emanating from the wine, his gaze becoming somewhat entranced. Before him lay a small dining table, capable of accommodating 8 individuals. Though modest in size, it exuded classical elegance, adorned with intricate wood grain and gilded lines, showcasing a remarkable quality. The sommelier occupied the head of the table, with Lan Jue seated to his left, and the gourmet to his right. The gourmet, clad in black trousers and a white shirt, distinguished himself from Lan Jue with a tailored waistcoat that enhanced his gentlemanly demeanor. However, the cuffs of his shirt were rolled up, and he held a slender knife in his right hand, its blade approximately 30 centimeters long, with a handle of a muted yellow hue. If a knowledgeable observer were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished by the knife. Not only for the exquisite cloud patterns on the blade, but also for the mammoth ivory handle, which would be a rare treasure even in the Yuan dynasty. The gourmet's long fingers deftly moved, sending delicate slices of Iberian ham fluttering into a white porcelain plate held in his other hand. Beneath the plate, candlelight flickered, causing the fat to become translucent, bestowing the ham with a crystalline quality. The sommelier glanced at the gourmet and then at Lan Jue, remarking softly, "You have nearly consumed half a bottle of Taiska. May we commence the story?" Lan Jue gently swirled the wine glass in his hand and delicately picked up a slice of ham, savoring its rich yet non-greasy aroma that instantly filled his mouth. He then took a small sip of Taiska whiskey. The robust single malt whiskey erupted like a fierce flame, dispersing its fragrant essence through every pore of his being. Taiska is renowned for its pronounced peat flavor, encapsulating a strong island character, and is a legendary elixir for the untamed. Those who genuinely appreciate its taste find themselves irresistibly drawn to its allure. The sommelier inquired in a low voice, "Is the tale you wish to share about Taiska?" The gourmet completed the warming of another plate of ham and seated himself, brandishing his knife as if to plunge it into the table. Prompting a sharp glare from the sommelier, the gourmet offered a slight smile, sheathing his knife into the solid wood holder. Reaching out, he seized the remaining half bottle of Taiska from the table, the golden liquid shimmering under the light, casting a gentle halo. "If you deny him a drink, he will naturally narrate," he mused as he poured himself half a glass, casually placing the bottle at his side. The sommelier nodded in satisfaction. With a flicker of his eyelids, he said, "Then you may proceed. Will you return in the future?" Lan Jue's lips curled into a semblance of a smile as he replied, "What do you think?" "I believe I visited 3 years ago," he stated calmly, reclining against the back of his chair. 3 years, 1 month, and 3 days, the sommelier responded, reminiscent of a diligent scholar. A hint of bitterness graced the corners of Lan Jue's mouth as he reflected upon his beautiful wife, gentle, exquisite, and kind. Being with her enveloped anyone in a refreshing warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon her, I was utterly captivated. I loved her deeply. We were an enviable couple, navigating the journey of love with ease, sharing companionship, and traversing life's path together. Our union felt effortless, as we naturally embraced the happiness we bestowed upon one another. She was the very essence of my world. The days spent with her were painted in vibrant hues. Yet, why do blissful days always seem so fleeting? 3 years ago, an unforeseen tragedy snatched her away from me forever. I remain oblivious as to whether that incident was truly an accident or a result of foul play. All traces of her existence were obliterated in a catastrophic explosion. I could not find her. She left not a single remnant behind, as if she had never graced my life at all. With her departure, my heart became hollow. Thus, I found myself here. I cherish the tranquility of the celestial Fire Avenue and the life it offers. In my earlier years, upon my first arrival, I fell in love with this place. Originally, I had intended to share it with her, but she left so abruptly. Lan Jue spoke with an air of tranquility, his gaze gradually becoming serene, as if recounting a tale, a narrative entirely detached from his own existence. Not long ago, a visitor graced my jewelry store, leaving behind a note. It conveyed the message that my wife was not deceased and presented a video as evidence. I believed it. I had no choice but to believe. Even if it meant deceiving myself, fully aware of the improbability, I still embraced the notion. Consequently, I assisted them in a matter, and they revealed my wife's whereabouts, shockingly informing me that she was to marry another. As a man, I trust you can fathom the turmoil that engulfed me at that moment. Yet, ultimately, it was mere self-deception. The girl bore a striking resemblance to my wife, but she was not her. At this juncture, Lan Jue paused, a graceful smile gracing his lips. Yet his eyes held an unsettling emptiness. The sommelier gestured towards the gourmet, and in a fleeting moment, a bottle of Taiska materialized in his grasp. Extracting the cork, the sommelier silently poured a glass for Lan Jue before raising his own. He departed. Setting down his glass, Lan Jue rose to leave. And neither the sommelier nor the gourmet made an effort to retain him. The sorrow of a man cannot be easily assuaged by mere words. The sommelier and the gourmet exchanged silent glances, finishing their drinks, while the gourmet consumed the final slice of ham on his plate. I shall take my leave as well, the gourmet remarked. Indeed, the sommelier nodded slightly. As he stood, the gourmet raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "It appears that fellow forgot to settle the bill. Wasn't he supposed to treat us today?" The sommelier's hand, clutching the wine glass, froze as if petrified by a spell. "I earnestly request everyone to support with a few more recommendations. Thank you." Chapter 23. The mercenary king captured. Unconscious, I awoke on the streets. Despite the dramatic upheaval at today's wedding, the Huaming swiftly contained the news, yet it had undoubtedly transformed into a colossal scandal. What began as a political union was irrevocably altered by this sudden twist of fate. Silva Asti was outraged, vehemently criticizing the security measures of Huaming. The bride, yet to enter the Asti family, being seized at her wedding was an unspeakable disgrace in the eyes of the traditional noble Asti lineage. At that moment, Zhou Shuiguan could hardly afford to explain anything. Aside from ordering an immediate news blackout, he hastily secured Tianwaxing, scouring the planet for his daughter's whereabouts. Nothing mattered more to him than the safety of his daughter. "Daughter, there are no outsiders here. Please tell your mother. Are you unwell?" Bai Shao, Shou Qianlin's mother, inquired softly. "I'm fine, truly fine." Shou Qianlin rose. "Father, mother, I feel a bit weary. I shall retire for now. I never anticipated it would turn out this way. Father, I've caused you trouble." Shou Qianlin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Father, do not weep, my child. Go and rest. Xiaomi, please keep Qianlin company. She must be terrified today," Zhou Shuiguan gently said to Tangmi, who was standing nearby. "Uncle, rest assured. I will not leave today," Tangmi replied as she hurried over to take Zhou Qianlin's hand and led her upstairs. Watching his daughter depart, Bai Shao approached Zhou Shuiguan and said, "Shuiguan, this matter is quite troublesome. The West Alliance has already exerted pressure from above. The upper house is currently dissatisfied with you. Is there any way to locate the person who abducted Qianlin?" Zhou Shuiguan shook his head and replied, "Qianlin remembers nothing. There is no useful information. That individual possesses formidable strength and left no trace behind. I consulted with the people from the Holy Hua Hall regarding the footage, and they mentioned that the person bears a striking resemblance to Zeus, the king of mercenaries, who vanished 3 years ago." Zeus. A flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Zhao's eyes. "Are you referring to the enigmatic Zeus among the 4 divine lords?" Zhou Shuiguan nodded and explained. "The 4 divine lords are the most renowned supernatural beings and mecha engineers of the past 2 decades. They are shrouded in mystery and power. According to our records, all 4 are god-level mecha engineers and possess at least a level 9 genetic talent, with ages all under 40. Zeus commands the thunder god mecha and is adept at supernatural abilities, particularly those involving lightning, hence his name. 7 years ago, he entered the mercenary world and, under the guarantee of an elder, undertook an S-rank mission, completing it in an exceptionally short time, thus gaining fame. With that single mission, he ascended to B-rank mercenary status. Subsequently, he accomplished 7 S-rank missions in less than a year, becoming the fastest individual in mercenary history to achieve S-rank. For the following 3 years, he exclusively accepted S-rank and above missions, even completing a challenging SSS rank task, earning him the title of the King of Mercenaries. He has an impeccable record, having never left a task unfinished. However, Zeus is very selective about the missions he accepts and only chooses those that align with his ideals. My investigation into his mission patterns reveals that they almost always revolve around upholding justice. During the execution of his tasks, he has always acted openly and with integrity. 3 years ago, for reasons unknown, Zeus abruptly disappeared and has not been seen since, nor has he accepted any missions. If it is indeed Zeus who has taken action this time, it remains unclear who has commissioned him. Bai Shao sighed in relief and remarked, "I have heard of this king of mercenaries. If it truly is him, then I feel more at ease. Zeus has never been one to aid the wicked, so our daughter should be safe. However, it is perplexing why Zeus would abduct our daughter. Do you think our political enemies might have hired him to disrupt our alliance with the West Alliance through the wedding? Yet, based on Zeus's past missions, he does not seem to be the type to get involved in politics." Zhou Shuiguan responded, "It is difficult to say if he is from the North Alliance. It would make sense for him to engage in political matters for the sake of his own alliance. Now, you should rest early. I have to step out and visit the esteemed speaker of the upper house. I shall manage this matter with utmost care, striving to minimize the repercussions. Chapter 24. Does he dislike women? A week has elapsed since the abduction, and the celestial fire seems to have returned to a state of calm. The interstellar news has not reported anything related to the incident, and all appears to be quite normal. Lan Jue has resumed his life, diligently running his Zeus jewelry store. Business has been rather slow lately, with few customers gracing the establishment. However, the jewelry shop typically does not require a large clientele. Ding, ding, ding. The delicate chime echoed as the door swung open, and a man clad in a casual suit strode in. Xiao greeted the newcomer with a smile and ushered him inside, where Ku dutifully presented a cup of warm water. What brings you here? Let me make it clear that there are no discounts on jewelry, Lan Jue remarked, reclining in his chair, lazily observing the visitor. The gourmet accepted the warm water from Ku and took a seat opposite Lan Jue, retorting with a hint of annoyance, "Look at you, so miserly. You still owe me for the drinks from our last meeting with the sommelier. Is that so?" "I don't recall," Lan Jue replied, feigning surprise as he gazed at the gourmet. With a dismissive tone, the gourmet responded, "So it turns out even your kind can evade debts." Lan Jue curled his lips slightly and asked, "What brings you to me?" The gourmet raised an eyebrow, responding, "Must there always be a reason for my visit?" Lan Jue chuckled, "With your aloof demeanor, I doubt you would come without a purpose. You spend all your time cooped up in that little abode of yours, refusing to step outside." The gourmet let out a sigh and remarked, "It seems I am not particularly welcomed by you." Lan Jue snapped his fingers and smiled at him. "Surely, no one would welcome a debt collector." The gourmet snorted, "You don't owe me any money. I merely came to inform you that in a few days, an entire bluefin tuna will arrive. I wonder if someone has the inclination to partake in such a feast." "An entire one?" Lan Jue's voice shot up an octave, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at the gourmet. He was acutely aware of the rarity of an entire bluefin tuna. This was not a product of Tianhua Star, but rather from the depths of humanity's home planet. The gourmet stood up and said, "All right, I'm off. It will be freshly caught and delivered in about 3 days. Then we will wait another 2 days before we can savor it. Let us set it for 5 days from now. It will still be at the sommelier's place. He has ample space, perfect for such an occasion." "Very well," Lan Jue replied. "The fish is substantial. Feel free to bring friends." As the gourmet spoke, he made his way outside, with Xiao accompanying him to the door. "Boss, take us along," Ku said, pouting adorably as she leaned against the counter in front of Lan Jue. "Ku Xiao chided gently. Ku stuck out her tongue and ran to her side. "We won't embarrass the boss, so what's the harm in going with him?" Xiao grasped her arm and whispered in her ear, "The boss hasn't been in the best of moods lately." Beep, beep, beep. Lan Jue glanced down at his interstellar communicator, which displayed an unfamiliar number. Connecting came a melodious yet somewhat chilly voice from the communicator. "Number 37 Huang Street, Luoyan Tea House." Lan Jue was initially taken aback, but he soon recognized the voice's owner. His expression changed slightly. "All right, I will be there immediately." As he spoke, he rose and hurriedly made his way outside. Observing his hasty departure, Kua's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of suspicion. It seemed that something was amiss with the boss lately. Xiao's eyes reflected a trace of concern, although the boss appeared as he always did. She sensed that his typically warm aura had become considerably more melancholic, indicating that he must have encountered some troubles. Chapter 25, The Bodyguard? Time seemed to stand still, as white dresses and black hair intertwined with slender, jade-like fingers, and the subtle fragrance of tea wafted through the air, painting a perfect yet involuntary picture that imprinted itself upon the heart. 2 cups of tea were poured, both made of small purple clay, just enough for a single sip. "Are you going to stand the whole time?" Zhou Qianlin lifted her gaze to the somewhat dazed man before her. Lan Jue came to his senses and sat down in the rattan chair opposite her. Zhou Qianlin gestured invitingly while she lifted a cup of fragrant tea, savoring the delicate aroma as she brought it to her lips, slowly sipping it down. Lan Jue brought the teacup to his nose, bestowing a gentle kiss upon it. Savoring the exquisite Jin Junmei and Jiashan Xiaosheng, he had always held a profound appreciation for all the beautiful things in this world. The art of tea, originating from ancient China, is steeped in a rich tapestry of civilization and history, encompassing countless profound truths. Naturally, he cherished it dearly. Unlike most tea enthusiasts who favored green tea, his heart belonged to black tea. Green tea exudes a refreshing aroma, while black tea envelopes one in warmth. As he took a sip, The robust fragrance instantly filled his being, rendering him momentarily translucent, as if all the worries in his heart had poured out in an instant. "What exquisite tea!" Lan Jue exclaimed with genuine admiration. Zhou Qianlin poured him another cup, then filled her own. The small purple clay teapot held only enough for 4 petite cups. Any further consumption would necessitate a refill. After finishing the tea before him and setting the cup down, Lan Jue finally lifted his gaze to meet hers. His bright eyes, as blue as the sea, held a tranquil glimmer, framed by long, delicately trembling lashes. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lan Jue, the proprietor of the Zeus jewelry store on Tianhua Avenue." He extended his hand towards Zhou Qianlin. She looked up at him, her gaze calm, yet imbued with an icy distance that suggested a desire for solitude. "I did not invite you here to reintroduce ourselves, but rather to discuss our matters," Zhou Qianlin replied, her voice still melodious, yet tinged with an unmistakable chill. Lan Jue inwardly scoffed, pondering if this was perhaps her reason for indulging in black tea. "Indeed," he nodded. Zhou Qianlin suddenly felt a surge of frustration. This man appeared as if nothing had transpired. "If memory serves, you mentioned you would grant me a request that day," she stated. "Yes. Have you given it thought?" Lan Jue asked, his surprise evident as he regarded her. After all, it was Zeus's promise. Surely, she wouldn't he consider it an ordinary affair. "I have considered it," Zhou Qianlin affirmed with a nod. Lan Jue was eager to resolve the matter at hand. His outward calm belied the turmoil within. On the contrary, this profound sense of guilt had not surfaced in what felt like an eternity. "I am a student." Zhou Qianlin lifted the lid of the purple clay teapot, pouring in fresh hot water once more, a second-year student at the Huaming National Academy. A national scholar? Lan Jue felt a flicker of recognition. He distinctly recalled that when he first viewed that video, she was indeed attending a class within a classroom. He had heard of the Huaming National Academy before. Renowned as one of the finest institutions in Huaming, particularly noted for its mecha studies. This academy specialized in education related to mecha and related disciplines. Its mecha research branch was so prestigious that it did not bear the title of a military academy. In terms of Huaming's academic hierarchy, the Huaming National Academy stood as the pinnacle of higher education, offering a 4-year bachelor's program. Upon graduation, students could enter the workforce. Possessing such a degree served as an invaluable stepping stone for the majority to integrate into society and the military. Among bachelor's graduates, particularly exceptional individuals could pursue further studies through rigorous assessments, thereby becoming national scholars. The program for national scholars also spanned 4 years, and upon completion, graduates emerged as elite talents within the entire alliance, certain to be highly valued in their respective fields, often achieving remarkable feats in a relatively short time. Throughout Huaming, only a handful of higher education institutions conferred the title of national scholar, with the total number of graduates each year never exceeding 1,000. For this reason, the status of national scholars was exceedingly high within Huaming, and similarly esteemed in the Western and Northern alliances. "I did not anticipate that you were a national scholar as well," Lan Jue remarked with a smile. Zhou Qianlin replied, "Until I graduate, I cannot claim that title." Lan Jue remarked, "If my memory serves me correctly, the Huaming National Academy is a mecha academy. Since you are a national graduate student, do you wish for me to impart knowledge regarding mechas? While this is certainly feasible, it may prove to be rather arduous." This was his initial thought. Although Zhou Qianlin may not be aware of his true identity, he had already demonstrated his formidable prowess in mechas that day. It appears that this young woman possesses a certain level of acumen. However, Zhou Qianlin's subsequent words left him utterly astounded. "I refuse to have a mecha instructor," Zhou Qianlin coldly declared. "Do you truly believe I would seek a brute as my mentor?" Brute? Lan Jue felt as if every hair on his head stood on end. No one had ever characterized him in such a manner before. Are we nobles to be considered brutes? His breath became noticeably uneven. Zhou Qianlin retorted icily. "Is that not the case? A person who does not even comprehend what a hospital is not a brute?" Her words struck him like a slap to the face, instantly extinguishing his anger. With a slight motion at the corner of his mouth, he leaned back in his chair, opting not to provide any further explanation. No amount of justification could erase the fact that he had sullied her reputation. "What then do you wish for me to do?" Lan Jue inquired. He yearned to depart swiftly, for facing this girl always instilled within him a profound sense of powerlessness. He felt as if he were no longer Zeus, but rather a mere morsel upon a cutting board. "There are still more than 2 years until my graduation. Due to the incident from a week ago, the Western Alliance will seek retribution against our Huaming, particularly targeting my family. I am deeply concerned for my safety. Although you are reckless, you should be able to serve as a bodyguard, albeit barely. Until I graduate, I require your protection while at school. Bodyguard? Lan Jue's voice rose an octave in disbelief. He had never anticipated Zhou Qianlin would make such a request. If he previously thought Zhou Qianlin disregarded his earlier proposal, now it felt as though a stampede of 1,000 alpacas had trampled through his mind. Do not forget tonight's event at 8 o'clock. No way. Lan Jue almost immediately rejected her proposal without hesitation. What does being a bodyguard entail? It means being in constant proximity to the individual needing protection, safeguarding their well-being at all times. The crux lies in the word constant, which is simply unbearable. The once invincible Zeus, a titan in the mercenary realm. Now being a bodyguard for over 2 years, this was something Lan Jue could not endure. Why had he become a mercenary? A being with a 9th-level genetic aptitude. A godly mecha master with boundless opportunities ahead. Why would he choose such a profession? The answer is straightforward, for the sake of freedom. It could be said that Zhou Qianlin's condition had directly struck a sensitive nerve, rendering him incapable of acquiescence. He lifted the purple clay teapot from the tea set, pouring a cup of Yinengzhe made for Lan Jue before serving himself. Slowly savoring the tea, he said, "Please propose an alternative request." Lan Jue spoke with a hint of exasperation, unaware that in her presence, he resembled anything but a nobleman. "No need," Zhou Qianlin replied as she rose to her feet. "What demands can I make of someone who does not honor their promises?" As she spoke, she walked slowly towards the exit. "You." Lan Jue abruptly stood up, grasping her arm. "What is it that you truly desire?" Zhou Qianlin cast him a cold glance. "I do not desire anything. I merely articulated my request. Since you are unwilling to comply, then so be it." Lan Jue hesitated. "What about the matters between us?" Zhou Qianlin abruptly broke free from his grasp, her piercing gaze locking onto him with such an icy intensity that Lan Jue instinctively took a step back, as if crushed under the weight of a swine. With that remark, Zhou Qianlin resolutely turned and strode out. Lan Jue felt as if his electric powers had short-circuited, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Standing there for what seemed like an eternity, unable to regain his composure. "Don't go." After several moments, he finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly rushed outside, only to collide with a waiter. "Sir, you have yet to settle the bill." Lan Jue hurriedly paid and rushed outside, finally catching up with Zhou Qianlin at the entrance of the Fallen Cloud Tea House. "Stop right there," Lan Jue exclaimed in frustration. Zhou Qianlin turned around, her gaze calm as she looked at him. "What further guidance do you seek?" Lan Jue stepped forward, grasping her frail shoulders with both hands. His teeth clenched as he demanded, "What did you just say?" Zhou Qianlin met his gaze without a hint of fear, responding, "I said it feels like being crushed by a pig." The tempest of fury was evident in Lan Jue's eyes, which sparkled with electric intensity, clearly on the verge of eruption. Zhou Qianlin slightly tilted her head back, a flicker of disdain dancing in her azure eyes. "What's the matter? Are you infuriated out of embarrassment?" Lan Jue released his grip and slowly stepped back, suggesting an alternative request. Zhou Qianlin did not spare him a glance and turned to leave. This time, Lan Jue refrained from pursuing her. Watching her tall and elegant figure vanish around the street corner, his fists involuntarily clenching, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotions rising within him. As she turned the corner, Zhou Qianlin abruptly leaned against the wall, covering her suddenly flushed cheeks with her hands, breathing heavily. The pressure felt immense at that moment. It seemed as if the warmth from his large hands still lingered on her shoulders. Yet soon, she couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The scene from earlier had been utterly amusing, especially when she had uttered that line about being crushed by a pig. He must have been infuriated, haha. However, how would Zeus, who was always true to his word, react? Observing his ashen face, both Xiao and Kuo were taken aback, their gazes growing increasingly peculiar. "Who has he gotten so angry with?" Kuo whispered in astonishment, noting his grim expression. Xiao shook her head. "I've never seen him this furious." Bodyguard, crushed by a pig. Yet, this request was simply too hard to accept. To be at her side as a bodyguard daily was something the freedom-loving Lan Jue could hardly bear. Especially for over 2 years, at least 2 years and 3 months according to the academic system. No, he couldn't acquiesce to her. Under no circumstances could he agree. However, if he refused, it would mean breaking his promise. In his haste, he had failed to articulate the limitations of that promise. Moreover, he had tarnished her reputation. Without making amends, it would be a persistent thorn in his heart, akin to a bone lodged in his throat. Meanwhile, Zhou Qianlin lay in bed, the delicate pink curtains creating an ambience reminiscent of a floral sea. Reclining on the soft bed, her gaze was somewhat hazy and complex. Her thoughts in a constant state of flux. Would he agree? What if he truly refused? What then? Beep, beep, beep. Zhou Qianlin sprang up from her bed instantaneously. But when she saw the incoming call on her interstellar communicator, she couldn't help but feel deflated. Xiaomi, what is it? I'm Tangmi. Came the furious roar from the other end of the communicator. All right, Tangmi it is, Zhou Qianlin replied with resignation. What do you need to adjust? Tangmi inquired. Certainly your mood. Sister, after such a significant incident, you wouldn't be so thick-skinned as to forget it immediately, would you? Tangmi chuckled. You better not forget. I must tell you, you can't have anything to do with my idol. I plan to become a mercenary and chase after the footsteps of the mercenary king as a beautiful girl. You can't steal my thunder. Go away, you heartless creature. Zhou Qianlin retorted, abruptly ending the interstellar call. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator chimed once more. Zhou Qianlin instinctively answered the call, asserting that she would not compete with him, as long as he had the capability. What do you mean, competing with me? A surprised voice resonated from the other end of the interstellar communication. Zhou Qianlin's body stiffened momentarily. Is it you? The voice on the opposite side was somewhat deep, and though it comprised only a few simple words, it seemed to be imbued with immense courage. I have agreed to your request. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qianlin's eyes gradually brightened, and a faint smile graced her lips as she languidly replied, Do not feel forced. I have never been one to impose upon others. The other end of the interstellar communication seemed to emit a grinding sound. I am not imposing. That's good, Zhou Qianlin responded, no longer provoking him. Lan Jue suppressed the impulse to smash the interstellar communicator in his hand, taking a deep breath before inquiring, When exactly do you require my protection? And what specific measures should I undertake? Zhou Qianlin replied, I have comprehensive security measures at home. You only need to ensure my safety during school hours. If the school is on vacation, you too shall have your respite. Upon hearing this, Lan Jue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not a matter of constant, close protection, granting him a semblance of personal time. What role will I assume while safeguarding you at school? Shall I enroll as your classmate? Lan Jue continued to question. On the other end of the communicator, Zhou Qianlin fell silent for a moment, then quipped, Uncle, please have some dignity. At your age, being my classmate is rather absurd. Uncle? Lan Jue's facial muscles twitched as he could no longer contain himself. Erupting in an angry roar, am I really that old? I am merely 27. Given the current average human lifespan of 120 years across the interstellar alliances, he was still in the prime of his youth. Moreover, as far as he knew, many distinguished students at prestigious academies did not graduate until they reached his age. Zhou Qianlin stifled her laughter, desperately trying to suppress her amusement. You are quite old. Perhaps you should refrain from being a student, as it would be too revealing. I am 27, he reiterated, exasperated. Just then, the interstellar communication was abruptly cut off. Ha. Zhou Qianlin laughed uncontrollably, rolling on her bed. A wave of vindictive pleasure coursing through her. Beep, beep, beep. The interstellar communicator rang again. Zhou Qianlin hurriedly covered her slightly aching stomach from laughter and answered once more. Zhou Qianlin, I warn you, if you continue to insult my dignity, and what will you do? Zhou Qianlin retorted coolly. Real men do not quarrel with women. What I owe you will be repaid. Once these 2 years pass, we shall have no further ties. Now tell me, how do you wish for me to enter the academy? Lan Jue endeavored to keep his tone steady, knowing that the more frustrated he became, the more pleasure it brought Zhou Qianlin. He could not allow her to have the upper hand. Why not enter the academy as a teacher? Your age fits the bill. How you get in is your own concern. Aren't you quite capable, Mr. Zeus? With that, Zhou Qianlin swiftly hung up the call. Teacher? Lan Jue was taken aback. Me? A teacher? What kind of teacher? While the Huaming National Academy was not primarily known for training mecha engineers, it was indeed a legitimate mecha academy. For Lan Jue, becoming a teacher at such an institution was an exceedingly simple task. With his extraordinary skills as a master mecha engineer, even securing a position at the most prestigious academies of the 3 major alliances would be well within his reach. Humph. I cannot let her have her way. I will keep my promise, but the manner of fulfilling it shall not be dictated by her. If it's to be a teacher, then I certainly shall not be a mecha instructor. Upon this realization, a spark of inspiration ignited within Lan Jue's mind, gradually giving rise to a unique conception. A mischievous smile crept upon his lips, as the previous gloom appeared to dissipate entirely. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped his right wrist. Lan Jue lifted his hand, and gently pressed a golden bracelet adorning his wrist. A soft golden beam emanated forth, expanding outward to form a human silhouette. It depicted an elderly gentleman, tall and imposing, his face etched with wrinkles that obscured his true age, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary clarity of blue, as if they could reflect the cosmos. He was draped in an opulent white robe of silk, adorned with numerous silver threads and encrusted with a variety of gemstones. A pointed hat crowned his head, and on the ring finger of his right hand, he wore a magnificent ruby ring. As the image faded, the words emergency meeting of the Tianhua Committee distinctly resonated in Lan Jue's mind, causing him to startle slightly. Tianhua Avenue boasted a total of 168 establishments, overseen and reviewed by the committee of just 18 members. Each month, the committee convened twice for routine meetings to address internal affairs of Tianhua Avenue. An emergency meeting, however, was only summoned under exceptionally rare circumstances. Since Lan Jue's arrival at Tianhua Avenue, this marked the first occurrence of such an urgent assembly. Tianhua Avenue was not merely a path for the nobility. It also served as a thoroughfare for those endowed with extraordinary abilities. To establish a shop along Tianhua Avenue, one must possess at least a 7th-level genetic aptitude and undergo rigorous scrutiny. The 18 members of the Tianhua Avenue Committee represented the pinnacle of strength among all practitioners. Though this organization was loosely structured, it was renowned within the Huaming and the entirety of the 3 major alliances. Without formidable power as its foundation, Tianhua Avenue could not have endured over the years on Tianhua Star, still maintaining its own set of rules. Lan Jue swiftly rose to his feet, donning a deep blue 3-piece suit. Adorning his left hand was a tail ring as he stepped outside. Under the illumination of the room's light, the tail ring appeared to leave behind a vibrant arc of green light in the air, infused with vitality. The design of the tail ring was quite unique. It was crafted from silvery white metal, with one side of the upper portion wider than the other, resembling an almost trapezoidal shape. It was meticulously inlaid with small diamonds and sapphires, reminiscent of the spots on a leopard. At its center, a triangular green gemstone was set, exuding an aura of life that was distinctly its own. Before departing, Lan Jue rotated the tail ring on his pinky finger half a turn, concealing the green gemstone within, rendering it invisible from the outside. This tail ring bears the name, The Oath of the Thunder God. Chapter 28. The Committee Tianhua Museum Conference Room. The conference room exudes an antique charm, covering nearly 300 square meters. The walls are adorned with valuable masterpieces, complemented by the overall dark red decor, creating a grand and sophisticated atmosphere. At the long table, 12 individuals are already seated, alongside the diviner occupying the head position, making a total of 13. The sommelier occupies the left side of the diviner, while Lan Jue, a jeweler, sits at the far left next to the gourmet. The diviner raised his hand and gently tapped the table before him, drawing everyone's attention. All committee members of Tianhua Star have gathered, while the other 5 members are occupied with matters on different planets. The diviner's aged face possesses a peculiar allure, captivating the gaze of all present, evoking a sensation akin to gazing into the void. Nevertheless, each individual's eyes reflect a degree of respect. As the eldest of Tianhua Avenue and the chairperson of its committee, the diviner has always been regarded as the brain of Tianhua Avenue. The diviner continued, stating, "The reason I have summoned you all urgently today is due to an unforeseen event that requires resolution. The Huaming Administrative Council has contacted me." Upon hearing this, Lan Jue's eyes flickered slightly. The Huaming Administrative Council? Could it be related to that matter? The Pope's Castle of the Ximen Alliance has dispatched an envoy to Huaming, specifically requesting an exchange with our Tianhua Avenue. The Administrative Council hopes that we can accommodate this exchange. Is this a retaliation from the Ximen Alliance? Lan Jue felt a twinge of surprise, but swiftly dismissed the notion. While the Daoist family wields significant power within the Ximen Alliance, it would be unlikely for them to invoke the influence of the Pope's Castle. The status of the Pope's Castle within the Ximen Alliance parallels that of Tianhua Avenue within Huaming, perhaps even surpassing it. It occupies a position akin to that of a guest, and would not act upon a failed political marriage. The fact that the diviner regards this exchange with such seriousness suggests that it is likely of considerable significance. Since the advent of the new era, the rapid development of mechatechnology has established it as the mainstream on the battlefield. The 3 major alliances, North, West, and Huaming, are all diligently developing new types of mechas and training elite mecha pilots. Though the 3 alliances appear harmonious on the surface, Friction frequently arises on the border planets they jointly inhabit. As mecha technology advances, a powerful mecha pilot commanding a super mecha possesses the ability to alter the course of a war. Mastery of mechas necessitates a robust physique, and individuals with higher genetic endowments are more readily cultivated into exceptional mecha pilots. Consequently, those with extraordinary abilities draw heightened attention. Extraordinary individuals are categorized into several types, with those whose innate genetic talents awaken being referred to as innate extraordinary individuals. Huaming predominantly comprises this type of extraordinary individual. In the realm of the Heavenly Fire Avenue, those endowed with extraordinary abilities are predominantly innate ability users, which constitutes a fundamental requirement for membership within this esteemed domain. The Northern Alliance boasts the most advanced technology in this regard, possessing organizations dedicated to the enhancement of ability users, namely the Reformation Alliance. Among the three classifications of ability users, innate users are the least numerous, while the latter two categories are relatively abundant. Acquired and reformed ability users possess the remarkable capacity for rapid enhancement and the formation of formidable combat prowess. However, unlike their innate counterparts, they lack the theoretical potential for boundless advancement. The diviner continued, if only the ability users from the Holy Castle were to arrive, it would be manageable. However, it is highly probable that those from the Dark Castle will join them. The relationship between these two significant fortresses of the Western Alliance is strained, and it is perplexing that they would come together on this occasion. The diviner further stated, the ability users from the Holy Castle and the Dark Castle are expected to reach the Heavenly Fire Star in a month. As of now, we do not possess a list of personnel for this visit. Nonetheless, we must prepare for the exchange. The purpose of gathering everyone today is to confirm the committee members responsible for communication with our counterparts. At present, we may require at least 3 committee members to partake in this exchange, along with several shop owners. Which committee members are willing to engage in this task may now step forward, the sommelier announced. Given the circumstances surrounding the joint arrival of the 2 castles from the Western Alliance, the specifications should be considerable. Therefore, I shall lead our delegation. He is the vice president of the Heavenly Fire Avenue Committee. The diviner nodded slightly. Is there anyone else willing to volunteer? I shall partake as well. Blue Absolute raised his hand. Regardless of whether this exchange from the Western Alliance is related to the events of a week prior, the Heavenly Fire Avenue has tacitly approved his actions from that time, and he feels a sense of duty to contribute. The diviner smiled faintly and nodded towards Blue Absolute. Very well, jeweler. I shall join as well. Another voice chimed in, slightly raspy. Following the sound, the source was a young man seated at the far end of the diviner's right. He appeared slightly older than Blue Absolute, with meticulously styled hair, wearing a leather jacket, of medium build, and bearing a somewhat languid expression. Oh, is the cunning scissor ready to make a move? Teased a woman resembling a young matron, seated several positions above the young man. His expression stiffened. My codename is not Cunning Scissor. The matron laughed playfully. Isn't a hairdresser supposed to use small scissors? Just like a tailor uses large shears, and no one raises an eyebrow. Since we are all men of stature, I shall also join, she declared. With 4 committee members, we shall demonstrate our seriousness towards them. The diviner nodded, affirming, very well, the committee for this reception shall be established. The sommelier will lead, accompanied by the jeweler, hairdresser, and beautician. As the new week dawns, heartfelt requests for support and recommendations are made. Today, there will be 3 updates, at 7 and 17 hours respectively. Chapter 29. The beautician and the barber. The other members of the Tianhua Avenue Committee gradually rose from their seats, departing quietly. Only upon exiting did hushed conversations commence. Please, esteemed scholar, wait a moment. Lan Jue addressed an elderly gentleman seated in the prominent position to the right of the diviner. This venerable figure, seemingly of similar age to the diviner, donned a traditional Tang suit reminiscent of ancient China, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. His movements were somewhat sluggish, suggesting he was well into the twilight years of his life. However, he was, in fact, another vice president of the Tianhua Avenue Committee, with seniority surpassing even that of the diviner. Lan Jue swiftly approached the old scholar, assisting him as he rose from his seat. I have a matter to discuss. Would it be convenient for you to meet me at the bookstore after the meeting? Lan Jue whispered softly in the scholar's ear as they reached the doorway. The old scholar smiled warmly and nodded kindly. Come, come. Within the conference room remained only the 5 committee members, the diviner, the sommelier, the jeweler, the beautician, and the barber. The diviner spoke. I must trouble you with this matter. We still need to select 20 more proprietors from the Tianhua Avenue to partake in this reception. Turning to the sommelier, he continued, I rely on you for this. The sommelier nodded slightly. I shall take charge of selecting the proprietors. The beautician, adorned in a lovely pink gown, possessed striking beauty and an exquisite figure. Appearing to be in her late 20s, she cast a charming smile towards the sommelier. He nodded in return, saying, the specifics of the reception will be managed by the Huaming Association. We merely need to handle the communication. The beautician's gaze drifted towards the young jeweler seated diagonally across from her. Since you joined our committee, we have yet to see your capabilities in action. Young man, do make an effort this time. The previously serene expression on Lan Jue's face abruptly stiffened, yet he refrained from retorting. Although he was not overly familiar with the members of the Fire Avenue, he was aware of the hairdresser's reputation. The beautician's earlier remark about him being a ruthless little scissor was not without merit. As far as Lan Jue knew, this hairdresser had once been a super assassin in the Northern Alliance and was among the highest wanted criminals. The fact that he did not resist much when teased by the beautician indicated that this charming individual, seemingly not yet 30, was far from being easy to deal with. In comparison to the two great fortresses of the Western Alliance and the Northern Alliance's Grand Coalition, Fire Avenue had the fewest number of supernatural beings. Yet it was widely acknowledged to host the most elite among them. To be selected as a member of Fire Avenue required one to possess abilities ranked at level 9 or above. Due to the loose management style of Fire Avenue, even the supernatural beings here were often unaware of each other's specific abilities prior to deeper interactions. An unknown level 9 supernatural being was undoubtedly a nightmare. The only person who had recently stirred Lan Jue's emotions to such an extent was that audacious young lady who had dared to enlist him as a bodyguard. The sommelier remarked calmly, to know oneself and one's enemy is to win 100 battles. The reason for retaining the three of you is that we are likely to become comrades in arms. Therefore, I hope everyone can introduce their abilities to become better acquainted. The beautician, fiddling with her star-patterned nails, chimed in, I'm perfectly fine, but it seems we are not very familiar with the jeweler's younger brother. My ability is called dream weaving. And you, little brother? Hiki. Seeing the beautician's charming smile, Lan Jue felt a slight tremor within. Dream weaving. While this term might sound commonplace to ordinary individuals, it thundered in his ears. He had heard of this ability before. It was said that 20 years ago, a girl whose family was slaughtered awakened her powers just as she was about to become the last victim. It was dream weaving. At the onset of her dream weaving ability, she possessed a level 9 genetic talent. Although she had yet to master her powers at that time, all her enemies were plunged into a hellish illusion instantaneously. The terror swirling in the girl's mind manifested as a haunting illusion. Ultimately, every enemy responsible for her family's demise perished within that illusion, leaving none alive. Afterward, due to the intense trauma she suffered, the girl experienced a psychological breakdown, unleashing vast illusions upon the streets of a city, nearly bringing it to its knees. Eventually, she was captured by the military of the Hua Alliance. In his childhood, Lan Jue had perused numerous secret accounts of extraordinary individuals endowed with unique powers. This narrative is but one of the many captivating tales that linger in his memory. He distinctly recalls that dreamlike abilities are exceedingly rare. In fact, within the confines of his recollection, he can recall only a singular instance of such an occurrence. Could it be that this charming and radiant beautician before him possesses such a gift? The beautician leaned on the table, cradling his face in his hands, and gazed at Lan Jue with a smile. Lightning, Lan Jue replied succinctly. The barber cast a sidelong glance at him. My ability is speed. Speed. Lan Jue did not underestimate his ability simply because it was speed. Any power, when taken to its zenith, can be extraordinarily formidable, and speed is no exception. The barber's inclusion as one of the members of the Heavenly Fire Avenue is a testament to the exceptional nature of his swiftness. The sommelier nodded and said, very well. Let us conclude for today. Everyone seems to have gained a reasonable understanding. As per the customary protocol, everything discussed within the committee must remain confidential. Otherwise, one would become an adversary of the Heavenly Fire Avenue. The beautician, barber, and jeweler all nodded in agreement. The diviner smiled slightly and remarked, I have made a brief prediction. This matter will be fraught with excitement, yet devoid of peril, and perhaps even some amusing occurrences will unfold. As Lan Jue leisurely exited the Heavenly Fire Museum and made his way toward the Old Scholars Library, he was suddenly interrupted by the barber's voice from behind. Jeweler. The barber said, his gaze intensely fixed upon him. Let us test our skills. However, Lan Jue had no interest in the barber's proposal and, feeling rather discontented that day, turned to continue toward the library. In a flash, the barber appeared before him, blocking his path. Lan Jue took a step to the side. Yet the barber seemed to teleport, remaining just a foot ahead of him. No matter which direction Lan Jue shifted, the barber stood unwaveringly in his path. I am in a rather foul mood today. Lan Jue paused his steps. The barber smirked. I, on the other hand, am in splendid spirits. Lan Jue smiled indifferently. Since you wish to exchange emotions with me, let us proceed. How intriguing. Allow me to act as the judge. The beautician's cheerful voice echoed once more. The trio made their way to an inconspicuous elevator located beside the broad staircase of the museum. The beautician raised her hand and touched the marble surface beside her. Subsequently, the elevator doors opened, revealing a circular space with a diameter of 5 meters. The three entered the elevator, which lacked any buttons, and the doors closed automatically. An electronic voice announced, "Welcome to the beautician, barber, and jeweler committee." A slight sensation of weightlessness ensued, indicating that the elevator was descending rapidly. After a full minute, the sensation dissipated, and the elevator doors silently opened, a cacophony of sounds rushing in. Outside the elevator lay a wide street, reminiscent of Tianhua Avenue, flanked by various buildings. Gazing upwards, one could see the blue sky and white clouds drifting leisurely. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that, in contrast to the true freedom of the sky, these clouds followed a pattern, revealing a colossal domed ceiling. Compared to the desolate Tianhua Avenue above, this place was decidedly more vibrant, bustling with a throng of pedestrians. And many shops were thriving with customers. Indeed, this was another Tianhua Avenue, a genuine world for those with extraordinary abilities. Individuals with genetic talents rated 3 or above, whether innate, acquired, or modified, could access this realm by paying a fee. Here, there were dedicated areas for training, premium supplies exclusive to extraordinary individuals, auctions for mech-related goods, arenas for life and death battles, casinos, shops, and task platforms. Almost everything one could desire was available. However, this place also adhered to its own regulations, forbidding any industries associated with crime. The Tianhua Avenue Committee governed this domain, and no one dared to defy the rules, as none would risk offending the might of the most formidable alliance of extraordinary beings in the contemporary human world. Upon exiting the elevator, Lan Jue, the barber, and the beautician harmoniously turned left. Compared to the surface-level Tianhua Avenue, the buildings flanking this underground avenue were even more extravagant, yet still imbued with an ancient ambience. The age of this place nearly mirrored that of its surface counterpart. One could even assert that the underground Tianhua Avenue existed before its above-ground version. This was a paradise for extraordinary beings, where many came to enhance their strength, amass wealth, and fulfill their desires. As the trio continued onward, they encountered a towering, bald man approaching them. This behemoth stood over 2 meters tall, clad only in a tank top, with arms that undoubtedly exceeded the beautician's waist in girth. He walked with the imposing presence of a steamroller. Most strikingly, a metallic shell encased his head, obscuring half of his face, and the eye on that side glowed ominously red. Generally speaking, pedestrians traverse the streets on the right side, yet this imposing figure strides against the flow, exuding an intimidating aura as he marches forward. Those with extraordinary abilities walking nearby instinctively make way. In this place, no one desires to provoke trouble, for the Tianhua Avenue forbids any form of violence. Any disputes must be settled in the arena. However, this bald, robust man appears oblivious to such regulations. It seems he is nearing the trio of Lan Jue. The trio of Lan Jue, the barber, and the jeweler exhibited a conspicuous lack of awareness regarding the need to yield. As the burly, bald man approached, his countenance, masked by metal, suddenly contorted into a sinister grin upon noticing that the three did not step aside. He advanced directly towards the barber. The barber shrugged and turned to the beautician, remarking on the ever-present individual's intent on disrupting the established order. Almost before his words had fully escaped his lips, the bald man collided with him. However, the onlookers, endowed with extraordinary abilities, halted in their tracks, for the immense figure of the bald man was unexpectedly propelled through the air like a discarded sack, soaring several meters before crashing violently to the ground. The correlation of speed and power became evident. Lan Jue observed that, in the fleeting moment before impact, the barber seemed to momentarily dissipate into an ethereal form, only to then collide with the man's chest with his shoulder. The beautician covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with shock. Little Scissors, you are far too violent. It looks painfully intense. The barber rolled his eyes in response. Please, could you refrain from such remarks? The lives I have taken likely do not even amount to a fraction of yours. Lan Jue observed with a detached demeanor, his heart stirred upon hearing the barber's words. A notorious assassin claimed that the number of his victims scarcely amounted to a fraction of another's. The beautician's gaze flitted towards Lan Jue, and with a playful grin, she remarked, Little brother, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. Such a timid sister like me would never take a life. The burly man, who had been knocked down by the barber, had already risen from the ground. He was no fool and was acutely aware of his own physical strength. The fact that someone could send him sprawling in an instant was a clear indication that he was not a person to be trifled with. He turned to leave in disgrace. Stop, the barber commanded sharply. Leaning back nonchalantly, the barber continued, that question should be directed towards you. Do you know where you are? A glint of menace flashed in the bald man's eyes. The Heavenly Fire Avenue. Since you are aware, why then do you deliberately seek to violate the rules? The barber inquired. I did not break any rules. Which regulation on the Heavenly Fire Avenue states that one cannot travel against the flow? The burly man retorted, a look of confusion crossing his face. The barber feigned enlightenment. Ah, so you are aware that you were indeed going the wrong way. That's splendid. You are correct. There has been no such rule against it, until now. From this moment forth, such a rule shall exist, for I decree it. I will submit this regulation to the Heavenly Fire Avenue Committee, and your malicious actions today will face consequences. The bald man's face paled. You speak nonsense. On what grounds do you condemn me? As he spoke, he suddenly turned and fled. The barber scoffed. The individuals in the Grand Alliance truly lack intelligence. Let us depart. He continued walking forward, seemingly unconcerned by the bald man's escape. Lan Jue and the beautician likewise chose not to glance back. The burly man hastily plunged into the crowd, and after sprinting for a short distance, he glanced over his shoulder. Seeing that the sinister-looking young soldier had not pursued him, he finally exhaled in relief. Come with us. A middle-aged man in a gray suit, hands buried in his pockets, had appeared beside him unexpectedly, speaking in a calm tone. The burly man flinched. Who are you? Surrounding him were 7 or 8 men clad in gray. The enforcement team of the Heavenly Fire Avenue, the gray-suited man replied, his patience wearing thin. On what grounds do you intend to arrest me? The burly man's muscles began to swell ominously. With a sigh, the gray-suited man remarked, why must you be so blind? Of all people to provoke, you choose to harass the esteemed barber. You are fortunate that he is in good spirits today, otherwise. Do you think we would need to intervene? As he spoke, a sudden gleam emanated from his hand, and the burly man let out a grunt as he collapsed to the ground. Take him away. As Lan Jue beheld the domed structure before him, a spark of interest flickered across his face. This is my first visit here. This place is called the Arena of Life and Death, is it not? The barber beamed at him and said, indeed. The Life and Death Arena is specifically designed for duels among those with enmity, where the contest is strikingly fair. After both parties enter into a life or death contract, the victor and the vanquished are determined, with fate sealed. No one is permitted to seek further vengeance. Individuals with profound backgrounds and deep-seated grievances are eager to resolve their disputes in this arena, which is guaranteed by the Heavenly Fire Avenue Committee. As a result, those engaging in wagers are numerous, and thus, the business here has always flourished. Lan Jue smiled as well, and I suddenly felt my spirits lift a little. Barber. You see, we are all individuals of distinction. We are aristocrats, and we never engage in frivolous brawls. Instead, why not wager something? The barber was taken aback for a moment. You wish to bet with me? Lan Jue smiled and said, indeed. The barber clapped his hands together, producing a sharp sound, and replied with a grin, that is truly splendid. How did you know I have a penchant for such things? Ah, you truly are perceptive, esteemed committee member. You understand my sentiments so well. Well, to speak candidly, I have my eye on that fiery spirit diamond in your shop, the one weighing a whopping 50 carats. However, my financial situation is rather tight. We are not too familiar with each other, and it would feel somewhat awkward to directly ask you for it. A look of realization washed over Lan Jue's face, as he exclaimed, so that's how it is. You should have mentioned it earlier. As fellow committee members, I can certainly make some concessions. However, judging by your demeanor, it seems you are not inclined to spend any money. The barber nodded earnestly. The beautician, smiling from the sidelines, remarked, since you have appointed me as the judge, I must ensure fairness prevails in this competition. Little scissors, if you desire the fire spirit diamond. You must present something of equivalent value. The barber replied, of course, I have always been fair to both young and old alike. Jeweler, what do you think of this? As he spoke, the barber reached into his pocket and, in the next moment, produced an object in his hand. It was a metal piece, roughly the size of a palm, its surface radiating an ethereal sheen, as if sunlight emanated from within, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Lan Jue promptly declared, "This is a fair wager." The barber presented a piece of metal with an exquisite name, known as seven-colored silver, which possesses remarkable conductivity and is deemed even more precious than the rarest of ores. This alloy, when infused with just a trace of seven-colored silver, can amplify the abilities of any weapon crafted for the extraordinary. A piece no larger than a palm, its value surpasses that of the fire dragon diamond the barber sought. While rare ores can be mined from designated planets, seven-colored silver is a matter of fortune. Its collection is exceedingly challenging, often found only alongside certain special metals. The barber directly handed the seven-colored silver to the beautician, solidifying their agreement. As he spoke, he stepped into the arena of life and death. The arena is not merely a single platform, but a complex of multiple stages. Though the structure appears modest from the outside, the internal arenas boast spatial technology. Anyone wishing to engage in a life-or-death battle or a sparring match must pay a fee, after which dedicated staff will act as referees to register and oversee the proceedings. As members of the Heavenly Fire Avenue Committee, Lan Jue and his companions were exempt from fees and had access to the highest tier of arenas, essential for top-tier combatants. The barber requested a sparring match. Despite their committee status, they were still required to register. As for the wager, that remained a private affair. If the arena were to arbitrate, a 10% commission on the wagered item's value would be required. As for the jeweler, surely we need not pay them a commission? The barber inquired, shrugging his shoulders at Lan Jue. Lan Jue smiled faintly, appearing nonchalant. The scene before him shifted in an instant. Before him lay a circular arena, with a diameter exceeding 300 meters, immense in scale. The barber had already appeared on the opposite side of the stage, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at him with a cheerful expression. It is Blue's inaugural visit to the life and death arena, prompting him to meticulously observe his surroundings. The circular arena's floor is crafted from a unique material, encircled by towering walls that ascend to a height of 100 meters, forming a colossal arc. The entire arena appears to be enveloped in an immense dome. An electronic announcement resonates through the air. Duel arena. Participants, the barber and the jeweler. Duration of the contest, no more than 60 minutes. Commence the duel. A series of electronic tones succinctly elucidates the rules of engagement. It appears that, jeweler, this is your first time here. The barber, however, refrains from initiating an attack hastily. Lan Jue nodded. Indeed, for the first time. The barber smiled and said, I shall leave a delightful impression on your journey. However, do refrain from shedding any tears. Lan Jue responded with a smile, embodying the essence of nobility, fairness, humility, erudition, and wisdom, yet never descending into childishness. The barber's smile abruptly vanished. He stood a considerable distance of 150 meters from Lan Jue. Am I childish? He scoffed coldly. The barber's gaze was fixed on Lan Jue, his right hand raised as if to gesture across the expanse, without any visible movement. The entire arena seemed to twist momentarily, resonating with an unusual hum. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted, and a blinding blue light enveloped Lan Jue's body, its surface appearing to be violently agitated as if struck by some unseen force. The azure light flickered incessantly, akin to being struck by colossal waves, bearing immense pressure, while the interplay of light and shadow danced gracefully. Your ability to harness speed to such an extent is truly remarkable, Blue Absolute exclaimed sincerely. Indeed. The barber's assault was predicated on velocity. His raised right hand unleashed a barrage at high speed, compressing the air and generating explosive shockwaves. To deliver such ferocity over a distance of 150 meters, relying solely on speed, indicated an acceleration nearing the threshold of sound itself. You are impressive as well, though it is my first encounter with a blue tortoise shell, the barber remarked with a hint of derision. In the next instant, he had vanished. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted as Blue Absolute's azure shield seemed to be struck successively by innumerable great blades, erupting into a dazzling display of light, while the terrifying force carved deep ravines into the arena floor. Lan Jue furrowed his brow slightly, standing silently in place. It appeared as though he had no reaction, or perhaps he was simply incapable of any response, enduring the relentless onslaught of the barber, who had vanished into the air with his speed. Whoosh! The barber re-emerged, this time hovering 50 meters above the ground at an angle before Lan Jue. Do you intend to rely on your abilities to withstand until my energy is completely depleted? That depends on the strength of your defense, the barber remarked coldly, his gaze fixed on Lan Jue. A low, continuous hum resonated around the barber's form as his own powers finally revealed their hue, a soft azure. Observing him, a peculiar expression crossed Lan Jue's face. The azure color signified the elemental power of wind, which propelled the barber's astonishing speed. With a sudden shift, the barber plummeted from the sky. At the very moment he launched himself, a thunderous crack reverberated through the air. He had broken the sound barrier, supersonic. In an instant, his fist appeared before Lan Jue, causing the blue energy shield to cave in, crack, and shatter into countless azure fragments. However, the cold expression on the barber's face simultaneously froze, for a powerful hand had firmly grasped his fist. How could you be so fast? The barber stared in disbelief at Lan Jue. Lan Jue gazed at him, shaking his head with a hint of regret. Your genetic endowment barely allows you to reach the 9th level. The utmost speed you can achieve is merely supersonic. I suspect you 1T exceed 4 times the speed of sound. At the 9th level, each tier doubles one's power. You possess only a first-tier 9th level genetic talent. Although you have mastered your genetic abilities remarkably well, it is still insufficient. I have encountered a 9th level, 9th tier wind elementalist who could transform wind into darkness and light. Your talent is commendable, yet your reliance on pharmaceuticals has somewhat curtailed your future potential. Focus more on foundational training. After all, you are still young. Despite appearing younger than the barber, he certainly exuded the demeanor of a teacher while imparting these lessons. 9th level? 9th tier? The wind element cannot possibly reach such heights. The barber's body radiated a surge of green light as he exerted himself to free his hand from Lan Jue's grasp. Ignorance is not shameful, but one ought not to voice it. You have lost. Thank you for your colorful silver. A faint smile graced Lan Jue's lips as the green hue surrounding the barber abruptly transformed into blue. In the next moment, he was engulfed in blue lightning, hurtling away. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted, and the beautician, having appeared at the sparring arena unbeknownst to anyone, exclaimed, "Remarkable, young man. I never anticipated your strength. You have truly broadened my horizons. However, you mentioned his speed was lacking. Yet as a lightning elementalist, how is it that your speed is so exceptional?" As Lan Jue struggled to rise from the ground, dissipating the remnants of his lightning element, he glanced at the enchanting and charming beautician. With a gentle sigh, he remarked, "Why don't you both join forces?" The barber and the beautician exchanged surprised glances, momentarily taken aback by his proposition. Lan Jue remarked with an air of casualness, "Isn't this precisely what you had in mind?" The hairdresser and beautician exchanged glances, their faces betraying a look of astonishment. The beautician adjusted her hair and smiled, saying, "Little brother, how did you perceive that?" Lan Jue shrugged nonchalantly, proclaiming that it was not a difficult matter. The moment he made his move, it became evident to me that you were all in cahoots. You have consistently referred to him as a cunning and malicious little scissor. Yet his combat style is undeniably straightforward and upright. Clearly, you have been misguiding me all along. Furthermore, if you were not part of the same faction, what purpose would you have in entering after the battle has concluded? Although it is my first time here, I am aware that standard regulations do not permit a third party to enter the arena. The beautician shot a fierce glare at the barber, having warned him repeatedly to adopt a more subtle approach rather than charging in headlong. But he would not heed her advice, and now he has been exposed. Turning back to Lan Jue, her delicate features once again radiated a smile as she remarked, "Little brother, you are truly impressive. I just wonder, what level are you at in the 9th tier?" Lan Jue blinked, and I found myself at a loss as to how to categorize my situation. The beautician pouted her crimson lips, her expression one of discontent as she remarked, "Little brother, you are not being truthful." With a sigh, Lan Jue declared, "I never speak falsehoods. Moreover, dear beautician, I must confide in you that I am indeed not insignificant." The beautician's smile abruptly vanished, as a radiant pink light erupted from her being, transforming the arena into a realm of pink within the blink of an eye. A cacophony of piercing shrieks and horrifying wails filled the air, as ethereal souls began to rise from the ground, clawing their way forth with bony appendages. In what seemed like an instant, the world of mortals morphed into a hellish landscape, akin to stepping into a battlefield of the damned. The barber had vanished, and the jarring blasts of sound were no longer present. He had become a blade concealed within the depths of hell. Lan Jue simply raised his hand and exclaimed, "In the name of the seven-colored silver." At the Tianhua Museum, the diviner sighed softly, a semblance of a smile flickering across his face. The sommelier inquired, "What troubles you?" The diviner replied, "Is what we are doing truly right?" The sommelier retorted, "What is wrong with it? If we do not act, they will inevitably find a way. It is better to accommodate than to obstruct." Their discontent with the jeweler has persisted for quite some time. After all, when the jeweler first joined the Tianhua Avenue, there were numerous exceptions made on his behalf. Over the past 3 years, he has remained excessively low-key. Seizing this opportunity to establish his standing within the committee is indeed beneficial. The diviner remarked, "This morning, upon seeing the barber, I sensed a gloomy aura about him, indicating potential financial loss. In contrast, the jeweler radiated vitality, and with the auspicious presence of the red wand star, it seems fortune is in his favor." The sommelier chuckled. "Let them resolve their matters on their own. Although that lad may have a dark heart, he knows where to draw the line." The diviner cautioned, "What he possesses is not restraint. It is a slow and steady approach. Be wary of your precious wines." The sommelier scoffed, "That young man is wealthy, yet miserly. I cannot fathom his need for such riches. Moreover, his taste in wine is even more discerning than that of a gourmet. Over the past 3 years, he has depleted several boxes of my finest reserves." The diviner laughed lightly. "You willingly allowed that to happen. True friends over wine are rare. Even the finest wine, if offered to me, would not be appreciated as it deserves. It is evident that you have a fondness for that lad, though he has taken much from you. Rest assured, one day he shall repay you manifold." "Oh?" The sommelier looked at the diviner with astonishment, for his words were never without significance. In the underground Tianhua Avenue, exchanging emotional states felt delightful. Lan Jue gently tossed and caught the seven-colored silver in his hand. Having shaken off the burdens endured in the death arena and the grievances from Zhou Qianlin, feeling as refreshed as one stepping out of a sauna, savoring a glass of ice water. Not long after, Lan Jue emerged, followed closely by the barber and the beautician from the life and death arena. At this moment, the beautician bore an uncanny resemblance to a rice noodle girl, with her chestnut-colored hair cascading in an explosive manner, reminiscent of a lion fiercely guarding its territory. She glared at the direction in which Lan Jue had departed, her teeth clenched in frustration. The barber appeared in a more pitiable state, one hand pressed against his abdomen, his expression mirroring that of someone suffering from a month-long bout of constipation, a visage of profound agony. "What a loss! That brat utterly outclassed me," the barber fumed. As the beautician combed her hair, she retorted with irritation, "It's all your fault. Who told you to be so useless? My precious multicolored silver." The anger etched on the barber's face gradually subsided, replaced by a stern and grave demeanor. "The strength of the jeweler far exceeded our expectations. I suspect he possesses at least a level 9, 4th-tier genetic talent. What do you think?" The beautician nodded in agreement. "That seems about right. I have a level 9, 2nd-tier talent, while you have a level 9, 1st-tier. Our abilities complement each other, and without the 4th-tier strength, it wouldn't be so easy to eliminate us." The barber's facial muscles twitched slightly. "What do you mean by eliminate? We held our ground for a while." The beautician responded mockingly. "Indeed, for just a moment." Lan Jue traversed the underground avenue of celestial fire, approaching his storefront. This establishment, with a width of several meters, seamlessly amalgamated classical opulence with the simplicity of neoclassical design. The deep blue walls, reminiscent of a mirror, framed bright display windows showcasing a selection of resplendent jewels. At the pinnacle, 4 letters formed the name of the shop, shimmering in a sapphire hue. The entrance, forged from an enigmatic deep blue metal, bore minimal embellishment, save for a striking lightning-shaped imprint that almost bisected it. Indeed, this was a Zeus jewelry store, identical to its counterpart on the avenue of celestial fire above. Blue Jue pushed open the door. The delicate chime of a bell resonated, and a young girl emerged, exclaiming, "Boss, you're here." The girl before him donned a black knee-length dress that accentuated her long, fair legs. The dress was paired with a pristine white blouse, and her short green hair framed her bright, light green eyes, which sparkled with a sweet smile. "Guogua, how has business been these past few days?" Blue Jue greeted her. Guogua beamed and replied, "Not so good." "Not good?" Blue Jue inquired, slightly taken aback. Guogua chuckled. "Well, it's not great since you haven't visited us, of course. It's less lively. Business is decent, though. Better that way. It's quieter." came an irritated voice from another waitress who had just finished attending to a customer, dressed similarly. This girl exuded a starkly different charm from Guogua. Standing over 175 meters tall, her long, straight legs radiated vitality. The blouse struggled to contain her ample figure, while her fiery red hair was stylishly tied up, and her black-framed glasses added an intellectual allure to her fiery presence. Her pink eyes sparkled like alluring gemstones. Please support us. Chapter 34. Energy Gem Mika. Do you not think of me at all? Blue Jew said with a smile, leaning against the counter and casting his gaze toward the striking waitress. Mika scoffed. What is there to think about? An irresponsible boss who hasn't shown his face in over a month. Lin Guogua added, somewhat discontented, Boss, if this continues, Mika and I might request to swap places with Xiao and Kuair. Working here every day without seeing the sun is exhausting, and you're never around. It's quite disheartening. Rubbing his forehead, Blue Jew chuckled. All right, ladies, I admit my fault. I promise to visit more often from now on. Mika's irritation transformed into delight as she tossed him a flirtatious glance. Now that's more like it. Oh, by the way, boss, your timing is impeccable. There is something that requires your attention, Lin Guogua stated earnestly. Despite her serious demeanor, her sweet and healthy complexion evoked an irresistible urge to take a bite. Oh, what is it? Blue Jew inquired. Lin Guogua explained, yesterday, a customer brought in a gem they wished to sell. Mika and I examined it, but we were uncertain. The price the customer requested is quite high, and we didn't dare to accept it casually. Lan Jue nodded and said, show it to me. The Zeus jewelry store not only sells exquisite jewelry, but also engages in the acquisition of gemstones, albeit at prices somewhat lower than the market value. The gems displayed on the ground are predominantly splendid decorative pieces, while the underground Tianhua Avenue distinguishes itself by offering gemstones of profound significance, namely energy stones. With the advent of the new era, humanity has embarked on extensive planetary development, gradually uncovering gemstones imbued with unique energies. These gemstones serve various purposes and are collectively referred to as energy stones, whether for the enhancement of mechas or the crafting of personalized weapons by psychics. Energy stones are essential for augmentation. Some particularly rare and potent energy stones command exorbitant prices. For instance, the fire spirit diamond used as a wager between the barber and Lan Jue today exemplifies this. The fire spirit diamond's function is energy compression. It can condense a unit of energy into a fifth of its original volume while tripling its potency. The larger the fire spirit diamond, the greater the energy it can compress at once. The diamond in the Zeus jewelry store is capable of compressing the full force of a 9th-level genetically endowed psychic's attack. Although it shatters upon use, the impact of such a strike could decisively influence the outcome of a critical battle. While the fire spirit diamond is not particularly rare, the truly valuable gemstones are those that can be reused. Generally, energy stones of equivalent efficacy far surpass the utility of rare metals, often by a factor of 10, with price disparities potentially reaching hundreds of times. Consequently, a top-tier mecha is invariably a product of the fusion of rare metals and energy stones. Before long, Lin Guogua approached with a small silver metal box. Though modest in size and devoid of ostentation, Lan Jue immediately discerned that it was crafted from heavy lead. Such metal boxes are typically employed to contain gemstones with intense radiation, most of which are detrimental to human health. However, certain stones can stimulate genetic endowments and enhance psychic abilities, rendering them invaluable. Boss, we have conducted a radiation analysis. The radiation from this gemstone is peculiar. It is harmless yet offers no benefits. Nonetheless, its intensity is considerable, exhibiting strong metallic penetrability. The customer seems eager for cash and is likely to return shortly, claiming that if we do not purchase it, he will sell it elsewhere. Lan Jue carefully accepted the box and gently opened it. A soft azure glow emanated from his hands, enveloping the entire box in its luminescence. Lin Guogua and Mika, seemingly accustomed to such phenomena, displayed no signs of astonishment. As the metallic box revealed its contents, a gemstone the size of a ping-pong ball lay within. This was evidently a raw mineral. The stone itself exhibited a brownish hue, showcasing crystalline formations, while its interior remained unstructured and remarkably transparent, with only a murky skin. At first glance, it appeared rather unremarkable. However, the radiation it emitted was undeniably potent, palpable to the senses. How much does he wish to sell it for? Lan Jue inquired in a low voice. Transitioning into a professional demeanor, The two female attendants suppressed their playful expressions. Lan Jue replied, "He is asking for 500,000 Singapore dollars." Without the slightest hesitation, Lan Jue declared, "Give it to him." Mika's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Boss, do you know what this gem is used for?" Lan Jue shook his head and said, "I do not know. However, based on the energy intensity analysis of this energy gem, it is at least a grade gem. Its intense radiation stems from an abundant source of energy. Yet, this energy is remarkably pure, seemingly compressed within, preventing it from dissipating, hence only exhibiting radiation without any noticeable energy fluctuations. Grade gem." Upon hearing these words, both Mika and Lan Jue's beautiful eyes sparkled akin to diamonds. The value of energy gems ranges from high to low as follows: grade, 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 and grade. Each level's worth is tenfold greater than the preceding one. Generally, the value of a gem is directly proportional to its grade and volume. Grade gems are rarely seen within the three major alliances throughout the year, and they are almost always the darlings of top-tier auctions. Typically, a grade gem is considered the finest gem available. The Fire Spirit Diamond is merely a grade gem. The energy possessed by a grade gem is sufficient to rival that of a top-tier mech. Without gems of grade or higher installed, a top-tier mech cannot truly be deemed as such. Lan Jue and Mika are well-versed in this industry, familiar with every kind of grade and grade gem on the market. Yet, they had never encountered one like this before. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their belief in their employer. If this gem were indeed grade, its valuation unit would be in the hundreds of millions. I immediately contacted the seller. Mika decisively turned and walked away, discovering a grade gem. Lan Jue was no longer in a rush to leave, instead toying with the gem in his hand. 500,000 new dollars was trivial for him, merely the cost of a fine bottle of wine. Even if this gem were a counterfeit grade, it would still warrant further research. If it were genuine, this transaction would yield substantial profits. More importantly, since such grade gems were not yet available on the market, it implied the possibility of obtaining information regarding its origin, thereby enabling further extraction. Of course, such a possibility was slim, as gems with vast energy possess strong exclusivity, making it nearly impossible for many to coexist. The third brother wishes all readers a happy new year. In 2015, like before, the third brother will accompany everyone daily and hopes you will enjoy our Heavenly Fire Avenue and our new book. I love each and every one of you. In the new year, I will dedicate more energy to writing, ensuring we craft Heavenly Fire beautifully. Thank you for your constant companionship and support. In the new year, our Dilawa Continent movie will soon commence filming, and the 6th volume of Peerless Tang Sect will be released under our Shining Tang Sect. Please stay tuned for many surprises in the coming year. Chapter 35. Mika's Flame. The seller of the brown gem was a tall man, dressed in a dark green hooded cloak that concealed much of his face. "Is this gem yours?" Lan Jue pointed to the metallic box before him. The tall man nodded in affirmation. A faint smile graced Lan Jue's lips as he spoke. "You are aware of the rules of the Heavenly Fire Avenue, correct?" The tall man nodded in silence. "Then we may proceed with the transaction. Mika, please pay him." "Yes, boss," Mika replied, handing over a stack of golden new yuan coins, each worth 10,000, totaling 50. Upon receiving the money, the hooded figure did not cast a glance back. Instead, he turned and began to exit. "Wait a moment," Lan Jue called out. "With the exchange complete, according to the rules of the Heavenly Fire Avenue, we have no further entanglements." The voice of the hooded man was noticeably altered by an electronic voice modulator. "Of course," Lan Jue nodded. "However, if I were to offer you additional new yuan coins to inquire about the origin of this gem, that would constitute a different transaction. You are free to decline." The hooded man seemed to exhale in relief, but shook his head, turning to push open the door adorned with Zeus Jewelry's lightning emblem, preparing to leave. As the door swung open, he stepped back a few paces, his body visibly stiffening. Outside, 3 men entered in a group. The foremost man donned a black leather outfit, a matching hood, and a mask, revealing only his piercing eyes. The 2 men following him bore similar attire, though they lacked hoods, wearing only masks. "Oliver, where are the goods?" the masked leader asked in a low tone, his gaze already fixated on Lan Jue, for a box containing the gem rested before him. In a sudden movement, the green-hooded man lunged forward, throwing a punch at the black-hooded man. "Stop!" A sharp voice rang out as Mika, her face aflame with indignation, strode toward them. "Are you unaware of the rules here?" Both hooded men withdrew their hands simultaneously. The black-hooded man replied tersely, "Stay out of this. I know that violence is forbidden on Heavenly Fire Avenue, but this is not the street itself. Sitting there, Lan Jue sighed deeply, reflecting on the apparent laxity in upholding the rules lately and the multitude of individuals eager to disrupt them. Mika, throw them all out. Let the enforcement team take them away. Yes, boss. Mika's right leg shot up, her short skirt drawing immediate attention, but before any could fully appreciate the view, they were engulfed in a blaze of crimson. All 4 men, including the green-hooded one, were instantaneously shrouded in a fiery red aura, rendering them incapable of struggle before they gradually collapsed to the ground. With a simple wave of her left hand, the door of Zeus jewelry swung open effortlessly, and with a swift kick, she propelled the 4 now utterly incapacitated figures outside. What ferocity! Lan Jue remarked, mimicking a gesture of disbelief. Yinengzhe, nearby, giggled. Isn't it all because you spoil her, boss? Lan Jue chuckled and remarked, being fierce is advantageous. It prevents one from being bullied. However, Mika, may we consider employing some different gestures in the future? Your lifting of the leg while wearing a short skirt is rather unseemly. Mika shot him a playful glance and replied, Boss, no one else can see anyway. I'm doing it just for your eyes. Lan Jue stood up and remarked, No, I fear you might incinerate me as well. I shall take my leave. By the way, I encountered Chu Chung a few days ago. He is quite fond of you. Have you given any thought to my dear second brother? Mika's expression shifted dramatically as she replied with a hint of melancholy. Even if you do not wish to entertain him, please do not casually offer him to any Tom, Dick, or Harry. If you insist that I be with him, I might as well wish for my own demise. Very well, disregard my words. She sighed and, while patting her forehead, silently mourned for a certain individual. Though if her second brother were indeed a mere Tom, then what did that make her? Oh, that girl Mika. Yinengzhe and Mika escorted Lan Jue to the elevator leading down to the ground level of the store. Mika turned to Yinengzhe and said, Guogua, you keep watch at home while I check in with the enforcement team. Some matters require no instruction from Lan Jue. I shall handle them adeptly. As the leader of Zeus's 4 attendants, her capabilities are unparalleled. Upon returning to the ground, Lan Jue held in his hand a heavy lead box containing a gemstone. He needed to thoroughly investigate the secrets within this gem before he could ascertain its true nature. The elevator descended directly to the interior of the Zeus jewelry store. And without lingering, Lan Jue exited the shop, making his way towards the library where he had an appointment with the old scholar. The thought of seeking the old scholar's assistance darkened Lan Jue's mood, which had previously been buoyed by the acquisition of the colorful silver and the gemstone he held. After all, it had been over 2 years, a span of 2 long years in the world. The old scholar's bookstore, located on the ground level of Skyfire Avenue, was quite small, comparable in size to Lan Jue's Zeus jewelry store, yet significantly smaller than Brothers' old wine house or the Skyfire Museum. Those unaware of the truth would never suspect that beneath this modest bookstore lay a vast establishment dedicated to the cultivation methods of various supernatural beings. The old scholar reclined in a wicker chair at the entrance of the shop, beside which rested a wooden tea table adorned with a purple clay teapot. Compared to the one at the previous Fallen Cloud tea house, this teapot exhibited a much richer patina, clearly indicating frequent use. Come in. What brings you here? He greeted with a smile. You, young man, are usually not one to visit without cause. The elder always welcomed anyone with a cheerful demeanor. Lan Jue smiled faintly and said, What initially was a single matter has now transformed into 2. With the arrival of the new year, I humbly seek your support for recommendations. Chapter 36. Is it fair to cause distress without facing consequences? 2 matters? Inquired the old scholar. Do enlighten me. Lan Jue handed the box to the old scholar, saying, This is a gemstone my people have just acquired. It radiates a potent energy. I have examined it. And within this energy gem lies an exceptionally compressed force, seemingly at a high level. However, there are no records of this gemstone. You are the most erudite individual in our heavenly Fire Avenue, so I wish to request your insight. The old scholar accepted the box and opened it. A faint, shimmering white light flickered above his hands, and the radiation from the box was completely contained. He carefully extracted the gemstone and, after a moment of scrutiny, furrowed his brow slightly, saying, If you are not in haste, please leave it with me for a thorough examination. This is indeed a type of energy gem I have never encountered before. Very well, Lan Jue replied without hesitation. The old scholar was not merely a bookseller. He was also an extraordinarily powerful scientist. Clearly, this gemstone had piqued his curiosity as well. And what of the other matter? The old scholar casually placed the box on the coffee table. Lan Jue said, I recall that you maintain excellent relationships with various academies across the entire alliance. May I inquire if you are familiar with the Huaming National Academy? A dark line appeared on Lan Jue's forehead, indicating that this scholarly gentleman was indeed somewhat out of touch. You are correct. I am but a decayed timber. My aspiration is to become an educator at the Huaming National Academy. An educator? The old scholar was momentarily taken aback, his smile vanishing as he gazed at Lan Jue in astonishment. You intend to teach? Surely, I must have misheard you. Pray, do not lead the youth astray. Lan Jue chuckled bitterly and inquired, What manner of image do you hold of me, esteemed scholar? The scholar replied, It is of little consequence. However, not long ago, I inadvertently witnessed an individual on a certain satellite attempting to steal another's bride, truly a reprehensible act. Lan Jue's expression stiffened at this revelation. At that moment, he had distinctly blocked all satellites from Tianhua Star. How did you come across this? He asked. The scholar, with a contemplative air, responded, There is indeed a connection. It would not be an issue for you to become a teacher. Nevertheless, having devoted my life to education, I would never wish to endorse someone who leads others astray. Lan Jue smiled wryly and said, I am not particularly adept at teaching. My primary purpose for attending the Huaming National Academy is to protect someone. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you could assign me a position that requires little involvement. The old scholar inquired, What subject would you like to teach? Lan Jue whispered something softly in his ear. Upon hearing his words, the old scholar's face seemed to freeze, as if the wrinkles had solidified. Surely, you jest? Lan Jue confidently declared, This is indeed my forte, and I assure you, I will not lead my students astray. Acquiring this knowledge will undoubtedly benefit them. The old scholar regarded him with a peculiar expression, murmuring to himself, Interesting, quite intriguing, indeed. Very well, give it a try. However, should you be dismissed from the academy, I shall not spare you. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. I would never dare to offend you, Lan Jue replied, fully cognizant of the legendary reputation that preceded this individual. He had heard tales from the sommelier about the prowess of this figure. A remarkable genius capable of transforming scientific principles into extraordinary abilities. When he chose to act, the results were nothing short of astounding. Who would dare to provoke a mad scientist capable of unleashing positron cannons in the vacuum of space? The sommelier had once mentioned that among the myriad talents on the path of celestial fire, only 2 individuals were deemed to possess a comprehensive ability rated at level 10. The old scholar was one of them, a veritable weapon of ultimate power along that path. The distinction of comprehensive ability rather than genetic talent stemmed from the fact that his prowess was rooted in dedicated research, despite his genetic aptitude being merely level 6. The other individual, of course, was the diviner. Yet, outwardly, both appeared to lack combat prowess. Only the internal committee members understood that it was not a deficiency in combat skills, but rather an aversion to small-scale skirmishes. Their abilities were suited for cataclysmic devastation. Young one, when it is time to demonstrate your strength, do not conceal it too deeply. Sometimes, it is prudent to let others know, as this can mitigate many troubles. 3 days later, an employment letter from the Huaming National Academy arrived at the Zeus jewelry store. Boss, are you truly going to become a teacher? K.R. gazed at Lan Jue with wide, shining eyes. Lan Jue nodded with a sense of helplessness. Indeed. K.R. exclaimed, You must be the most charming teacher. However, may I ask, what is the reason behind this? The corners of Lan Jue's mouth twitched slightly. He was simply at leisure. Ahem. K.R. seemed to have choked on her own saliva. Shall I accompany you? Would that be agreeable? By the way, the gourmet has asked me to remind you that the bluefin tuna will be ready for consumption in 2 days. Lan Jue's eyes sparkled with delight. At last, there was some good news. I shall retire to the back for a brief rest to prepare for my school enrollment. Do you need assistance in tidying up your belongings? Xiao inquired gently. Lan Jue shook his head. Returning to his bedroom, he activated the interstellar communicator and dialed a number. After a brief moment, a melodious voice emanated from the device, inquiring, What is it? Lan Jue spoke softly, As you wish, I shall report to your academy this afternoon. How shall I ensure your protection? The melodious voice on the other end fell into silence for a moment before responding. Let us maintain contact for now. This afternoon, I will show you around the academy to help you familiarize yourself with the surroundings. All right, Lan Jue replied weakly. By the way, what is your name? Zhou Qianlin inquired. Lan Jue realized, for reasons unbeknownst to him, that he was often easily provoked by this girl. Did I not tell you that day? He retorted. Did you mention it? I seem to have forgotten. I tend not to invest much thought into insignificant people and matters. My name is Lan Jue, he stated coldly. Zhou Qianlin responded. I've given it some thought and believe it would be best for us to appear inconspicuous. Therefore, you shall protect me from the shadows. How you choose to safeguard me is your prerogative. It should not be for me to decide. Lan Jue was taken aback. Why? What prompted such a sudden change of heart? Zhou Qianlin replied, because it suddenly occurred to me that if my classmates were to learn of my acquaintance with you, they would undoubtedly question my taste. Lan Jue, Zhou Qianlin inquired. By the way, may I pose a legal question? Is it true that one does not bear the consequences of causing someone to die from anger? Zhou Qianlin, are you aware of the subject I am assigned to teach at your academy? The anger on Lan Jue's face abruptly vanished, replaced by a cunning smile. Cause me to die? Your skills are still lacking. Chapter 37, The Taste of Life. Zhou Qianlin, do you know what I am teaching at your academy? Lan Jue's question left Zhou Qianlin momentarily stunned. Could it be that he was not instructing on mechas? Lan Jue unfolded the appointment letter in his hands, enunciating each word. Specially appointed, Mr. Lan Jue, as an associate professor of this academy, responsible for the specially designed course, Taste in Life. Having uttered these words, he promptly terminated the interstellar communication. Teach mecha? How absurd. Zhou Qianlin gazed at the interstellar communicator in her hand. Her initially triumphant expression swiftly morphed into one of bewilderment. Taste in Life? When did the academy introduce such a course? What could he possibly wish to teach? Lan Jue gazed at the interstellar communicator on his wrist and let out a soft snort. Yet soon thereafter, he found himself chuckling and shaking his head. When had he become so susceptible to emotional fluctuations? Perhaps it was indeed because she bore such a striking resemblance to Hera. The mere thought of that visage, nearly identical to Hera's, caused a pang of pain in his heart. Nevertheless, the prospect of soon embarking on a journey to the Hualong National Academy to assume the role of a teacher filled him with a flicker of anticipation. Consulting the map, he noted that the Hualong National Academy was not too distant from Tianhua Avenue, both situated within the confines of Tianhua City. However, traversing on foot would still require a fair amount of distance. Tomorrow, he would report to the academy. He couldn't help but ponder the last time he had stepped into an academy. Was it not a decade ago? Back then, he had been merely a teenager, and notably, a notorious troublemaker within his own institution. The frustration that had lingered after Zhou Qianlin's demands had gradually dissipated over the past few days. One might consider it a mere adjustment to life, or perhaps the dawn of a new chapter. Life demands that one emerges from sorrow. He activated the interstellar communicator on his wrist, and soon, a languid voice resonated from the other end. Hey, a Jew, how's it going? Have you found Hera yet? Lan Jue offered a wry smile, remarking that the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. On the other side, a languid voice suddenly perked up, inquiring, So, someone has deceived you? The muscles of Lan Jue's face twitched slightly. Why does it sound as though you take pleasure in my misfortune? No, absolutely not. Chu Cheng emphatically replied from the other side. Lan Jue curled his lip and said, All right, I will handle my own affairs. Provide me with an address, and I shall send you something. What is it? Chu Cheng inquired with curiosity. Lan Jue remarked, A piece of 7-colored silver. You are well aware of my disposition. Chu Cheng responded with a hint of helplessness. Must you persist in owing me a personal favor without ever repaying it? Lan Jue resolutely declared, No, it is unfeasible. If the debt of time accumulates for too long, it becomes impossible to repay. Moreover, I cannot allow you to be put in a difficult position. Although the 7-colored silver may not be of paramount importance to you, it should still suffice to exchange for another batch. Ing replied, Jue, you must find a way to emerge from this sooner rather than later. Remaining in such a state of gloom is not beneficial. Lan Jue said, I am aware. I am making an effort. I have secured a job. In his previous days as a mercenary, Lan Jue never accepted monetary compensation. Instead, his rewards consisted solely of various energy gemstones. The accumulation he amassed during those times serves as the foundation for his current authority over the trade of energy gemstones within the realm of heavenly fire. Lan Jue chuckled softly and said, I found a job, but it's not a return to my old profession. I'm going to be a teacher. Teacher Chu Cheng's mouth gaped in astonishment. The weariness he had been holding on to fell from his lips, landing on the floor, where the glowing ember of his cigarette instantly scorched the luxurious velvet carpet. Yes, a teacher, the instructor of the life aesthetics class. Quickly, share the address with me. Chu Cheng instinctively provided him with an address, and it wasn't until Lan Jue hung up the phone that he fully processed the information. Teacher? Did he just say he is going to be a teacher? Why did he sound so relaxed about it? However, What kind of teacher did he mention? I seem to have forgotten the details. Suddenly, a voice filled with anger and tinged with madness erupted from Chu Cheng. Damn it, I was wrong. Pretend I don't exist. Huaming National Academy, located on the fiery planet of Tianhua within the city of Tianhua, is among the top 10 prestigious institutions in the entire alliance, particularly renowned for its research on various mechas. Although it is not a military academy, it boasts a leading advantage in mecha-related subjects across the alliance, especially in the field of alloys. The academy occupies a vast expanse, nearly 1/10 of the area of western Tianhua City, backed by the majestic western mountains, a significant portion of which is designated for the academy's use in mecha research and experimentation. As the morning sun poured into the academy, it brought with it a refreshing and warm golden hue, evoking a sense of thriving vitality. A figure was slowly approaching from a distance. Clad in a sharply tailored deep blue three-piece suit, a white shirt, a pink tie, and a pink pocket square, all while riding a two-wheeled bicycle. Can you guess? The instructor of the Life Aesthetics class. He won't be teaching mecha, haha. Chapter 38. Huaming National Academy. Leisurely riding his bicycle, Lan Jue maintained an upright posture, ensuring that his impeccably tailored suit remained wrinkle-free. This black bicycle was a vintage piece he had acquired from a sommelier who had a penchant for old artifacts. It was said to be from a brand called Yinengzhe from the ancient era of China, and its quality was quite commendable. At least it rode without any noise. The gentle breeze brushed against his face, providing a delightful comfort. Occasionally, he would ring the bicycle bell, producing a crisp and melodious chime. For Lan Jue, these experiences felt quite novel. Today, in an effort to embody the essence of a teacher, he had even donned a pair of black-rimmed glasses, albeit without lenses, which softened his demeanor and gave him a scholarly air. With his fair complexion and a warm, elegant smile adorning his face, he indeed exuded a scholarly charm. In the distance, he could already see the grand sign of Huaming National Academy. The entrance gate was tall and made entirely of metal, though the specific alloy used was indiscernible to the naked eye. The 6 powerful characters of Huaming National Academy exude an imposing aura that is almost palpable. This inevitably reminds Lan Jue of the old man who, while reclining in his armchair, inadvertently reveals a hint of age in his demeanor. Could it be that he pinned this? Lan Jue was acutely aware that the seemingly elderly gentleman before him, despite his advanced age, possessed a vitality that could very well allow him to live for another century. He was, after all, one of the foremost scientists in the world. Who could possibly comprehend the intricacies of the human body better than him? Before long, he arrived at the academy's entrance on his beloved bicycle. It was the morning rush hour, when students flocked to the academy. The gates were wide open, and magnetic levitation vehicles frequently approached, descending to a height of merely 1 meter above the ground before slowing down to pass through the academy's security scanners, which permitted their entry. In addition to the magnetic levitation vehicles, one could occasionally glimpse the more opulent aerial cars, which also had to lower their altitude and undergo security scans before gaining access to the campus. A careful observation revealed that the skies above the academy were devoid of any flying objects, at least within the confines of the campus. This was a strict rule. Anyone daring enough to fly overhead would face the peril of being shot down. Some magnetic levitation vehicles would merely halt at the entrance, as parking within the campus required a substantial fee. Consequently, many students were dropped off by family members and would then proceed into the academy on foot. Among these students was Yinengzhe. His family's vehicle had brought him to the academy's gate, and as he disembarked, he slung his backpack over his shoulder. Despite being in the new era, backpacks remained quite popular, reserved for those students of modest means. Only the wealthiest could afford spatial storage devices for their educational supplies. Yinengzhe's family could be considered middle class. Having access to a magnetic levitation vehicle was already a privilege. As was his custom, Yinengzhe ambled towards the academy entrance, lost in the rock music blaring through his headphones. Dressed in a black uniform that appeared relatively neat, he had left 3 buttons of his shirt undone, revealing a not-so-imposing chest. A diamond stud adorned his left ear, and his striking long pink hair stood upright, resembling a rooster's comb. He certainly did not fit the mold of an exemplary student. He was a third-year student in the mecha department. Notorious for his mischief, these were the 3 labels attributed to Yinengzhe. His given name was Jin Tao, but due to his penchant for causing trouble, his classmates had mockingly dubbed him Yinengzhe, likening him to a vicious dog that would bite anyone it encountered. Judging by his current academic credits, the prospect of his graduation seemed as improbable as a pie falling from the sky. As he neared the academy gate, Yinengzhe's gaze inadvertently drifted in one direction, and he suddenly froze. A man clad in a sharply tailored suit was approaching on a two-wheeled vehicle. As he neared the academy entrance, merely 10 meters away, the man effortlessly executed a graceful maneuver, placing his left foot on the pedal while swinging his right leg behind him, balancing on one foot as he glided forward. With his tall, slender frame and impeccably tailored suit, he exuded an undeniable charm. Yinengzhe, ever the enthusiast for the novel and extraordinary, widened his eyes in awe, his right thumb and middle finger finding their way to his mouth as he let out a sharp whistle. The man dismounted from his bicycle upon reaching the entrance of the academy. "Brother, you look quite dashing. Where did you acquire this fascinating two-wheeled contraption? Is it purely mechanical? Human-powered?" Yinengzhe approached with a familiar ease, circling around the man. The gentleman smiled elegantly, nodding modestly. "This is called a bicycle, and it is indeed human-powered. It possesses a unique character. May I give it a try?" Yinengzhe asked eagerly, stepping closer. "I'm afraid that would not be possible," the man replied, shaking his head. "Tch." Yinengzhe scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. "How ungracious of you. Who cares, anyway?" With that, he turned and walked towards the academy. Although he was not known for his academic diligence, he dared not cause a ruckus at the entrance. The two individuals, clearly security personnel, wore uniforms reminiscent of military attire, their tall and robust physiques commanding attention. Unauthorized vehicles are prohibited from entering the academy. Please attend to your matters outside. Furthermore, may I see your student ID? Lan Jue's appearance is not as aged as Zhou Qianlin described. After shaving his beard, he appears quite fresh, resembling some of the students in the graduate program. Lan Jue smiled faintly and politely addressed the two individuals, apologizing for not possessing a student ID, as it was his first day reporting to the academy, and thus he was unfamiliar with the regulations. As he spoke, he retrieved a deep blue briefcase from the rear rack of his forever bicycle, opened it, and handed over his appointment letter. Accepting the vibrant red document from his hands, a security guard extracted a device from his waist and scanned the letter, subsequently inspecting it further. "Professor of Life Quality course? What does that entail?" After extending his best wishes for a happy new year and all the best, he discreetly sought support for his new book. Chapter 39. The office. The appointment letter was authentic. Despite the inquiry regarding the course he was to teach, Lan Jue successfully gained entry into the Huameng National Academy, accompanied by his forever bicycle. The distinction between teachers and students was evident. Each educator was permitted to park a mode of transportation in designated areas of the academy free of charge. Consequently, Lan Jue registered his antique bicycle without hesitation. In stark contrast to the metallic ambience of the academy's entrance, stepping inside enveloped him in a refreshing and natural atmosphere. What a splendid place! He silently marveled. The architectural style of the academy's interior undoubtedly aligned with its mission and educational philosophy, influenced by the preferences of its administrators. Upon entering Huameng National Academy, Lan Jue was instantly captivated by the welcoming environment, which he could succinctly describe as exceedingly comfortable. Guided by the security guard at the entrance, he swiftly located the academic affairs office, where he registered with his appointment letter. He received the keys to his office, various classroom materials, and a set of keys for the faculty dormitory. Thus, he had officially become an esteemed associate professor at Huameng National Academy. Exiting the academic affairs office, burdened with an array of items, Lan Jue managed to free one hand to adjust the frames of his glasses perched on his nose. "I am now a teacher." The educational standards at Huameng National Academy were commendable, marked by a rigorous academic approach. The head of the academic affairs office subtly cautioned him that regardless of the circumstances that facilitated his entry into the institution, or the dubious approval of his life quality course, the academy would not tolerate idleness. Consequently, this afternoon would herald his inaugural class, with the academy broadcasting announcements to promote his elective course. The director would personally attend the class to assess his qualifications for instructing students. Should his performance fall short, a recommendation would be made to the higher administration to revoke his course. In essence, his first trial at Huameng National Academy was imminent. The thought of the director's stern visage caused Lan Jue's lips to twitch. Why did it seem that all educational directors across the globe bore such a striking resemblance? At least in expression, as if they were cast from the same mold? He mused, even though he was merely here to observe. He certainly could not afford to be dismissed. Otherwise, who knows how Zhou Qianlin might mock me? A long-dormant competitive spirit unexpectedly rises within Lan Jue's heart. With an entire morning ahead, one must prepare adequately. The Huaming National Academy boasts a vast expanse, the campus divided into several significant zones, with the most crucial being the research area, accessible solely to graduate students and faculty. It comprises 3 grand, white circular teaching buildings. Following this is the general campus, which houses multiple departments, among which the most vital are the Mecha Combat Department and the Mecha Manufacturing and Maintenance Department. These 2 departments are further subdivided into numerous specialized disciplines. In essence, the Mecha Combat Department focuses on practical combat and the utilization of mechas, while the Mecha Manufacturing and Maintenance Department primarily engages in the study of mecha production and related research. Within the Huaming National Academy, the latter holds a far superior status compared to the former, as it represents the institution's most distinguished offerings. The teaching zones of these 2 departments span an impressive area of 1,000 acres, encompassing various facilities such as lecture halls and experimental zones. The office of Lan Jue has been allocated in the 3rd teaching building of this area, which is specifically designated for elective courses. These elective courses are primarily established to enrich the extracurricular lives and interests of the students, encompassing subjects such as music and painting, among others. Notably, a new course on lifestyle aesthetics has recently been added. Within any academic institution, students are stratified into various tiers, with a considerable disparity in status and future prospects between outstanding students and their average counterparts. The same applies to the faculty. The distinction in status and income between elective course instructors and regular course educators is pronounced, and the gap widens significantly when compared to graduate and research professors. Consequently, all elective course teachers have their offices situated within this 3rd teaching building, which features a spacious communal office shared by a dozen instructors. Their accommodations have also been assigned to a nearby small building at the rear of the 3rd teaching building. In the context of Huaming National Academy, this is undeniably regarded as a dilapidated structure, while the conditions for elective course teachers are not particularly favorable compared to their regular counterparts. Their remuneration remains comparatively high when juxtaposed with ordinary professions outside the academy. After all, Huaming National Academy is a prestigious institution fully funded by the Huaming Alliance, ensuring decent compensation for its educators. The principal source of income for elective course teachers is not their salary, but rather bonuses, which are contingent upon the number of students attending their classes. Each student is required to pay a certain amount of Huaming currency for attending an elective course, a portion of which is allocated to the instructors. Thus, the greater the number of attendees, the higher the teacher's earnings, serving as a compelling incentive for them. Regarding accommodations, Lan Jue is indifferent as he has no intention of residing there. He therefore proceeded directly to his office. The door to the large office in the 3rd teaching building stood ajar, and Lan Jue had finally managed to locate it amidst the expansive campus. His well-worn bicycle had certainly exerted itself to bring him here. He gently knocked twice on the office door. With a smile, he nodded towards the busy instructors within. "Hello everyone, I am the new teacher for the Lifestyle Aesthetics course, and my name is Lan Jue," he introduced himself politely. At that moment, there were not many teachers present in the office, and Lan Jue was somewhat surprised to find that the majority of them were women. The entire office spans approximately 300 square meters, featuring dozens of desks, half of which remain unoccupied. Behind the remaining desks, 8 instructors were present, with only 2 being male. The other 6 were all female, the majority appearing to be young women in their 20s, with only 1 being of a more mature age. As the 8 instructors turned their attention towards Lan Jue, regardless of gender, they were collectively struck by the sight of this tall, refined, and handsome young man, who exuded an immediate aura of charm with his graceful smile. Lan Jue's elegant and humble self-introduction left a remarkable impression on the teachers in the office. Near the door, a strikingly beautiful female teacher stood up, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Lan Jue. "Hello, my name is Yinengzhe. Are you the newly appointed teacher for the Life Aesthetics course?" Yinengzhe, petite yet remarkably well-proportioned, possessed exquisite features, making her the most captivating among the current female teachers in the office. She appeared to be of a similar age to Lan Jue. "Hello. I am the instructor for the Life Aesthetics course. May I ask where I can sit?" Lan Jue inquired. "Teacher Lan, you may choose any unoccupied seat," a courteous middle-aged male teacher replied as he approached. "Teacher Lan," the name reverberated in Lan Jue's mind, piquing his curiosity. After nodding in acknowledgement to Jin Yin, he chose a desk nestled in the corner. He meticulously organized the office supplies provided by the academy, arranging them neatly on the desk. As he settled into his position, his thoughts wandered aimlessly. The other teachers in the office regarded him with curiosity, yet none approached to engage in conversation, each absorbed in their own tasks. Teacher Lan. I apologize for my earlier distraction. Jin Yan's melodious voice broke the silence at that moment. Lan Jue had chosen a seat not far from her. Lan Jue smiled faintly, shaking his head as he replied, "It's nothing. I have already located the place." The curiosity in Jin Yan's eyes deepened as she recalled the conversation with the teacher from the academic affairs office yesterday, who mentioned that a new course on lifestyle aesthetics would be offered in their elective program. Initially, they thought it was merely a fanciful notion, yet here was Lan Jue, the teacher, arriving today. Lan Jue, what topics will this course on lifestyle aesthetics cover? Lan Jue smiled faintly and remarked, "It is nothing of great significance. Merely some aspects closely intertwined with daily life, such as etiquette, perspectives on various matters, and introductions to some relatively rare items, like antiques." "Ah, so you were teaching a hodgepodge?" A somewhat sharp voice interjected from a short distance away. The speaker was another male teacher in the office, younger than the previously amiable middle-aged man. He was rather handsome, yet his complexion lacked color, and his slicked-back hair was so shiny that even a fly would struggle to find a foothold. He appeared somewhat vain. Jin Yan expressed her displeasure, saying, "Wang Hanyuan, how can you speak like that?" "It's all right. I am indeed teaching a hodgepodge," Lan Jue replied nonchalantly, offering Wang Hanyuan a friendly smile. Wang Hanyuan merely curled his lips, falling silent as he returned to his tasks. Jin Yan, feeling apologetic, added, "Although Teacher Wang can be somewhat irksome at times, he is a decent person." "Hee." Lan Jue chuckled softly. Lan Jue activated his interstellar communicator and sent out a message. "I have arrived at the academy. Where are you?" The spacious classroom was bathed in excellent light. Even during the day, the solar lamps mounted on the ceiling were all illuminated. Zhou Qianlin was hunched over her desk, engrossed in calculating a complex formula. Now in her second year of national studies, her academic workload was far more intense than during her fourth year as an undergraduate. Not only was she engaged in research projects alongside her mentor, but she also had to refine her own educational philosophy. A soft vibration emanated from the interstellar communicator. In the academy, all communicators were required to remain either vibrating or silent to avoid disturbing other studies. Upon reading the message on her device, a faint smile graced Zhou Qianlin's exquisite features. She brushed her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, securing it into a ponytail with a simple white handkerchief. This seemingly trivial gesture captivated nearly all the male gazes in the classroom, some daring to stare directly, others casting furtive glances, while a few women, tinged with jealousy, merely scoffed. Zhou Qianlin was already accustomed to such attention, indifferent to her surroundings. She pressed the communicator again. "Are you over in the elective area? When does class begin?" "Lan Jue, this afternoon at 2 o'clock, the first class." The director of the academic affairs office stated that if I do not meet the requirements, I will be expelled. Can you assist me with an alternative route? Zhou Qianlin, wish you the best of luck. "Hello, Lan Jue. How cruel you are." "Qianlin Zhou, how did you come to know that my nickname is cruel?" Lan Jue. Upon receiving the ellipsis from Lan Jue, Zhou Qianlin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her laughter blossomed like 100 flowers, rendering even the solar lights adorning the classroom ceiling dim in comparison. In the elective course instructor's office, Lan Jue let out a melancholic sigh, lamenting, "Alas, you are not Hera." In the corner bathed in sunlight, Blue Jue reclined against the back of his chair, his gaze drifting towards the window where the azure sky, fluffy clouds, swaying leaves, and brilliant sunshine danced in harmony. In this moment, his thoughts seemed to dissipate, and he wore a serene smile, relishing this fleeting moment of spiritual liberation. It had been a long time since he experienced such ethereal joy, a blissful state where one could think of nothing at all. Elective courses typically took place in the afternoon, allowing the instructors of morning electives to forego attending classes, dedicating their time instead to personal preparations. The competition among elective teachers was notably fiercer than that among regular course instructors, as they strove to engage students and ensure practical application of their teachings. Aside from the contemplative Blue Jue, only a certain teacher named Wang Hongyuan appeared particularly at ease. Seated at his desk, he seemed engrossed in a magazine, his hair reflecting the light of the clear blue sky and white clouds. His movements were methodical and elegant. Yet whenever he turned the pages, he would unconsciously adopt a delicate posture reminiscent of a flower's bloom. Do you know who Wang Hongyuan is? Those who frequently participate in activities would likely be familiar with him. Chapter 41. Before class, the elective academic district boasted its own cafeteria, distinctly segregating teachers from students. And the meals provided were quite commendable, at least in the eyes of the ordinary faculty. Lan Jue ordered only a simple vegetarian dish and a small bowl of rice, and he took his tray to a corner to eat. "Teacher Lan, is this all you're having?" A melodious voice resonated as Yin sat down opposite Lan Jue. Carrying her own tray, Lan Jue smiled and said, "Well, I'm not very hungry, just a little less." Yin replied with a smile, "Considering your tall stature, won't you be lacking in nutrition?" Lan Jue merely smiled. Despite being accustomed to exquisite cuisine, he found the food here somewhat unpalatable. Nonetheless, he consumed every morsel he had purchased, leaving not a single grain uneaten, as a mark of respect for the sustenance. One may choose to eat less if displeased, but waste is never an option. Yin observed Lan Jue's lack of interest in conversation and thus refrained from further speech. After finishing his meal, Lan Jue did not rush to leave. Instead, he remained seated, quietly waiting for Yin to finish. Furthermore, his gaze did not rest solely upon her. Staring intently at a young lady is considered impolite. Nevertheless, Yin felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. The small cafeteria was the dining spot for the instructors of their elective courses, and her decision to join him was somewhat audacious. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lan Jue's every gesture imparted a remarkable sense of comfort, devoid of any awkwardness. "I have finished," Yin announced, as she consumed the last morsel of her meal. Upon glancing at Lan Jue's immaculate plate, she could not help but express a hint of admiration. Indeed, refraining from waste is a commendable habit. With a smile, Lan Jue stood up, carrying his tray and allowing Yin to walk ahead before he took his tray to the designated collection area. "Teacher Lan, this afternoon is your first class. Would you mind if I sit in?" Although their time together had been brief, Yin had developed a profound interest in Lan Jue. This elegant and handsome young man, impeccably dressed, had not diminished her admiration in the slightest. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented for her. "Of course, it would be my honor," Lan Jue replied with a smile and a nod. Jin Tao, adjusting the pink strands of hair atop his head to gather them more towards the center, sauntered about the bachelor's campus with a cigarette dangling from his lips. He had never been one for friendships, and he was perfectly content with that. Suddenly, the broadcast system activated, and a melodious female voice resonated throughout the campus. Jin Tao paused, recognizing that this was a school-wide announcement. What news could this herald? "A new elective course, Life Aesthetics, will commence today at 2 p.m., taught by Lan Jue. Students without afternoon classes who are interested are welcome to attend." The same announcement echoed thrice, permeating every corner of the campus. Jin Tao scoffed. "What nonsense is this? Life Aesthetics?" As he spoke, he defiantly raised his middle finger to the sky. At that moment, his attention was suddenly captured by two figures approaching from a distance. However, he merely glanced and quickly sidestepped. Two beautiful girls, both clad in school uniforms, were walking towards him. One was adorned in the standard female attire consisting of a white blouse, a black knee-length skirt, and white knee-high socks, with a black blazer. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, and her azure eyes seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul, her beauty utterly breathtaking. Beside her stood another girl dressed in the form-fitting combat attire specific to the mecha department. This flexible uniform provided substantial protection while elegantly accentuating her long legs. She possessed long golden hair and deep, translucent emerald eyes, sparkling like crystal. Although her elongated legs rendered her somewhat unbalanced, her athletic figure radiated a wild, untamed beauty. The reason Jin Tao instinctively stepped aside was abundantly clear. As he watched the black-haired beauty, his eyes were filled with admiration. But upon shifting his gaze to the golden-haired girl, only fear remained. She was renowned as the formidable leader of the mecha department, one of the few elite mecha masters at the Huaming National Academy, currently categorized as a special Class B. She was rumored to be on the verge of ascending to Class A, just like the black-haired beauty, both being sophomores. Jin Tao had barely scraped by with a Level 3 mecha master qualification, ranking at the bottom of the academy and in the presence of this leader. He dared not exhibit any bravado. Moreover, both of these young women were celebrated figures on the Academy's list of top 10 beauties. With the black-haired girl reigning supreme at the top, the students might be unaware of who the dean of the Academy is. But when it comes to the enchanting blue-eyed goddess, Shou Qianlin, she is undoubtedly a household name. Qianlin, what were you thinking in your decision to attend that so-called course on lifestyle refinement? Is there something lacking in your own lifestyle? I truly cannot fathom the Academy's rationale for offering such a course, complained Tangmi Shou Qianlin. Clutching her textbooks, replied with a hint of resignation, Xiaomi. I didn't force you to come along. You insisted on tagging along, remember? Tang Mi retorted with exasperation. Hey, you really lack appreciation for kindness. Who in their right mind would voluntarily attend an elective course? It's typically those troublesome students. What if you get harassed? Then I would bear the brunt of it. Shou Qianlin looked at her in confusion. What loss are you referring to? Tang Mi chuckled mischievously. Didn't you say that if I were a man, you would marry me? Thus, you belong to me. Zhou Qianlin stuck her tongue out at her. You're all talk. I'm clearly not as well endowed as you. Tang Mi blurted out, her voice noticeably raised. Hidden behind a tree, Jin Ergu felt a rush of blood gushing from his nose, his mind conjuring countless tantalizing images. All right, long legs and no brains. That's enough, Zhou Qianlin retorted, not amused. Once the two stunning beauties had moved past, Jin Tao felt as if he might faint from blood loss. Both campus queens were attending the lifestyle refinement course? Fantastic. At last, an opportunity to see the beauties up close. This secret must not be disclosed to anyone. With that thought, Jin Tao dashed off to his dormitory to change his clothes, determined to make a memorable impression on the two campus flowers. Meanwhile, Lan Jue had already arrived at the classroom where he would teach for the first time since becoming a teacher. The modest room could accommodate only 50 students. Lacking advanced teaching equipment, merely featuring a simple blackboard, a podium, along with desks and chairs. Eager to impress everyone with an exhilarating display, he planned to work tirelessly past midnight, potentially delivering a fourth lecture if his recommendation votes soared into the top 3. Chapter 42. The first lesson. Wu Junyi glanced at the time displayed on the interstellar communicator, his brow furrowing slightly. He then observed the calm figure of the young teacher, Lan Jue, who was organizing his lecture materials at the podium. Lan Jue made a favorable first impression on him. Handsome, humble, and cultured, very much fitting the image of an educator. However, as the director of education at the Huaming National Academy and a senior administrator, he could not assess a teacher solely based on appearances. It was unprecedented for an elective course instructor to receive direct attention from the dean upon entering the academy, and to be granted the title of associate professor right away. Generally, elective course instructors face a degree of turnover and are often appointed as lecturers, making it quite rare for someone to achieve the rank of associate professor, which comes with significantly better benefits. Under the tenacious advocacy of Wu Junyi, the dean ultimately acquiesced, granting this teacher, Lan, a status akin to that of ordinary lecturers. Apart from his disdain for nepotism, Wu Junyi harbored reservations about Lan due to the course he was teaching, a course on lifestyle aesthetics. Were it not for his respect for the dean, Wu Junyi might have thought that the individual responsible for allowing such a class to exist in the academy must have had their faculties compromised. In his eyes, this was nothing short of absurd. With merely 10 minutes remaining until 2 o'clock, not a single student had yet arrived. Should no one show up, it would indeed mark a historic moment for the Huaming National Academy, transforming into a grand farce. However, as Wu Junyi observed Lan on the stage, he found his initial impressions of him subtly shifting for the better. Even in the absence of students, Lan maintained an air of calm, betraying no hint of anxiety, a quality most commendable. At that moment, a voice resonated from beyond the classroom door. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a flowing white dress entered. None other than Jin Yan. She had deliberately donned a new outfit, radiating youthful vibrance. Teacher Jin, you have arrived. Lan greeted her with a smile and a nod. I will sit at the back, Jin Yan replied. Ah, Director Wu, you are here too, she remarked upon noticing Wu Junyi. Wu Junyi perpetually wore a stern expression. In his 50s, attired conservatively, his gaze was cold and piercing, a quintessential aura of a head of discipline. He acknowledged with a slight nod. Jin Yan glanced at Lan, noting his composed demeanor, yet she could not help but feel a twinge of concern for him. The classroom remained devoid of students, and the presence of the director was evidently not a favorable omen. She settled into the last row, not far from Wu Junyi. At that instant, a figure suddenly burst into the room. While rushing in, he shouted, "Is this the classroom for the lifestyle aesthetics course?" Jin Tao, came the venomous hiss from the back of the classroom. As he entered, he was confronted by the two individuals he most wished to avoid. Upon spotting Jin Yan, Jin Tao visibly flinched, only to be immediately drawn to the formidable presence of the director seated beside her. As a troublesome student, it was inconceivable for him not to recognize the head of discipline. Suddenly cowed, he lowered his head and took a seat in the front row, no longer daring to utter a word. Lan Jue cast a glance at Wu Junyi, who had remained silent throughout. Yet his imposing presence created an atmosphere that felt somewhat stifling, even to Lan Jue. He could not help but silently grumble to himself. Initially, he held a rather unfavorable impression of Jin Tao, only to discover that he was, in fact, the younger brother of Jin Yan. Moreover, no matter the circumstances, he was also his first student. Perhaps it was the stroke of fortune brought by Jin Tao's strikingly pink mohawk that prompted the arrival of students in small clusters, each bearing a shared characteristic, an unmistakable glimmer of curiosity in their eyes. However, what caused Lan Jue's lips to twitch was the realization that at least half of these students sported dyed hair, transforming the classroom into something akin to a dyeing salon. The presence of Director Wu served as a formidable deterrent to these youngsters. Upon entering, one student even attempted to flee at the sight of Wu Junyi, but a fierce glare from the director promptly coaxed him into compliance, as he obediently took a seat, remaining equally silent. At that moment, Director Wu resembled the Buddha, reigning over a troop of mischievous monkeys, thereby sparing Lan Jue considerable trouble. Checking his pocket watch, Lan Jue approached the classroom door, ready to commence his inaugural lesson. Just as the door was about to close, a long, slender hand suddenly pressed against the other side of the door. Wait! A spark ignited in Lan Jue's eyes as a golden-haired girl squeezed into the classroom. The previously dejected, colorful legion suddenly perked up, their eyes widening, some even salivating. Following the golden-haired girl was a raven-haired beauty, and as she entered the classroom, the expressions of the colorful legion transformed into letters of astonishment. Not only they, but even Wu Junyi, the director of education, displayed a hint of surprise on his face. When their gazes met, Shou Qianlin acted as if she did not recognize Lan Jue at all. She merely nodded slightly before pulling Tang Mi to the back row. Upon seeing Wu Junyi, the two stunning girls no longer appeared as bashful as the colorful legion. They greeted him with smiles before finding an empty seat. The colorful legion was almost seething with anger towards Director Wu. If it weren't for this revered figure, they would have swiftly changed seats to surround the two school beauties. But now who would dare? As Lan Jue watched Shou Qianlin take her seat, his eyelids twitched slightly. She was truly pretending not to know him. Yet, she insisted he come to school to protect her. How perplexing. I imagine everyone must be curious about what this lesson on life entails. Who doesn't know how to live? What I intend to teach is how to elevate one's quality of life, to infuse it with meaning, and to guide everyone on how to embody the essence of nobility. Chapter 43. This is nobility. The intention to teach everyone how to become a noble stirred a wave of disdain among the students present, many curling their lips in mockery. Even Tang Mi shared this sentiment, while Shou Qianlin wore a smile that was neither here nor there. Qianlin, are you really going to listen to this? Teaching us to be nobles is utterly ridiculous, Tang Mi whispered dismissively in Shou Qianlin's ear. However, the teacher was indeed quite handsome. One could only hope he was not merely a pretty face, lacking substance. Lan Jue turned towards the blackboard, inscribing words with meticulous precision. Despite the hushed tones of Tang Mi, he absorbed every word with his keen auditory sense. Upon hearing the phrase gilded wax-tipped, pretty but useless, his chalk came to an abrupt halt, nearly breaking under the pressure. Taking a deep breath, he completed his writing. The characters were beautifully rendered in a vigorous and powerful cursive, exuding an impressive aura. Director Wu, observing the four characters, felt a refreshing clarity. In this era of advanced technology, individuals with exquisite penmanship had become increasingly rare. What constitutes nobility? These were the four characters Lan Jue had inscribed on the blackboard. He set down the chalk and turned to the assembly of students below, inquiring, "Can anyone enlighten me on the essence of nobility? Isn't it simply driving airborne vehicles, residing in opulent mansions, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards, and daily embracing a different woman?" A girl adorned with large earrings scoffed. "Nonsense. Mere bodyguards are insufficient. One must have an entire squadron of mecha, that's what truly impresses." Jin Tao retorted promptly. "One woman is hardly enough. If I were a noble, all my mecha pilots would be stunning women, each with enticing physiques. Someone like you, lacking in both chest and curves, would never qualify for my elite escort. Are you courting death, Jin Ergo?" The blonde, earring-clad girl slammed her hands on the table, rising abruptly, momentarily forgetting the presence of Director Wu behind her. Jin Tao extended his pinky finger, turning back to the students below, inviting further challenge. Silence. Wu Junyi's stern voice echoed, effectively quelling the impending chaos within the classroom. Initially, he had intended to remain silent. However, Lan Jue's surprised and questioning gaze had seemingly cast doubt upon the institution's educational standards, compelling Director Wu to voice his reprimand. The blonde girl pointed accusingly at Jin Tao, her fierce glare seemingly capable of piercing through his very being. "What you speak of is incorrect. What you describe is not nobility, but mere nouveau riche," Lan Jue remarked nonchalantly. A few students seated at the front could not help but voice their agreement in unison. Lan Jue continued as if he had not heard the interruption. "Today, in this inaugural lesson, I shall elucidate the essence of nobility. In the minds of many, a noble school is expected to provide conditions befitting the aristocracy, accompanied by a lifestyle of grandeur. Consequently, numerous affluent individuals enroll their children in prestigious institutions, aspiring for them to graduate as members of the elite. However, when they discover that even the students of the finest academy, the West Alliance Academy, endure the hardships of sleeping on hard wooden beds and subsisting on meager rations, subject to rigorous training that often surpasses that of public school pupils, they struggle to comprehend the connection between such a Spartan existence and the spirit of nobility. This dissonance is hardly surprising, for the spirit of nobility is not synonymous with the mentality of the nouveau riche. It stands in stark contrast to the spirit of the common man and certainly does not imply a life of indulgence and leisure. Rather, it embodies a pioneering ethos centered around values such as honor, responsibility, courage, and self-discipline. As Lan Jue articulated these thoughts, the students remained largely unchanged in their demeanor. However, in the back row, Wu Junyi's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he nodded slightly in agreement. The voice of Lan Jue remained notably calm. Yet upon concluding the tale of General Welling, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. The mocking smile had vanished from Tang Mi's face, while Zhou Qianlin listened intently. Wu Junyi maintained his serious demeanor, and Jin Yan's eyes sparkled with brightness. Wealth is material, while nobility is spiritual. The essence of noble spirit signifies self-restraint, self-discipline, and a dedication to serving the common people. For instance, Prince William and Prince Harry of the ancient royal family of the West were sent to the West's Army Mecha Officer Academy for their education. After graduation, Prince Harry was dispatched to the front lines to engage in battle against the Northern Alliance, serving as an ordinary mecha operator. The ancient royal family of the West recognized both the noble lineage of Prince Harry and the inherent dangers of the front lines. However, they acknowledged that self-sacrifice and risk-taking are the responsibilities and obligations of nobility, a natural expectation. During the first comprehensive war between the Huoming Alliance and the West Alliance, a widely circulated photograph captured Marshal Qi Mu, the commander of the Huoming military, inspecting a slum on the front lines. He stood at the entrance of a dilapidated house, asking an impoverished elderly woman inside, "May I enter?" This act exemplified a profound respect for the marginalized, for true nobility understands the value of honoring others. On October 28, 1910, an 83-year-old man, in a bid to save his tormented soul, resolved to distribute all his possessions to the poor. Subsequently, he departed from his vast estate and ultimately passed away like a vagrant at a desolate train station. He was the great Russian author, Leo Tolstoy. Years later, another distinguished author, Stefan Zweig, reflected on Tolstoy, expressing that such an unremarkable and humble fate did not diminish his greatness. Had he not suffered for the sake of humanity, Leo Tolstoy would not belong to all humankind as he does today. At this juncture, Lan Jue's gaze swept across the entire classroom. His voice suddenly intensified and resonated with conviction. This is nobility. As the clock struck 3, a new week began, and he sought support for recommendations, urging the audience to help him secure a place among the top 3 this week. Inadvertently, Jin Tao straightened his posture, his eyes shimmering with a fervor born of excitement. Not just him, but nearly every individual present shared the same sentiment. The usually stern director Wu appeared somewhat softened, while Jin Yin, seated beside him, exhibited noticeably rapid breaths, her fair face adorned with a hint of blush. Tang Mi's emerald green eyes sparkled with brilliance, and although Zhou Qianlin maintained an outward calm, her gaze revealed a captivating intensity. Throughout history, many wars bear striking similarities. Adversaries on the battlefield often remain friends off it. Thus, many conflicts from that era may seem akin to children playing house in retrospect. As Lan Jue recounted his story, he returned to his usual tranquility, smiling and narrating with grace, perpetually captivating the attention of his audience. At this juncture, Lan Jue paused momentarily, as if recollecting a profound memory. His gaze gradually deepened, and he began to recount another tale that had profoundly impacted him, one that remained etched in his memory for a lifetime. This narrative was imparted to me during my student days by my esteemed teacher, and today, I wish to share it with you. In the era of the Yuan dynasty, humanity constructed a colossal ocean liner known as the Titanic. The name Titanic was derived from the giants of Greek mythology, Titan, in a bold challenge to Zeus. The embodiment of mysterious natural forces ultimately faced defeat and was cast into the depths of the Atlantic, far deeper than the abyss of hell itself. Consequently, some deemed the name Titanic to be ominous, foreshadowing a tragic fate from the very outset. Indeed, it met its demise during a maritime disaster. When he uttered the name Zeus, Shou Qianlin, seated below, couldn't help but glance up, her eyes meeting Lan Jue's in a fleeting moment of connection. Lan Jue continued, "Unlike the mythical Titan, this colossal vessel met its fate in the depths of the ocean, leaving behind not only iron plates, rivets, and human flesh, but also an unconquered soul. In other words, the Titanic, along with over 1,500 lives, sank, yet the spirit of humanity, an indomitable essence of civilization, remains eternally unsinkable." As he spoke, Lan Jue's voice gradually rose in intensity. The 8 musicians maintained their composure, performing their melodies until the very end. Each soaring note embodied the dignity and nobility of humanity, refusing to yield to the ferocity of nature in the face of death. As the esteemed writer Hemingway penned in his masterpiece, The Old Man and the Sea, a man is not born to be defeated. You may vanquish his body, but his soul remains unconquered. The pursuing sharks may strip the great fish from the old fisherman's boat down to its bones. Yet they cannot consume the indomitable spirit of this sailor, a flame forged from the essence of human soul and will, impervious even to the vastness of the sea. Years later, people still marvel at how the musicians and crew of the Titanic, confronted with the impending deluge and the onslaught of death, displayed such immense courage. Refusing to flee and steadfastly fulfilling their duties. Their noble humanity shone through as they offered lifeboats to children and women, reserving their final moments for themselves. In the aftermath, statistics revealed that 76 crew members perished, a death toll surpassing that of all first, second, and third-class passengers combined. The crew, possessing better circumstances for escape than the passengers, chose to grant others the opportunity, resigning themselves to despair. This was not just the choice of 1 or 2 sailors, but a collective decision made by over 900 crew members, including stewards, firemen, and cooks. The ability of such a large group to act in unison, akin to the mysterious sinking of that great ship, is a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity, a true miracle. Chapter 45, The True Nobility. A renowned author once stated that it is due to their upbringing, instilling in them the ideal that responsibility outweighs all other considerations. Responsibility and discipline are synonymous. In the hours preceding the Titanic's demise, this ideal of responsibility and discipline was proven to be an indelible and powerful trait. Such valor cannot be encapsulated by a mere phrase. As the Western proverb goes, even a hero may become a coward in dire straits. Yet, the Titanic transformed countless ordinary individuals into heroes. A sense of duty elevated human value, nobility, and beauty. This is the essence of noble spirit. Each of them embodies the nobility in my heart. Captain Smith of the Titanic shared excellent personal relations with many affluent passengers, some of whom were his close friends, including Astor. However, Astor did not seek to leverage his relationship with Captain Smith to gain passage onto a lifeboat. Had he chosen to approach the captain, he would have had ample justification, for his wife was 5 months pregnant. However, Astor did not act in such a manner, or perhaps he simply did not conceive of the necessity to do so. It was an era devoid of the notion of backdoors, a time that emphasized gentlemanly conduct and the essence of true masculinity. He was indeed a genuine nobleman. Upon realizing his lack of escape, the illustrious magnate Benjamin Guggenheim donned his most splendid evening attire, proclaiming, "I shall die with dignity, like a gentleman." In a note he left for his wife, he wrote, "No woman shall remain on deck due to my taking a place in a lifeboat. I will not perish like an animal, but as a true man. I am a nobleman." The tale halts abruptly here. Lan Jue's azure eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet brimming with an infectious fervor. "I cannot predict whether you will ascend to nobility in the future, but as I stand here today as a lecturer at the Huaming National Academy, I must impart to you the essence of what constitutes true nobility. The nobility of spirit does not necessarily equate to wealth. The affluent are not invariably noble. Moreover, the spirit of nobility is absolutely not something that can be purchased with money. If one day you can stand tall and embody such nobility, then I shall take immense pride in you." The narrative concerning the Titanic is derived from Dan Allen Butler's Never Sinking, Chapter 46, DreamNet. Mounting his vintage bicycle, Lan Jue leisurely exited the Huaming National Academy, a faint smile gracing his lips. The firm grip of Director Wu lingered on his right hand before departing the classroom. The director had shaken his hand vigorously, uttering a simple, "Thank you." As for the students, their expressions remained somewhat dazed and bewildered as Lan Jue left the classroom. Yet, he felt a profound sense of joy and contentment within himself. Perhaps this is the exhilaration of transmitting positive energy. Upon exiting the academy, Lan Jue meandered towards Tianhua Avenue on his bicycle when suddenly a thought struck him. He tapped his forehead, realizing, wait, this class on the appreciation of life is not a philosophy course. I must teach them how to experience life with greater sophistication. It seems I have digressed. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the interstellar communicator interrupted his thoughts. What is it? Lan Jue queried with a hint of irritation upon connecting the communicator. On the other end, Zhou Qianlin gazed at the number on her wrist, her expression momentarily lost in confusion as she listened to his languid tone. Could this truly be the same instructor who had so passionately conveyed the spirit of nobility that left all his students in stunned silence for over 10 minutes? The lecture was quite good, Zhou Qianlin remarked in a somewhat different tone, yet Lan Jue could not help but feel a swell of pride at her words. However, you seem to be here to protect me, correct? Zhou Qianlin continued. Indeed. Lan Jue suddenly grasped the implication. And where are you? Zhou Qianlin's voice dropped to a whisper, laced with frustration. I am your bodyguard. Lan Jue silently roared within himself. Where shall I seek you? Blue Jue inquired, restraining his emotions. I am in the mecha combat department. Do come to find me, Zhou Qianlin replied nonchalantly. Lan Jue was taken aback, stating, did you not mention that you feared your classmates discovering my acquaintance with you would tarnish your reputation? Are you no longer concerned? Zhou Qianlin replied. You needn't stand too far. Simply refrain from greeting me. As a teacher, your presence in the academy will go unnoticed. We are in simulation area, classroom 3. With that, she terminated the connection. Although the Mecha Combat Department was not the most prestigious within the Huaming National Academy, it occupied the largest expanse of land. The instruction of mechas necessitated various advanced technological apparatuses and ample training space. This department was divided into multiple zones, including theoretical study, simulation, and practical application. The simulation area, as Zhou Qianlin referred to it, was the most common training method for learning mecha combat. Given the exorbitant cost and advanced technology of mechas, direct training using them would not only be perilous but also excessively wasteful. Thus, simulated training was developed. Within the simulation pod, the environment was indistinguishable from that of an actual mecha, perfectly mimicking the various reactions and states during combat. Therefore, despite being a simulation, it yielded tangible combat effectiveness while minimizing training wear and tear. However, was Zhou Qianlin not engaged in mecha research? Did she also need to learn mecha operation? Upon Lan Jue's arrival at Simulation Area Classroom 3, he found himself at a loss, as he could not locate Zhou Qianlin. The classroom was vast, resembling a colossal metallic warehouse filled with 100 spherical simulation pods, each with a diameter exceeding 3 meters. With the teacher's chip, which had just been installed with interstellar communication capabilities, Lan Jue easily found his way here. Many of the enormous spherical pods were vibrating and shaking, indicating that individuals were engaged in simulated training inside. However, these pods were all enclosed. Zhou Qianlin claimed she was here. How was he to find her? I'm here. Which pod are you in? Lan Jue reluctantly activated the interstellar communicator once more. Did she truly regard him as a bodyguard? Frustrated, he scanned the surrounding simulation pods and noticed one pod was open and unoccupied. Skillfully, he climbed into the pod and settled inside. He could not merely stand there waiting, and the simulation area only had space within the pods. Once seated, he left the hatch open and reclined, closing his eyes to rest. In Simulation Area Classroom 3, in the corner, Pod 12, Zhou Qianlin sat quietly. She had not commenced her simulated training session. After severing her connection with Lan Jue, her delicate lips were pressed tightly together, devoid of color, and her eyes shimmered with tears. Lan Jue, a Jew Zeus. A faint vibration jolted Lan Jue awake, and he was astonished to find the hatch of his pod closing rapidly. With his abilities, exiting would pose no challenge. However, at that moment, he noticed 2 students approaching. To exit swiftly would require the use of his powers. Just as he hesitated, the hatch had already sealed. Beep. Scanning chip. Hello, Teacher Lan Jue. Welcome to the Huaming National Academy Simulation Area. Would you like to use your existing Dream Network account or register a new one? Lan Jue was momentarily taken aback. It had been quite a while since he last utilized a simulator. Dream Network, a large-scale online platform developed collaboratively by several major interstellar corporations among the three great alliances, was specifically designed for simulating mecha combat, encompassing both educational and entertainment applications. With idle time on his hands and a resolve to embark on a new journey, he decided to indulge in a bit of gameplay. After registering a new account, 5 minutes later, in the Dream Network, Huaming District, within the educational subdivision of the Huaming National Academy, a newcomer named Little Rookie strolled leisurely through the streets of the teaching zone. Chapter 47. Prometheus. In the embrace of towering mountains lies a secluded valley. Within this valley unfolds a realm entirely composed of metallic abodes, an array of devices and apparatus, as well as soaring metal hovercrafts and towering, colossal mechanized suits. Surrounded by valleys, the peaks rise and fall in a magnificent array, with one summit on the western side of the valley standing tallest, its pinnacle lost amidst the clouds. At this moment, upon this lofty summit, two figures are present. The swirling mists render their silhouettes ethereal. With fiery red hair, Chu Cheng stands, his hands tucked into his pockets, a cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, its glowing ember flickering amidst the fog. "Boss, you didn't summon me here simply to enjoy the mountain breeze, did you?" Chu Cheng languidly remarked. He perpetually exuded an air of drowsiness, as if perpetually in a state of half-sleep. Not far in front of him stood a man clad in a black combat uniform, which accentuated his tall and imposing figure. Broad-shouldered and robust, yet not overly muscular, he stood there like a spear, exuding an aura of authority. A general, the dark-haired man, appearing to be merely in his 30s, is in fact a high-ranking military officer. It is important to note that in this era of technological advancement, achieving prominence within the military is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. One must possess genuine military accomplishments to attain rapid promotion. At the age of 30, most soldiers are merely at the nascent stages of their ambitious pursuits. The average age of the generals in the Huaming is 51. Considering the current average lifespan of a human being is 120 years, a general at the tender age of 30 is truly an extraordinary rarity. What about him? The man in black turned to face Chu Cheng. His eyes, a pale shade of green, paired with his dark hair, exuded an aura of peculiarity. Yet this strangeness was entirely subdued by the resolute determination reflected in his gaze. His visage was rugged, marked by the passage of time, and possessed a three-dimensional quality reminiscent of a sculpture hewn from stone. Unconsciously, an air of authority emanated from him, akin to an indomitable blade. Chu Cheng lazily rubbed his nose, displaying little reaction to the sharp intensity of the man before him. The man's gaze softened slightly. Has it truly been 3 years? And he remains unable to move on? Chu Cheng let out a faint sigh and remarked, "Are you still unaware of his temperament? If it were so easy to move on, why should we be anxious for him? Boss, if you have the time, it would be best to pay him a visit. Although misunderstandings exist between you, he once placed his utmost trust in you. Moreover, you are, after all, his elder brother." The gaze of the dark-haired man grew cold again. He was right to blame me. It was my misjudgment that led to Hera's downfall. The dark-haired man coldly remarked. "I did not summon you here to instruct me on what to do." He appeared despondent, stating that neither of them had made any progress. Chu Cheng instinctively took a step back. "Boss, if you're angry with a Jew, please don't take it out on me." The dark-haired man replied indifferently. "This has nothing to do with anger. My power requires refinement, and since you are here, let me see if you have improved over the years." As he spoke, he suddenly stepped forward, and in an instant, his pale green eyes erupted with blinding azure light, shattering the surrounding mist and ascending into dazzling beams of verdant radiance. "Boss, are you serious?" Chu Cheng cried out, his previous lethargy vanishing in an instant. A fierce flame surged from behind him, initially a pure red. But as the azure light intensified, it gradually transformed into orange, then deep red, and ultimately into a peculiar dark crimson. At the center of the flames was an abyssal black. The dark-haired man ceased speaking, raising his right hand sharply. The azure light instantly morphed into powerful blades of light, resembling a magnificent blue lotus blooming, engulfing Chu Cheng's figure within. In the valley, the busy personnel were collectively drawn to the brilliant light erupting from the western peak. Soon, the entire sky turned azure, within which dark crimson light flickered incessantly. The terrifying energy waves emanating from the two hues dispelled the clouds above the valley. Half an hour later, "Boss, this is inhumane." Grasping his swollen face, Chu Cheng sat on the ground, gasping in pain, his clothing in tatters. The dark-haired man bore several scorch marks, yet stood tall as a spear. You lack fighting spirit. There is no joy in striking you, the dark-haired man remarked coldly. He then stated, I will go find him. Just as Chu Cheng stood, he was taken aback by this statement. You are going to find a Jew? The dark-haired man nodded. Chu Cheng, puzzled, asked, but I heard that you are on the verge of being promoted to Major General after accumulating military merits over the past few years. Can you really afford to leave at such a time? Is position that important? The dark-haired man replied sternly. Chu Cheng gave a thumbs up. All right, truly worthy of Prometheus. The dark-haired man replied calmly. Here, call me Lan Jue. Only on the battlefield am I Prometheus. Prometheus, the god of wisdom. I shall take my leave. I eagerly await the delightful news of you confronting a Jew. Should you be inclined to share the timing, I would also relish the opportunity to witness the spectacle. Lan Jue waved his hand and turned towards the valley, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The valley, now free from the shroud of mist, appeared exceptionally clear. The metal glinted in the sunlight, its sharp rays seemingly capable of being absorbed by his very being. Behind him, Chu Cheng discreetly raised his middle finger. Yet a hint of a smile graced his face as he limped down the mountain. After taking a few steps, a crimson light flared before him, revealing a colossal black figure that emerged silently, adorned with streaks of blood-red light across its massive form. Among the four brothers, he bore the moniker, Hades, the Lord of the Underworld. As a new week commenced, he earnestly sought the support of recommendation votes, expressing his gratitude. Chapter 48. The novice in a white vest dressed in a white vest and oversized shorts. This was the current attire of Lan Jue. In the realm of dreams, this appearance was referred to as the blank slate. At the tender age of 8, Lan Jue first ventured into the dream network, and since that moment, he had never experienced such a blank slate as he did today. Coupled with the rather juvenile moniker he had chosen for himself, Little Rookie, he could not have been more fresh-faced. As he glanced down at his attire, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. This must be what they referred to as a young fresh meat. Within the Dream Network, advanced academies could apply for exclusive teaching zones, and he now found himself in the educational district of the Huaming National Academy. This area lacked the embellishments and shops found in civilian dream networks, containing only various mecha practice zones. What was a newcomer supposed to do? Lan Jue tapped his head, struggling to recall, as so much time had passed. Hey, stop right there. 3 imposing figures blocked his path, clad in mecha combat suits. Ah, right, he needed to first procure a set of mecha combat gear. It should be complimentary from the academy. Then he would select a basic mecha. Yes, that was the way to proceed. As he beheld the trio before him, fragments of memory returned to him. I'm talking to you. Do you hear? A young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, lifted his leg and delivered a kick, sending Lan Jue stumbling. You must be the newcomer. Hand over your novice benefits. The young man stepped closer, seizing Lan Jue's flimsy vest and glaring menacingly. Indeed, newcomers were entitled to benefits, 50 dream coins, which could be used to purchase essential items. Though dream coins were virtual currency, they could be exchanged for the currencies of the 3 major alliances in reality, and their value surpassed that of the latter, being recognized as the 4th currency of the human world. I won't give it up, Lan Jue replied, adopting a miserly demeanor. The youth shoved him forcefully, sending him sprawling to the ground. Kid, since you lack appreciation, we'll make you understand. Here, the sensation of pain was constant. Moreover, within the dream network, no one knew who we were. Every individual's identity was strictly confidential, safeguarded by the network's mainframe. Lan Jue rose from the ground, for he certainly did not allow himself to be beaten intentionally. He had yet to develop a penchant for masochism. In this dreamlike realm, initially, no supernatural abilities could be wielded. He was merely an ordinary and healthy human, endowed with the most rudimentary genetic talent to pilot the most basic mechs. In a state of such unfamiliarity, it was only natural for him to be subjected to such treatment. The other 2 young men flanked him, closing in from either side, the trio converging upon Lan Jue. It was evident that this was not their first encounter of this sort. With a sigh, Lan Jue cast a glance at the 3 individuals, a hint of pity flickering in his eyes as he adjusted to his virtual body. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air, echoing, "You 3 again." In an instant, a figure darted towards them like a bolt of lightning. Bang, bang, crack. The 3 young men were sent sprawling through the air, akin to blossoms scattered by a divine maiden, crashing to the ground several meters away with cries of distress. A striking figure soon materialized before Lan Jue. Upon recognizing her, he paused for a moment. Golden hair, azure eyes, and long legs. Wasn't this the young woman who had accompanied Zhou Qianlin to class previously? Tang Mi had not altered her appearance even slightly within the dream network. With a huff of indignation, Tang Mi declared her intent to discover the identities of those classless individuals, vowing to deliver a lesson they would not soon forget. "Hey, Bai Ban, are you all right?" she inquired. "I'm fine, thank you," Lan Jue replied earnestly, expressing his gratitude. Tang Mi pointed toward a towering structure ahead. "Newcomers should register there and collect their mechas. Afterward, head to the training area to practice combat. If you encounter those kinds of individuals again, simply shout. Our academy's enforcement team will arrive promptly. Don't let it haunt you. Those fellows were merely intimidating newcomers, lacking any real strength." "Understood," Lan Jue acknowledged. With that, Tang Mi turned and departed, her presence exuding an air of confidence. What a strong sense of justice she possesses, Lan Jue mused inwardly. In front of the grand building stood a sign, teaching building. 5 minutes later, having completed his registration, Lan Jue emerged clad in combat attire, regretting only that the back bore the words "Little Rookie." Next came the selection of a mecha. The evolution of human mechas had predominantly favored humanoid designs, though some specialized mechas had been crafted for unique functions. As a novice, Lan Jue was limited to choosing between 2 basic mechas, one for ranged combat and one for melee. Without hesitation, he opted for the melee variant. "Would you like to enter the mecha and proceed to the combat zone?" "Yes." With a flash of light, the rookie was transported into the cockpit of the mecha. Swordsman Mecha was the name he had chosen. Standing 10 meters tall and weighing 13 tons, this lightweight mecha was equipped with a titanium alloy sword and shield. His fingers glided over the control panel before him, trembling slightly, and the swordsman mecha rose to its feet, moving steadily forward. The operation of modern mechas relied on a combination of brainwave and manual control. Those with formidable genetic talents, particularly psychics, could even infuse their abilities into the mechas for enhancement, though that required advanced models. Pure brainwave control could be unstable due to physical influences and fluctuations in brainwaves, while purely manual control lacked the necessary speed. Only by combining both could one achieve seamless operation. The combat zone was further divided into 3 areas: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Achieving 10 victories would grant access to the intermediate zone, while 100 victories would elevate one to the advanced zone. If one can achieve a total of 1,000 victories, entry into a higher academy division becomes possible. However, this is typically an accomplishment reserved for students of exceptional caliber. Achieving 1,000 victories in the Dream Network's simulated mecha battles is also a fundamental requirement for graduation from the elite mecha class. The bachelor's program, on the other hand, necessitates a minimum of 100 victories. Thus, this place is essential for all students specializing in mecha combat. Additionally, students from other disciplines are required to possess a basic understanding of mecha, needing to secure at least 10 victories to earn corresponding credits. In the Dream Network, interstellar communication devices can also be activated. Lan Jue arrived here in search of Zhou Qianlin, not for combat. Zhou Qianlin should be engaged in mecha combat practice here. Although he stumbled upon this location by accident, he could still reach her from here. "Where are you?" "I have entered the Academy's teaching area in the Dream Network," Lan Jue communicated. The novice in the Dream Network touched her nose. "Am I really that unattractive?" She had repeatedly requested that no one else be informed of their acquaintance. "The intermediate zone?" "Hiki." The novice shook her head and entered the beginner zone, where 10 victories would grant access to the intermediate zone. It seemed that it wouldn't take long. The Academy's Dream Network is simplified and specially configured. As Lan Jue controlled the novice, they were instantly transported into a spacious arena upon entering the beginner zone. The space was circular, resembling a massive stadium. With a diameter of 300 meters and a height of 50 meters, a standard arena for mecha battles, commonly utilized for beginners contests. In a flash of light, a black mecha appeared opposite, another swordsman mecha. Unlike the novices, this mecha was adorned with silver armor on its chest and legs, indicating it had undergone upgrades, presumably enhancing its speed and defense. "Novice? Ha ha, what good fortune. It seems that my 10th victory is finally within reach," boasted the voice from the opposing swordsman mecha. Shortly after, the mecha's propulsion system ignited, and it charged towards the novice with great strides. At this moment, Jin Tao was undeniably exhilarated. After attending Lan Jue's class on lifestyle aesthetics, he felt inspired, shaking off his usual lethargy and specifically coming to practice mecha combat. As a student of mecha combat, He had yet to pass even the beginner level, having only mastered some of the most rudimentary techniques, perhaps spurred by the insights gained from Lan Jue's class. He felt a newfound control over the mecha today. He had already achieved one battle victory, marking his 9th win. Only one more victory was required to reach 10 wins and advance to the intermediate level. This would alleviate any concerns he had regarding the upcoming semester's final examinations. Entering the intermediate level of simulated mecha control would at least ensure his progression to the next academic year. Before him stood an opponent who was evidently a novice freshly initiated into the Dream Network. The swordsman's mech had not undergone any modifications whatsoever, and this stroke of fortune was a first for him. Jin Tao vividly recalled his own days as a mere fledgling, relentlessly tormented by the upperclassmen, leaving him with an indelible scar on his confidence. Engaging in the sport of dominating the inexperienced was undoubtedly one of his greatest pleasures. As Jin Tao's swordsman mech approached the inexperienced novice, his right hand wielded the titanium alloy blade, ruthlessly aimed at the opponent's neck. The novice appeared paralyzed with fear, standing motionless as the blade loomed closer. Beyond his satisfaction, Jin Tao felt a twinge of regret. Had the novice made even a token struggle, it would have better showcased his own prowess. At that moment, the novice suddenly sprang into action, his movements remarkably uncomplicated. He crouched down. Jin Tao's titanium alloy blade swept past the novice's head, and in the next instant, he witnessed his swordsman's mech's right arm, along with the titanium blade, soaring into the sky. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Defeat. Mech damage at 40%. Please repair before continuing combat. As he swung his blade toward the novice, the latter crouched down, simultaneously extending his right foot, which landed squarely on the foot of Jin Tao's mech. In a precise maneuver, the novice's titanium alloy blade penetrated the connection point at the base of Jin Tao's mech's right arm. The pressure from being pinned down, combined with the inertia of his body and loss of balance, undoubtedly intensified the force of the collision, resulting in Jin Tao's right arm being severed and sent flying. The novice then deftly maneuvered behind Jin Tao's mech, driving his titanium alloy blade through the gap beneath the back of the head, severing the main energy conduit. Thus, the battle came to an abrupt end. The entire sequence unfolded in no more than 3 seconds. The novice's movements appeared neither rapid nor particularly remarkable, relying solely on accuracy. Cursing under his breath, Jin Tao proceeded to repair his mech. To enhance sustained combat capability, all mech combat trainees are required to learn mech maintenance. In simulated battles, upon sustaining damage, they must effect repairs themselves, although they may opt to spend dream coins for repairs, a costly alternative. While Jin Tao faced defeat, Lan Jue received the electronic notification of victory. Battle 1. Mech damage at 0%. Complete victory. Awarded 1 victory point and 5 dream coins. Generally, a victory in a training zone duel rewards between 1 to 5 dream coins, and Lan Jue undoubtedly secured the highest reward. He chuckled with satisfaction. A sly grin crept across Lan Jue's face as he selected the option to continue battling. In a flash of light, he found himself back in the same arena. Yet his opponent had switched to a different type of basic mech, the gunner mech towering at 8 meters and weighing 9 tons. The gunner mech was standardly equipped with a laser rifle. It held a distinct advantage in agility and speed, and being a ranged attacker, it posed a significant threat. Conversely, the swordsman mech boasted superior defense and close combat prowess. Each type of basic mech possessed its own unique merits. The gunner mech evidently possessed a measure of experience. Upon its appearance, it immediately raised its laser rifle, aiming towards the direction of Blue Absolute. However, Blue Absolute executed an utterly unexpected maneuver. The novice, in a half-turn, swiftly hurled his titanium alloy shield like a frisbee, tracing a sinister arc through the air as it aimed to slice towards the gunner's legs. The gunner mech was taken aback, hastily leaping to one side to evade the oncoming shield. The operator of this mech proved to be slightly more skilled than Jin Tao, as the shield grazed past his legs. Yet, in the next moment, darkness enveloped him. Defeated, the mech sustained a 30% damage rate. Please undertake repairs and proceed with combat. What Blue Absolute had thrown was not merely the shield. Following it was a titanium alloy blade. The gunner, having leapt to the side, inadvertently collided with the blade, which pierced through the cockpit without warning. Who truly excels at ranged combat? The gunner mech operator bellowed in frustration. With a sinister smile, Blue Absolute initiated the third match. The thrill of dominating the battlefield with mines exhilarated him. After all, no one knew his identity. A flash of light signaled the arrival of his new opponent, a swordsman mech. Almost akin to Jin Tao, this swordsman mech charged towards Blue Absolute's novice form without delay. Blue Absolute distinctly noted the name hovering above the swordsman's head, Master Expert. Quite fitting, indeed. The Master Expert rapidly approached the novice, sweeping its right-hand titanium alloy blade in a similar manner to Jin Tao's prior attack, aiming for the neck. In a split second, the novice crouched down, stealthily extending his right foot to trip the opponent. Yet, an unforeseen turn of events occurred, perhaps by coincidence or due to the opponent's precise control. Just as the novice's foot was about to make contact, the opponent's right leg shot up abruptly, the knee crashing towards the novice's abdomen, while the sweeping titanium blade halted midair, striking down towards the novice's shoulder. At that moment, the two were engaged in close-quarter combat, with no room for evasive maneuvers. The novice swiftly turned his right wrist, pointing the tip of his titanium blade towards the Master Expert's wrist, while his left shield executed a lateral bumping motion. Clang! Boom! The sounds of their collisions resonated almost simultaneously as the Master Expert recoiled his arm, the two titanium blades clashing together, followed by a dull thud as the novice's shield struck the Master Expert's knee. Due to the lateral impact, the Master Expert's body instinctively tilted. Both mechs were identical in design, and with their strengths nearly equal, the battle hinged upon control. Instead of forcibly stabilizing his body, the Master Expert deftly spun, his feet appearing somewhat erratic as he took several steps in the midst of the rotation. Yet, his body continued to sway in harmony with his movements. The irregular, chaotic steps stirred something within Lan Jue. This was a rather practical intermediate technique of close combat mechs, capable of dodging melee attacks, as well as evading ranged artillery. Could a novice in the primary zone truly execute such a maneuver? The unexpected prowess of the opponent piqued Lan Jue's interest. He altered his footing and began to move in a similarly erratic manner, seamlessly infiltrating the opponent's rhythm. At that moment, Tang Mi's expression became somewhat rigid. Did this fellow dare to charge at her, truly underestimating her? Tang Mi thought fiercely as the titanium alloy knife in her hand sliced through the air with alarming speed, its gleam akin to mercury spilling forth, sweeping toward her adversary. Yet, at that instant, the rookie seemed to fumble, raising a hand just in time for the tip of her titanium knife to graze the side of Tang Mi's blade. The expert's blade, encountering this unexpected contact, became disordered. The discomfort of the moment nearly caused Tang Mi to spit blood. The rookie's figure swayed, her speed suddenly surging as she nearly darted past the expert in an instant. A light sound echoed. Tang Mi's reflexes were nothing short of impressive. She propelled herself forward, pivoting her body to strike at the rookie. However, to her astonishment, after turning, she found no trace of the rookie. A series of metallic friction sounds echoed from behind her. Tang Mi was taken aback, altering her steps continuously. Yet no matter her movements, the rookie remained elusive. Sweat streamed down her forehead. Was this following like a shadow? The technique of following like a shadow represented the pinnacle of close combat mech skill. The greatest taboo for a close combat mech was to be approached from behind. A mech warrior adept in this technique could trail an opponent, remaining undetected, particularly when their opponent was less skilled. Yet now, Tang Mi could distinctly feel her adversary behind her, but she could not shake off the rookie. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and all fell silent. An electronic voice broke the stillness. Failure. Mech damaged 100%. Please repurchase. What? 100% damage? Tang Mi's dazed gaze sharpened abruptly. She understood all too well what such a statement implied. In simulated battles and real mech combat, the two were strikingly similar. A 100% damage report typically indicated a direct hit from a formidable energy attack. Yet, from where could a swordsman mech wield such power? Rewind. The battle commenced anew, the expert charging at the rookie. The rookie crouched as the expert thrust forward. Expert, irregular chaotic steps. Rookie, irregular chaotic steps. Then, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, capable of ending the battle effortlessly, yet he wielded his titanium knife with an almost delicate grace. When the final strike arrived, the expert's body froze, then crumbled into countless fragments scattered across the ground, akin to a tower of blocks that had been abruptly toppled. Tang Mi recognized this technique. Or more precisely, she had heard of it, the butchering technique of the ox. Such a style is rarely seen on the battlefield due to its minimal practicality. An utter massacre. The seasoned master was vanquished by a mere novice. A complete triumph. Chapter 51. The Young Fresh Meat Bang. Tang Mi slammed her hands forcefully onto the control panel of the mech before her, her beautiful eyes aflame with fury. Today, she had switched accounts, transforming into a swordsman mech expert, solely for the thrill of it. Many engage in such antics, a behavior referred to as laying mines. Whoever steps on them is doomed. In response to this behavior, there were proposals for a real name system on the Dream Network, wherein individuals could only hold one account verified by their identification. Yet to this day, it has not received approval from the Dream Network Management Committee. After all, this involves significant measures concerning the three major alliances, a decision not easily reached. Tangmi could never have anticipated that her impulsive actions would lead to this. Who exactly was that novice? That scoundrel, indeed. How could he wield a technique that holds no practical combat significance? What level of boredom must one reach to employ such a technique as a mine? It is a blatant insult. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Tangmi shouted angrily within the simulation pod. She understood that this individual must be within the academy. Otherwise, he could not have accessed the introductory mech combat area. This specialized zone of the Dream Network can only be entered through dedicated simulators. However, with the academy being so vast, where could she possibly find this novice? Taking a deep breath, her cultivated demeanor allowed Tangmi to regain her composure swiftly. This enmity shall not go unavenged. She swiftly raised her hand and activated the interstellar communicator, promptly connecting to a number. Xiaomi? What's wrong? A deep voice resonated from the other end of the communicator. Through gritted teeth, Tangmi replied, I don't care where you are, right now. You must find a simulator to enter the Academy's Dream Network beginner mech combat area immediately. I have been humiliated. There was a hint of surprise in the voice. Beginner area? Xiaomi, you haven't gone and laid mines again, have you? I've told you repeatedly not to engage in such trivial antics. What? Did you encounter another mine and suffer for it? The deep voice quickly inferred the situation from Tangmi's words. Are you coming or not? Tangmi roared. Is it really that serious? The deep voice now held a note of increased astonishment. One who often walks by the river is bound to get their shoes wet. Calm down. I am currently occupied. Tang Xiao, if you dare not come to avenge me after being tormented by someone wielding a cleaver with such skill, you shall surely regret it. I will promptly divulge the embarrassing incident of your bedwetting until the age of 10 to Qianlin, leaving you with no chance of redemption. Do not presume that with the dissolution of your engagement with Qianlin, you have the upper hand, while I may lack the ability to facilitate your union. When it comes to destruction, just give me 3 minutes. Tang Xiao's tone shifted to one of seriousness in an instant. The interstellar communication device was abruptly disconnected. And only then did Tangmi's expression brighten slightly as she re-entered the Dream Network system. Just wait, novice. If I cannot handle you myself, I shall find someone who can. After all, Tang Xiao is a Class A mech master. I refuse to believe I cannot prevail. Bang. Lan Jue, with a sinister glint in his eyes, plunged the titanium alloy blade into the nape of his ninth adversary, thereby concluding the battle. A resounding victory for the 9th round. One more match remained before he could ascend to the intermediate arena. Over the past 3 years, his training had nearly stagnated, while his supernatural abilities continued to enhance autonomously. His proficiency in mech control had seen little practice. Although many techniques had become deeply ingrained within him, a sense of unfamiliarity lingered. As he stepped into the 10th match, a flash of brilliance enveloped him. Before him stood a swordsman mech, unmodified and pristine, a sight he had encountered only once in his previous 9 contests, which he had effortlessly dispatched with the precision of a master butcher. That singular bout had granted Lan Jue a fleeting sense of challenge. Little freshmate. The name emblazoned upon the opponent's swordsman mech hovered above. How audacious to adopt such a moniker. Lan Jue found it somewhat amusing. Yet, a lack of shame could signify formidable mental fortitude. So, you must be the landmine? A deep, resonant voice echoed from across the arena, imbued with a magnetic charm. It was the first instance since entering the novice zone that an adversary had spoken to him. Lan Jue remained silent. As a landmine, one must be prepared for the potential of an explosive counterattack. You've tormented my sister, thus, I sentence you to a slow and torturous demise. The swordsman mech, this audacious young man, stepped forward, executing a graceful crossover step before performing a rapid 360-degree turn. His shield raised across his chest, and the titanium blade angled toward the heavens. Impressive, isn't it? The rich voice brimmed with pride. Indeed, he was a shameless individual. Lan Jue silently shook his head in disbelief. Lan Jue squinted slightly, finding it rather intriguing. This individual exhibited a remarkable proficiency in controlling the mecha, demonstrating no hint of wasted speed. Despite a somewhat lacking demeanor, he still possessed a modicum of strength. Brother, I encountered something interesting today, the young man said as he ran forward, addressing Lan Jue. A moment of bewilderment swept over Blue Absolute. Wasn't this fellow here for revenge? What predicament had he encountered that bore any relevance to me? Suddenly, he burst into laughter. At that instant, a brilliant flash of blades enveloped him, sealing off all avenues of escape. Beneath the dazzling sheen of the blades, the taunt came. Heh, are you laughing? If so, cast your vote and save your favorites. Chapter 52. Extreme depravity and extreme shock. The ruthless assault of the young lad arrived in the blink of an eye. Even with Blue Absolute's prowess, maneuvering within the confines of this basic mech, he found himself momentarily flustered. With a swift push-off from the ground, he propelled himself backward, deftly maneuvering his titanium alloy blade to narrowly deflect the youth's strike, while simultaneously raising his leg to firmly counter the young lad's low kick. Your reflexes are impressive, the young lad remarked in admiration. I'll gouge your eyes out, he suddenly bellowed, as his mechanical legs swiftly ensnared the novices. At that moment, the novice stumbled due to his hasty retreat, losing his balance and becoming ensnared. With a sudden twist, the young lad's robust mech body moved with a surprising agility akin to that of a monkey, pivoting and rolling to forcefully subdue the novice's legs. Jiu-jitsu. The young lad had incorporated the art of into close-quarters combat with his mech. Speaking of which, brother, today has been rather unfortunate for me, he continued, exerting force while recounting his tale. Yesterday at the dining hall, I picked up a piece of pork, only to discover it was covered in hair. I thought to myself, the Academy's dining hall is truly lacking in cleanliness. So, I meticulously plucked each hair, only to realize, after cleaning it thoroughly and putting it in my mouth, that it was a piece of ginger. If anyone were to observe Blue Absolute's expression within the simulator at that moment, they would undoubtedly notice 3 dark lines forming across his forehead. Meanwhile, the novice found himself toppled to the ground, his legs entangled. The young lad's verbal jabs had proven remarkably effective. Such an opponent was a first for Blue Absolute, even with his extensive combat experience in matches. Seizing the opportunity, the young lad executed a graceful jiu-jitsu maneuver, mounting the novice's back and using one mechanical arm to completely overpower the novice's right arm, which clutched the titanium alloy blade, thus securing a definitive advantage. Hep, brother, do you find my story captivating? The young lad boasted with a triumphant air. Are you feeling indignant? If so, come at me. Strike me if you dare. Do not presume you have one. Blue Absolute's voice erupted through clenched teeth. The young lad looked at Blue Absolute in surprise. Still not satisfied? Fear not. I want to eliminate you so easily. As long as your mech remains intact, the Dream Network won't deem you defeated. Let us converse a little longer. At that moment, the young lad suddenly sensed a tremor from the novice beneath him. Though the quiver was subtle, its unexpectedness was striking. What astonished the young fresh meat even more was that the rookie merely trembled slightly, and his hold on the rookie unexpectedly loosened. This was alarming. Even in such a moment, the young fresh meat audaciously shouted out loud. The rookie twisted his body, and in a surprising turn of events, managed to entangle the young fresh meat. With a sudden throw, he found himself pinning the young fresh meat beneath him. Extreme vibration. You're employing extreme vibration. The young fresh meat exclaimed in shock, disregarding his predicament. Extreme vibration was the very technique he had tirelessly aspired to master. This young fresh meat was none other than Tang Xiao, the brother of Tang Mi. As a distinguished student in the mecha department of Huameng National Academy, he had already attained the rank of king level. He was among the top 10 within the entire mecha combat department of the academy. It is worth noting that when a mecha master is rated above king level, they can be awarded the rank of lieutenant in any of the 3 major alliances, bypassing the ranks of second lieutenant and lieutenant. Even the qualifications for a national-level mecha master only require a special grade B. A king-level B mecha master is already capable of commanding a squadron composed of 10 mechas. Despite this, Tang Xiao was still unable to utilize a technique like extreme vibration. If the skill of butchering an ox with a knife is considered a mere embellishment within mecha techniques, suitable only for showmanship, then extreme vibration represents the most practical close combat technique among advanced mecha skills. It is a formidable ability that nearly every mecha master yearns to possess. The uniqueness of extreme vibration lies in the fact that even the lowest-tier mecha masters have the potential to master it. Yet even king-level or emperor-level mecha masters may struggle to achieve it. The completion of extreme vibration hinges greatly on talent. Essentially, extreme vibration allows a mecha to generate high-frequency vibrations under the operator's control, inflicting damage on opponents or freeing oneself from entanglement. Its foremost requirement is hand speed. Modern mecha control amalgamates brainwaves with physical movements. However, the technique of extreme vibration, which necessitates instantaneous high-frequency oscillations, demands an extraordinary hand speed that can only be unleashed in the blink of an eye. One must repeatedly execute the same motion to produce the desired high-frequency oscillation effect. The three major alliances have sought to resolve the challenges surrounding extreme vibration through technological research, achieving some success in experiments. However, the technological version of extreme vibration significantly lags behind the execution by a mecha master in terms of flexibility. Additionally, it requires substantial energy consumption and incurs high costs. Undoubtedly, the rookie's mecha, being of the lowest tier, could not possibly possess the technological enhancement of extreme vibration, which implies that the operator within the mecha possesses such skill. The minimum requirement for hand speed to achieve extreme vibration is an effective speed of at least 300, that is to say, one must manipulate the mecha at least 300 times within a minute to manifest the effects of extreme vibration, and it must be effective operation. Tang Xiao mused that while his hand speed could reach 300, it would require deliberate effort. In genuine effective operation, it would hardly exceed 180. The rookie's fist pressed firmly against the young fresh meat's head, and Lan Jue sternly commanded, "Continue the conversation." The young lad exclaimed with excitement, "How did you master the extreme shock? What is your speed? How old are you this year? Are you a faculty member or a student? Could you possibly teach me?" He paused, then added, "No, you must be a teacher, right? No student in our academy has been able to wield the extreme shock." A hint of a fierce smile crept across Lan Jue's lips. "Indeed, I can teach you. Where are you located?" The young lad chirped, "I'm in the advanced class. Just tell me where to find you." "Behind the elective teaching building, there is a patch of grass. I will wait for you there. Arrive within 10 minutes. Or I shall not wait," Lan Jue replied nonchalantly. "All right, I'm on my way." Tang Xiao responded, brimming with excitement. It was impossible for him not to feel exhilarated. Not even the instructors at Huaming National Academy could utilize the extreme shock. This individual must be a new instructor. Before you leave, why not experience the extreme shock once more? The novice's fist instantly became ethereal, and in the next moment, it struck the young lad's head. Chapter 53, Weight Loss. The grass behind the elective teaching building was not particularly lush, as the sunlight was obstructed by the teaching building ahead, making it difficult for the blades to thrive. By this time, it was afternoon, and most elective classes had concluded, rendering the area exceptionally tranquil. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lan Jue stood impeccably in a tailored three-piece suit, devoid of any creases. Nearby, his antique two-wheeled bicycle rested. His expression was serene, resembling that of a statue. As he stood there motionless, suddenly, the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing a peculiar smile. "Ah, teacher, there you are? I've arrived," Tang Xiao exclaimed, breathless and brimming with excitement as he rushed over. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, Tang Xiao's waist seemed to match his height, and with each stride, his ample flesh jiggled in tandem. His short hair framed his small eyes, and the flesh on his face was plump, giving him an endearing appearance. When one reaches a certain level of weight, it seems that features begin to blur into similarity. Self-introduction, Lan Jue stated coldly. "Oh, certainly, please proceed." Tang Xiao replied with a respectful demeanor, gazing at Lan Jue. 3 black lines of exasperation instantly appeared on Lan Jue's forehead. "I meant for you to introduce yourself." The flesh on Tang Xiao's face quivered as he quickly clarified. "This is a misunderstanding, teacher. My name is Tang Xiao, a third-year student in the National Mechanized Combat class. Ranking as a B-level mecha master. Reporting for duty." "Tang Xiao?" Lan Jue echoed his name, slowly advancing towards him. "What is your weight?" "Well, 468 pounds. Tang Xiao declared with pride. "What is your genetic talent level?" Lan Jue inquired again. "Level 6. Teacher, my abilities are quite formidable. However, if you wish to know what they are, you must first show me your teaching credentials." Tang Xiao grinned, his small eyes sparkling with mischief. "Very well." Lan Jue replied without hesitation, handing over his employment certificate. "Life quality course? Associate professor?" Tang Xiao read the certificate, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked back at Lan Jue. "Teacher, are you jesting? What does one even teach in a life quality course?" Lan Jue smiled and said, "I am merely imparting some common knowledge of life." Tang smiled and replied, "My ability is metallization. Under the influence of my power, my body can transform into an incredibly hard metal." "Impressive, isn't it?" Suddenly, Lan Jue's expression froze. "Have you gained so much weight that it must be due to the metallic transformation, resulting in a proportional increase in your mass?" Tang Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sir, You truly are a master of the extreme tremor technique. You discerned it instantly. That was precisely my intention. This knowledge was imparted to me by a formidable individual possessing an 8th-level genetic talent. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Lan Jue's mouth. It was truly amusing that you would consider such a notion. Have you ever contemplated that once you undergo metallization, your weight would increase tenfold? What then becomes of your mobility? Are you to serve as a mere shield? Moreover, if the metallization ability were to evolve continuously, reaching an 8th-level genetic talent, it would attain the weight of titanium alloy. What good is weight if it serves no purpose? Tang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "Can my ability really evolve to the 8th level?" Lan Jue lightly tapped his forehead and remarked, "Before you, your family must not have been one of those endowed with extraordinary abilities, right?" Tang Xiao nodded earnestly in agreement. "Indeed, our family has been involved in politics." Lan Jue remarked, "No wonder. Let's set that aside for now. We should discuss more pressing matters." "What pressing matters?" Tang Xiao, intrigued and eager, sensed that Mr. Lan might imply there was potential for him to enhance his genetic endowment. This notion was entirely new to him, and he was filled with excitement. However, Lan Jue chose to remain silent. Lan Jue said with a serious tone, "Do you not wish to learn the extreme shock?" "Indeed," Tang Xiao exclaimed joyfully. "Very well. Then what should I do?" The more Lan Jue spoke, the brighter the spark in Tang Xiao's eyes became. Observing Lan Jue's solemn expression, Tang Xiao hurriedly added, "Master, please tell me what I should do." Lan Jue hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I do possess a method to expedite this process, albeit it may entail some discomfort." "Are you able to endure it?" Tang Xiao nodded vigorously, proclaiming, "No problem at all. A little pain is nothing. A true man can handle it, so go ahead." At that moment, his mind was filled with dreams of enhancing his genetic talents and an ardent desire to master the ultimate tremor. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Lan Jue's eyes. "Indeed, he was worthy of being my chosen disciple. I shall complete this process through the rhythmic strikes upon your body. It will be quite painful, so you must endure. Additionally, you must restrain yourself from unleashing your extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain." "Master, when shall we commence?" Tang Xiao exclaimed loudly. A flash of brilliance ignited in Lan Jue's eyes. Time was of the essence, it had to be now. "Are you prepared?" "Ready." Tang Xiao stood tall, his expression resolute. In an instant, a brown leather shoe struck his face with a resounding thud. "Ah!" Tang Xiao cried out in agony. And immediately, a cacophony akin to rain beating against banana leaves erupted around him. Bang! Bang bang! "Lan teacher, it hurts." "Endure it. We are extracting the energy from your fat," Lan Jue declared with a commanding presence. "This is what you get for being insolent, for your foolish antics, for your bluster, for your love of ginger. I'll teach you a lesson. Our Taoist store, Xinshitang Min, is launching a discount event for the birthday of our third brother starting today, lasting for 3 days. Do take a look." Chapter 54. The General's Memoirs. Lan teacher, you are so impressive, Jin Tao exclaimed, his pink hair swaying as he spoke with enthusiasm. He had initially come to find his sister, but was drawn in by the sound of the commotion. Witnessing the scene unfold on the lawn behind the teaching building. Lan Jue halted abruptly, glancing at Jin Tao, unfazed by the peculiar glint in Lan Jue's gaze. Jin Tao continued excitedly, "I just saw you give Tang the fat a beating. That guy is no good. He has bullied us countless times. When I first entered the academy, he even snatched my lollipop. This is truly a gratifying sight." Lan Jue solemnly inquired, "Who struck him?" "What do you understand?" "I was merely instructing classmate Tang Xiao in his cultivation." Jin Tao was momentarily taken aback. "Cultivation?" "Indeed," Lan Jue affirmed with a serious nod. "Classmate Tang Xiao possesses a unique genetic endowment. If stimulated through specific methods, there exists a possibility for a secondary evolution. Although the process may be somewhat arduous, should it succeed, he would emerge significantly stronger than he currently is." Lan Jue said softly, "What is your genetic talent?" Jin Tao twitched the corner of his mouth and replied, "Beast-type ability, canine transformation. However, it's rather weak. Do you think my genetic talent has room for improvement?" "Yes. I am here." "Where are you?" remarked Lan Jue coolly. Shou Qianlin, having seen off the somewhat peculiar Tang Mi, stood at the entrance of classroom 3 in the simulation area and dialed a certain individual's interstellar communication number. Glancing to her left, she noticed a handsome young man clad in a suit, standing 50 meters away. Lan Jue's teasing voice rang out as Shou Qianlin turned to see him lazily leaning against the wall, beckoning her with a wave. A flicker of amusement danced in her eyes, yet her expression remained serious, unnoticed by the handsome youth, while an older gentleman did take note. "Let us go. Maintain this distance from me." We'll regroup 300 meters from the school. All right, she replied. Surprisingly, Lan Jue did not counter her statement. At that moment, he was more astounded than anything else. Zhou Qianlin was clad in a combat suit that accentuated her long, perfect figure. While her legs were not as exaggeratedly long as Tang Mi's, their length and her height were in perfect harmony, approaching the golden ratio. Her black hair was elegantly styled, revealing her fair neck, and her ample bosom transitioned seamlessly into a slender waist, devoid of any excess flesh. Her azure eyes sparkled like transparent crystals, embodying perfection. It was not merely him who gazed. Nearly everyone passing by the classroom, regardless of gender, found their eyes drawn to her, as if magnetically attracted. Hella had looked equally stunning in her combat attire years ago. Exiting the academy, Lan Jue halted precisely 300 meters away at a corner, propping his bicycle against him. Zhou Qianlin had donned a long coat that enveloped her exquisite form, the hood drawn over her head, slightly bowing to naturally conceal her delicate features in shadow. Doesn't your family send a vehicle for you? Lan Jue inquired with some confusion. Zhou Qianlin lifted her head, casting a glance at him. That's none of your concern, just focus on your duties as my bodyguard. However, she shook her head, insisting, take me to Yinengzhe Hospital. Lan Jue was unfamiliar with that name and queried, are you unwell? Suddenly, he was struck with alarm, staring at Zhou Qianlin in disbelief. You're not. Zhou Qianlin froze momentarily, and then her cheeks flushed crimson. What a ridiculous thought. Stop dawdling, let us go. As she spoke, she pushed him, turning towards the bicycle. Lan Jue's perception was exceptionally acute. He distinctly heard that Zhou Qianlin's heartbeat had at least doubled compared to before. Mounting his bicycle, Lan Jue turned to Zhou Qianlin and inquired, how shall we proceed? Do you not have a vehicle? Zhou Qianlin kept her head lowered, concealing her face from him, and replied, do you not possess one? As she spoke, she gestured towards the rear rack of the bicycle. Lan Jue exclaimed in astonishment, you, the daughter of a wealthy family, are willing to sit on the back seat of a bicycle? Zhou Qianlin lifted her head, gazing earnestly at him. Her cheeks still flushed with a rosy hue. She shot him a sidelong glance and replied, I have never been a pampered young lady. As she spoke, she gracefully settled herself onto the rear rack of the bicycle. Lan Jue skillfully pedaled the bicycle, while Zhou Qianlin steadied herself by grasping the lower part of his seat. The two silhouettes gradually receded into the distance under the glow of the setting sun, leaving behind elongated shadows. Silence lingered in this serene moment. After 10 minutes, Lan Jue gently steered to the side, confessing with a hint of embarrassment, I am unfamiliar with the route. Zhou Qianlin's lips quivered slightly as she replied, continue straight ahead. Then take a right turn at the third intersection. I will guide you further when the time comes. Oh, Lan Jue resumed pedaling, moving forward once more. Suddenly, he remarked, by the way, you are rather heavy. His slender fingers, delicate as spring onions, lightly rested against someone's waist, pinching with a firm grip and twisting a full 180 degrees. A cry of distress escaped, and the bicycle wobbled precariously as that delicate, fair hand instinctively clutched the pained waist. Chapter 55, The Elf Maiden, Are You Truly My Brother? Tang Mi gazed in shock at Tang Zhao's face, swollen and resembling that of a pig. Tang Zhao's facial muscles twitched. Could you possibly display a modicum of sympathy? Tang Mi retorted angrily. You expect me to feel sympathy? I instructed you to deal with that rookie. Yet here you are, using the interstellar communicator to call for my aid, while you end up looking like this. What on earth happened to you? Tang Zhao puffed out his chest, enduring the pain coursing through his body, and declared proudly, you do not understand. I am honing my skills. You will come to comprehend in due time. You cannot fathom. Jin Tao proclaimed haughtily to the visibly alarmed Jin Yin. If you disclose today's events to anyone, do not seek me out in the future, nor hope to enhance your genetic talents. Lan Jue. It is difficult for Lan Jue to fathom that a hospital could be in such a dilapidated state. The ancient stone edifice exudes a sense of time-worn elegance, and each wooden lattice window is accompanied by two ironclad shutters, unmistakably reflecting the most archaic architectural style of the planet. Above the entrance hangs the sole modern feature, a cross that pulsates with a green glow. The luminescence of the cross alternates between radiating outward and flickering incessantly, visible even from a considerable distance. Are you certain this is the place? Lan Jue inquired, halting his bicycle. Lan Jue parked the car aside and followed inside. As a bodyguard, one must fulfill their duties. Upon entering the hospital, he was immediately greeted by the pungent scent of disinfectant, a rather cheap method that has become quite rare among the three major alliances of humanity. The facilities within the hospital appeared exceedingly dilapidated, with only the occasionally passing doctors and nurses in their white coats maintaining a semblance of cleanliness. Despite the worn surroundings, the hospital was bustling with patients, all of whom were dressed in simple, tattered clothing that mirrored the state of the establishment. This was indeed a hospital for the impoverished. Even before entering, Lan Jue had confirmed this, as Yinengzhe Hospital was situated in the heart of the renowned slums of Tianhua City. However, he could not comprehend why Zhou Qianlin would choose to come to such a place. Observing her lithe figure ahead, it was clear she was quite familiar with the surroundings. Without hesitation, Zhou Qianlin proceeded deeper into the hospital, navigating through a weathered wooden door that led to a surprising revelation. Before him lay a small, exquisite garden, approximately 200 square meters in size, filled with lush greenery that thrived with life. About 20 elderly individuals occupied the garden, either seated or standing. As Zhou Qianlin entered, the aged, yellowed eyes of the residents quickly turned towards her, and it was as if a spark of vitality ignited within them, their facial wrinkles easing into smiles. "Lin Lin," called out an elderly woman, her skin resembling parchment and clad in gray. Zhou Qianlin hurried over, her smile radiant and blooming like a field of flowers. "Grandma Ming, why are you sitting on the stone bench without a cushion? You mustn't let your legs get cold," Zhou Qianlin exclaimed, squatting down before the elderly woman and taking her hand with a playful reprimand. Grandma Ming chuckled. "Oh, it's quite all right. The weather is lovely today. Not cold at all. Here, I saved this for you. Eat up. It's still fresh." As she spoke, the elderly woman fumbled through her pocket, producing an apple and offering it to Zhou Qianlin. Though the apple's skin was noticeably shriveled, Zhou Qianlin's expression was one of genuine surprise and gratitude as she accepted it. "Thank you, Grandma Ming. It smells wonderful," she remarked, not sparing the apple a second glance, nor caring if it bore any dust, before taking a hearty bite. At that moment, the other elderly residents began to gather around her. "Little Lin Lin, come here to Grandpa. Look, I saved some bread for you." "What kind of bread?" "Lin Lin, my grandson brought me some tea. Knowing you were coming today, I brewed a cup just for you, still warm. Take a sip to soothe your throat." "Lin Lin, this is a treat from Grandma for you." Almost every elder among the 20 or so present produced something to offer Zhou Qianlin. Zhou Qianlin unhesitatingly accepted these items, warmly calling out the names of each elder as she graciously received the seemingly ordinary yet lovingly bestowed gifts filled with the affection of the elderly. Lan Jue stood silently at a distance, observing quietly. He watched as Zhou Qianlin embraced the elderly individuals, accepting the food and drinks they offered, feeling their warmth and enthusiasm. Why were these elders so kind to her? What was this place? "Young man, did you come here with Lin Lin?" a frail voice suddenly inquired. As Lan Jue turned his head, he beheld an elderly gentleman clad in a military green coat, leaning on a cane, his face a portrait of scrutiny. Zhou Qianlin, familiar with the scene, elegantly gathered her long hair and secured it with a cloth, seemingly having acquired a pair of nail clippers unbeknownst to her. She encouraged the elderly to take a seat, kneeling down to attend to each of them in turn, trimming their nails with care. Her gaze was intent, yet her delicate features were perpetually graced with a gentle smile, exchanging a few words with the seniors that invariably elicited warm laughter from them. "Young man, if you do not mind, would you care for a drink?" The elder who had previously spoken to Lan Jue extended a weathered porcelain cup, containing clear water that emitted a faint steam. "Thank you," Lan Jue replied hastily, accepting the cup and taking a sip. The elder chuckled heartily, a phlegmy sound escaping his throat. "I shall also partake in nail trimming." With surprising vigor for his age, he ambled joyfully towards Zhou Qianlin. That girl, bustling about with a smile, enveloped in greenery, appeared as a sprite within this garden, pure and untainted. Chapter 56, Kindness Needs Nurturing. Dear Grandpas and Grandmas, I shall fetch water to soak your feet. Please come in one by one. Zhou Qianlin turned, waving to Lan Jue. This marked the first time she had greeted him since her arrival here half an hour ago. Lan Jue was momentarily taken aback before he approached her, only to be met with a multitude of scrutinizing gazes. "Oh, Lin Lin, is this your boyfriend?" exclaimed Grandma Ming, her eyes lighting up, as if fueled by the flames of gossip. Zhou Qianlin's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she quickly shook her head, stating, "No, he is my friend." Hastily, she turned to Lan Jue and urged, "Come inside and help me fetch some water." With that, she grasped his sleeve and hurried through a door on the other side of the garden. The elongated corridor was lined with numbered doors, each one a portal to a different realm. "Why the urgency in pulling me along?" Lan Jue inquired, puzzled. Zhou Qianlin replied, "My grandparents are overly concerned for me. If we linger any longer, it will be difficult for you to escape. With you here today to assist in fetching water, it will be much quicker." As she spoke, she led Lan Jue into a modestly decorated room, featuring a circle of wooden chairs and a steel frame suspended from the ceiling, adorned with hooks. "This is where my grandparents usually receive their injections," Zhou Qianlin briefly explained, before guiding Lan Jue to an electric water heater positioned towards the back of the room. Beside the heater, a stack of basins awaited. Zhou Qianlin picked up one basin and began to fill it with hot water, instructing Lan Jue. "The cold water tap is outside. Please bring some in while I adjust the water temperature." Curiously, Lan Jue inquired, "Why do we need to wash the feet of these elderly individuals?" Zhou Qianlin replied effortlessly, "Grandparents find it difficult to bend down due to their age. Moreover, soaking the feet aids in blood circulation." As she spoke, a basin of warm water had been prepared in front of her. She placed it on the ground and then removed her backpack from her back. When Zhou Qianlin opened her backpack, Lan Jue happened to be positioned above her, allowing him to clearly see its contents. Within her backpack, there were no cosmetics, no accessories, nor any toys. Apart from books, there were merely 2 bags, one large and one small. She then retrieved the larger bag, and upon opening it, Lan Jue was taken aback by what he saw. "What on earth do you need so many orange peels for?" he asked, intrigued. Zhou Qianlin smiled faintly, a hint of pride in her demeanor, and responded, "You don't know?" After soaking the orange peels in hot water, the resulting warm water for foot soaking not only promotes blood circulation but also helps to remove the calluses on the feet, making the skin soft and hydrated, thus preventing it from cracking. "You know about this too?" Lan Jue exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Qianlin smiled coyly and urged, "Hurry and fetch the water." "Oh," Lan Jue replied, stepping outside. "Young man, what is your purpose here? Are you truly not Lin's boyfriend? Well, although you are rather good-looking, you still fall short of being a match for our Lin. You must strive harder. If you dare to bully our Lin, be careful that I don't give you a beating." Although Lan Jue's head was somewhat large, he could profoundly sense the unwavering care that these elderly individuals bestowed upon Zhou Qianlin. With Lan Jue's assistance, she swiftly prepared 4 bowls of warm water infused with orange peels. She carefully placed each bowl before the elderly, gently removing their shoes and socks, and rolling up their pant legs. Then, she cradled their feet and immersed them in the soothing water. Her movements were practiced and fluid, devoid of any hesitation. The elders wore smiles that illuminated their faces, their dim eyes radiating a sense of enjoyment. "Do you usually come here alone?" Lan Jue inquired while assisting her with the water. Zhou Qianlin replied, "Xiaomi usually accompanies me, but she has matters to attend to today. Otherwise, I would have preferred not to bring you along. Is this your first time doing such work? You seem a bit out of your element." Lan Jue shook his head. Zhou Qianlin said, "Today, I will need to take up some of your time. Each grandparent should soak for 20 minutes until they begin to perspire lightly. This is when the effects are most optimal." Lan Jue inquired, "What motivates you to engage in these activities?" Zhou Qianlin regarded him with a hint of curiosity, responding, "There is no particular reason. The elderly require care, and so I came. Moreover, I find immense joy in their company. My grandparents perished during the war. Yet here I am blessed with numerous grandfathers and grandmothers. Each possesses a wealth of experiences, and I particularly relish listening to their stories. Were it not for the rigorous demands of my studies, I would gladly spend more time here." The soothing ritual of foot soaking, washing, and gentle cleansing. This process consumed over 2 hours, during which Zhou Qianlin did not squander a moment. She meticulously tidied each room and gathered their soiled garments to be laundered and dried. Upon exiting Yinengzhe Hospital, the night had enveloped the surroundings. Lan Jue held Zhou Qianlin's bag as they stood at the hospital's entrance. Zhou Qianlin interlaced her fingers, raising her arms high above her head, stretching her delicate form. The soft curves of her silhouette, illuminated by the evening lights, were exceptionally enchanting. Lan Jue slung her bag over her shoulder and pushed the bicycle forward. "Are you tired?" "Not at all. I'm accustomed to it. What about you? You seem to adapt quite swiftly. Even the grandparents appear to be quite fond of you. Who would have thought that nobility could engage in such tasks?" He. Zhou Qianlin's smile towards Lan Jue was noticeably more frequent than before. Throughout the past 2 hours, aside from the initial moments, Lan Jue had been consistently assisting her, and his 3-piece suit had begun to show signs of creasing. Lan Jue smiled and said, "To honor the elderly is to respect history. It is our duty to do so." Lan Jue patted the back seat of the bicycle before gracefully mounting it himself, and Zhou Qianlin naturally took her place beside him, her hand resting directly on his waist. As the bicycle glided forward, Lan Jue inquired, How long have you been here? More than 2 years, I suppose. Shou Qianlin instinctively replied. Are you free tomorrow evening? Lan Jue asked. Shou Qianlin paused in surprise. Why? I have a friend who is preparing a delightful meal for us. I can bring a companion. Would you care to join me? Lan Jue proposed. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shou Qianlin's beautiful eyes. Yet beneath that surprise lay a hint of something more. Why do you want to invite me to dinner? Lan Jue smiled and said, kindness requires nurturing. Chapter 57. Pure energy stone come to my place. The examination of that stone has yielded results. All right. In the underground Heavenly Fire Avenue, the library remained unchanged. With the old scholar still reclining in his armchair, leisurely toying with a purple clay teapot, exuding an air of contentment. What are the results of the examination? Lan Jue inquired, hands in his pockets, as he approached the old scholar. With his eyes closed, the old scholar replied, if a vein can be located. Then I must say, young man, you are destined for great fortune. Oh, what have you discovered? Lan Jue's eyes brightened. Realizing that such praise from the old scholar was indeed significant. The old scholar continued, I won't delve into the various methods of analysis, as you wouldn't comprehend them anyway. The smile on Lan Jue's face froze as the old scholar continued. The result is that this ore, when refined, can produce a unique crystal. This crystal possesses remarkable durability and an astonishing characteristic, energy transformation. In simpler terms, when external energy is infused into this crystal, it can eliminate any impurities and attributes, leaving only the purest form of energy. I call it pure energy. When paired with a specialized system, it can create an energy transformation mechanism. The pure energy derived from this process can be utilized by any known technological device. What about the speed and magnitude of the transformation? Lan Jue inquired. The old scholar replied, the transformation speed is exceptionally rapid. It takes merely 10 minutes to charge a level 10 mech from 0 to 100. I have researched the database, and this ore is a historical first. Its potential surpasses that of the highest grade energy stones by more than 5-fold. Thus I have named it Pure Energy Stone. If it can be developed on a large scale, it will usher in a revolutionary advancement in human technology. Even Lan Jue, despite his usual composure, felt a dryness in his throat upon hearing the old scholar's explanation, nearly compelled to exclaim, what an extraordinary discovery. However, the old scholar cautioned, yet, the pure energy stone is not without its drawbacks. The rapid conversion and output of energy will gradually render it fragile. I have tested it, and your piece of ore, once refined into pure energy stone, can charge a top-tier mech 3 times before it becomes irreversibly damaged and cannot be recharged. Therefore, it cannot be classified as a grade gem. At best, it can be considered a grade stone, albeit the most practical type. After all, its energy storage is not inferior to that of a grade gem, just differing in properties and lacking self-repair or other capabilities. Lan Jue was not disheartened by the old scholar's evaluation. Rather, his eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. For him, he lacked neither amplification attacks, defenses, nor energy gems that could compress energy. However, this gem capable of restoring energy in a short span was precisely what he needed. The old scholar continued, moreover. Another advantage of this energy stone is its remarkable purity. It is so pure that even we, as ability users, can absorb and transform it. Consequently, I have elevated its overall rating from level to level. Unfortunately, due to the vast amount of energy it generates, it can only be utilized by ability users of level 7 and above. Otherwise, even granting it a level would be of no significance. I have already submitted a naming application and patent to the Energy Stone Research Association. I trust you have no objections? Lan Jue hastily replied, of course not. A revolutionary energy stone, complete with its own naming and patent, will bring him immense benefits. This means that in the future, anyone will be able to mine this energy stone, but to sell it legitimately, authorization must come from the patent holder. This is an incentive measure jointly issued by the 3 major alliances to encourage exploration and discovery of energy stones beneficial to humanity. With the old scholar assisting him directly in the application, there will be no adverse effects whatsoever. We must swiftly seek out the source of the pure energy stone. Once found, wealth will be ours. As for the extraction method, you may exchange it for 30% of future sales revenue. At this moment, the old scholar had already sat up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly blared, echoing throughout the entire underground Tianhua Avenue. Lan Jue and the old scholar exchanged surprised glances. Such an alarm was exceedingly rare. It was triggered only during wars on Tianhua Avenue when the enforcement team was unable to manage the situation. serving as a signal for assistance from the Tianhua Avenue committee members. The emergence of this alarm indicated that at least one committee member must intervene to resolve the issue. As a committee member, one had to respond immediately upon receiving the alarm. "I'll go take a look," Lan Jue said in a low voice. In a flash of lightning, he disappeared before the old scholar. Mika was engulfed in a dazzling orange flame, yet strangely, this flame seemed devoid of any heat. The Zeus jewelry store was situated just behind her on Tianhua Avenue. Surrounding Mika were several members of the Tianhua Avenue enforcement team, with a few wearing enforcement uniforms lying on the ground. Opposite them stood 6 individuals. 5 were clad in silver leather attire with matching hoods, while the leader donned golden leather and a golden hood. "Hand over the ore from that day, and we are willing to purchase it at 10 times the price. We do not wish to cause a disturbance on Tianhua Avenue, but if you refuse to comply, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy," stated one of the silver-hooded men in a somber tone. Mika's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "You really have some audacity. Dare to cause trouble on Tianhua Avenue, within our Zeus jewelry store? If you want something, you must first pass through me." A cold voice emanated from the golden-hooded man. "If that is the case, then this store no longer has any reason to exist." How bold! Like a toad yawning, Lan Jue's languid figure appeared from the side, raising a hand to gently pat Mika, extinguishing the flames enveloping her. "Boss," seeing Lan Jue arrive, Mika's eyes sparkled with surprise as she cheerfully exclaimed, "What brings you here?" "I was just about to deal with them." Chapter 58. The devouring spirit thunder. The emergence of Lan Jue brought a profound sense of relief to the enforcers of the heavenly fire path. While outsiders might be oblivious to his identity, the enforcers were undoubtedly aware of his significance. He was one of the 18 committee members of the heavenly fire path, having recently joined in the past few years, yet his ascension to such a prestigious position was a testament to his formidable strength. The jewel master received a respectful bow from the enforcers. "Are you the proprietor of this establishment?" inquired the man with the golden hood, his voice resonating with a metallic timbre that was distinctly unique. "Indeed," Lan Jue replied with a casual smile, before turning to the enforcers. "Take the injured for treatment. I shall handle matters here." "Understood." Several enforcers promptly stepped forward to carry away those who had been hastily treated for their injuries. The remaining enforcers respectfully positioned themselves behind Lan Jue, awaiting his directives. "Hand over the ore from that day, and we shall depart immediately," the man in the golden hood stated coldly. Lan Jue shook his head and said, "No, you cannot leave. Having injured members of the celestial fire path, can you simply walk away? As for that piece of ore, it has already turned to dust." A pang of unease gripped his heart as he uttered the final sentence. He spoke the truth. The pure energy stone had indeed been reduced to mere powder. Otherwise, how could the old scholar have discerned its charging frequency and total capacity? "What did you say?" The man in the golden hood suddenly stepped forward, a single stride that seemed to alter the very fabric of reality. An overwhelming aura of bloodlust surging forth, akin to a tide of corpses and rivers of blood advancing towards Lan Jue. All those who had gained entry to the celestial fire path were extraordinary individuals. Sensing the formidable pressure, both the enforcers and onlookers standing beside Lan Jue instinctively unleashed their unique powers. Standing next to Lan Jue, Mika raised her eyebrows, preparing to strike, but was swiftly intercepted by Lan Jue, who positioned himself in front of her. On Lan Jue's face, there remained an air of languid nonchalance as he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a blue orb, no larger than a fingernail, gracefully emerged. However, it did not soar towards the golden-hooded man. Rather, it traveled merely a meter from Lan Jue before erupting with a thunderous sound. In an instant, a faint crimson flame ignited in the air, and curiously, this delicate red fire swiftly extended towards the golden-hooded figure, as if the sky were suddenly ablaze with an invisible gasoline, with the source of this fuel being none other than the golden-hooded man himself. The scent of blood vanished in an instant, as if it had been entirely consumed by the flames. The golden-hooded man let out a low growl, stepping back as he waved his right hand before him, a flash of blood light cutting through the air, severing the connection between himself and the fire. "Spirit devouring divine thunder, who exactly are you?" The golden-hooded man abruptly lifted his head, revealing his visage. Adorned with a golden mask, his eyes glowed a pale blue, the pupils suddenly constricting and taking on a slit-like appearance, exuding an aura of fierce malevolence. Lan Jue smiled faintly and, considering the Moon Demon Empress, stated that each of them should leave behind a finger and a sum of 5 million new yuan for medical expenses in order to depart. The man in the golden hood retorted coldly, Acknowledging that since Lan Jue was aware of their identities, he ought to comprehend the rules of the Moon Demon pirate crew. They demanded the surrender of the Ore and Oliver. Otherwise, despite possessing the spirit-devouring thunder, they were determined to pursue a relentless confrontation. Upon hearing the name of the Moon Demon pirate crew, the onlookers, endowed with abilities, instinctively recoiled, causing the previously congested scene in front of the Zeus jewelry store to dissolve in an instant, with many hastily bowing their heads and retreating. Lan Jue, however, replied with a question that missed the point entirely. You came today. It must have been your own decision, correct? The golden-hooded man paused for a moment. Yet his tone grew increasingly icy as he said, I will ask you one last time. Will you hand it over or not? With a sigh, Lan Jue lamented. Heaven's punishment can be forgiven, but self-inflicted suffering cannot be endured. Do you realize that if the Moon Demon Empress were here, she would demand more than just a mere finger from you? Do you truly believe that with your 9th-level genetic endowment, you possess the audacity to cause trouble on the Heavenly Fire Avenue? At this juncture, he abruptly gestured towards a direction, declaring, Samaye, grant me this favor. These are the subordinates of an old acquaintance, and I shall ensure they pay the price. Very well, a deep voice resonated from afar. Yet it reached the ears of every individual present with clarity. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The Heavenly Fire Avenue of this underground realm should not have experienced such celestial phenomena. Yet at that moment, the entire expanse above was engulfed in complete darkness. In an instant, a burst of purple light erupted within the abyss, forming a colossal violet halo. The entire Heavenly Fire Avenue seemed to twist violently, and in the next moment, the sky regained its brightness, restoring everything to normal. However, Lan Jue, who had been standing before the Zeus jewelry store, along with the hooded men, had vanished without a trace. The woman who appeared was tall and slender, possessing an exquisite beauty, with silver hair cropped to her ears and a pair of silver eyes that sparkled brilliantly, radiating an unforgettable luminosity. Yes, Captain. The enforcement officers respectfully bowed to the young woman before discreetly retreating into the crowd. The onlookers, originally from the Heavenly Fire Avenue, hastily fled, their faces reflecting sheer terror upon seeing the silver-clad maiden, as if confronted by a nightmare. Meanwhile, the outsiders remained in shock, astonished by the bizarre celestial phenomenon. A blend of awe and fear enveloping them. Your movements are rather sluggish, Mika remarked with a hint of sarcasm, observing the silver-clad girl. She shot him a cold glare. Responding, I was just on the ground. Mika scoffed. Well, you can leave now. It's all been resolved. Raising an eyebrow, Mika pressed. Are you asking our leader to account for this? Indeed, the silver-clad girl replied without hesitation. Mika's eyes gleamed, as if flickering with orange flames. What exactly are you? The girl, with her hands nestled in the pockets of her silver coat, exhibited a sudden depth in her silver gaze, as if two swirling silver vortices were spiraling within. She faced Mika unflinchingly. I am the vice captain of the Heavenly Fire Avenue enforcement team, possessing the authority to oversee any establishment along the avenue. Mika snorted, and without warning, orange flames erupted from her, filling the air with a dense scent of gunpowder between the two striking women. Tonight, there will be updates after midnight. And 3 chapters will be released tomorrow. Love you all. Please support us. All right, Sister Mika, don't be like that. If Sister Dark Sulfur has to wait, let her wait, a sweet voice chimed as a gentle figure from behind embraced Mika. It was Yinengzhe. Yinengzhe radiated a delicate pink aura, bestowing upon her an extraordinary beauty. In this rosy glow, her already sweet demeanor resembled that of an adorable little apple. Furthermore, this pink hue effectively shielded her from the flames emanating from Mika. With a look of helplessness, Yinengzhe apologetically addressed the silver-haired girl, Enlu, saying, Sister Enlu, I'm truly sorry. Sister Mika has a rather short temper. Please don't take offense. Enlu maintained her stern expression, merely nodding in acknowledgement before silently positioning herself at the entrance of the Zeus jewelry store. Sister Mika, why do you always lose your temper whenever you see Sister Enlu? Yinengzhe whispered to Mika. Didn't he, the boss, say that you should refrain from using your powers as much as possible? Mika huffed in response, retorting, It's nothing. I simply find that cold, aloof person displeasing. You should pay her less attention. She is not worth it. The world around them was a canvas of white. The sky and the earth merged into a singular hue, creating an atmosphere that rendered the distinction between 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional realms nearly indiscernible. The golden-caped man and his 6 silver-caped companions were visibly taken aback, utterly bewildered by their surroundings. As members of the Moon Demon Pirate Group, They were accustomed to wielding life and death within their domain, which fostered a haughty and domineering disposition. Particularly, the golden-caped man held a steadfast belief that, as a possessor of a ninth-level genetic talent, he stood at the pinnacle of humanity. In this realm, the number of entities capable of posing a threat to him was exceedingly rare. This conviction explained why, despite being fully aware of the formidable reputation of the heavenly Fire Avenue, he still dared to lead his subordinates in pursuit of individuals. Lan Jue, with his hands nestled in his pockets, appeared as he always had, yet a hint of dissatisfaction lingered in his gaze. He raised his hand to activate his interstellar communicator, swiftly inputting a lengthy series of numbers. Before long, the device connected. Beep, beep. How come you were contacting me? I thought you had perished long ago. A soft, languid voice resonated through the communicator. Upon hearing this voice, both the golden-hooded man and the silver-hooded individuals were taken aback, their expressions betraying a profound astonishment. Lan Jue said, "Your subordinates are intent on demolishing my shop. Is it possible to not contact you? Oh, you have opened a shop? Where is it located? You wretched person. I have searched for you for 3 years without a trace, only to discover you have ventured into opening a shop." It seemed that she had become more lucid. Her once soft voice now transformed into a melodious tone, tinged with a hint of surprise. Lan Jue remarked, "I no longer wish to relive the days of the past. I seek solitude, hence I have opened a shop on the celestial Fire Avenue. As for other matters, I suggest you consult your subordinates." As he spoke, he removed the interstellar communicator from his hand and tossed it directly to the man in the golden hood. The voice of the Empress echoed, tinged with a suppressed tone. "Which one?" The melodious voice, unexpectedly transformed, conveyed an intense sensation akin to a chilling frost through its mere 3 simple words. "I am Gao Yong," replied the man in the golden hood, bitterness rising in his mouth. "What transpired?" inquired the voice of the woman known as the Empress, her tone icy and detached. Gao Yong, sensing the gravity of the situation, recounted the events succinctly. "Very well, you have done admirably." The voice of the moon demon Empress appeared to grow even more resolute. "Your Majesty, that mineral is of utmost importance. We suspect it harbors immense energy." "An unexploited energy gem," Gao Yong hastily defended. "Is that your justification for entering Celestial Fire Avenue?" the Empress asked coldly. Gao Yong sensed an impending realization. "Hand the communicator to that individual," commanded the Empress. Gao Yong lifted his gaze to Lan Jue, who stood there with an air of calm, as though nothing had transpired. Taking a deep breath, a fierce glint flickered in Gao Yong's eyes as he strode decisively to Lan Jue, presenting the interstellar communicator to him. "Will you handle this yourself? Or shall I assist you?" Lan Jue responded with an air of indifference. The Empress's voice regained its melodious quality. "I never anticipated that, after 3 years, you would venture to Celestial Fire Avenue. It truly is a remarkable place. Thank you." The corners of Lan Jue's mouth curled into an arc, finally acknowledging your sense of conscience. The Empress smiled. "I knew you cared for your people, reluctant to see their ranks diminished." "Gao Yong." The Empress's voice suddenly turned frigid. Gao Yong lifted his gaze to the communicator in Lan Jue's hand. Stunned, he had sensed this moment was imminent. Yet hearing it from the Empress's lips left him in disbelief. This was the Moon Demon Empress, a figure who had swept through the fragmented star domain with unparalleled ferocity. She wielded life and death with a cold heart, obliterating any adversary with a thunderous force. Yet, for the sake of this man before her, she intended to cripple her own loyal general. This was truly beyond comprehension. "Gao Yong." The voice of the Moon Demon Empress grew stronger, ringing with authority. "I refuse to accept this," Gao Yong exclaimed almost instinctively, his tone brimming with indignation. Indeed, he could not reconcile with this decision. It gnawed at his very core. "Your Majesty, I have done nothing wrong. My actions have always been for the benefit of the Moon Demon pirates. Why must you treat me this way? Are you not concerned that it may dishearten our brethren?" Gao Yong asserted vehemently. The Moon Demon Empress fell into a profound silence. Lan Jue sighed, remarking that some individuals are so foolish that they are beyond redemption. Allow me to assist you in educating your subordinates." The Moon Sorceress sighed and inquired, "What is your current status on the Celestial Fire Avenue?" "A committee member," Lan Jue replied with a smile. The Moon Sorceress continued, "I apologize for the trouble you've encountered. Spare him his life. The rest is up to you. If the trouble becomes too great, we shall forego it." Raising his head, Lan Jue cast a glance at Gao Yong. "Are you not dissatisfied?" Gao Yong coldly regarded him, replying, "Should I be?" Lan Jue "Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. Defeat me, and I shall ensure that all of you depart from the Tianhua Avenue unscathed. As a new week begins, I humbly seek your support for recommendations. Today, there will be 3 updates, one at 7 in the morning and another at 5 in the afternoon. Chapter 60, Control of Gravity. Gao Yong's eyes brimmed with malevolence, and an overwhelming aura surged from his entire being. From the epicenter of his body, an invisible energy vortex expanded outward. Although this space existed in isolation, it did not impede the manifestation of supernatural abilities. Gao Yong was not oblivious. Upon being transported to this secluded realm alongside his subordinates, he realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The legends of the Tianhua Avenue were indeed true, far more potent than he had anticipated. The man before him, as discerned from his previous discourse with the Moon Demon Empress, was a member of the Tianhua Avenue, an individual of the 9th level of supernatural prowess. Yet, what justified this man's exceptional favor from the Empress, when they were both 9th level supernatural beings? The tender words that he had never heard before flowed so effortlessly from the Empress's lips in regard to this man. The Empress was so noble, so beautiful, and so powerful. What merit did this man possess? Beyond mere dissatisfaction and indignation, a profound jealousy stirred within his heart. With a sudden step forward of his left foot, a deep rumble erupted from Gao Yong's body, radiating outward. In that instant, the very colors of the world seemed to shift dramatically. With a subtle shift in his gaze, Lan Jue exerted his gravitational control. At that moment, he felt as though his body were laden with lead, the immense force of gravity relentlessly tugging and compressing him. Gravitational control is undeniably a formidable ability. When cultivated to its pinnacle, it can achieve an exquisite mastery over the very essence of gravity. In its lighter form, it allows one to float like a feather, while in its heavier manifestation, it can impose weights 100-fold or even 1,000-fold upon adversaries. Such an extraordinary power proves invaluable, even against formidable mechs. As Gao Yong took a step forward, the 6 silver-hooded figures behind him moved in unison. They settled into a circular formation, each sitting cross-legged, emanating a potent wave of energy. Remarkably, the energy fluctuations emanating from them began to intertwine with Gao Yong's, merging seamlessly. A layer of darkness enveloped Gao Yong's skin, as if a thick ink had stained the once pristine white space. Even Lan Jue's expression shifted slightly in response. Gravitational superposition. You have gathered so many subordinates with abilities akin to yours? Lan Jue exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Gao Yong replied proudly. Although each of them possesses only a level 6 genetic aptitude, they have been loyal to me for many years, sharing similar powers. With their support, through the superposition of gravity, my gravitational control can elevate from the original level 9, tier 3, to an astonishing level 9, tier 5. Even within our group, there are scarcely 3 who could surpass me. Lan Jue suddenly realized. No wonder you so boldly came to Tianhua Avenue to recruit people. Gao Yong replied coldly. Even the strongest with a 9th level genetic talent would find it exceedingly difficult to move under my gravitational control, and they would have to endure the spatial compression resulting from the overwhelming increase in gravity. Even this isolated space, activated by some unknown ability user, would similarly collapse and shatter under my gravitational manipulation. Lan Jue sighed and remarked, Indeed, you possess such capability. Gao Yong responded coldly. Then allow me to witness the extent of your genetic endowment. Otherwise, you shall be reduced to mere powder under my gravitational control. Lan Jue remarked, In truth, I am aware that you must be pondering why we, the exalted Moon Witch Queen, would address a mere man with such courtesy. Am I correct? Gao Yong was momentarily taken aback. Even his ability to manipulate gravity subtly shifted, though rather than diminishing, it intensified. Around Lan Jue's form, the air began to exhibit a subtle distortion. Allow me to elucidate. With a serene smile, Lan Jue appeared unfazed by the immense pressure exerted by gravitational control. For she harbored a fear of me. As she spoke, a dazzling blue light suddenly erupted from her being, radiating outward. The space surrounding them resembled a blank canvas, while the gravitational control served as the inky brushstrokes. Thus, Lan Jue infused vibrant color into this ink-wash painting, a hue of deep azure. A sudden, thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the brilliant blue light transformed into a colossal sphere of lightning, enveloping Lan Jue entirely. The oppressive blackness generated by the gravitational control was forcibly dispersed the moment the blue light erupted. Even more alarming was the instantaneous disappearance of Lan Jue from Gao Yong's sight. Had she escaped his grasp? As a master of battlefield control, Gao Yong's greatest dread was precisely this scenario. It signified that the opponent's abilities not only surpassed his own but also possessed the means to nullify his control. The space brightened momentarily, and Lan Jue reappeared silently. However, she did not materialize beside Gao Yong. Instead, she emerged behind his 6 subordinates. 6 serpentine bolts of electricity accurately struck the 6 silver-cloaked men, who, possessing an average genetic talent of only level 6, fell to the ground without uttering a sound. It transpired too swiftly, a mere flash of lightning. By the time Gao Yong caught sight of Lan Jue again, she was already crouched beside one of his subordinates. Gao Yong, do you know? In the past, I would never have deigned to speak a word to you, for my words carry more weight than those of your esteemed empress. Over the years, as I have aged, my heart has softened. As she spoke, Lan Jue grasped the right hand of a silver-cloaked man and deftly snapped one of his pinky fingers. Gao Yong felt a surge of anger rising within him. The gravitational control shifted abruptly, and in the next moment, his body seemed to teleport beside Lan Jue, delivering a punch imbued with 7-fold gravitational force. He was convinced that if his fist connected with Lan Jue, it would surely rend her form into pieces. Yet, his fist struck only air. For Lan Jue had already appeared next to a second silver-cloaked man, skillfully breaking his second finger. Since acquiring his level 9 genetic talent, Gao Yong had never endured such humiliation. He let out a furious roar and lunged at Lan Jue once more. At that moment, however, Lan Jue stood up, and her eyes transformed into a striking blue. 2 bolts of electricity suddenly erupted from her gaze. The once white space instantaneously morphed into a profound blue, a hue that encompassed the heavens and the earth, filled with boundless lightning, a tempestuous ocean of thunder and lightning. Lan Jue handed a piece of golden cloth to Dark Sulfur. Upon unwrapping the cloth, Dark Sulfur beheld 7 fingers along with a check. "Are you footing the bill?" he inquired, glancing at Lan Jue. "It must be repaid with my funds," Lan Jue replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing his 8 pristine teeth. "Very well," Dark Sulfur nodded in response. His gaze softening slightly, Lan Jue stated, "Cast these 7 individuals out of the heavenly fire avenue. They shall not be permitted to enter again." Dark Sulfur nodded, abruptly standing upright, and bowed deeply to Lan Jue, saying, "I will submit a report to the committee regarding this oversight and request appropriate disciplinary action." Lan Jue raised his hand, intending to pat her shoulder, but his gesture halted mid-air under the piercing gaze of Yinengzhe. "All right, don't be so serious. Carry on with your tasks." With that, he turned and strode towards the Zeus jewelry store. Ding, ding, ding. "Guo, my dear, where is Mika?" Lan Jue inquired. Lin Guo replied, "There she is, sitting over there in a huff." Lan Jue chuckled lightly, moving behind the counter to gaze at Mika, who was seated there. "You know, getting angry during work hours could result in a salary deduction," he remarked with a playful tone. Mika lifted her head, shooting him a fierce glare. "When have you ever paid us our salaries?" she retorted. Lan Jue awkwardly rubbed his nose, responding, "Well, it seems I have never truly been aware of our store's finances. What I possess is merely yours." Mika's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and it was evident that she was not the only one to express such a sentiment. Lan Jue rubbed his face and said, "All right, let us not be angry anymore. You are aware of my reasons for preventing you from intervening." Mika pouted slightly, feeling a touch of grievance, and replied, "You always pick on me." Lan Jue smiled wryly, saying, "Your power is far too perilous, should it spiral out of control. We may no longer be able to remain on the heavenly fire avenue. Do you not also cherish this place?" Mika rose to her feet, conceding, "Fine, here." As she spoke, she handed a small memory disk to Lan Jue. "The location of your deposits?" Lan Jue inquired. "Indeed," Mika nodded. "Must you all be so in sync? I am growing envious." Lin Guo chimed in, pouting. Mika giggled, abruptly embracing her and planting a forceful kiss on her crimson lips, causing Lin Guo's delicate face to flush with embarrassment as she recoiled in shock, her expression one of indignation. "I saw nothing. I shall take my leave," Lan Jue exclaimed, hastily covering his eyes with one hand while pinching his nose with the other, lest he bleed, before swiftly departing. "Coward," Mika muttered under her breath. "Mika." Lin Guo's furious voice erupted suddenly, startling Mika. "You have stolen my first kiss." "Nonsense. After the boss rescued you back then. Did you not take advantage of his fatigue to steal a kiss while he slept?" "How do you know? I was pretending to be asleep at the time." Mika chuckled. "Mika, I shall duel you." Early in the morning, after completing her morning routine, Zhou Qianlin sipped a glass of warm water before stepping outside to begin her habitual run on the mountain. At this hour, The vast majority of people were still ensconced in slumber. Morning runs dispel fatigue, enhance blood circulation, and invigorate the day. Yet, unlike usual, today her mind lingered on a particular thought as she jogged. He is an elective course instructor. He shouldn't need to teach daily. I forgot to ask him how many times a week he teaches. I never expected that he would be willing to care for the elderly alongside me. At this thought, a faint smile graced Zhou Qianlin's charming face. What delightful thoughts occupy your mind? Smiling like a little fox. Suddenly, a voice startled her. Whirling around, she found someone standing by the roadside, arms crossed over their chest, watching her intently. "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed. Aware that the residents of Tianshan were either affluent or noble, and the security was exceedingly stringent, Lan Jue remarked, "If you can't even ascend the mountain, how can I possibly serve as your bodyguard?" As he spoke, he scrutinized the girl before him, clad in a white tracksuit. With a matching scarf tied in her long hair, her unadorned face resembled that of a sprite from nature. Ziwei pursed her lips and retorted, "Do you realize that your smug demeanor is quite irksome? Do you believe I won't summon security?" With a visage etched in terror, Lan Jue implored, "Please, for the sake of our dinner invitation tonight, spare me." A chuckle escaped Zhou Qianlin as she was instantly amused by his earnest and frightened demeanor. However, she quickly regained her composure and asked, "Now, do tell, what brings you here so early in the morning?" Lan Jue chuckled and said, "As your bodyguard, it is my duty to ensure your safe passage to the academy." Zhou Qianlin retorted, "I would be a fool to believe you." Lan Jue remarked, "It's nothing much. I have no classes today, so I won't be going to the academy. I have some matters to attend to. I can drop you off at school this morning. In the evening, I will come to the academy to take you out for dinner, right where you got into my car yesterday." Zhou Qianlin, somewhat taken aback, responded, "I didn't realize. You are quite diligent and responsible." Lan Jue proclaimed with pride, "This is called professional ethics. No rush. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come out after you've eaten. I will wait for you here." He smiled warmly. "All right," Zhou Qianlin replied, turning to dash back home. Bai Xiao watched her daughter bounce into the house, feeling a twinge of curiosity. "Qianlin, what is you so joyful?" Zhou Qianlin responded, "Am I happy?" Bai Xiao sighed. "It has been ages since I have seen my daughter smile like a blooming flower." Zhou Qianlin's cheeks flushed slightly. She stuck out her tongue and said, "Is that so?" Bai Xiao nodded earnestly. "Mom, is breakfast ready?" Zhou Qianlin quickly changed the subject. With a playful grin, she added, "I'm off to eat now." "All right, Qianlin, do you want me to send you in the car?" Bai Xiao asked with concern. Zhou Qianlin replied helplessly, "Mom, why do you ask the same question every day? Our house and car are provided by Huaming. We can't use the public vehicle for personal matters. I can go to school by myself." As she spoke, she headed toward the dining room. Watching her daughter's retreating figure, a smile graced Bai Xiao's face. "Silly girl, you are so beautiful. It makes me worry. But as long as you are happy, that is what matters. Perhaps the annulment of that engagement is indeed a blessing." The morning breeze was slightly cool yet refreshingly invigorating. Lan Jue pedaled leisurely towards the academy, with Zhou Qianlin perched on the back seat, her charming smile illuminating the air. She occasionally made playful faces at his back. "What are your plans for today?" Zhou Qianlin inquired casually. "If you want to say, then forget it," she huffed playfully. "By the way, how many days a week do you have classes?" Lan Jue remarked, "Only 2 days? Is that truly all? You must be doing this on purpose. Your performance as a bodyguard is utterly inadequate." Zhou Qianlin expressed her dissatisfaction. Lan Jue remarked, "I have observed that the academy remains relatively secure. Moreover, I seldom venture away from Tianhua Star. If you encounter any trouble, simply press this." Zhou Qianlin instinctively raised her hand to accept it. It was a pendant, crafted from white metal, adorned with a yellow crystal, both simple and exquisite. A slender silver chain was attached to it. "What is this?" Zhou Qianlin inquired with curiosity. Blue Absolute remarked, "This is a type of energy gem known as the Spirit Calling Gem, classified as Grade A. Once 2 Spirit Calling Gems establish a connection, the wearers can communicate through their mental intent, unaffected by the constraints of time, space, or any disruptive radiations. I have successfully established a connection between 2 gems, effective on the same planet. As long as we are both on the planet of Tianhua, you can channel your mental intent to reach me." "Is this truly the Spirit Calling Gem?" Zhou Qianlin gazed in astonishment at the yellow gemstone pendant in her hand. "You are aware of it?" Blue Absolute inquired, somewhat surprised. Zhou Qianlin responded, "I have heard of it. Although the Spirit Calling Gem is classified as Grade A, its uniqueness and rarity render it exceedingly valuable, rivaling that of Grade S gems. With a playful smile, Lan Jue remarked, "Are you moved?" "Not at all. This is precisely what a bodyguard ought to do." Shou Qianlin responded without hesitation, yet she draped the delicate silver chain around her neck. The pendant felt somewhat cold, and as she tucked it into her clothing, a slight shiver coursed through her. The memory of receiving it directly from Lan Jue's hands made her cheeks flush even more. "I truly wish to toss you off," Lan Jue declared fiercely, pushing off the ground with force, causing the bicycle to surge forward. 500 meters away at the Hua Alliance National Academy, Zhou Qianlin was smoothing her slightly wind-tousled hair as she called out to Lan Jue, "I'm leaving. I'll be here to pick you up later." Lan Jue replied gruffly. Suddenly, with a charming smile, Zhou Qianlin added, "Bodyguard, if you're not embarrassed of me, let me attend your evening banquet in my school uniform." As she finished, her laughter rang out like the chime of silver bells as she dashed towards the academy. Indeed, at that moment in the jewelry store, not only Kuer and Xiao were present, but Yinengzhe and Mika were also there. The four young women, each with their unique beauty, stood in a row, all adorned in black, form-fitting mini dresses, leaving Lan Jue momentarily spellbound. Mika sported cascading red waves and pink eyes, complemented by black-rimmed glasses. Yinengzhe, with her refined green bob and soft green gaze, exuded sweetness. Xiao, with her long black hair and dark eyes, radiated classic elegance. Lastly, Kuer, with her light blue hair and deep blue eyes, embodied vivacious charm. These four stunning beauties, each with distinct hair colors and eye hues, donned the identical Zeus jewelry store uniform, creating a striking visual spectacle. Should they turn around, they would reveal a golden lightning pattern emblazoned on the back of their dresses. "Good day, boss." The four beauties, hands gracefully folded before their skirts, collectively bowed to Lan Jue. The varying depths of their cleavage could undoubtedly provoke a surge in blood pressure. Lan Jue, taken aback, exclaimed in alarm, "What are you all up to?" The four women rose, and with a playful giggle, Kuer replied, "Oh, we're not doing anything. Isn't this what we're supposed to do?" Lan Jue rolled his eyes, exclaiming with a hint of irritation, "You usually act so casually, yet suddenly you are all serious. You must have some ulterior motive. Speak up. What is it that you desire?" Upon hearing his words, smiles inevitably graced the faces of the four women. Yinengzhe covered her mouth, chuckling softly, and said, "Our boss truly understands us. Boss, we do not wish for anything in particular, but if you happen to venture out, do take us along. It has been quite some time since we last journeyed to another planet." Lan Jue helplessly remarked, "Come now, I grant you 3 holidays each year. Where is the restriction on your travels?" Mika countered, "But it is not the same. Venturing out with friends differs vastly from being taken out by the boss. Moreover, the source of those ores was discovered by me. If you go searching, you must take me along. I wish to join as well," Kuer boldly asserted. Yinengzhe blinked her large eyes at Lan Jue, a playful expression adorning her face as she said, "Boss, it's up to you. If you choose not to take Kuer, that's acceptable." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears. Only Xiao stood by, smiling gently at Lan Jue, her gaze seemingly laden with countless unspoken words. Lan Jue lightly tapped his forehead, and I knew it all too well. When someone offers excessive kindness without reason, their intentions are often dubious. Mika chuckled mischievously and swiftly ran to Lan Jue's side, linking her arm through his. "Boss, you seem a bit different lately, as if you've regained some vitality. We are here to further enhance that vigor. Just think, taking us out would certainly elevate your status. After all, we are all beauties." Lan Jue sighed in resignation. All right. Let us first investigate the origin of that ore. If it proves to be worthwhile, we shall all go. Indeed, it has been quite a while since I last took you all out. However, it seems that our Zeus 4 guardians have been absent from the mercenary world for several years. I fear some may have forgotten us. Yet, there are still those audacious enough to cause trouble in our establishment. Humph. Kuer fiercely brandished her tiny fists. With a wave of his hand, Lan Jue commanded, "Close the door and come to the back. Let us examine the origin of this pure energy stone and discern its true nature." "As you wish, boss." The four enchanting ladies chimed in unison, their melodious voices brimming with excitement. Chapter 63, The Chaotic Star Domain Boss, based on the account of that fellow named Oliver. I have compiled a star map of the domain where the pure energy stones are located. There are several possibilities, Mika remarked, adjusting her black-rimmed glasses with an air of intellect. A pale yellow holographic screen materialized before Lan Jue and the four women, depicting a spherical expanse dotted with countless stars, as if numerous planets were suspended within. Indeed, it was the chaotic star domain. Lan Jue furrowed his brow. The chaotic star domain was a place well known to him and the four knights of Zeus, for they had once been legends there. Situated at the heart of the three great human alliances, the area of the chaotic star domain was even larger than that of any of the alliances themselves. It served as a barrier, necessitating a detour via wormholes for travel between the alliances. Within the chaotic star domain, numerous asteroid belts existed, characterized by their instability and frequent irregular movements. Amidst these belts lay peculiar planets, three of which were the principal celestial bodies, nestled deep within the asteroid fields. The domain was not solely comprised of asteroids and these three major planets, it also contained a multitude of smaller asteroids, many of which bore the scars of past collisions and faced the constant threat of further impacts. Consequently, the internal conditions of the chaotic star domain were exceedingly volatile, deterring any large vessels from navigating its depths. However, it was precisely due to these unique circumstances that the chaotic star domain became a haven for pirates. While large ships found it challenging to traverse, smaller vessels could maneuver through with agility and familiarity, transforming the three major planets within into pirate sanctuaries. There were at least hundreds of pirate factions, both large and small, operating within the chaotic star domain. The largest pirate groups resided on the three main planets, while smaller factions inhabited the perilous smaller asteroids. The more stable the asteroid, the stronger the pirate faction that claimed it. The Moon Demon Pirate Group stood as the foremost among these marauding bands, with their leader, the Moon Demon Queen, renowned as the mightiest of pirate lords. After all, how could the arrogant figure in the golden hood, Gao Yang, have dared to intrude upon the fire road otherwise? Gazing at the three smaller asteroids marked by Mika on the holographic screen, Lan Jue's brow tightened. To reach their destination, one must first visit the three major planets, as otherwise, supplies would run short. Moreover, as these smaller asteroids were in constant motion, their precise locations could only be accurately determined by obtaining a more precise star map from the three major planets. Mika nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. Thus, to embark on the quest for pure energy stones, we must first venture into the fractured star region, where we can procure supplies and star charts before proceeding with our search. I estimate that the formation of pure energy stones is likely the result of collisions between asteroids and meteorite belts, leading to various substances undergoing transformation due to friction. The total quantity is expected to be substantial. Xiao expressed some concerns, stating that even if we were to locate them in the fractured star region, the extraction would undoubtedly pose significant challenges, as it is, after all, a realm dominated by pirates. Lan Jue's furrowed brow relaxed, and a faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, indeed, there are some issues with the mining process. However, I have resolved to collaborate with the old scholar to share this mineral. Therefore, in this regard, the old scholar should be able to provide us with some assistance. That scientific madman, Lin Guogua exclaimed in astonishment. Lan Jue nodded, acknowledging that we reside on the avenue of heavenly fire, and it would be unwise to indulge in solitary gains. However, Kuer pouted her crimson lips and remarked, we do not require the protection of the avenue of heavenly fire. Lan Jue smiled faintly while Xiao gently nudged her. Lin Guogua said, Boss, please give the order. When shall we embark? Lan Jue closed the light curtain and turned to the four women, asking, are you all truly planning to go? Are we really leaving the shop unattended? The four exchanged glances, and Xiao slightly lowered her head, saying, Boss, I will stay. Mika wrapped her arm around Xiao's shoulder and remarked, you shouldn't always be so obedient. It makes me want to tease you. Kuer huffed, declaring, you mustn't bully Sister Xiao. Lin Guogua blinked and explained, we will depart from the Hua Alliance, traversing a wormhole 30,000 kilometers beyond Tianhua Star to reach the fragmented star domain. We must avoid the Hua Alliance's guarding forces there. Then, we will need to perform another wormhole folding jump. This will allow us to enter the vicinity of the fragmented star domain. It will take approximately 7 days, including our operations within the fragmented star domain. The entire round trip, if all goes smoothly, will require about 25 days to a month. A month of closure isn't terribly long. Exactly. Kuer nodded emphatically. Lan Jue remarked, very well then, prepare yourselves. Since we are to embark on this journey, let us set forth early tomorrow morning. The four women exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes reflecting a shared exuberance, and collectively expressed, thank you, boss. Mika stated, I will devise the overall plan of action. Lin Guogua added, I shall attend to the maintenance of our spacecraft. Kuer declared, I will oversee logistical support. Xiao affirmed, I will be responsible for equipment and resource integration. Observing the spirited young women, a broad smile spread across Lan Jue's face, This mission belonged to them. Let us call it the Zeus jewelry operation. Indeed. The four replied in unison, their expressions turning serious. At that moment, they seemed to have entered an altered state, with a flicker of flame rising within the depths of their enchanting eyes. Indeed, the four knights of Zeus had awaited this moment for 3 long years. After 3 years of silence, the slumbering god king had finally awakened. How could they not feel elated? In their hearts, the infinite cosmos seemed to beckon them. They even felt an urge to shout, Zeus has returned. In the afternoon, the sun had softened its glare, leaning toward the west, and the various departments of the Huaming National Academy had concluded their day of lectures. Zhou Qianlin and Tang Mi stepped out of the academy together. Qianlin, what are your plans for today? Why aren't you walking with me? Tang Mi inquired, somewhat perplexed. Zhou Qianlin replied, I have an appointment with my mother for a beauty treatment. She will come to pick me up. You may go ahead. All right, be on your way. Tang Mi responded before departing. Zhou Qianlin then turned towards a direction where, 500 meters away, the rear end of a bicycle was partially visible around a corner. Apologies for the wait. I just finished my electrotherapy session for my cervical and lumbar spine. The sensation was quite euphoric, and I finally grasped the meaning of convulsions. Chapter 64 Hera, let us go. Zhou Qianlin naturally took her place on the rear seat of the bicycle. Lan Jue lightly touched the ground with his toes, the wheels gliding forth. Today he donned a simple attire, blue jeans, white casual shoes, and a crisp white shirt, exuding a refreshing aura that seemed to carry the essence of sunshine. Seated behind him, Zhou Qianlin inquired, How long have you been here? Lan Jue remarked, It has been a while. Zhou Qianlin inquired, On which day is your second class? Zhou Qianlin cast a puzzled glance at his back. Lan Jue Dao, I have some matters that require my attention. I have just requested leave from the Academic Affairs Office. Zhou Qianlin, somewhat speechless, replied, You've only attended 1 class, and you're already asking for leave? Aren't you afraid of being expelled by the academy? Lan Jue chuckled wryly. It's not to the extent of expulsion. However, Director Wu's expression is rather grim. Zhou Qianlin laughed lightly. It seems Director Wu's face has seldom been pleasant. Yet, if you leave like this, what will happen to the bodyguard assignment? Lan Jue said, This is also what I wish to inquire of you. What do you believe would be the best course of action? This matter holds considerable significance, and I must embark on a journey myself, requiring a trip to another planet. Thus, the duration will be rather lengthy. Zhou Qianlin was taken aback, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. How long will it take? Lan Jue remarked, If all goes well. It should take about a month. Zhou Qianlin fell silent. Lan Jue remained silent, and the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. Zhou Qianlin shook her head and said, There is no need for anyone else to protect me. Let us just extend the timeline. When did you become so agreeable? Lan Jue inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. Zhou Qianlin snorted softly, revealing her reluctance to engage in a dispute. However, you must ensure that your personal matters do not jeopardize your teaching qualifications at the academy. Otherwise, should you be expelled, gaining re-entry would prove quite difficult. That's easily said, Lan Jue replied hastily. The atmosphere appeared to lighten, yet the worry and tension reflected in Zhou Qianlin's beautiful eyes lingered persistently. Occasionally glancing at Lan Jue, her gaze was particularly intricate. Regardless of how formidable Lan Jue's genetic talents were, he remained oblivious to the subtle shifts in her expression. The journey from the academy to Tianhua Avenue required a considerable amount of time, and by the time they arrived, the sky had already darkened. Lan Jue alighted from the vehicle outside the avenue of heavenly fire. Although propelled by human effort, the bicycle possessed mechanical components, rendering it unsuitable for riding within the avenue. However, it could be pushed along, for it was indeed an antique. As a committee member, Lan Jue held the privilege to escort a commoner, ensuring a seamless passage. Treading upon the ancient blue bricks of the avenue of heavenly fire, Zhou Qianlin gazed curiously at the meticulously crafted buildings flanking either side. They were truly exquisite. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lan Jue smiled and said, This is the pride of the heavenly fire avenue. Zhou Qianlin replied, Indeed. It is something to be proud of. What shall you take me to dine on tonight? Lan Jue remarked, Let's change clothes first. Zhou Qianlin paused, turned to him, and exclaimed in surprise, Did you really prepare clothes for me? How dependable of you. Zhou Qianlin chuckled softly, You do have a thoughtful side. She added teasingly, If only you could return the dress that was taken last time. Lan Jue cautiously suggested, Perhaps. Zhou Qianlin raised an eyebrow. That belongs to my sister. Not you. Can you even wear it? If you can fit into it, I shall return it to you. A faint smile played at the corner of Lan Jue's mouth, as if to suggest that he had said nothing. The entire Tianhua Avenue measured merely 2,048 meters. Soon, the striking blue sign of the Zeus jewelry store came into view before them. In comparison to other places, this one appeared quite unappealing, remarked Shou Qianlin with a hint of disdain. Lan Jue helplessly remarked, it merely lacks a touch of ancient charm. Ding ding ding. As the door swung open, a melodious voice greeted, welcome. However, the final word seemed to catch in her throat, her deep blue eyes widening in disbelief. Kuer, what is the matter? Noticing something amiss, Xiao, who was tidying up the jewelry, also lifted her head. In the next moment, she too was rendered completely speechless, her delicate face instantly frozen, her gaze filled with terror. Hera? Kuer and Xiao exclaimed almost in unison, their incredulity altering the very tone of their voices. Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin stood side by side, with a hint of jest in his tone. At last, I am not the sole one startled. Allow me to introduce her. This is Zhou Qianlin, the younger sister of Hela. They merely share a resemblance. Qianlin, these two are my colleagues, Xiao and Kuer. Zhou Qianlin smiled and nodded at the two women, saying, greetings. At that moment, Kuer and Xiao still appeared somewhat dazed, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. You truly are not Hela? Kuo inquired tentatively. Zhou Qianlin offered a gentle smile. I am Zhou Qianlin, a student from the Huaming National Academy. Kuo, still recovering from the shock, patted her chest and remarked, you gave me quite a scare. I thought there was no way Hela could survive an explosion on the planet. Kuo. Xiao, noticing the grim expression on Lan Jue's face, quickly called out to her. Realizing her faux pas, Kuo stuck out her tongue and addressed Zhou Qianlin. Hello. Miss Zhou, please come in. Lan Jue let out a soft sigh, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. He turned to Xiao and said, Xiao, please escort Miss Zhou to the inner room. I have prepared some garments for her there. She should change into them. Miss Zhou is my guest for the gourmet dinner. Understood, Xiao replied with her head slightly bowed, then gestured for Zhou Qianlin to follow her. As she watched Xiao's retreating figure, Kuer swiftly hopped over to Lan Jue's side and whispered inquisitively, Boss, is this Miss Zhou truly not Hera? Is she perhaps her sister? Lan Jue smiled wryly and said, what do you think? If she were Hera, I would be happier than anyone else. Unfortunately, she is not. Kuer, with an air of mystery, inquired, Boss, you seem to have changed a bit lately, and your mood appears to have improved. Is it because of her? Lan Jue's gaze slightly sharpened at her words. Chapter 65. The gourmet's little shop. An elegant white dress, a knee-length white skirt, a simple color palette, and exquisite craftsmanship adorned Zhou Qianlin, whose flowing black hair and azure eyes resembled the vastness of the ocean, creating a scene as enchanting as a captivating painting. Indeed, Lan Jue nodded in satisfaction. Zhou Qianlin's cheeks flushed slightly. No girl is immune to the allure of beautiful attire. Thank you. You are young when it comes to accessories. There is no need for anything overly extravagant or complex. A simple necklace suffices, Lan Jue remarked with a smile. However, Zhou Qianlin shook her head and replied, no. Thank you. I have little interest in jewelry. Lan Jue remarked, jewelry is a woman's most cherished companion. Adorning oneself with jewelry is not solely an exhibition of wealth and opulence. Rather, it serves to accentuate one's inherent beauty. This blouse you are wearing features a neckline that, while modest, still calls for the elegance of a necklace. Such an adornment will not only enhance your complexion, but also elevate your overall demeanor. With that, she produced a small fabric pouch from her bag, opened it, and retrieved a necklace, the very enchanting gemstone necklace that Lan Jue had previously gifted her. Lan Jue was taken aback. I had originally prepared a sapphire necklace for you. No need for that. Let us just go with this, Zhou Qianlin insisted. Very well then. Please help me put it on. Lan Jue took the necklace and approached Zhou Qianlin from behind, gently fastening the spirit-calling gem around her neck. The setting was elegantly simple, devoid of any superfluous precious metals or diamond embellishments. The spirit-calling gem emitted a soft, pale yellow glow. Its subtlety lacked stark contrasts. Yet it served as the perfect finishing touch, enhancing Zhou Qianlin's pure aura with a touch of brilliance. At this moment, Lan Jue had also changed into a sharply tailored gray two-piece suit, with a white handkerchief tucked into the left breast pocket. One button of his shirt was undone. As the evening's banquet was not particularly formal, and thus he forewent a tie or bow tie. Shall we go? He inquired, raising his right arm. Zhou Qianlin softly acquiesced, gently linking her arm with his as they stepped through the door. I never imagined that Hela had a sister, Kura remarked with a hint of surprise. Xiao, what's the matter? She quickly rushed to her side. I'm fine, Xiao replied, her voice slightly hoarse. Realization dawned on Kura. Are you worried about the boss and that Miss Zhou? After all, she is not Hela. Don't overthink it. Xiao gently shook her head, sitting up straight. Though she had wiped away her tears, her eyes still bore a hint of redness. But she looks just like Hela, Kura noted. Yet she is not Hela. If you think about it, their voices, tones, and expressions are all different, and she seems to be a bit younger. I wonder how the boss found her. Xiao shook her head. I'm sorry, Kura. I'm fine now. I was just overthinking. Kura embraced her and sighed softly. Xiao, I have always wanted to advise you. The way the boss looks at us always seems like he is gazing at a sister. If one were to seek the most inconspicuous shop along the avenue of heavenly fire, this modest establishment, boasting intricately carved dark brown wooden doors reminiscent of ancient China, would undoubtedly be a contender. To be precise, this is not even a traditional shop. Only a select few within the avenue of heavenly fire are aware that it houses the finest delicacies available. For this is a hidden gem for gastronomes. A place that operates solely for personal gatherings. The culinary haven above ground starkly contrasts with the establishments found beneath the avenue of heavenly fire. Unlike the cramped quarters above, the subterranean gastronomic treasure boasts a space rivaling that of a library, offering a plethora of potions required by various gifted individuals. The small shop above serves only to entertain friends, a sanctuary of culinary delight. Lan Jue opened the door and gestured politely to Zhou Qianlin, embodying the principle of ladies first. As Zhou Qianlin stepped into the quaint establishment, she was greeted by a subtle yet distinctive fragrance that enveloped her, captivating her senses. On either side of the rustic long wooden table sat 5 individuals, and upon her entrance, all eyes were instantly drawn to her. Under their attentive gazes, Zhou Qianlin felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, the 5 individuals had already risen to their feet, nodding in a gesture of respect, exemplifying their regard for her presence as a woman. Lan Jue entered with a smile, remarking, "There are some delicious treats. You all certainly move quickly." He then introduced, "Allow me to present my friend, Zhou Qianlin." Zhou Qianlin greeted the 5 with a warm smile and a nod. Lan Jue pointed towards the innermost part, where an impeccably dressed elder with silver hair approached. This gentleman is the sommelier who manages the Gothic winery on Tianhua Avenue. Greetings, Zhou Qianlin offered once more. Welcome, beautiful lady, the sommelier replied as he stepped forward, greeting her with a refined noble kiss on the hand. The second individual introduced by Lan Jue is a tall man, appearing to be around 40 years of age. He towers over Lan Jue by a head and possesses a remarkably robust physique. His white shirt clings tightly to his form, revealing a rugged countenance, sun-kissed skin, and a beard as sharp as steel needles. This man is the mechanic, also referred to as the blacksmith. Greetings, said Zhou Qianlin, exuding warmth and courtesy. The mechanic chuckled. This is indeed the first time the jeweler has brought someone along. Welcome. He did not approach, but merely nodded in acknowledgement towards Zhou Qianlin. This is the barista. And this is the tailor, Lan Jue announced, turning towards another woman in the room aside from Zhou Qianlin. The tailor is a strikingly beautiful woman of average height, with chestnut medium-length hair. Dressed in a simple white shirt and a black pencil skirt, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, exuding an air of competence. Gazing at Zhou Qianlin, she remarked, "You possess the brightest eyes, Qianlin. You are truly stunning. I must create a garment for you." Zhou Qianlin smiled in response. "Then I thank you in advance, dear tailor." "Please, have a seat," Lan Jue offered, pulling out a chair for Zhou Qianlin. However, Zhou Qianlin hesitated. "But there is still one individual you have not introduced." Lan Jue leisurely remarked, "Some individuals require no introduction, lest they ramble incessantly." "Jeweler, friendship over." An angry voice erupted from across the table, where a pale-faced youth was furiously shouting, albeit with a slurred tone due to a lollipop lodged in his mouth. After his outburst directed at Lan Jue, he immediately turned to Zhou Qianlin, his expression shifting to a smile as he spoke with rapidity. "Greetings, beautiful. I am the most charming and intelligent person ever. You may call me accountant. Do you have a boyfriend? It surely can't be that jeweler, can it? Despite his profession, he is merely a facade of gold and jade, a true disgrace to humanity. Look at me. I am the promising youth." "Speak more slowly. There is no need to rush," Zhou Qianlin chuckled softly. "Be quiet, or I shall teach you a lesson," came the mechanic's deep voice, his large, dark fist waving threateningly before the accountant. "Whether or not I am a coward is not for you to decide. All I know is that if you continue to jest, I shall turn you into tofu and toss you out. The mechanic said coldly. The accountant's expression shifted. For bowing to authority is the mark of a wise man. I shall endure, he acquiesced. Zhou Qianlin nearly laughed at his peculiar demeanor. He truly was a delightful character. At that moment, the curtain of the inner room was lifted, and the gourmet emerged, carrying a tray adorned with 8 exquisite square dishes, each topped with a conical seaweed roll, concealing their contents. Delicious food has arrived. What is it? What is it? The accountant exclaimed with glee. Silence. The gourmet placed the tray on the table and stated, appetizers, fatty tuna rolls. When I was cutting the bluefin tuna, I chopped the fragmented fatty portions and wrapped them in seaweed. There are no other seasonings. Just the fresh and savory aroma of the tuna mixed with the fragrance of the seaweed. One for each of you. As he spoke, he took one for himself, devouring it in a few bites before finally casting a glance at Zhou Qianlin with a smile. This is the gourmet, Lan Jue introduced to Zhou Qianlin. Hello. Thank you for your hospitality, Zhou Qianlin greeted. The gourmet smiled. No need for such formality. Welcome to our gathering. With that, he stepped back. The accountant, swift in his movements, lunged for the fatty tuna roll, only to have it swatted away by the mechanic. What are you doing? Is it not permissible for me to silence myself with food? The accountant retorted angrily. The mechanic pointed towards the sommelier, who had now risen and approached a nearby box, seemingly preparing to open it. Lan Jue's eyes sparkled with interest as he rose to his feet, directing his gaze towards the sommelier. The silver metallic box opened, releasing a gentle wisp of white vapor. White wine. A hint of delight graced Lan Jue's face. Zhou Qianlin, intrigued, inquired, how did you know it was white wine? By its temperature and character, Lan Jue elucidated. Different wines are suited to varying drinking temperatures. The optimal temperature for red wine is 15 degrees. Thus, if the warming box is set to that temperature, it would be impossible for the vapor to form. Conversely, the ideal temperature for white wine is 5 degrees, which naturally accounts for this phenomenon. Of course, champagne also requires a low serving temperature. However, this occasion is clearly not appropriate for champagne. Hence, it must be white wine, as only white wine can perfectly enhance the delicate flavors of seafood. The sommelier first retrieved 8 wine glasses from the box, followed by a notably larger bottle of wine, a 3-liter format. Upon glimpsing the label, Lan Jue felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared rather commonplace. The sommelier cast a glance at him and remarked, for pairing with bluefin tuna, a slightly more refined white wine will suffice. What else would you like to drink? Lan Jue chuckled, remarking that it was still acceptable. After all, it was a large bottle, implying a commendable quality. The sommelier gently slid the bottle towards Lan Jue, simultaneously presenting a specialized seahorse corkscrew for opening the bottle. Lan Jue skillfully uncorked the bottle, grasping it with his thumb nestled at the base while the other 4 fingers cradled it gently. He approached the sommelier, pouring a modest amount into the glass. Is this large bottle truly exceptional? The accountant inquired, his curiosity piqued. The sommelier cast a fleeting glance in his direction, remarking, to serve you this is a sheer waste. The accountant's lips twitched slightly, yet before the sommelier, he clearly refrained from overstepping his bounds. Lan Jue chuckled softly, remarking that the larger the bottle of wine, the greater the volume of liquid contained within, allowing for prolonged preservation, while a standard 750 milliliter bottle may endure for 30 years. A magnum of 1.5 liters can last over 40 years, and a 3-liter bottle even longer. Moreover, during the tasting process, due to the uniformity of the wine and the ample quantity, the extended contact time between the liquid and air reveals a spectrum of evolving flavors. Thus, the same wine in a larger format undoubtedly possesses greater value and superior quality, especially when it comes to vintage selections. As he spoke, he approached the sommelier, pouring approximately 2 fingers of wine into her glass, followed by Zhou Qianlin, the wine taster, the mechanic, the barista, the accountant, and finally himself. This seemingly simple sequence was, in fact, a display of etiquette, adhering to the principles of prioritizing ladies and those of advanced age. Within his hand was a roll containing pink mincemeat, which appeared rather unappetizing. Upon bringing it to his nose, he could scarcely detect any notable aroma. Zhou Qianlin turned to glance at Lan Jue, intrigued, as this was her first encounter with such a dish. With a smile, Lan Jue remarked, enjoy. Such an opportunity comes but once a year. Unable to contain his curiosity, the accountant inquired, jeweler, what makes this fish so special? This is my first time attending. The barista rolled his eyes, muttering, letting you in was undoubtedly a mistake. However, for the sake of the two lovely ladies, allow me to provide a brief introduction. The bluefin tuna dwells in the depths of the ocean, maturing only after reaching a weight of over 100 pounds. Once caught, it is not the freshest that is most delectable. Rather, it requires a 5-day period of icy preservation during transport to achieve its finest flavor. This allows for a release of amino acids. After 5 days of acid drainage, its taste reaches its optimal state, precisely what we are about to savor. The most succulent part of the bluefin tuna is the belly, particularly the fatty belly, which, while not the absolute pinnacle of its delicacies, remains a heavenly delight. Chapter 67. A gourmand's feast, rich and aromatic. This was the first sensation that enveloped Zhou Qianlin as she took a bite of the fatty belly sushi roll. She could hardly recall how she managed to consume an entire piece. Sipping a refreshing glass of white wine, the exquisite flavors were elevated to their zenith. After a considerable pause, Zhou Qianlin regained her composure and could not help but whisper to Lan Jue, "It's truly delicious. There is even better to come." Lan Jue whispered softly in her ear. The warm breath sent a slight blush to Zhou Qianlin's cheeks, prompting her to shift her body slightly. A series of rectangular slices of fish, slightly darker in hue than the fatty belly, were then presented. The middle belly should be enjoyed by briefly dipping it in hot water until the color turns white. Be careful not to overdo it, the gourmet explained as he took a seat. Lan Jue poured him a glass of white wine. Lan Jue addressed Zhou Qianlin, explaining that the medium belly of the bluefin tuna, while less fatty than the large belly, is suitable for both hot pot and sashimi. To balance the richness of the previous dish and avoid a greasy sensation, this one is prepared for dipping. A plethora of sauces was presented before the diners. The gourmet raised his glass for a sip, casting a glance at the sommelier. The sommelier replied nonchalantly, advising against focusing on him due to the crowd. With more people, the wine flows more freely, and a bottle of fine aged wine diminishes with each pour, particularly those rare and exquisite vintages. The kelp soup bubbled vigorously as the fish meat entered the pot, transforming from red to white in an instant. Once extracted, it was dipped in a specially crafted sauce primarily made with seafood vinegar and an array of secret ingredients. As the first bite was taken, the outer layer of the fish appeared white while the center retained its red hue, reminiscent of hawthorn cake dusted with white frost. Although lacking the robust aroma of the large belly, the sauce enhanced its delightful flavor, providing an exquisite texture. A selection of palate-cleansing side dishes was subsequently placed on the table for accompaniment. Following the hot pot, sashimi was served, featuring the large belly, medium belly, and fish meat, each exhibiting shades of pale pink, light red, and deep red, all cut into uniform pieces. Paired with freshly grated wasabi, it was an irresistible delicacy. The fish, weighing a staggering 104 pounds, was too vast for the 8 diners to finish. In truth, after the gourmet had selected the prime portions for their enjoyment, the remaining fish would be sent to his underground establishment for esteemed clients to savor. The final dish consisted of roasted fish head and neck. The gourmet entered with a substantial platter, presenting the large fish head and neck, perfectly roasted to a golden hue. The head appeared somewhat fearsome, especially when compared to the previous exquisite dishes, prompting the accountant to voice his skepticism about its tastiness. However, before he could finish his thought, 2 individuals had already taken action. 2 pairs of traditional Chinese chopsticks darted forward simultaneously, each snatching a fish eye, followed swiftly by another thrust towards the sizable flesh of the fish's face. How brazen, the accountant mused, uncertain of the fish head's flavor, yet aware that those around him were seasoned connoisseurs, notably Lan Jue and the ever-stoic sommelier, both of whom were well acquainted with the delicacies at hand. The others were not far behind in their actions. In no time, the enormous fish head was stripped of nearly all its meat, akin to a butcher dismembering a cow. Observing Lan Jue's swift movements, Zhou Qianlin felt somewhat speechless. However, having been thoroughly won over by the previous dishes, she chose to trust Lan Jue's discerning taste. The fish eyes are nutritious and beneficial for the eyesight, filled with a crystal-like essence. Hurry and eat, Lan Jue urged, placing the fish eye he had claimed onto Zhou Qianlin's plate. Lan Jue looked at her with a hint of confusion and asked, "Are you afraid?" The fish's eyes were as large as ping-pong balls, which indeed appeared quite peculiar. Zhou Qianlin's cheeks flushed, yet she remained silent. "Very well, then you can have these," Lan Jue said, not wanting to pressure her, as he indulged himself in the fish's eye. The gourmet nearby chuckled, remarking, "Those who truly appreciate fine cuisine know what is most delectable. Typically, The neck and head of the fish are never accessible to the average person, as they are devoured by the greedy chefs themselves. The bluefin tuna, a creature of the deep sea, possesses an abundance of collagen within its head, making it an exquisite delicacy of the highest order. Indeed, upon the first bite of the fish face meat, Zhou Qianlin was enveloped by a rich, aromatic flavor mingling with the delightful essence of collagen that filled her mouth, far sweeter and more fragrant than the fish meat she had tasted prior. That explosion of exquisite taste was indelibly etched into her memory. The accountant's movements, though not sluggish, yielded him only a meager portion. This disparity was a testament to the difference in their capabilities. In terms of innate talent, he was the weakest among those present. His speed was commendable, yet his strength was lacking. The mechanic merely shifted his stance, effortlessly pushing the accountant aside. Thus, by the time the accountant managed to seize his portion, only some charred fish skin remained. Though quite palatable, he had entirely missed out on the coveted fish collagen. As the sumptuous feast drew to a close, the accountant's somewhat forlorn gaze went unnoticed by the others. "I'll take care of it," the barista promptly volunteered, rising to approach the tailor. The tailor cast a brief glance in his direction but said nothing, bidding farewell to the group before departing. Lan Jue also stood up and said, "We shall take our leave." He did not express his gratitude. His bond with the gourmet required no further elaboration. Lan Jue paused, casting a puzzled glance at him. "How did you know I was about to head out?" The gourmet gestured towards the accountant, remarking, "With such a blabbermouth around, how could I possibly be unaware?" As Lan Jue's gaze shifted, two chilling eyes fell upon the accountant, causing him to involuntarily shudder. "You dare to infiltrate the internal system of Zeus jewelry? Jeweler, please listen to me. It was not intentional. I merely stumbled upon some rather unconventional activities being conducted by your beautiful employees. Ahem. I had no idea what you all were up to." Chapter 68. The End? In the presence of Zhou Qianlin, Lan Jue maintained a demeanor of calmness, refraining from taking action against the accountant. However, as they exited the gourmet shop, a bolt of lightning silently slithered along the floor to the accountant's feet, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. "Consider this a warning. Otherwise, you shall be expelled from Tianhua Avenue." The sommelier also rose, coldly addressing the accountant before following Lan Jue out. The accountant opened his mouth, releasing a faint wisp of smoke, his facial muscles twitching. "You must believe me. I truly thought it was just amusing, without any ulterior motives." The mechanic grasped his neck firmly. "It is precisely because I believed you that I feel compelled to strike you." The gourmand remarked coolly, "Were it not for my reluctance to ruin my exquisite ingredients, I would render you incapable of self-sufficiency. You must find a way to earn the jeweler's forgiveness." As dusk settled, the only illumination along Tianhua Avenue emanated from the shops lining either side, casting a dim glow, yet the ancient ambience grew ever more profound. Lan Jue walked silently ahead, with Zhou Qianlin trailing behind. "Are you upset?" Zhou Qianlin inquired softly. Lan Jue shook his head and remarked, "That fellow's temperament is such that it is not directed at me. Who would harbor anger towards him? I am merely contemplating other matters." Zhou Qianlin gazed at him in confusion. "What is it?" Zhou Qianlin looked at him perplexed. "You bear an uncanny resemblance to Jinyu, to the extent that at times you may indeed occupy her place in my thoughts. Yet this is erroneous. In my heart, Jinyu holds a singular position. You are neither her replica nor her substitute. Therefore, I must apologize. From this point forward, I shall merely be your bodyguard. Once I fulfill this 3-year obligation, our paths shall diverge, and we shall no longer share any ties." The voice of Lan Jue was somewhat cold and hard, and even he felt that his current demeanor was somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to act thus. Kuer's words awakened him. Indeed, if he had not already begun to regard Zhou Qianlin as a hera in his heart, would he truly have acquiesced to such an outrageous condition of serving as her bodyguard for 3 years? Would he genuinely have accepted a position as a teacher at an academy? Would he have invited her to attend the private banquet of the heavenly Fire Avenue? All of this indicated that, in his heart, she had already begun to take a significant place. It is better to sever ties at the inception of feelings than to endure turmoil in the future. Thus, he found himself uttering these words. Zhou Qianlin gazed silently at Lan Jue, her enchanting visage betraying no change in expression. If one were to insist there was any, it was the glimmering depth in her eyes. She was intently observing Lan Jue, her gaze so profound it seemed capable of absorbing one's very soul. Under her scrutiny, Lan Jue felt a subtle pang in his heart, accompanied by a faint sense of sorrow. "Qianlin, you are a kind and good girl. I know that saying this may hurt you, but Zhou Qianlin let out a gentle laugh, her voice soft and airy. immediately following. She burst into a series of melodious giggles. "Are you all right, Lan Jue?" she inquired, tilting her head. Lan Jue was momentarily taken aback. "Do you men all believe that every woman in the world will be enamored with you? Do you truly think that I hold any affection for you?" Shou Qianlin replied, shaking her head lightly. Lan Jue, as she spoke, a smile graced her lips while she walked away into the distance. Lan Jue stood still for several moments before finally following suit. Zhou Qianlin's expression remained serene, devoid of any discernible change. Yet, deep within her eyes, a flicker of peculiar emotions surged: gratitude, sorrow, anguish, and a myriad of other inexplicable sentiments. "All right, this shall be the end of our journey," Zhou Qianlin paused, smiling gently at Lan Jue. "Indeed," Lan Jue nodded in acknowledgement. "Be cautious tomorrow during your outing. Oh, and to prevent any misunderstandings, I must clarify, my concern does not stem from a personal attachment, but rather from the necessity of you, as my bodyguard, remaining in good health to fulfill your obligations." "Understood," Lan Jue affirmed with a nod. Lan Jue stood still for a few seconds before turning around, a serene smile gracing his lips as he strode away. It seemed as though something had been cast aside, yet deep within his heart, for reasons unknown, there lingered a faint ache. The celestial Fire Avenue remained tranquil, devoid of many souls each night. Though the hour had grown late, walking along the chilly path seemed to lighten Lan Jue's spirits somewhat. "Come to me." A deep voice resonated in his ear. Startled, Lan Jue felt an impulse to head towards the Gothic old distillery. "Pray tell, are you here to convey an apology from the accountant?" he inquired with a light-hearted smile as he settled beside the sommelier. The sommelier, rarely displaying a smile, responded, "Your mood does not stem from him. Why would you bother with such a fellow? He is merely a jester. The shift in your demeanor is surely due to the young lady you brought with you today. Am I not mistaken?" Lan Jue cast a glance at him. It was already over. The sommelier smiled calmly, stating, "Whether it is truly over or not, you need not inform me. You are an adult, and I am not your father." Lan Jue's expression stiffened. "What do you require of me?" The sommelier replied with a smile. "I invite you to participate in a blind tasting of a wine to assess whether your skills have diminished. Will it truly come to an end? Let us await the outcome." Chapter 69. The Legend of the Three Great Wine Gods. Blind tasting refers to the practice of discerning a wine without knowledge of its identity through the act of tasting. Blind tasting? Very well. Lan Jue responded with a grin. "However, do not present me with an inferior wine, if it is too poor. I may not be able to appreciate it." The sommelier smiled faintly, retrieving a bottle from the adjacent wine cabinet and placing it before Lan Jue. The bottle bore no label, dust accumulating upon its surface, yet the hue of the liquid within indicated it to be a red wine. The sommelier then took a corkscrew, uncorked the bottle, and poured a glass for both himself and Lan Jue. Lan Jue did not immediately indulge in alcohol. Instead, he picked up a glass of plain water, cleared his palate, and only then did he lift the wine glass to his nose. Gently swirling the contents, he leaned in slightly to inhale the aroma. In the next moment, his facial expression underwent a dramatic transformation, revealing astonishment, admiration, and a sense of shock and disbelief. As he spoke, he had already raised the glass, directing the liquid towards the light. The wine was not the typical translucent hue of a ruby red wine. Rather, it possessed a slightly lighter, even somewhat murky color. Yet, upon seeing this hue, Lan Jue could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, "Burgundy?" The sommelier remained silent, offering no response. Not long ago, Lan Jue had caused him considerable expense by purchasing a bottle of the divine Roman Chianti, the most renowned representation of Burgundy wine. Often referred to as the King of Wines, this esteemed name originates from a company in the Burgundy region of France that manages some of the finest vineyards. Thus, simply by savoring the aroma, Lan Jue had already made his initial judgment. "Let us taste." The sommelier gestured invitingly, simultaneously raising his own glass. Lan Jue took a generous sip, the liquid lingering in his mouth for just a brief moment before the exquisite sweetness of the fine wine burst forth. Its rich and fragrant aroma instantly filled every corner of his palate. While it may not possess the divine majesty of a Roman Chianti, it equally captivates any connoisseur of fine wines. "So, in your estimation, what is it?" the sommelier inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Jue asserted, "It must be La Tiche, or perhaps Domaine de la Romanée Chianti. The vintage is likely around the year 2002 during the Yuan dynasty." The sommelier chuckled, his mirth evident. "Incorrect." "Incorrect?" Lan Jue was taken aback. Was it the wine that was mistaken, or the vintage? It could not be anything else. However, given its rarity, It was indeed possible for him to misjudge slightly. Could it be Le Qui Fortress, or perhaps Saint Vivat? Surely it could not be Saint Vivat. It seemed to fall short of such stature. Wrong, wrong, all wrong, the sommelier said with a hint of pride, savoring a sip of the wine in his glass. His expression one of sheer admiration. Sommelier, this is hardly fair, Lan Jue insisted, firmly believing in his own assessment. The sommelier inquired, how many classifications are there in Burgundy? Lan Jue remarked, there are 4 tiers of wine, the lowest being known as village level, followed by first-class vineyards, and at the pinnacle is the illustrious Burgundy, referred to as Grand Cru. Renowned wines under this classification are all Grand Cru, with Roman e Conti standing as the quintessential representation, the king of wines. The sommelier replied nonchalantly, the bottle you just tasted belongs to which category? Lan Jue abruptly rose, nearly toppling the chair behind him. This reaction stemmed from the sommelier's profoundly disruptive statement. Impossible. How could a village-level wine possess flavors that rival even Roman e Conti? Sommelier, you must understand that red wine is my utmost passion. Please do not jest with me on this matter. The sommelier smiled faintly, affirming that our initial reactions were identical. When I first encountered this wine, my response mirrored yours, perhaps even more intensely. It was revolutionary. However, upon uncovering the truth later, I realized that I was neither mistaken nor had my perceptions been upended, for the glass you hold truly deserves such distinction, although it is classified as village level. If I were to mention another name, you would comprehend the source of its remarkable strength. The world recognizes Roman e Conti as the king of wines, yet, do you know that in ancient France, there were once 3 great wine deities? Lan Jue was momentarily taken aback. The 3 wine deities you mentioned, are they the esteemed masters of winemaking from Burgundy, renowned as the gods of wine? The sommelier nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the world recognizes the 3 eminent wine deities, the proprietor, Aubert de Villain, the former shareholder, Lullabies Leroy, who diverged from the family winery, and the independent winemaker, Henri Jayer. Aubert de Villain is credited with creating the illustrious Roman e Conti, widely regarded as his magnum opus. He is undoubtedly a titan in the realm of wine, possessing an exceptional acumen for managing vineyards. Madame Bies Leroy, once a shareholder, found herself at odds with Aubert de Villain's vision and was subsequently ousted from the board, leading her to embark on her journey as an independent winemaker, thus earning her the moniker Lady of Joy. She penned a remarkable legacy, having pioneered biological winemaking alongside Aubert de Villain. The final figure, Henri Jayer, is the least frequently mentioned among the 3 deities. Yet, his name consistently occupies the pinnacle of the wine world, at any auction for red wines. The mere mention of his name guarantees that the lot will command the highest bid. If Roman e Conti is the king of wines, then the 3 exceptional wines crafted by Henri Jayer are undoubtedly the emperors of the wine realm. Intriguingly, his most emblematic wine is not produced from a Grand Cru vineyard, but rather from a Premier Cru, known as Cross Parent II. This somewhat unwieldy name remains an indomitable presence in the world of wine. Lan Jue gazed at the unmarked bottle before him, murmuring, surely, you do not mean to suggest that this bottle is crafted by one of the 3 great wine deities. The sommelier smiled gently, rising to his feet, and replied, indeed. Although this bottle hails from a village-level production, its creator is none other than the foremost of the 3 wine gods. Each year, the output of any of his wines amounts to a mere few hundred bottles, and it is the illustrious Master Henri Jue, renowned throughout the era of Shan Yuan. Master Henri Jue is the pinnacle of enological mastery, a legend among legends. For those intrigued, I encourage you to seek out the tale of this legendary wine deity. Our narrative will intertwine with this story. The physical copies of the first volume of Tianhua Avenue are now available for pre-sale at our Xianshi online store. The first 300 copies will bear my signature and will be sold at a standard price. Additionally, any purchase exceeding 49 yuan will qualify for free shipping. I invite you to explore the store. I hear from the manager that we recently acquired some energy gemstones, quite delightful. They are all natural gemstones, and those interested might find them worth a glance. The prices are quite reasonable. Chapter 70. The possibilities revealed by divination astonishing. As the sommelier uttered these final words, Lan Jue was left with nothing but awe, an unparalleled sense of wonder that nearly brought him to tears. As an aficionado of fine wines, the opportunity to savor a creation from the hands of one of the 3 great wine gods, even from a village-level production, was profoundly moving, surpassing even the joy he felt on the day he tasted Roman e Conti. The annual production of Roman e Conti during the Shan Yuan era was in the thousands, while Master Henry J.'s works, regardless of their classification, amounted to only a few hundred bottles each year. Such value transcends mere monetary assessment. Thank you. Lan Jue bowed respectfully to the sommelier. The sommelier smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Come, let us drink. It would be a shame to leave it untouched. And we must drink swiftly." The bottle, from an unknown vineyard under Master Henry J.'s purview, was produced in the year 1997 of the Shang era. Yet, it enveloped Lan Jue in an endless realm of exquisite delight, making him forget the passage of time and even the slight agitation that lingered in his heart. "Speak. What do you wish of me?" After savoring the last drop of wine, Lan Jue set down his glass and looked toward the sommelier. The sommelier replied, "Are you so certain?" Lan Jue's eyes were slightly closed, seemingly still entranced by the exquisite wine he had just savored. "The divine liquor of the god of wine is not easily consumed, as I well know. Of course, should you truly experience a pang of conscience, it would bring me immense joy." The sommelier offered a faint smile, remarking on how many times you have labeled me as miserly. How could a stingy person suddenly become generous? Thus, you are correct. There is indeed a matter I wish to address. The diviner has foretold that someone on a planet akin to our mother star is attempting to resurrect the ancient methods of winemaking honed by the three great gods of wine. I desire to witness this endeavor and, in addition, present them with some gifts. Among the three great alliances, there are few who possess a collection of wines from the three great gods. I hope that from these venerable bottles, they may uncover superior techniques for brewing, allowing the divine essence to grace the mortal realm once more. Lan Jue opened his eyes, and the light within them suddenly brightened. "Are you truly speaking the truth?" The sommelier nodded. "Wine is not merely my greatest passion, it is my sole passion. I would never jest about this." Lan Jue said, "I have two inquiries. Firstly, how is it that you possess the wines crafted by the three great gods of intoxication yet have never once brought them forth? Secondly, how could you possibly employ the divination techniques of a soothsayer to locate wine?" The sommelier cast a sidelong glance at him, inquiring, "What do you wish to convey?" Lan Jue smiled and gave a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. The two exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. "So, does this mean you agree?" The sommelier inquired after their laughter subsided. Lan Jue inquired, "With your capabilities, do you still require my assistance?" The sommelier replied. The divination performed by the soothsayer was abruptly interrupted at its climax. "This should convey a significant meaning to you. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall. Furthermore, if you truly discover this avenue, do you expect to reap the rewards without exerting any effort?" "Very well," the sommelier smiled. "I am in no haste, for I still have reserves." With that, he departed. Lan Jue rose and waved his hand. A swift blue light streaked across the sky, and mere seconds later, a series of explosive sounds erupted in the air. It was a McCarthy 12 aerial vehicle. Only such an elite flying car could achieve such terrifying speeds. "Sister Mika, please drive slower. I'm feeling nauseous," Lan Jue complained, furrowing her brow and clutching the safety handrail. Inside the high-flying vehicle sat the group led by Blue Absolute. Blue Absolute occupied the central seat in the back, flanked by Lan Jue and Xiao, while Mika, with her striking red hair and black-rimmed glasses, took charge of the driving. Kuo occupied the front passenger seat, reveling in the exhilarating speed displayed by Mika's driving of the McCarthy 12. Mika's driving style was exceedingly dominant, seemingly intent on extracting every ounce of power from the vehicle, which had already surpassed the speed of sound. All right, you're just too delicate. Look." Even the boss isn't complaining, Mika remarked, somewhat dissatisfied. "I just fainted for a moment," Blue Absolute replied languidly, reclining in his seat. Mika huffed, "We're almost there. Brace yourselves." The aerial vehicle executed a stylish drift, suddenly plunging downward. Although the sensation of weightlessness was largely filtered through the vehicle's internal mechanisms, some of it still reached the passengers. Lan Jue let out a sharp scream, and even Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. After several moments, the flying car came to a steady halt at the parking area of the Tianhua Star civilian spacecraft base. The doors of the McCarthy 12 swung open like the grand wings of a butterfly, and the four stunning women simultaneously exited from either side. Mika with her red hair, Kuo with her blue hair, Xiao with her black hair, and Guo with her green hair, all donned sleek black combat suits that accentuated their graceful figures. The curves of their bodies and their enchanting faces seemed to momentarily dazzle the space police, who appeared to swallow audibly even through their helmets. "Handsome gentlemen, is there something you need?" Mika flirtatiously tossed a wink at the officers. "Beautiful ladies, you've exceeded the speed limit," one of the officers stammered. Oh, my apologies. We must be going now. Please keep an eye on our vehicle. Mika waved goodbye to the officers and turned to leave, with the other three women also bidding farewell to the remaining officers. Lan Jue floated gracefully among the four women, following them with an air of elegance. After a brief moment, a member of the air police came to a realization. How could they discern that we were handsome men while donning helmets? I had often fantasized about the day I could, like Tony Leung in Tokyo Raiders, have 4 beautiful secretaries. Alas, it seems unlikely. My wife would surely have my head for such a notion. Thus, I shall bestow this splendid treatment upon little Lan Lan instead. How affectionate I am towards him. By the way, the 6th volume of Tales of the Unparalleled Tang Sect and the 3rd deluxe edition of Doa Delu have both been released. Our Xinshe Tangmen bookstore has them available for purchase, and if you buy the complete set from our store, the 1st volume will certainly be signed. Chapter 71. Zeus I. The civilian spacecraft base on Mars is divided into several zones, including the standard docking area, the long-distance spacecraft docking area, and the VIP docking area. Only the VIP docking area is exclusively designated for specialized spacecraft warehouses, yet the costs are exceedingly high, requiring substantial monthly rental fees, along with the necessity of hiring maintenance personnel independently. Lan Jue and the ladies halted at the designated area for high-altitude vehicular maneuvers, conveniently adjacent to the VIP docking zone. This proximity was one of the reasons the security personnel did not overly scrutinize their speed. The exterior of the standard long-haul spacecraft warehouse was adorned in a resplendent sapphire blue, while the massive alloy doors presented a striking silvery metallic sheen. Emblazoned upon the metallic surface was a deep blue lightning symbol, sculpted in relief, protruding outward. This establishment was officially registered as the Zeus Jewelry Store's dedicated spacecraft warehouse, designated for the transportation of various rare jewels. Draped in a khaki trench coat, Lan Jue led the ladies inside, silently positioning himself against the metallic wall. Hands tucked into the coat pockets. From within, he procured a cigar, placing it between his lips yet refraining from igniting it. Inside the warehouse, a dozen uniquely designed deep blue robots scurried about, with not a single human employee in sight. All operations were conducted by these automatons. Given the high confidentiality of this exclusive VIP warehouse, no outsiders were permitted entry following its acquisition. The warehouse was a realm of sapphire blue and silver, with the occasional spark illuminating the air, a byproduct of the robot's metalworking endeavors. 3 spacecraft were docked within, identical in size and appearance, each a stunning sapphire blue, devoid of any additional markings or insignia. Each vessel measured approximately 70 meters in length, with a wingspan of 57 meters. The sleek wings extended rearward, closely adhering to the fuselage, while 5 exhaust ports were strategically located, 2 on each wing and 1 grand central port at the tail. The entire structure resembled a flawless work of art. Xiao approached a silver metallic console, pressing a button that prompted a keyboard-equipped screen to emerge. Her hands, delicate and slender like spring onions, glided across the keyboard, producing a series of nimble and rapid keystrokes. Data cascaded onto the screen like a waterfall. The energy system of Zeus 1 was fully prepared, the weaponry system was operational, and its status was optimal for long-distance flight. Personnel supplies had been replenished. Boss, we are ready for departure. Lan Jue gazed at the sapphire blue spacecraft, its sleek contours evoking a sense of awe within him. He nodded gently and declared, "Let us embark." With a flick of his fingers, several robots surrounding the leftmost ship swiftly retreated. A staircase gradually descended from the underbelly of the vessel, allowing the robots to hastily reposition themselves to the side. Inside the hangar, the lights illuminated brilliantly. At that moment, the Zeus 1 flickered to life, its deep blue aura seemingly sweeping from the front to the rear, akin to a majestic eagle slowly awakening. Lan Jue continued to indulge in his cigar, and before he could make a move, Mika, Lingguagua, and Kuer had already dashed forward, swiftly boarding the spacecraft. Xiao had also finished her tasks with the computer, making it disappear beneath the desktop before hastily following Lan Jue. The Zeus Eye's exhaust port began to emit a gentle stream of air, creating a series of soft breezes within the warehouse that fluttered the edges of Lan Jue's trench coat. From Xiao's perspective, she could catch a glimpse of Lan Jue's profile. With a cigar held between his lips, his gaze bore a hint of melancholy, and his hair appeared slightly disheveled, yet he was not untidy. The collar of his trench coat rested protectively against his neck, exuding an inexplicable depth. Pressing her lips together, Xiao kept pace with Lan Jue as they boarded the spacecraft together. The main control room of the cabin spanned nearly 300 square meters, and through the light blue front window, the outside world was visible. The four women took their designated seats, while Lan Jue settled into a spacious chair behind them. Still clutching the cigar, he lowered his gaze to the armrests on either side of the chair, a flicker of wistfulness surfacing in his eyes. It had been a long time since he last traveled on the Zeus. Typically, only the girls utilized it for their journeys, preoccupied with their jewelry store. Hera, Lan Jue murmured, a profound sadness fleetingly crossing his gaze. Yet, inexplicably, a visage strikingly similar to Hera's emerged in his mind, accompanied by a smile as enchanting as that of a sprite. The energy propulsion is functioning normally, and the warehouse door is opening. Yinengzhe announced through the headset she had just donned. The runway is clear, and the tower indicates we are ready for departure, Koa added. Energy systems, protective systems, mechanical systems, and weapon systems have all been checked and are functioning properly. We are ready to launch, Xiao reported. The Zeus is prepared for takeoff. Ignite the engines, Mika commanded. The spaceship trembled gently, and the lights in the control room brightened in response to a soft humming sound. As it entered the runway and took flight, Lan Jue removed the cigar from his mouth, stowing it away in his pocket, and spoke in a low voice. The destination is the fractured starfield. The Zeus, resembling a blue specter, glided forward, exiting the warehouse and veering left onto the runway. A soft blue light began to emanate from the four exhaust ports on either side of the wings. Suddenly, the brilliance erupted forth, and the Zeus let out a deep roar, accelerating forward as the four exhaust ports left a dazzling trail behind. In just 300 meters of sprinting, the blue specter radiated with resplendent light, transforming into a magnificent blue bird soaring into the sky. A flash from the main exhaust port at the rear signaled a soft chime, and within mere seconds, the Zeus had breached the sound barrier, becoming a streak of light that vanished into the ether. How swift! Which company operates that spacecraft? A ground crew member at the base marveled. It appears to belong to a jewelry store. Those in the jewelry business certainly possess wealth. Envy mingles with resentment. However, they couldn't help but remark on how astonishingly fast the vessel had been. What model of spacecraft is that? Unclear, but it is indeed remarkably fast. Chapter 72, Voyage maintains speed, Lan Jue commanded. 7 minutes later, they arrived at the wormhole, ready to execute a spatial fold jump toward the borders of the Huaming Alliance. In the vast expanse of the universe, the Zeus appeared merely as a balloon, yet its velocity was so astounding that even military radars struggled to track it. Should anyone learn of the materials utilized in the construction of the Zeus and the number of energy gems embedded within its main control system, they would undoubtedly be left speechless in astonishment. The entirety of the Zeus resembled a colossal jewel, its surface adorned with a blue coating not merely for dazzling aesthetics, but crafted from a mineral known as blue keystone, ground into powder and blended with various other materials. This coating possessed exceptional thermal insulation and energy conversion capabilities. One of the primary reasons traditional spacecraft fail to achieve maximum speeds is the intense heat generated from air friction during high-velocity flight, particularly under rapid acceleration. However, the Zeus, with its blue keystone coating, faced no such dilemma. Its maximum load speed could reach light speed, or even exceed it. This coating consumed a staggering 100 kilograms of blue keystone, an extraordinary energy gem. The value of 100 kilograms of blue keystone could purchase 5 spacecraft of equivalent size. Yet, this was merely the most commonplace component of the Zeus assembly. Upon reaching the wormhole, the shield activated, initiating the spatial jump. Mika's voice rang out. Simultaneously, a series of light shields descended, enveloping the bodies of the 4 women and Lan Jue. The Zeus shuddered violently, and the surrounding space transformed into a kaleidoscope of bizarre sights. A layer of misty light expanded outward from the Zeus. The energy shield was always the most vital component of any spacecraft, not solely for combat, but, more importantly, to ensure safety during perilous cosmic voyages. Under the protection of the shield, the Zeus regained its stability, while the surface of the shield flickered with an array of colors. It felt as though only a few seconds passed, yet it also seemed like a century had elapsed. The Zeus trembled gently, and the surrounding space once again plunged into darkness. They had exited the wormhole, approaching the borders of the Huaming Alliance. Mika's voice returned, Yinengzhe's voice followed. The intelligence reveals that currently stationed at the wormhole border of the ruined star domain is the 12th Cosmic Legion of the Huaming Alliance. Utilizing the Yinengzhe Space Fortress for regional control, we need to navigate around the left flank of the Yinengzhe Space Fortress, using a meteor belt as cover. Acceleration must occur instantaneously as we approach the wormhole. Calculate acceleration, Lan Jue instructed. Moments later, Koa stated, we require at least sublight speed for the sprint. To ensure safety. Lightspeed sprint, Lan Jue replied solemnly. Understood, boss, Koa responded diligently. 3 days later, they would reach the sprinting point. A faint smile graced Lan Jue's face as he said, very well, everyone, let us take a moment to rest and set the automatic flight course. We shall commence our sprint in 3 days. As the protective shields ascended, Lan Jue unfastened his safety belt and rose from his seat. The serious expressions on the faces of the 4 women faded, and aside from Kerr, who was busy setting the course. The other 3 also released their safety belts and stood up. Yinengzhe giggled, it's wonderful to have a boss like you. We can once again relish the thrill of lightspeed acceleration. Mika, with a smile, wrapped her arm around Yinengzhe's shoulder and whispered something in her ear. Instantly, Yinengzhe's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully retorted, you always have such wild things to say. Mika burst into hearty laughter. Lan Jue had excellent hearing. Although Mika spoke in a whisper, he could still discern her words clearly. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel at how, when women engaged in conversation, their topics often surpassed those of men in richness and variety. I think I shall take a nap, Lan Jue remarked, stretching lazily. Suddenly, a crimson whip lashed out like a venomous serpent, striking Gao Yong and leaving a deep gash upon his flesh. Gao Yong gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. Before him stood a woman clad in a black gown, her long hair elegantly tied atop her head. She appeared to be in her 20s, with skin as fair as snow. Her eyes were a peculiar shade of pale rose, glimmering enchantingly, yet her pupils were blood red, lending an unsettling allure to her otherwise pristine beauty. The woman was tall and slender, easily surpassing 1.80 meters in height. With her black high heels, she seemed even more imposing than the already tall Gao Yong. Do you realize how foolish you are? The woman said coldly. Your Majesty, I am only crack. Another lash of the whip struck him. The Moon Demon Empress coldly interrupted. Foolishness is one thing, but what is more terrifying is your ignorance of your own folly. If he were not my friend, you would never escape from the road of heavenly fire. Gao Yong still wore a defiant expression, unyielding despite his wounds. That fellow is indeed powerful, but his abilities, like yours, merely counter mine. Otherwise, the Moon Demon Empress scoffed, do you think yourself worthy to compare with him? I can candidly inform you that if he desired to crush me, it would not pose a significant challenge. This time, Gao Yong was genuinely taken aback. Your Majesty, are you serious? The Moon Demon Empress replied coldly, if anyone in this world dares to claim, they can annihilate the first pirate crew of the Shattered Star Domain. Then the road of heavenly fire is undoubtedly among the foremost powers. There at least 3 exist who could effortlessly extinguish my life. Their terror is beyond your imagination. Yet those 3 are not truly fearsome, as they rarely take action. But the person you encountered is different. He is unrestrained, and once angered. The entire Shattered Star Domain trembles in fear. Who exactly is he? The Moon Demon Empress coldly stated. Do you recall why the former first pirate crew of the Shattered Star Domain was annihilated over 3 years ago? A flicker of horror crossed Gao Yong's eyes as he connected the dots regarding that individual's powers, a chilling realization piercing his heart. Are you suggesting that individual is, please consider supporting our work? The first volume of the physical edition of The Road of Heavenly Fire has just been released, however. It has yet to arrive in stock. You may pre-order it at our Taoist store, Xianshitang Min. The first 300 readers will receive signed copies at an affordable price. It is just 49 yuan with free shipping from our bookstore. Additionally, I noticed some readers inquiring about the Dolua Dala side stories. They are included in our deluxe reprints of Dolua Dala, with 3 volumes currently available. The first volume's side story is titled Tamin, which recounts the narrative of Tang San prior to his journey through time. The second volume's side story is Xiao Wu, detailing Xiao Wu's life before encountering Tang San. The third volume's side story is White Tiger War God, which chronicles Dai Mubai's path to divinity. Interested readers may also procure these works at our online bookstore, where we offer books at reasonable prices. Purchasing the complete first volume will include my signature. Chapter 73. Speed of Light Sprint. The Yinengzhe space fortress loomed like a colossal behemoth, quietly suspended in the pitch-black and serene cosmos, with military spacecraft occasionally traversing its vicinity. The number of space fortresses has become a crucial metric in assessing modern military strength. The Northern Alliance boasts 12 space fortresses, the highest among the 3 major coalitions, while the Western Alliance possesses 7, and the Hu alliance holds a mere 5. Only when the forces of the Hu and Western alliances combine can they match the Northern alliance, highlighting the latter's formidable position among the three. Yinengzhe Space Fortress, regarded as the weakest in the Hu alliance, is tasked with guarding the wormholes near the chaotic star domain and its surrounding areas. It has long been stationed with a single cosmic legion, in stark contrast to other fortresses that typically host at least 2 legions, rendering it somewhat inferior. Its primary function is to suppress the pirate factions that swarm the chaotic star domain like locusts. The internal complexity of the chaotic star domain renders the passage of large spacecraft nearly impossible, compounded by the pirates' intimate familiarity with the terrain. The 3 major alliances previously united in an effort to eradicate the threat, yet they only managed to strike at the periphery, failing to address the root of the issue. Furthermore, the existence of pirates carries certain political implications, allowing their presence within the chaotic star domain to grow increasingly formidable. At this moment, the external luminescence of Zeus 1 had completely dimmed, seemingly merging with the cosmos itself. The blue keystone's unique property of shielding detection signals, combined with the internal mechanisms of Zeus 1, effectively cloaked it from sight. Currently at a speed of 20 times the speed of sound, preparing for the sprint, reported Kuer. Main thruster charged and ready, replied Shio. Shielding protocols are in place. Mika, weapon systems are operational. In 160 seconds, the sprint will commence, followed by a transition to sublight speed in 100 seconds. Lan Jue sat upright in his seat, the metallic orbs rising from the armrests clasped firmly in his hands. The languor that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a solemnity. The notion of an individual's power opposing an army was utterly inconceivable in this cosmic era. The main cannon of a space fortress possessed the capacity to obliterate a planet in an instant. Naturally, their type of spacecraft could not be targeted by such formidable weaponry. Nevertheless, caution was paramount. Several military capital ships were equipped with the capability of faster-than-light travel. It was imperative to enter the wormhole before they were detected and could accelerate to intercept. Given the size of the Zeus Eye, achieving sublight speed was nothing short of miraculous. As for light speed, it relied not solely on the vessel's intrinsic power. The countdown for the surge commenced. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1 surge. What had initially appeared as a dim glow from the Zeus Eye suddenly erupted into a blinding azure radiance. All 5 thrusters ignited in brilliance, rendering the ship a magnificent blue avian creature against the darkness, its dazzling light shimmering. In the next instant, the Zeus Eye surged to full speed. The instantaneous acceleration sent tremors throughout the interior of the vessel, the outer shielding transitioning from white to a soft crimson, gradually deepening to an orange hue. Energy output was stable, acceleration was normal. Carving an elegant arc, the Zeus Eye veered towards the rear flank of the Yinengzhe space fortress. With its full power engaged, the Zeus Eye could no longer remain concealed before the fortress, and soon, alarms began to blare. In proximity to the space fortress, 3 patrolling ships swiftly responded, encircling their anticipated path. 30 seconds until sublight speed, Kua stated with a grave tone. The main cannon of the Huameng White Tiger-class battleship commenced charging, calculating firing trajectory. Shio remarked. The atmosphere within the Zeus Eye grew tense, resonating with their words. 10 seconds later, the main cannon of the left-side White Tiger battleship fired, estimating a 23-second intercept of the Zeus Eye. The trajectory could be evaded, yet the possibility of the main cannon tracking remained. Though the expression on Lan Jue's face was serious, he remained remarkably composed. The main cannon of the White Tiger battleship fired, and Kuer's voice rose a pitch. Through the porthole, a small white light flickered into existence in the distance. Any nameless spacecraft attempting to traverse the wormhole into the chaotic star domain without prior verification would be treated as pirates, which explained the swift response of the space fortress's patrol battleships. 20 seconds until impact. 15 seconds until impact. 10 seconds until impact. The auxiliary acceleration initiated, and Lan Jue suddenly spoke in a deep voice. In that instant, his profound gaze transformed unexpectedly into a brilliant blue, and his entire body followed suit. Within the protective energy shield surrounding him, it appeared as though he had become a tempestuous ocean of lightning. Yet, the terrifying waves of energy were entirely contained by the radiance. Atop the Zeus Eye, an unusual surge of electricity flickered to life. Within the main exhaust port, a small auxiliary nozzle opened silently, releasing a diamond-cut blue-violet gem that emitted a blinding blue beam, merging seamlessly with the energy expulsion of the main nozzle. The Zeus Eye trembled violently for a brief moment, creating the illusion of momentarily pausing in midair. Subsequently, the originally orange-red tail flame of the main exhaust transformed into a brilliant blue, and the four auxiliary nozzles also underwent a change. The protective shield, which had shown orange-red due to the acceleration, shifted to a deep crimson, and in the next instant, the entire Zeus surged forward, propelled into sublight speed and rapidly ascending toward light speed. Moments later, a beam of white light streaked past from behind, vanishing into the vast night sky. In the astonished gaze of the several white tiger battleships, the Zeus had already transformed into a blue point of light, hurtling toward the wormhole behind the space fortress. Long live the boss! Kuer, Lin and Mika exclaimed almost in unison, while the more reserved Xiao couldn't help but smile. Kuer exclaimed, "It's the best with the boss around. We don't even need to engage weapons to easily shake them off. 10 seconds until we enter the wormhole." Lin remarked, "The white tiger battleships have ceased charging. There will be updates after midnight tonight, and 3 chapters tomorrow." Upon entering the wormhole, speed seemed to dissipate, plunging once more into a fantastical realm. The light emitted from the 5 exhaust ports of the Zeus had returned to a warm orange hue. Lan Jue leaned back in his seat, weary eyes closed. The ability to manipulate a spacecraft with extraordinary powers and achieve a qualitative leap is something unimaginable to the vast majority in the world of psychics. In truth, even Lan Jue, relying solely on his own strength, could not accomplish such a feat. The reason the Zeus could instantaneously generate explosive, super-strong acceleration, soaring to the threshold of light speed, was not only due to Lan Jue's formidable psychic energy, but also the influence of an energy gem. Within the Zeus lies a core energy gem whose function is not to provide energy but to amplify it. This enigmatic gem is of such a high tier that its worth surpasses that of a standard 500-meter military battleship. Nearly all systems aboard the Zeus are predicated upon its existence. As the spacecraft gently trembled, it exited the wormhole, revealing a vast expanse of space before the Zeus. Maintaining a sublight speed, they would enter the fragmented star domain in 3 days. Kuer began her report. Mika instructed, "Expand the radar monitoring range to guard against potential enemies." Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. The 4 women worked in perfect harmony, deftly controlling the spacecraft that would typically require a crew of at least 15. From this point onward, the Zeus had departed the control of the Huameng, entering the expansive periphery of the fragmented star domain, which also implied that they could encounter pirates at any moment. Lan Jue closed his eyes, and faint electric sparks occasionally flickered around his body, as if he were enveloped in a wondrous state. A subtle blue light shimmered at his chest, adding an air of majesty to his presence. 2 days later, the Zeus, soaring through the cosmos, maintained a steady speed. In its direct path, large swathes of light and shadow began to materialize. The fragmented starfield, vast in its expanse, housed over 70 stars, each radiating intense energy and heat, illuminating the surroundings. Within this chaotic realm, the majority of planets frequently faced bombardments from meteor belts, with some being shattered upon impact, giving rise to new meteors. Consequently, habitable planets were scarce, scattered throughout the starfield. Moreover, the emission of extreme radiation from certain massive stars rendered the living conditions even more inhospitable, leading the 3 major alliances to ultimately abandon any attempts at development after thorough exploration. However, this region became a haven for pirates, with its intricate terrain serving as the perfect camouflage. Deep within the fragmented starfield lies the fragmented 3 stars, often referred to as the paradise of the fallen, where many notorious criminals fleeing from the 3 alliances chose to linger. As they were about to enter the peripheral star systems of the fragmented starfield, Kua's voice resonated. "Wonderful!" Mika exclaimed, her crimson hair whipping about as her eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Jue cast a sidelong glance at her and remarked, "Sister Mika, your ferocity is quite alarming. How do you expect to find a husband?" Mika dismissively scoffed, "Why must women marry? Must they always depend on men? I refuse to marry. Not a single one of them is worth it, except for the boss, of course." Just as Lan Jue emerged from the sleep chamber, he overheard her words and retorted, "Mika, are you itching for trouble? How dare you claim the boss isn't a man?" Mika chuckled mischievously and replied, "That was your own assertion. I never said that. Boss, I was merely praising you." Lan Jue curled his lips and walked to the control area of the spacecraft, gazing out the window. It had been a long time since he last visited the fractured star region, and he wondered if it remained as chaotic as he remembered. Xiao inquired, "Boss, are we heading to the fractured star region this time? Shall we procure some supplies while we're at it?" Although the fractured star region is tumultuous, it is also a fertile ground for rare treasures, with certain unique energy gems abundantly produced here. often available at a fraction of the price compared to the three major alliances. However, due to safety concerns, few commercial alliances are willing to venture here for procurement. Lan Jue nodded and said, "Let us first attend to the matter at hand. If all goes smoothly, it would not be amiss to embark on a journey for some extensive shopping." Just then, a faint sound echoed within the confines of the spacecraft, though not loud. It instantly caused a change in expression for both Lan Jue and the four women. A glint of cold light flashed in Lan Jue's eyes as he turned to look. Mika had already leapt up like a female leopard, her enchanting eyes flickering with flames. How blissfully fragrant the sleep was. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a profound slumber. Days unburdened by the constraints of time are indeed the most delightful. A voice, imbued with admiration and an extraordinary rapidity, resonated. Upon hearing this voice, Lan Jue's expression shifted to one of peculiarity, which soon morphed into coldness. Mika had swiftly sprung to her feet, and moments later, a piercing scream echoed, "Sister, be gentle. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Jeweler, help." The cries continued. Yet it was evident that the person's strength was waning. Lan Jue gazed at him coldly. "Accountant, I require a persuasive explanation. Otherwise, I shall cast you out from this place to fend for yourself." "No, please." The individual who has just awakened from the sleep pod is indeed the accountant. The expressions of the four women, including Mika, shifted to one of astonished anger, as they realized someone had surreptitiously boarded Zeus' eye and entered a deep slumber within the sleep pod, remaining utterly oblivious throughout the entire safety inspection of the spacecraft. This was not merely inconceivable, it was an egregious humiliation. Though they had accompanied Lan Jue for many years, such an occurrence was unprecedented. "Jeweler, do not be angered. It was the old scholar who sent me. I am his emissary. You wished to collaborate with him, did you not? The old scholar had intended for me to convey a message to you, but I inadvertently forgot." "Ah, sister, do not resort to violence. Allow me to finish speaking." Very well, I acknowledge my error. I should not have succumbed to curiosity and located your spacecraft's storage, nor should I have tampered with the systems therein. And certainly not aborted the vessel out of mere intrigue. However, the designer of this spacecraft is truly a genius. The design is simply magnificent. Equipped with such an abundance of energy gems, what sheer opulence. Jeweler, you are exceedingly wealthy. The icy demeanor on Lan Jue's face gradually melted away, revealing a smile that his two inexpensive disciples were quite familiar with. "Mika, do not harm him. The rest is up to you." An evil curve subtly appeared at the corners of Mika's mouth. "As a new week commenced, he sought your support for recommendations. Could we possibly strive for the top this week? Love you all." Chapter 75, Pirates? "Now, may we discuss the matter at hand?" Lan Jue inquired, seated beside the accountant. The accountant's voice was somewhat muffled. "Jeweler, your treatment of me is inhumane." "Mika," Lan Jue called out directly. "Please, no." "Brother, I was wrong," the accountant exclaimed, terror evident in his eyes as he quickly pleaded for mercy. Lan Jue cast a glance at him. "The old scholar instructed me to assist you. He provided me with some equipment capable of aiding you in gem detection and extraction." It was only then that the accountant clarified his intentions. A glimmer of confusion flickered in Lan Jue's eyes. "What is your relationship with the old scholar?" That cannot be disclosed," the accountant replied. "Mika, I shall declare that I am his only grandson." Upon hearing this declaration, Lan Jue was taken aback. He was acutely aware that the accountant's entry into the heavenly Fire Avenue was the result of rigorous assessments, with no shortcuts involved. "You are actually the grandson of the old scholar?" Lan Jue's expression was one of disbelief. The accountant retorted angrily, "Why can't I be his grandson? Do you think it is a blessing to be his descendant? From my childhood to adulthood, that old man incessantly inundated me with a torrent of data, force-feeding me his philosophies and knowledge. From the age of 3 to 23, I could only sleep 4 hours a day before participating in assessments on the heavenly Fire Avenue. Do you comprehend why I am so loquacious? I have been pent up for 2 decades. Yet, having escaped that old man, you cannot fathom my fascination with the outside world. Alas, at the tender age of 24, I remain a virgin. What a lamentable plight this is." Lan Jue found it somewhat amusing. "Is this truly the reason you trespassed into Zeus one?" The accountant momentarily faltered. "Oh, esteemed jeweler, if you would kindly overlook my transgressions. Let us not dwell on this matter. Since childhood, I have been somewhat hyperactive, and when encountering intriguing phenomena, I am always inclined to delve deeper, to explore." Blue Jue waved his hand, interrupting him from continuing his discourse. He was well aware of this fellow's propensity for verbosity. In consideration of the old scholar's stature, "I shall let it slide this time. However, you must rectify all vulnerabilities within the Zeus 1 system. It is imperative that you achieve a level of security so robust that even you cannot breach it, and only then will I grant you leniency. That is manageable. Yet, how am I to prove that I, too, am incapable of infiltration? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the accountant's eyes. Lan Jue smiled faintly and said, "Allow me to share a secret with you. Among my 4 ladies, one possesses the extraordinary ability of mental power. It is no challenge for her to discern your innermost thoughts. You may take a guess as to which one it is. Mental powers?" The accountant felt a chill run down his spine. Being the grandson of an erudite scholar, he was acutely aware of the implications of such abilities and their terrifying potential. Regardless of the type of mental power, it inherently indicated a genetic aptitude of at least level 7, with the prospect of growth. The accountant could scarcely fathom that such a gifted individual would serve under a jeweler. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Mika, Yinengzhe, Kuer, and Xiuxiu. He had already witnessed Mika's fire attribute ability, which was nothing short of fearsome, akin to that of a fire-breathing dragoness. It could not be her. That left the other 3, but he could not discern which one it might be. His own abilities were not combat-oriented. His greatest fear was not those who wielded combative powers, but rather those with mental abilities. For once one's consciousness was controlled, no amount of intelligence would prove useful. Mika, from this moment forth, he is under your supervision. Provide him with a computer to allow him to demonstrate his worth. Mika turned and flashed a charming smile at the accountant. As you wish, boss. Boss, radar has detected a patrol-class spaceship approaching us. Oh no, there are 3 of them, with 2 more advancing from the flanks. Are they pirates? Are we going to fight? The accountant inquired with excitement. Be quiet. Mika reprimanded coldly. The ships of the 3 major alliances are categorized from highest to lowest as follows: space fortresses, supreme flagship carriers, command-class giants, expedition-class capital ships, battleships, and patrol ships, with further classifications including fighter jets and mechs. Generally speaking, ordinary patrol ships cannot undertake long-distance voyages independently and rely on supply ships. A fleet requires a combination of various types of ships. The Zeus I could also be classified as a patrol ship, yet it differed significantly from standard patrol vessels, lacking a dedicated hangar for mechs and accommodating only a limited number of personnel. In contrast, regular patrol ships can carry a mech squad, making them ideal for planetary landing operations. The other party is refusing to accept our signals, Kuo announced loudly. The 3 unidentified patrol ships are accelerating. Their weapon ports are opening, Yinengzhe reported. The opposing force has sent a signal demanding our surrender, Kuer added with a hint of amusement in her voice. Lan Jue smiled as well. Surrender? Ladies, who among you will step forward? I. Except for Xiuxiu, Mika, Yinengzhe, and Kuer raised their hands almost simultaneously. Then, the accountant witnessed a scene that left him utterly astonished. The 3 young women, each with piercing gazes, directed their sharp looks at one another, raised their right hands, and shouted in unison, black and white combination. The 3 right hands waved simultaneously. Mika and Kuo had their palms facing down, while only Yinengzhe had her palm facing up. Haha, I have won. Yinengzhe exclaimed excitedly, her fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. A silver helmet slowly descended from the top of the spacecraft, enveloping her head. The main cannon is fully charged and will fire in 10 seconds. Kuo quickly stated as she gazed at her control screen. 10 seconds is ample time, Yinengzhe declared, swiftly calming herself. At the front of Zeus 1, a 3-meter-high metallic structure, shaped like a conical launch tower, gradually ascended. At the pinnacle of the launch tower rested a brilliant triangular energy gem. Those eager to witness the battle, take heed. It is about to commence. Today's update is a triple feature. Let us rally for those recommendation votes. Our target is the top of the recommendation list. Chapter 76. Mental Tide Yinengzhe. 8 seconds. Lower the protective shield. Xiuxiu commanded. The accountant was taken aback. How can we lower the protective shield? Even if it's a patrol ship, the main cannon's destructive power is enough to obliterate us. Silence. Mika raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head, causing the accountant to nearly collide with the screen before him. 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enemy attack launch. In the distance, 3 patrol ships trembled simultaneously, unleashing 3 immense beams of light. Just as the accountant lifted his head, he was met with a dazzling display of fireworks. To his astonishment, the main cannons of the 2 patrol ships on either side targeted the central vessel, while that central battleship launched its assault on the larger patrol ship to its left. The radiant beams erupted in the sky. All 3 patrol ships had activated their shields, thus preventing immediate destruction. Nevertheless, the spectacle was enough to leave the accountant in bewilderment. Is this mental control? My heavens! You have installed a psychic amplifier on a patrol-class spaceship. Jeweler, you madman. Indeed, Lan Jue had not deceived the accountant. Yinengzhe, one of the 4 knights of Zeus, was the source of this mental tide. At this moment, Guoguo's beautiful eyes had transformed completely into a golden hue, and a terrifying psychic force surged forth through the silver helmet. Anyone who could gaze into her eyes would be awestruck, feeling as though their very consciousness was being drawn into her gaze. Her psychic power was not only vast and fearsome, but also possessed an extraordinarily precise control. To directly manipulate an enemy warship through a psychic amplifier was an exceedingly rare combat approach. Moreover, this capability is limited to relatively smaller vessels, for battleships and larger classes, which possess multiple control systems. The challenge of simultaneously managing the entire ship escalates significantly. Yinengzhe astonishingly managed to control 3 patrol ships at once. Even with the enhancement from a mental amplifier, the calculations in the accountant's mind indicated that this young woman must possess at least an 8th-level mental control genetic talent. This revelation was indeed terrifying. It is important to note that mental control, a formidable psychic ability, has always been regarded as a force capable of transcending one's level. 8th-level mental control is sufficient to rival a typical 9th-level psychic in most circumstances. At that moment, the shields of the 3 patrol ships were deactivated, followed by a dazzling display of fireworks erupting in the sky. The immense explosion transformed into a potent shockwave, rippling through the cosmos. The battle concluded with the complete annihilation of the enemy. Search for supply ships or battleships, Koer stated. Meanwhile, Yinengzhe's helmet had already risen, the golden glow in her eyes gradually fading as she turned her head, casting a look of triumph towards Lan Jue. Lan Jue gave her a thumbs up, praising Yinengzhe for her impressive performance. Her mental fortitude had indeed improved. Yinengzhe beamed with a charming smile, clearly indicating that the recent battle had not drained her significantly. The accountant pushed his jaw up with his hand, closing his mouth that had fallen open in astonishment, and then he gazed incredulously at Lan Jue, asking, Jeweler, are all your committee members as formidable as you? Lan Jue cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked coolly, you still do not comprehend the true essence of strength. The accountant's lips twitched slightly. He wished to respond, but was deterred by Mika's fierce gaze, promptly sealing his lips. He mused inwardly, what a show-off, yet undeniably impressive. When will I have 4 beautiful maidens as my subordinates? It would be nothing short of paradise. Having located a supply ship that was desperately attempting to flee, the question arose, should its energy be plundered? A round, plump supply vessel materialized on the main screen, clearly in a state of panic. Such a low-tier supply ship was of no use to keep. Understood, boss, Mika replied with a charming smile, swiftly tapping commands on the control panel before her. On either side of the wings of the Zeus 1, a row of ethereal blue cannons emerged. In an instant, the ship surged forward towards the supply vessel. Blinding arcs of blue light streaked through the air, tracing elegant trajectories as they struck the distant supply ship. The vessel's shield was evidently no match for a warship. Although the Zeus 1 was utilizing only its secondary cannons, the blue light emitted by them resembled the scythe of death, effortlessly slicing through the supply ship's protective shield and alloy armor, leaving deep gashes on its hull. With a thunderous roar, as the Zeus 1 deftly soared over the supply ship from thousands of meters above, the ship erupted into a brilliant explosion of light. Within a mere 10 minutes, the pirate group, consisting of 1 supply ship and 3 patrol vessels, was completely annihilated. The accountant rubbed his cheek, suppressing his astonishment, and began to concentrate on the screen before him. He realized that his understanding of the Zeus 1 was still woefully inadequate. A vessel whose offensive power surpassed that of a battleship, whose speed rivaled that of a capital ship, and whose agility could be compared to that of a fighter jet, presented an abundance of research possibilities. Engage stealth mode. Activate pirate insignia. Proceed at full speed into the fractured starfield. Veer left at a 35-degree angle, Lan Jue ordered. A series of commands flowing forth. The surface coating of the Zeus 1 subtly enveloped in a faint gray-black hue, and near the rear, a blood-red lunar insignia gradually materialized. All 5 thrusters simultaneously increased their energy output, causing the ship to tilt slightly as it accelerated in one direction. An hour later, a battleship-class pirate vessel, accompanied by 6 patrol ships, arrived at the previous coordinates and beheld the debris scattered in the void. A burly, bald man aboard the battleship erupted in fury. The colossal meteors, the obscured planets, and the twinkling starlight amidst the gaps constituted the most vivid impression of the fractured starfield. In this chaotic expanse, even capital-class spacecraft found navigation arduous. Only battleships and those of lesser ranks could barely traverse its confines. A thorough familiarity with the terrain was essential, and the captain of the warship must possess extensive experience. Even so, the threat of pirate ambush loomed large. The pirate groups within the fractured starfield predominantly relied on forays beyond the borders of the three major alliances, targeting merchant vessels, while the interior of the starfield remained relatively tranquil. Certainly, it cannot be ruled out that some adventurers venture into the chaotic star domain in search of treasure. As for whether they can escape alive, that remains to be seen. On Zeus' eye, the accountant appeared to be somewhat agitated, as if transformed, sitting before the control screen and continuously scrutinizing and contemplating. In his eyes, it seemed as though streams of data were perpetually flowing. Each of the four attendants of Zeus possesses their own nickname. Feel free to speculate. As we embark on a new week, I kindly urge everyone to lend their support. Chapter 77, Moon Demon Star. Lan Jue furrowed his brow, his expression revealing a hint of displeasure. With the emblem of the Moon Demon pirate crew emblazoned on the Zeus eye and the crew's communication codes, they had navigated through the fractured star region without encountering significant difficulties. The nimble spacecraft deftly maneuvered through the meteorites, skillfully evading the myriad dangers lurking in the cosmos. Yet, 3 whole days had elapsed, and they had yet to locate their target asteroid. In the fractured star region, aside from the stars and some larger planets, meteorites and asteroids could shift positions at any moment. Thus, even the pirate crews operating in this domain needed to continuously update their star charts. Moreover, it was only on the larger planets that a greater number of pirates resided. We must acquire a new star chart to proceed to Moon Demon Star, Lan Jue commanded. Understood, boss, came the reply. Moon Demon Star, the largest planet in the fractured star region, had undergone countless renamings through the ages, forever synonymous with the region's most formidable pirate crew. It revolved around the colossal star known as Demon Sun, a term the pirates affectionately used to refer to the massive star at the core of the fractured star region. With a day lasting 36 hours and a year comprising 428 days, Moon Demon Star exhibited significant differences from Firestorm Star. However, its temperate climate and size, 3 times that of Firestorm Star, earned it the moniker of Pirate Paradise. Beside Moon Demon Star, the other 2 celestial bodies in the fractured star region were Fallen Star and Devil Star, whose names had remained unchanged. Viewed from the starry expanse, it was difficult to conceive that Moon Demon Star was a pirate haven. Over 50% of its surface was cloaked in blue, while the land was almost entirely draped in lush greenery, teeming with diverse flora. As the Zeus eye gently descended onto the vast landing pad of Moon Demon Star, Lan Jue, cigar in mouth and hands tucked into the pockets of his trench coat, leisurely disembarked. Mika, Yinengzhe, and Kuter trailed closely behind him. The accountant appeared lost in his own thoughts, reluctant to leave the ship, while Xiao was tasked with remaining aboard. Where shall we head now, boss? Mika inquired. The 3 women had changed out of their combat attire. Mika donned a white blouse, a black cocktail dress, and a black skirt. Complemented by her black-framed glasses and high-heeled shoes, her red hair elegantly styled, she embodied the essence of a capable, alluring professional woman. Kuer wore white trousers paired with nude heels and a white cocktail dress, her blue hair radiating a vibrant spirit. Yinengzhe's attire closely mirrored Kuer's, save for a flowing white skirt in place of trousers. As the trio followed Lan Jue out of the landing area, they attracted countless glances. Yet, in this realm dominated by pirates, none approached them, enchanted by their beauty. The Moon Demon pirate crew had maintained control over Moon Demon Star for over a decade, establishing a new order during this time. The local security was remarkably sound. Although shadowy corners existed, they were distinctly segregated. The Moon Demon pirate crew focused on restoring order and fostering development. Secrets and the 3 major alliances have engaged in trade with various merchant groups, resulting in a remarkable rise in power. It has been quite some time since I last saw Xiaoya. I shall go directly to her for the star map, proclaimed Lan Jue. Mika cast a glance at Lan Jue, but remained silent. However, Yinengzhe leaned in, grinning mischievously, and remarked, "Boss, you truly are imposing, going straight to the Moon Demon Empress." Kuter spoke earnestly, "Rest assured, boss, we will protect you well." Lan Jue chuckled, "Is she really capable of devouring me?" Kuer cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Boss, I am referring to chastity. With a slight stumble, Lan Jue nearly lost his balance, prompting laughter from the three young women. You mischievous girls, it's time for some discipline, Lan Jue exclaimed, flustered. Mika, with a sense of righteousness, replied, Boss, we act out of concern for your well-being. The Moon Enchantress has coveted you for quite some time. And we are not oblivious to that fact. Lan Jue rolled his eyes and went to call a car. Mika sighed, realizing someone was embarrassed and enraged. I'll go summon a vehicle. The Moon Demon Palace, the operational hub of the Moon Demon Pirate Group, also serves as the residence of the Moon Demon Empress. The palace itself resembles a small city, encircled by a vast moon city. Remarkably, this is the only city on the entire Moon Demon Star, which may seem unbelievable. Yet it is indeed the truth. Moreover, this moon city, when compared to the Human Tri-Alliance, ranks among the top 5 in terms of area. High-speed flying vehicles glide through the air, weaving between towering metallic edifices. Yinengzhe remarked, the transformation of Moon City is astounding. In just a few years, it has nearly evolved into a modern metropolis. The Moon Demon Empress is indeed formidable. Mika scoffed. What is so impressive about that? If they were truly powerful, the three alliances would have likely taken action against them by now. The Moon Demon Empress is engaging in self-destructive behavior. Lan Jue narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, Xiaoyu has never been one to yield. You are correct in that regard. It appears I should offer her some guidance. The direct deployment of military forces by the three major alliances to confront the pirate factions in the fractured star domain would indeed pose a considerable challenge. However, one must not forget that these alliances possess a significant number of individuals with extraordinary abilities. Should they resolutely decide to eradicate the pirates here, it would not be an insurmountable task. After soaring through the skies in their aerial vehicle for a full hour, they finally beheld the Moon Demon Palace. The palace resembled an ancient city, encircled by white walls, with a central white castle that served as the residence of the Moon Demon Queen. Their aerial vehicle was commanded to halt just outside the Moon City and descend to the ground. Within the confines of the city, only maglev vehicles were permitted to operate, while aerial vehicles and mechs were strictly prohibited from entry. As they scanned their communication codes, a figure clad in a blue hooded cloak intercepted Lan Jue and his companions. Brandishing a scanning device in hand, Lan Jue presented a metallic plate. A beam of light swept across the plate, instantly emitting a series of alarming beeps. Communication code expired. The man in the azure hood abruptly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. Beneath his hood, half of his head was metallic, with his right eye emanating a faint red glow. A dozen men, armed with laser guns, swiftly encircled the area. Expired? Lan Jue observed the metallic plate in confusion. The communication code from the Zeus spacecraft was still valid. What he held was the communication code from Moon City. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he resigned himself to the fact that he had been cooped up for far too long. He crouched down, hands clasped atop his head, as any resistance would be deemed a hostile act. The laser guns were pointed at Lan Jue and the three women. Mika, Yinengzhe, and Kua quickly formed a protective circle around Lan Jue, standing united against any threat. Chapter 78, The Moon Demon Palace. Lower your weapons, hands on your head, and remain crouched. The sound of laser guns clattering to the ground echoed through the air as the men in azure hoods complied, crouching with their hands atop their heads, forming a ring around Lan Jue and the three women. Bystanders from Moon City looked on in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. Yinengzhe, you're being a bit too proud again, Lan Jue remarked with a hint of exasperation. Who told them to point guns at the boss? Yinengzhe retorted, her expression one of indignation. Kua chuckled. Well done, Yinengzhe. You've outpaced me this time. Lan Jue cast a melancholic glance into the depths of the Moon Demon Palace, initially wishing to avoid causing too much commotion. However, a piercing alarm suddenly erupted, resounding through the air. At the entrance of the palace, metallic cannon barrels swiftly emerged, while several aerial vehicles soared in their direction. Kua raised an eyebrow, ready to take action, but was restrained by Lan Jue's hand pressing upon her shoulder. In the next moment, a brilliant blue light erupted from him, enveloping the three women and himself in its embrace. In a mere flash, they vanished into thin air. Moments later, several patrol vehicles from the Moon Demon Pirates arrived on the scene, while the previously grounded hooded figures, still dazed, were unaware of what had transpired. When they accessed the footage of the incident, Lan Jue and his companions had already disappeared without a trace. Through the distorted blue light, they watched as vibrant colors swept past them. Cole exclaimed, Boss, your teleportation seems even more formidable now. Weren't you in a slump for 3 years? Yinengzhe nudged Kua. While Mika stifled a laugh at Kur's candidness, Lan Jue lightly tapped Mika's head and remarked, "You do talk too much." Mika stuck out his tongue and retorted, "Boss, you are biased." A flash of azure light illuminated the surroundings, causing the vibrant array of colors to vanish, replaced by a clear scene. They found themselves standing before the ancient castle they had previously glimpsed. "Who are you?" The two silver-hooded sentinels stationed at the gate were taken aback by the sudden emergence of four figures from the brilliant blue light. Instantly, they radiated a powerful glow, preparing to charge forward. With a swift motion, Lan Jue raised his hand, and a flash of azure light enveloped the two silver-hooded figures, causing them to collapse under the electric brilliance. "Xiao Yu, come to my aid," he commanded succinctly, the 5 words resonating through a faint blue halo that spread towards the castle. The flash of lightning served as a beacon, transmitting his message at the speed of light, far more effective than any loudspeaker. Within the Moon Demon Palace, a resonant hum echoed instantaneously, and a golden figure materialized before Lan Jue and his companions in the blink of an eye. "Who are you?" It was a young girl donned in a golden hood, appearing no more than 18 or 19, yet her expression bore a weight of seriousness. With her arms outstretched at her sides, a remarkable pair of wings emerged from her back, radiating a pure white luminescence. In her right hand, she clutched an ancient bronze longsword, yet she exuded no formidable aura. Lan Jue observed the golden-hooded maiden with great interest. "I do not believe I have encountered you before. You must have recently joined the Moon Demon Pirate crew, correct? What is your supernatural ability?" "Humph." The girl let out a cold snort, abruptly raising her ancient longsword. A peculiar scene unfolded as numerous white orbs of light began to converge around the wings that sprouted from her back. The sword in her grasp radiated an incandescent glow, exuding an overwhelming sense of purity and sanctity. A formidable wave of energy instantly enveloped Lan Jue and his companions. "Angel transference, postnatal awakening? Are you a successor of the angelic heritage from the Pope's castle?" Lan Jue gazed at the girl, astonishment etched across his face. The maiden momentarily froze, her eyes then igniting with a fierce murderous intent. With a slight push of her toes, she shot towards Lan Jue, her sword striking down like a bolt of white lightning. "Lo Shang, halt!" A voice boomed with authority, but alas, it arrived a moment too late. The white light was already upon Lan Jue. "Humph." Lin Guogua emitted a cold snort, her pale green eyes transforming into a brilliant gold. The golden-hooded maiden's form trembled, momentarily pausing in midair as a vibrant orange flame erupted from Lan Jue's side, enveloping him like a mist of fiery orange light, shielding him from harm. The collision of white and fire resulted in a stalemate, yet the golden-hooded maiden was already retreating, unfurling her wings and hovering in the air. A figure descended from the heavens, clad in a flowing black gown, her elongated silhouette strikingly graceful, with cascading black hair that cascaded down to her calves. Her skin was as pale as cream, and her faintly red eyes were the sole splash of color upon her visage. As she gracefully landed, she naturally commanded the attention of all present. A throng of silver-hooded men surged forth from the Moon Demon Palace. Accompanying the dark-clad woman were 2 men adorned in golden hoods. One of them trembled upon seeing Lan Jue, a flicker of fear flashing across his eyes. "Your Majesty." The golden-hooded maiden addressed the black-clad woman with respect. "Lo Shang, leave this to me." The dark-clad woman spoke with a chilling tone, her expression as frigid as ice, her faintly red eyes brimming with an aura of unyielding authority, as if the very atmosphere grew heavier with her presence. "Understood." Lo Shang stepped back, joining the 2 golden-hooded men at her side. The black-clad woman strode deliberately towards Lan Jue, her aura of pressure intensifying. She halted when she was 5 meters away from him. In the next moment, her icy demeanor melted away like frost in the spring sun, replaced by an enticing smile, tinged with playful reproach. "Why do you trouble others?" Lan Jue smiled faintly. "It has been quite a while, Xiao Yu. I did not wish for it to be this way. However, the communication code you provided me for Moon City has expired." The Moon Demon Empress approached Lan Jue, playfully pouting. "It has been so long, and yet you have not come to see me." As she spoke, she reached out to grasp Lan Jue's arm. The senior members of the Moon Demon pirate crew stood nearby, utterly astonished. When had their noble and aloof empress transformed in such a manner? They were in such close proximity. Mika stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the Moon Demon Empress. She frowned. "Mika, you are as insufferable as ever." Mika adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and gently shook his head, causing his formerly neatly tied crimson hair to cascade down, transforming into a dark red hue at the roots. An overwhelming, Terrifying aura erupted instantaneously, prompting every silver-hooded figure present to involuntarily take a step back. The oppressive atmosphere was no less formidable than that which the Moon Demon Empress had previously exhibited. Zeus's four guardians, the Hell Demoness. Oh, by the way, the first physical copy of the Celestial Fire Avenue has arrived. Shipping begins today. I have already signed 300 copies, but I have heard that over 200 have already been distributed. If anyone desires one, please act swiftly. You can find us by searching for Celestial Fire Avenue in our online store, Taobao, or shop. Chapter 79. Daughter of Satan with dark red hair and matching crimson eyes. The inky flames exuded an aura of terror, dimming the surrounding air. This was Mika, the Hell Demoness among Zeus's four guardians. The Dark Castle. Was this the essence of Satan? The golden-hooded girl, who had just retreated, quickly stepped forward, her wings emanating a radiant white glow, countering the ominous energy radiating from Mika. The Moon Demon Empress frowned deeply, golden light flickering in her eyes as her previously dominant aura transformed into one of brightness and sanctity. Mika, do you wish to engage me in battle? Mika scoffed. If you dare approach my boss again, I shall obliterate your moon palace. All right, Mika, relax, Lan Jue interjected, placing his right hand on Mika's shoulder. It was evident that as soon as his palm made contact, dark red light began to spread upwards from his hand. The Moon Demon Empress's expression soured noticeably as she cast a resentful glance at Lan Jue. You wretched man, you finally arrived, and yet you brought along 3 jealous companions. How tiresome. Come inside with me. As she spoke, she gracefully turned, swaying her slender waist as she made her way into the Moon Palace. Her alluring curves enough to drive any man to madness. The dark crimson hue on Lan Jue's hand faded away as he gently patted Mika's shoulder once more. Mika slightly bowed his head, apologizing, I am sorry, boss. Upon seeing the people from the Pope's castle, I found it hard to restrain myself. Lan Jue said solemnly, you have performed admirably these past few years, keeping your darker impulses at bay. We cannot allow all your hard work to go to waste. Mika obediently nodded, her previous fierce demeanor now replaced with a gentler disposition. Ling Guogua and Kuer each took her hand with concern. Ling Guogua whispered, Sister Mika, there is no need for you to take action. Kuer and I are here. We will ensure the safety of our boss. Kuer nodded vigorously, adding, indeed. Sister Mika, you must not act rashly. I still vividly remember how terrifying you were during your last outburst. With a wry smile, Lan Jue remarked, hey, I have hands and feet. You know, I don't need your protection. I'm perfectly fine. Let's go. As he spoke, he rubbed his nose and proceeded towards the Moon Demon Palace. Luo Shang's gaze remained fixed on Mika, observing as the four entered the Moon Demon Palace, her eyes still sharp with scrutiny. She murmured to herself, such potent demonic energy. How can this be? Her energy is so pure. There are few in the Dark Castle who possess such purity. Could she be directly related to Satan? Who is she? And why does she serve that man? A voice interrupted her thoughts, Luo Shang. She looked up to see the golden-hooded man beside her. He spoke with grave seriousness. Some matters are best left unexplored. It would not be advantageous for you. In fact, it could be dangerous. I can only tell you that the danger posed by that man far exceeds that of the red-haired woman. Luo Shang was momentarily stunned. Who is that man? Inside the Moon Demon Palace, there were no elevators, only stone steps. Under the guidance of the Moon Demon Queen, Lan Jue and his companions ascended to the uppermost level. Upon reaching this height, they found no more golden-hooded men or other attendants. The top floor was not large. Upon opening a wooden door, they entered a space of approximately 200 square meters. A pristine white plush carpet adorned the floor, complemented by antique furniture, while exquisite portraits hung elegantly on the walls. Upon seeing these paintings, Mika trembled slightly, as if a crimson light were about to emanate from the depths of her eyes. Mika, Lan Jue called out sternly. Startled, Mika adjusted her black-framed glasses, her expression regaining clarity. Lan Jue turned his gaze towards the Moon Witch Queen, Xiaoyu. Since you have been away from the Pope's castle for such a long time, why do you still hang these scrolls? The Moon Witch Queen replied serenely. History must not be forgotten. Despite my disappointment in them, my faith in the Lord remains unwavering. Over the years, had it not been for the steadfast support of my faith, I might have succumbed to darkness long ago. With a huff, Mika interjected from the side. The Moon Witch Queen cast her a glance. What are you huffing about? I left the Pope's castle because of this fellow. And you left the Dark Castle because of him as well. You and I are not the same. You are the daughter of Satan, the rightful heir of the Dark Castle. Yet you were so easily enticed away by him. If the Dark Castle were to find him, I dare say you would be in trouble. You have no idea how furious the Dark Pope was at your escape. However, I am indeed quite curious. After all these years, you have managed to keep your whereabouts concealed and suppress your demonic aura so effectively. Mind your own business, Mika retorted with a cold snort. Their gazes locked. The similarity in the color of their eyes seemed to spark a potential explosion of emotions. With a hint of exasperation, Lan Jue remarked, "All right. Must you two engage in a battle of wits the moment you meet? Although this stems from a clash of beliefs, it is evident that neither of you holds your original stance any longer." The Moon Demon Empress cast a sidelong glance at Lan Jue, yet her gaze retained an alluring charm. "What brings you to seek me this time? Surely there is a matter at hand. Otherwise, you would not have come to see me, you timid soul." Lan Jue seemed not to comprehend her words, saying, "I require the latest star map of the fragmented star domain. Name your price." Chapter 80. The Final Battle of the Seven Stars? Is it for that energy gem? It appears you have already discerned its function. What do you believe would be a fair price for such knowledge? The Moon Witch Queen gazed at Lan Jue with a smile, yet her eyes sparkled with an enigmatic brilliance. Lan Jue remarked, "Feel free to ask for whatever you wish." The Moon Demon Empress smiled faintly, approached Lan Jue, and said, "Why would I need to make exorbitant demands? It is merely a star map. If you desire it, I shall grant it to you." As she spoke, she raised her hand, and with a flash of light, a delicate silver disc materialized in her palm, which she then extended towards Lan Jue. Lan Jue did not stand on ceremony. He took the disc and handed it to Kuer beside him. "Thank you. Consider it a favor owed to you." With that, he turned to leave, showing no intention of lingering. "Halt!" The Moon Sorceress exclaimed imperiously. When Lan Jue turned around again, he was met with her expression of indignation. "You heartless one. You take everything and leave immediately." The Moon Witch Queen lamented. Kuer retorted sharply, "Hey, don't put it that way. Who has taken everything from you? Our boss is a respectable man." The Moon Witch Queen scoffed, "Spare me the pretense. I suspect you all secretly wish he were less respectable, don't you? Among you four from Zeus, who isn't interested in him? He merely pretends not to notice." Lan Jue's expression darkened. "Kuer, return the star map to her. We shall leave." Kuer was taken aback, and both Yinengzhe and Mika's expression shifted slightly. They were well acquainted with Lan Jue and could discern that this time, he was genuinely angry. Lan Jue was momentarily taken aback, but his gaze softened as he sighed and said, "Xiaoyu, you are fully aware that this is an impossible endeavor. Do you not recognize your own nature? Moreover, the extent of my ability to protect is ultimately limited." The Moon Sorceress lowered her head, understanding fully that his 3 years of seclusion were not solely due to Hera's affairs, but also because of those around him. "Mika, do you know? I actually envy you all. You have a man willing to shield you. At times, he is as stern as a sovereign, while at other moments, he is as benevolent as an angel. You may leave now." Mika, Yinengzhe, and Kuer exchanged glances with Lan Jue in unison. Lan Jue smiled faintly and departed. As he turned to leave, an urgent figure ascended from below. Clad in a golden hood, it was none other than Gao Yong, who had previously encountered Lan Jue and displayed a look of alarm. "Your Majesty," he exclaimed, "more visitors have arrived." In an instant, the Moon Demon Empress seemed to regain her regal and aloof demeanor. "Have them wait for me in the reception room. I shall join them shortly." Gao Yong cast a glance at Lan Jue. "Your Majesty, their intentions are far from benevolent. It is likely we can no longer afford to delay." The Moon Demon Empress snorted disdainfully. "If they are eager to descend into hell, I shall gladly accompany them." Kuer tossed the disc in her hands, murmuring, "I knew this object would not be easily obtained." Lan Jue smiled faintly, finding this arrangement preferable as it spared him the burden of lingering thoughts on the matter. Turning around, he gazed upon the strikingly beautiful Moon Demon Empress, Xiaoyu. "What has transpired?" he inquired. Yet, the Moon Demon Empress abruptly grew obstinate, retorting, "It is none of your concern. You may leave." Lan Jue turned to Gao Yong and inquired, "What is the matter?" Gao Yong glanced at the Moon Demon Empress, then at Lan Jue, and replied in a hushed tone, "Mr. Lan, it concerns the members of the infernal pirate crew. Recently, they seem to have recruited some formidable individuals from an unknown source and have demanded a reallocation of territories, adhering to the most ancient customs of piracy." "A duel?" Lan Jue asked, perplexed. Gao Yong nodded in affirmation. Lan Jue inquired, "What is the method?" Gao Yong replied, 3 duels of abilities and 4 mech battles. The format is 7 matches, with 4 victories required. In our chaotic star domain, This is referred to as the seven-star showdown. Lan Jue remarked, "Do you lack confidence? With the formidable strength of the Moon Demon pirate crew, there should be no issues, correct?" Gao Yang responded with a bitter smile, "Initially, we held an absolute advantage in power. However, the recent arrival of several formidable individuals summoned by the Purgatory pirate crew has raised our concerns. We suspect they are associated with the three major alliances, accompanied by 6 battleships. The Purgatory pirate crew's strength is already quite comparable to ours, and this development brings us even closer together." Lan Jue gazed at the Moon Witch Queen, Xiaoyu, and offered, "I can assist you with this matter, even if it means we part ways. It is not solely due to the star map, you understand." The Moon Witch Queen silently regarded Lan Jue, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. Turning her head away, she replied, "As you wish." Kuo pouted and remarked, "Boss, let us depart. It feels as though we are the ones begging for their favor. Why are we so eager?" Lan Jue turned to Gao Yong and inquired, "When will the decisive battle of the 7 stars take place?" Gao Yong replied, "According to their intentions, it is scheduled for 3 days from now. If Mr. Lan is willing to assist us, we shall agree." "Thank you, Mr. Lan," Gao Yong exclaimed joyfully. Ever since he learned of Lan Jue's true identity, he felt fortunate that Lan Jue had been in a good mood at that time. Upon exiting the castle, Lan Jue, accompanied by the 3 ladies, made his way outward, a subtle smile gracing his handsome visage. "Boss," Mika suddenly called out to him. However, Lan Jue chose to disregard her. The two of them were originally walking side by side when Mika felt a gentle brush of his arm against hers. Instantly, she fell silent and continued to follow Lan Jue. At the same time, she discreetly pressed the interstellar communicator on her wrist twice. The 4 of them walked out of the Moon Demon Palace, and Lan Jue remained silent throughout the journey. Their rented sky car was not far ahead at the docking area. "Let it be, Zeus," a voice, tinged with a hint of nostalgia, suddenly resonated, and everything around them fell into an instant hush. Lan Jue paused, his expression unchanged, with a soft sigh escaping his lips. "Must one truly compel me to take a life?" A tall figure slowly approached from the distance, and in that moment, the surrounding space seemed to subtly twist. The pedestrians who had been walking normally along the street faded away into silence, and Mika and her companions felt as if they had stepped into another realm. Chapter 81. The Pope's Castle. The towering figure drew closer, gradually revealing his visage. Standing at an imposing height of 2 meters, he donned a suit of silver armor reminiscent of the medieval era of the Yuan dynasty. In his left hand, he held a round shield, while his right grasped a longsword. With each step he took, his aura intensified, as if he were the very epicenter of this world, its sovereign. The serene expression on Blue Jue's face remained unchanged as he gazed at him. "It has been quite a while, Raphael. Indeed, it has been far too long, Zeus. We have sought you for an extended period." The tall figure, known as Raphael, continued to advance towards Blue Jue. Remarkably, despite his heavy armor, he moved with a remarkable silence. At this moment, Mika's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes narrowed, and the hue of his pink irises deepened. "The Pope's Castle. The healing angel Raphael." Lan Jue suddenly turned around, facing Mika, and gently grasped her shoulders, saying, "Mika, promise me, unless there are no further opportunities, do not wield your powers, all right?" Mika was momentarily taken aback, but soon, a mist of tears welled up in her beautiful eyes as she responded, "Boss." Lan Jue gently tousled her crimson hair and smiled, saying, "If you call me boss, I shall protect you well. Trust me." Mika took a deep breath, her proud bosom rising and falling dramatically. "All right." The dark red hue that had just appeared in her eyes receded once more. "Zeus, you truly need not act in this manner. If you wish to leave, none shall impede your departure. All we desire is the Hell Demoness. We have never intended to make an enemy of you. Simply leave with the Hell Demoness, and consider it a personal favor owed to you by our papal castle." Lan Jue smiled, seemingly filled with joy. "Raphael, you should call me Zeus, and thus comprehend my true nature. But you are not truly the king of gods." At that moment, another melodious voice resonated. From a different direction, a tall figure emerged. Clad not in armor, but in an exceptionally pristine white robe, he exuded an aura of purity. His golden hair cascaded down his back, and with a handsome visage and soft blue eyes, he appeared remarkably elegant, akin to a true artist. Lan Jue smiled, for they were old friends. "I knew that wherever Raphael was, you would undoubtedly be there too. Gabriel, you remain just as you were in the past." Gabriel smiled gently, and asked, "Is that so? Then how do you perceive me?" Lan Jue spoke without a moment's hesitation. his expression one of sheer insolence. Gabriel's smile faltered momentarily, but soon returned to its usual composure. "Zeus, is your wit all you possess?" he inquired, curiosity piqued. "Nonetheless, I am intrigued to know how you discerned this ruse. In exchange, I could enlighten you on how we orchestrated this trap." Lan Jue calmly remarked, "Your trap initially appeared flawless, yet it should not have allowed that girl, who is now transformed into an angel, to stand before me. Though I am aware of Xiao Yu's previous identity and her past interactions with you, I am acutely conscious of her nature. It is inconceivable that she would permit your kind to be in her proximity, despite her departure. Her affection for the Pope's castle remains unwavering. If I am not mistaken, you must have threatened her with something she cannot forsake, compelling her to assist you in this elaborate scheme. The so-called 7 Stars Showdown is merely a masterfully crafted snare you have constructed, one from which I have no chance of escaping. Nevertheless, you still have the option to depart. As long as you are willing to leave the held demoness behind, you may take the others with you," Raphael implored earnestly. Lan Jue retrieved his cigar from within his pocket, deftly producing a cigar cutter from his other pocket. With a swift motion, he snipped the end with precision before turning to Mika beside him and requesting, "May I borrow a light?" Mika responded with a subtle smile, flicking his thumb and forefinger together, conjuring a small flame that danced before Lan Jue. Lan Jue brought the cigar close, taking a deep puff as he ignited it. The rich aroma of the cigar immediately enveloped the air. "Whoever else is present, come forth. Within the holy light array, I can no longer perceive your precise locations. What is there left to conceal? With just the two of you, it is insufficient." His tone was unremarkable, yet within that very tranquility lay an undercurrent of boundless pride. "Zeus, must you insist on being adversarial?" A deep, resonant voice emerged. Upon hearing this voice, Lan Jue's expression subtly shifted, his gaze now tinged with gravity. A fiery red figure slowly emerged from between Gabriel and Raphael, moving at a pace akin to that of an ordinary human. Yet the entire space grew increasingly illuminated upon his arrival. Mika's face paled slightly. "Michael, the Archangel of Battle, Michael." Lan Jue smiled once more, taking a deep drag from his cigar before exhaling slowly. "Truly, he held me in high regard. Among the 7 archangels of the Papal Castle, 3 have already made their presence known. I wonder who else remains." Michael donned a striking suit of crimson armor. He was undeniably handsome, yet his features bore an unyielding sharpness, as if sculpted from stone. Draped behind him was a vibrant red cape, and lacking a helmet. His golden short hair shone brilliantly like the sun. "Uriel has also arrived, stationed by your spacecraft. You must comprehend that the Shura holy sword you left aboard the vessel cannot possibly contend with Uriel." Michael did not conceal this fact. "Is it just the 4 of you?" Lan Jue inquired nonchalantly. Michael replied, "The matter of the held demoness is of utmost significance. It pertains to the legacy of the Dark Fortress." Lan Jue turned to Gabriel and remarked, "You were able to locate me because of my previous actions on Heavenly Firestar, correct? Subsequently, you discovered my presence on the Heavenly Fire Avenue. Following my conflict with the Moon Demon pirate crew led by Gao Yang, you surmised that I might venture to the fragmented star domain, and thus you made your preparations here. Am I mistaken?" Gabriel gazed at Lan Jue and reiterated, "Zeus, I must emphasize once more that we do not wish to become your adversaries." With a serene smile, Lan Jue remarked, "Yet here we stand, do we not? I find myself devoid of alternatives, just as you are. Thus, we must rely solely on our strength. If you wish to take Mika away, there lies but one path, over my dead body." Michael replied calmly, "In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. Gabriel, I entrust the others to you. I shall confront Zeus." 3 radiant beams of golden light erupted almost simultaneously from the 3 archangels, as their pristine wings unfurled behind them, each adorned with 6 wings, the seraphim. Each of these 6-winged seraphim possessed a 9th-level genetic endowment and cultivated at least 7 levels of mastery. Among these 3 archangels, the battle angel Michael stood as the principal combatant among the 7 archangels of the Pope's castle, boasting a pinnacle mastery of level 9, tier 9. The angel of death, Gabriel, wielded a 9th level, tier 8 prowess, while the healing angel, Raphael, held a 9th level, tier 7 capability. The golden red radiance blazed fiercely around Michael as he declared, "Zeus, renowned for ages, I have long yearned for the opportunity to duel with you." Lan Jue continued to puff on his cigar. "Michael, have you made up your minds? You should be aware that I am a person who holds grudges. If I am allowed to leave here alive today, then your papal castle shall know no peace." Michael's eyes gleamed with a golden light. "Are you threatening me?" Lan Jue spoke with an air of indifference. "I am merely stating a fact. I am dead. And you undoubtedly possess countless methods to fabricate various illusions to deceive others. However, should I depart from this place alive, you must confront the consequences, which you should be well aware of. Otherwise, you would have long sought me out on the avenue of heavenly fire. MGKL took a deep breath, pondering when Zeus would resort to words as a means to evade battle. Lan Jue smiled. Do you know? I have a strong desire to extinguish my cigar upon your loathsome visage. Although, for one of noble elegance, this may not be the most refined way to snuff out a cigar, I can only imagine the thrill it would bring. Guogua and Kur, you must protect Mika. Those three are mine. As he spoke, Lan Jue suddenly stepped forward. With that simple stride, the serene smile he wore transformed dramatically. A golden mask appeared on his face, accompanied by a golden cloak and flowing golden hair. Everything mirrored the day he had descended upon Tianshan and taken Zhou Qianlin away. At this moment, he was no longer Lan Jue, but Zeus. Simultaneously, the three archangels moved. A resplendent golden red light, akin to the rising sun, instantaneously manifested before Zeus, unleashing unparalleled brilliance and warmth. The golden mask on Zeus's face reflected this golden red radiance. His right hand shot upwards, and a blinding blue light erupted like a geyser, morphing into a spear that plunged fiercely into the heart of that golden sun. Terrifying waves of energy erupted outward from the point of their collision, with Zeus's released lightning seemingly devoured by the golden red light. Yet, even in this dire situation, he took another step forward, his momentum surging anew despite the suppression of energy intensity. The angel of death, Gabriel, glided gracefully, exuding his trademark handsomeness and elegance. A halo of pure white light blossomed from him, drifting toward Mika and the two other women. Within the sacred light, a resonant melody shifted, imbued with a sense of holiness. Mika stood still, her crimson hair cascading along her cheeks, her head slightly bowed as if the external world held no sway over her. Lin Guogua stepped forward, positioning herself directly in front of Gabriel. Pressing her palm to her forehead, brilliant golden light erupted from her eyes. Behind her, a layer of golden shadows emerged, swiftly transforming into countless golden arrows that shot toward Gabriel with ferocity. Gabriel's halo of sacred light stirred gently, as if a black hole had appeared in the sky, consuming Lin Guogua's golden arrows. At that moment, the sky suddenly tore open, and a vast azure hand emerged from the void, seizing the side of the halo and tearing it apart with a forceful rip. I have said they are all mine, resounded Zeus's authoritative voice. Thunder rumbled ominously. Amidst the deafening roar, blue lightning transformed into gold, and a violent explosion erupted outward from the center of Zeus and the battle angel Michael. A fiery red figure was sent flying. Zeus stepped forward, conjuring a golden lightning-shaped spear with a gesture into his palm, and thrust it into the void in the direction of Michael's retreating form. The sky seemed to be instantaneously rent asunder, and Michael emitted a muffled groan, revealing himself as he staggered backward. At that moment, two beams of pure, radiant light descended from the heavens, enveloping both Michael and Gabriel, each bestowing upon them an additional layer of protection. The aura emanating from them intensified, becoming increasingly formidable. A deafening roar echoed from the sky, accompanied by the emergence of golden fissures. The white shield before Gabriel shattered as if it were mere parchment under the assault of a lightning spear, which appeared before him in an instant. Startled, Gabriel instinctively folded his 6 wings before him, simultaneously erupting with an intense white light that cocooned him in a luminous chrysalis. The blinding brilliance flickered and vanished, and Gabriel let out a piercing scream as he was hurled backward, reappearing with 2 of his wings grotesquely broken, his mouth spewing forth golden blood. What has become of the King of Gods? The voice of the healing angel Raphael echoed in disbelief. Zeus cast a cold glance at him and pointed his right hand skyward once more, declaring, I command, rend the heavens. A terrifying golden lightning bolt surged from his body, transforming the surroundings into a sea of gold. Even the 3 archangels from the Pope's fortress could do little more than defend themselves with all their might amidst this tempest of golden lightning. The sky truly split apart, revealing azure skies and fluffy clouds. In the next instant, a burst of golden radiance erupted forth. A scornful, furious huff resonated through the air. The battle angel Michael suddenly became momentarily frozen in place, with only his 6 wings gently fluttering. With each movement of his wings, golden light cascaded forth, tinting his pristine wings in shades of gold. As the 6 wings fully transformed into a brilliant gold, they explosively split apart, becoming a magnificent 12-winged figure, with a golden angelic silhouette materializing behind Michael. Angels descend. With a powerful flap of the 12 wings, Michael vanished into the void, only to reappear in an elevated position, pursuing Zeus, who was departing with the 3 women. Raphael floated beside Gabriel, his hands radiating a gentle white light that healed Gabriel's wounds. However, his brow furrowed. Zeus was indeed decisive, employing his divine transformation at the very first opportunity. Yet, there remained a considerable gap between his actual cultivation and that of those of us who had lived for centuries. He did not truly possess the capability to master the divine transformation. This overextension of his power could not be sustained for long. Gabriel's complexion was ashen, golden blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. What a formidable divine transformation, what a decisive judgment. Zeus had not hesitated for a moment to use this overextension to escape the battlefield. The lightning attribute truly deserved its reputation for explosive power, compelling Michael to unleash the descent of the angels. In this state, Michael could temporarily reach level 10, rivaling the might of the Pope in his normal condition. Zeus, now depleted, would undoubtedly be unable to escape. The golden light flickered in the air, yet the radiance adorning Zeus was gradually fading. His golden hair, golden mask, and golden cloak dissolved like ripples in water, quietly vanishing. This time, he did not resort to a mere substitute. It was the authentic transformation of the God King. However, with Lan Jue's current cultivation, he could only sustain this divine form for a mere 10 seconds. This was his limit. His complexion was pale, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained serene. "Boss, allow me to go," Kua suddenly declared with unwavering resolve, her eyes shimmering with intensity. Lan Jue turned his head and cast a glance at her, causing Kua's voice to falter instantly. Mika had remained silent throughout, his head slightly bowed. Yinengzhe, on the other hand, clenched her fists tightly, her eyes shimmering with golden light. "Xiao, can you hear me?" "Xiao," Lan Jue called out to the interstellar communicator. However, the only response was static. "Signal jammed," the accountant exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. "Ha ha ha, praise me. I have accomplished what the jeweler spoke of. I am nothing short of a genius. Yes, indeed, it is now utterly unbreakable. Anyone attempting to breach it must survive the onslaught of Zeus One's main cannon." Xiao sat not far from him, seemingly oblivious to his words, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed dreamily out the porthole. "Ah, I truly am a genius." The accountant continued to extol his own brilliance. Suddenly, Zeus One shuddered lightly. Xiao, who had been lost in thought, quickly refocused her gaze onto the screen with keen intensity. "Oh, why is there such a strong interference signal? It seems our external communications have been interrupted." The accountant scratched his head, his expression somewhat dazed. Xiao spoke in a grave tone. "This is bad. The boss and the others must be in trouble." Her elegant, classical demeanor instantly transformed into one of sharpness. If one observed closely, they would notice her beautiful large eyes had narrowed, the pupils resembling sharp blades. In a flash, a figure materialized on the screen. It was an exceedingly graceful man, adorned with a devilishly charming smile, dressed in a sharply tailored black suit, with 6 pristine white wings gently fluttering behind him. "Hello. If I am not mistaken, what remains aboard the ship is the surest sacred sword among the 4 guardians of Zeus. I am Uriel. I wonder if you have heard of my name. Please refrain from any rash movements. There are already 4 battleships surrounding you, with 4 more in the skies above. Your sole task now is to remain silent until you receive my instructions. I have a gentleman's demeanor and do not favor engaging with young ladies. So I kindly ask Miss Shura's sacred sword to maintain her current position." A cold glint flickered in Xiao's eyes, yet her expression remained composed. "Archangel Uriel? From the Papal Castle? What is he doing here? What has transpired? What has the jeweler done to provoke the Papal Castle?" The accountant stared blankly at Xiao, bombarding her with questions. Xiao turned to him with seriousness, stating, "We have fallen into a trap. Everything here is a ruse. Even the green-hooded man who brought the gem to our shop. The boss and the others are in great danger, but considering their strength, they should be able to protect themselves for the time being. However, the adversary likely remains unaware of your presence aboard the ship, as we were previously oblivious ourselves. Therefore, even if their scheme is meticulously crafted, it only accounts for us. You are the only variable. I shall venture forth to divert the Archangel Uriel. You must devise a means to navigate the Zeus One and rendezvous with our employer. Do you comprehend?" The accountant, perplexed, inquired, "And what of you?" Xiao, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Do not concern yourself with my fate. My employer will undoubtedly come to my aid. However, as the accountant began to utter another word. Xiao swiftly interrupted, declaring there was no time for such considerations. To survive and escape this place, you must heed my instructions. You have already familiarized yourself with the systems of Zeus 1. Now, it falls solely upon you to pilot it. Remember, the time I can afford you is limited. With that, Xiao turned and departed without hesitation. Watching her retreating figure, the accountant fell silent, his eyes betraying a contemplative expression. With 6 wings unfurled, Archangel Uriel hovered 100 meters above Zeus 1, his face adorned with an enigmatic smile. At that moment, he observed the hatch of Zeus 1 open, and a figure shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Clad in a black combat suit, with raven hair and ebony eyes, Xiao soared from Zeus 1. Advancing toward Uriel, Uriel smiled, remarking, I have long heard of Zeus's 4 exquisite handmaidens. Seeing you today, it is indeed a reputation well deserved. You must be the surest sacred sword among them. Xiao regarded him coldly, stating, Do you truly believe your castle of the Pope can contend with my employer without facing dire consequences? Uriel responded with a knowing smile. As long as I keep you all here, no one will ever learn of your fate. After all, we are in the fractured star domain. Chapter 84. The surest sacred sword of Zeus's 4 handmaidens. Xiao replied indifferently, Indeed, I never anticipated that my employer's sacrifices would summon your kind. This could very well enrich our lives anew. Uriel, taken aback, asked, You seem utterly unconcerned? Xiao smiled. Why should I worry? Do you truly think the denizens of your Pope's castle can manage my employer? Uriel chuckled. It appears you are not entirely inclined to remain here, however. It would be prudent not to act recklessly. If memory serves, the strength of Zeus's 4 handmaidens ranges from level 8 to level 9 in gene aptitude. Your capabilities fall far short. Xiao replied earnestly. Yet data is but lifeless. Humans are vibrant. How can one know without attempting? Would you not agree? Her pitch-black eyes gleamed suddenly, radiating a blinding brilliance. A powerful white light erupted from behind her, resembling a rift in the air. It was a white light sword. And upon its emergence, the heavens erupted with a piercing, rending sound. Uriel felt a tightening throughout his being, as a dense layer of golden light patterns emanated from him, shielding against the oncoming onslaught of lethal sword energy. Well, it seems you are indeed the right hand of Zeus. Such formidable sword energy. Your extraordinary ability must be of a sharp nature, capable of cultivating such powers to an impressive level beyond 8. A genetic talent indeed rare to find. Uriel remained composed, extending his right hand into the air, where golden threads suddenly blossomed outward from his very being, creating an expansive web. These golden rays did not directly target Xiao. Rather, they spread through the air, resembling a vast net being cast. The white light soared behind Xiao gradually solidified, measuring approximately 5 feet in length, adorned with ancient patterns, and featuring a blood-red groove along its spine. The brilliance in Xiao's eyes intensified, yet her delicate form began to wane, and in a fleeting moment, the sword's radiance enveloped her entirely. The white light sword surged upward, expanding 100-fold, transforming into a colossal blade that fiercely cleaved toward the golden web. Amidst the piercing sound of friction, the web was swiftly cleaved open, and a powerful cutting aura surged forth, ruthlessly descending toward the Archangel Uriel. A 9th-level genetic talent? Uriel was taken aback. According to his records, this Shura holy sword was among the weaker of Zeus's 4 attendants, possessing only an 8th-level genetic talent. It was only in Zeus's presence that she appeared formidable. Yet now, it seemed either the records were erroneous, or within merely a few short years, the Shura holy sword had transcended a critical threshold, advancing from the 8th to the 9th level. Moreover, her sharp abilities appeared to be restrained in some manner. At that moment, Zeus 1 below suddenly stirred, pivoting in place without activating any of its 5 thrusters, though the angle was a mere 15 degrees. The abrupt movement startled Uriel. Was the spacecraft on autopilot? Not far away, the deafening roar of engines ignited, and an overwhelming force surged forth, dispersing the clouds and fog in the atmosphere. Uriel's prior statements were not mere threats. All 4 battleships began to gradually activate, ascending slowly into the sky. In the higher reaches of the atmosphere, several massive silhouettes could be discerned, clearly forming an intricate net. The white light soared in the air suddenly condensed, and soon after, its blade was tinged with a hint of gold, plummeting downward. Faced with this strike, even Uriel felt compelled to swiftly retreat, simultaneously activating a white protective shield around him. Although the sword did not directly strike the shield, it still caused violent ripples across its surface. Uriel, seemingly incensed, emitted a cold snort, unfurling his 6 wings. And in a flash, he appeared above the Shura holy sword, delivering a powerful punch toward its blade. With a hum, Zeus stirred once more. This time, all 5 thrusters activated almost simultaneously, and within the span of a single second, the main thruster reached its peak output, accompanied by a radiant white shield unfurling around it. What left the Archangel in a state of astonishment was that the Zeus did not take off directly. Instead, propelled by 5 thrusters, it shot forward instantaneously, skimming the ground like a torpedo through the sea. In the sky, beams of white light, originally prepared to intercept, flickered by without capturing it. Meanwhile, the Zeus had already collided with a vast array of structures on the ground, carving a wide trench with its immense speed and shield. Only after surging 1,000 meters did it abruptly tilt upwards, soaring into the air. Countless white points of light erupted from Uriel's golden fist, accompanied by a muffled grunt. Xiao reappeared in midair, surrounded by the white light sword she had summoned. Blood trickled from her mouth and nose. Yet a look of satisfaction was evident on her delicate face. That fellow, at last, was not entirely foolish. "Are there others aboard your ship?" Uriel asked darkly, feeling a deep sense of frustration at the fact that there were matters he had failed to ascertain as an archangel. Xiao smiled nonchalantly. "What makes you think I would divulge anything to you?" Uriel extended his hand, grasping at the air towards Xiao, and instantly, countless golden rays morphed into a vast net, enveloping her. With a cold snort, Xiao raised a hand and pulled a necklace from around her neck. The delicate chain appeared unremarkable, but the pendant was a small golden sword, radiating a gentle glow. Grasping the small sword, her gaze softened once more, and she gently called out, "Shura." In an instant, a blinding golden light erupted from the small sword, and the dark void before Xiao opened up, revealing a colossal figure. It was a white mech, tall and slender, bearing 2 7-meter-long great swords on its back. As soon as it materialized, it unleashed dozens of powerful white beams that shattered Uriel's golden light threads. Simultaneously, a beam of white light shot from the mech's chest, enveloping Xiao. In the next moment, both the white light and Xiao vanished almost simultaneously, while the mech's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity. Standing 13 meters tall, the white mech was not particularly large among its kind, yet its emergence exuded an indescribable aura of lethality. The surrounding air quivered due to the energy waves it radiated, revealing faint, dark fissures. Isn't Xiao stunning? If you think so, please cast your vote for her. Seeking recommendations and collections. Chapter 85. Shura beholding the white mech before him, Uriel unhesitatingly retreated, conjuring a golden cross that appeared in his hand, at the center of which lay a brilliant yellow gem. A beam of yellow light tore through the space behind him, followed by an explosion of golden light that not only shielded his body but also deflected the heavy sword strike from the white mech. The most formidable moment for an extraordinary individual arises when they seamlessly merge with their mech. The white mech, named Azura, is piloted by the Holy Sword of Azura, one of Zeus's 4 knights. Azura possesses an elongated physique, resembling the epitome of human proportions, devoid of any superfluous weaponry, save for the colossal swords that rest upon its back. At this moment, both swords are firmly grasped in Azura's hands. The mech glides forward through the air, reaching the golden energy shield in an instant. With a swift motion, the dual swords are unleashed in a magnificent arc, conjuring a vast white cross slash that strikes fiercely against Uriel's golden shield. A tremendous fissure materializes, followed by a brilliant burst of golden light erupting from within the shield, causing it to shatter. Another imposing figure emerges from thin air. The yellow mech, characterized by its sleek contours, features 6 wings unfurling from its back, symbolizing its identity as the angelic mech of the Pope's fortress, specifically, the highest-ranking seraph. Its pilot is the Archangel Uriel, and the mech bears his name. Towering at 18 meters, the mech boasts a gigantic crystal embedded in its chest, seemingly nurturing an energy storm within. A grand golden energy shield manifests before it, perfectly positioned to intercept the incoming dual swords. Upon collision, an energy tempest violently erupts at the core of their clash. Azura's movements are remarkably graceful. In a blink, it evades the frontal assault of the Archangel mech, executing an astonishing maneuver that defies the limitations of its size, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. The dual swords weave an intricate web of blades, enveloping the Archangel mech entirely. Within the confines of the Archangel mech, Uriel's expression is grave as his hands dance across the control panel with the urgency of raindrops on palm leaves, his eyes flickering with golden light. The golden shield, though seemingly slow to shift, consistently positions itself to block Azura's colossal swords just in time. The interplay of offense and defense ignites a dazzling display of light between the two mighty mechs. The ascent of Zeus one momentarily disrupts the previously sealed chaos among the aerial battleships. The battleship dwarfs Zeus 1, being tenfold its size and equipped with over 100 cannons, both main and secondary, yet it suffers in agility. Theoretically, encircling a patrol ship with 8 battleships is akin to an impenetrable net, but unexpected events always arise. As soon as Zeus 1 launches into the sky, it abruptly executes a maneuver impossible for a conventional spacecraft, ascending at an angle reminiscent of a rocket. The airborne battleships, without hesitation, lock onto it using their tracking systems. However, at that very moment, Zeus 1 performs a lateral roll thrice, accompanied by a violent jolt, as 5 thrusters extinguish, causing it to plummet like a free-falling object. The battleship's targeting systems, having just established a lock, simultaneously realize they have lost track of this elusive vessel. As Zeus 1 hurtled towards the ground, the launch port on its left wing suddenly expelled a surge of energy, swiftly stabilizing the aircraft before it shot off in a specific direction. Subsequently, it executed a series of complex maneuvers, including the Cobra maneuver and serpentine evasions. As the thrust at its tail intensified to the maximum, the 8 battleships descended into chaos. Beams of white light crisscrossing the sky yet failing to strike their intended targets, instead wreaking havoc on the ground below. Was it an aircraft or a naval vessel? A captain in his 40s gazed in astonishment at the distant, fading lights. Wow, what an exhilarating sight! The accountant, firmly secured by his seatbelt, could not contain his excitement. His limbs flailing in joy, his eyes alight with fervor and streams of data. Zeus 1 continued to accelerate, racing forward like a bolt of lightning. Watching the craft disappear into the distance, Xiao pressed her lips tightly together, maintaining full control of the Shura. With the assistance of the Shura's main computer, she skillfully executed a series of complex maneuvers, launching an assault on Uriel with a fluidity reminiscent of mercury cascading across the surface. This could not continue. She realized that only by personally piloting the Seraphim could Uriel hope to catch up to Zeus 1. Suddenly, the Seraphim paused mid-air, landing on one foot and spinning rapidly. Its 6 wings unfurled like colossal scythes, sweeping towards the Shura. The Shura slid gracefully, utilizing the momentum from its left-hand broadsword to rebound off the Seraphim's wings. In an instant, it lunged forward, merging body and blade into a whirling projectile aimed at the Seraphim. Xiao's piloting skills were on par with the Seraphim's. However, at that moment, a flash of light erupted from the Seraphim, and 6 wings shot forth, transforming into a myriad of shimmering blades that sliced towards the Shura. Each wing spread wide, morphing into a swarm of metallic feathers rushing toward their target. Lan Jue hovered in midair, the high-speed flight having come to a halt. He gazed quietly ahead at the motionless figure of the battle angel Michael, who was adorned with 12 shimmering golden wings. "Surrender the hell demonis, and you may still depart," Michael stated calmly, his eyes ablaze with a golden red fire, exuding an aura of divine superiority. With an expression of indifference, Lan Jue gazed at him, acknowledging the grim reality that only one of them could leave this place alive today. "In light of this, Michael, do you dare to accept my challenge as a knight?" A chill ran through Michael's heart, despite being fully aware that he held the undeniable advantage. As the man before him was merely at the 6th to 7th tier of the 9th level, an inexplicable fear began to rise within him, even in his angelic state. "Must it be this way, Zeus?" Michael spoke in a deep voice. Lan Jue nodded calmly. Mikael's ears twitched slightly, as if he were attuned to something beyond the ordinary. A subtle change crossed his face as he inhaled deeply. "Very well, I accept your challenge. However, I wish for this battle to be decisive, concluding with one side's surrender. Should you emerge victorious, you may depart with them unimpeded, and our people will not hinder your passage. Conversely, if you should lose, you must leave behind the hell demonis. Yet you shall still be free to go." Lin Jue and Kur exchanged glances of astonishment, for undoubtedly, Mikael's terms were exceedingly generous. Lan Jue smiled, observing that your people have not completely dominated Xiao. Am I correct? Hypocrite. Michael's gaze sharpened. "Zeus, the decision rests with you." "No, I must disagree. My destiny ought to be governed by my own hand. Therefore, Michael, the adversary you must duel is none other than me." Mika, who had remained silent with her head bowed, slowly lifted her gaze, determination glimmering in her beautiful eyes. Mika, Lan Jue admonished sharply. Boss, I apologize, but I can no longer allow you to bear this burden for me. You have already shouldered far too much on my behalf. Mika felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. Initially, after you rescued me all those years ago, I intended to follow you forever. However, I have brought you too much trouble. You do not belong solely to me, and I cannot be so selfish. If you were to suffer because of me, I would never be able to forgive myself. Tears shimmered in Mika's exquisite eyes, reflecting a peculiar rosy light. Lan Jue gently shook his head. In the past, I failed to protect her, leading to the loss of the woman I cherished most. If I cannot safeguard you today, it is tantamount to my own demise. Do you truly wish for me to be devoid of all desire for life? No, no, no. It is not like that. Boss, it is not like that. Mika fervently shook her head, crystalline tears cascading onto her black-framed glasses, rendering the world before her somewhat blurred. Lan Jue opened his arms, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Do not act this way, Mika. You must remain composed. As he tenderly caressed her crimson locks, Mika became aware of a subtle shift, yet before she could comprehend, Lan Jue's fingers had already brushed against her neck. He turned, gently handing the fainted Mika to Yinengzhe. Without uttering a word, Yinengzhe was silently accepted Mika's delicate form. However, Kuer firmly grasped Lan Jue's sleeve. Boss, you must remember that your life does not belong solely to you. It is also ours. If anything were to happen to you, then, including Sister Mika, we would not survive either. Your 4 loyal guardians shall surely accompany you in your final journey. A tremor coursed through Lan Jue's heart, and a flicker of warmth danced in his eyes as he tenderly ruffled Kuer's azure hair. He then turned, his gaze steady and composed as he faced Michael. Come forth, Michael, let us determine our fates in a single battle. Should I emerge victorious, your life shall be spared. However, if you desire to triumph over me, you must tread over my lifeless body. With a gesture of his right hand, Lan Jue pointed towards the heavens, and instantly, the entire sky darkened. Countless bolts of lightning flickered in the air, illuminating the void. Michael's gaze became fixated, and as he raised his right hand, a golden-red radiance surged forth like flames, coalescing into a luminous sword that fell into his grasp. At that moment, 2 figures soared from the distance. They were none other than the angel of death, Gabriel, and the healing angel, Raphael. Gabriel's complexion remained pale, yet the 6 wings behind him had been restored. The 7 archangels of the papal castle were in harmonious communion, clearly aware of the unfolding events, and thus, they chose to maintain their distance rather than approach too closely, coming to a halt in the far-off shadows. With a single wave of his hand, Lan Jue summoned formidable pillars of lightning that descended from the heavens, striking relentlessly towards Michael. Simultaneously, searing flames of golden red erupted from Michael himself, enveloping him in a fierce blaze. The powerful fire spread swiftly, and as the lightning struck the luminous flames, it seemed to dissolve without imparting any energy to the battle angel. Michael spoke in a deep voice. Zeus, you must understand, this is futile for me. By harnessing the pinnacle of human prowess at the 9th level, I can sustain this forbidden technique for at least half an hour. You can no longer transform into a god king. Before me, you have no chance whatsoever. Such needless chatter, Lan Jue retorted coldly. In a flash of lightning, he appeared before Michael, raising his right hand as a lightning whip coiled towards the battle angel. Michael's holy sword descended with no embellishments or artistry, striking directly. Lan Jue felt an indescribable force emanating from the sacred sword before him, a force that not only frantically siphoned his energy but seemed intent on extracting his very soul. The resounding strains of a sacred hymn resonated in his ears, momentarily clouding his gaze in confusion. Yet, at that precise moment, his left hand subtly stirred in an inconspicuous position by his side, and the whip of lightning he wielded suddenly transformed into a myriad of electric sparks. Converging towards his left hand, the air above screamed with a piercing shriek as an overwhelming suction force abruptly jolted Michael. Simultaneously, Lan Jue's body vanished in a most peculiar manner, eluding even Michael in his angelic form. Countless explosions erupted before Michael, while a cerulean silhouette stealthily emerged behind him. A hand of deep azure deftly struck towards the core of the 12 wings on Michael's back. With a resounding boom, Michael soared forward, his entire being illuminated by dazzling electric light. However, at that moment, his 12 wings flared open like the petals of 12 fans, unleashing a torrent of golden red flames that enveloped Lan Jue's form. Yet, in such dire circumstances, a flash of brilliance enveloped Lan Jue, and he astonishingly vanished in the nick of time. When he reappeared, he found himself suspended in midair, although traces of the golden-red flames lingered upon him. They were gradually extinguished by the might of his formidable lightning. Your speed? It transcended what ordinary energy propulsion could achieve. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to evade the lock imposed by his angelic descent. In that fleeting instant, Michael distinctly sensed that Lan Jue's velocity could even tear through the fabric of space, or perhaps penetrate it altogether, an ability far beyond what one would expect from a lightning attribute. Lan Jue gazed at him with a chilling demeanor, slowly raising his arms at his sides. The blue-purple lightning enveloping him gradually dissipated, yet his body transformed into a radiant entity emanating a brilliant incandescent light. In the distance, Gabriel and Raphael observed, equally astonished. The prowess of a psychic reaches its zenith at the 9th level, and upon surpassing this threshold, one is no longer regarded as a psychic but is instead referred to as a sovereign. Within the 3 great alliances, there exist a total of 10 sovereigns, each a pinnacle force within the realm of psychics, their terrifying power potentially capable of contending against warships. Whether it was the Divine King transformation employed by Lan Jue or the angelic descent utilized by the battle angel Michael, both could temporarily elevate their strength to that of a sovereign. However, even the archangels Gabriel and Raphael were incapable of achieving such a feat yet, the sovereign Michael. In the face of Lan Jue, whose abilities hovered between the 6th and 7th tiers of the 9th level, astonishingly failed to gain the upper hand at the outset, and indeed suffered a setback, a notion almost beyond belief. Lan Jue was not even in the state of Divine King transformation. Michael's eyes narrowed, and with a sudden flap of his 12 wings, he created a series of afterimages in the air as he soared towards Lan Jue. Pointing his holy sword forward, a myriad of sacred light erupted from behind him, swirling like a tornado of white radiance that surged towards Lan Jue, seemingly filling the entire space in that fleeting moment. A hint of derision flickered at the corners of Lan Jue's mouth as the radiant white light emanating from him intensified abruptly. Just as the sacred light tornado was poised to engulf him, a flash of white illuminated his form, transforming him into a stunning streak that soared into the heavens. The speed he attained in that fleeting moment was astonishingly swift, surpassing the capability of the sacred light tornado to seize him. The azure radiance vanished, and the sky abruptly transformed into a blinding incandescent white. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, and a lightning bolt streaked across the firmament. Simultaneously, the body of Michael and his 12 wings turned nearly entirely white, enveloped in crackling electricity as he was propelled backward. Alongside him, another figure plummeted, ablaze with golden-red flames, none other than azure radiance. In that fleeting moment, aside from Michael himself, no one witnessed the origin of azure radiance's assault. The 12 wings behind Michael appeared somewhat ethereal, while the golden-red flames surrounding azure radiance continued to burn fiercely. The 2 figures descended from the sky, and just 100 meters above the ground, both stabilized their forms mid-air. Azure radiance shook himself, casting off the golden-red flames, while Michael conjured a protective golden-red shield that gradually repelled the incandescent electric energy away from his body. Lan Jue's expression remained as icy and composed as ever. However, at this moment, Mikael's countenance was marked by an intense gravity. The speed of light. How is it that you possess such swiftness? Your extraordinary abilities extend beyond mere thunder. You also command electricity. It is no wonder, then, that you have achieved such renown in the mercenary realm, even while employing the forbidden techniques of the God King at this level of cultivation. Your true prowess is, in fact, on par with my own. Through the harmonious interplay of thunder and lightning, you have ascended to an overall strength of the 9th tier, 9th level. Lan Jue listened to Michael's words with serene composure and replied indifferently, "In truth, I merely wish to ascertain how long your angelic descent can endure. The descent of angels does not excel in speed. Rather, it specializes in breaching fortifications." Michael's expression darkened as he remarked, "All of this has long been within your calculations. Even the premature utilization of the God King's transformation was a ploy to entice me into deploying the angelic descent. Your expenditure during the God King's transformation was minimal. You could have sustained yourself longer, supported by your 2 extraordinary abilities. As long as you could withstand until the conclusion of my angelic descent, victory would be yours. Would it not?" A smile finally graced Lan Jue's face. Conversing with an intelligent person proved to be effortlessly delightful. With a flicker in his gaze, Lan Jue's body radiated a brilliant white light once more, transforming him into a streak of luminous energy that soared skyward and vanished from sight. Michael raised his right hand, revealing a metallic bracelet adorning his wrist, where a small angel, seemingly forged from metal, resided. A flash of white light illuminated the sky, followed by a thunderous roar. Yet this time, Michael remained unscathed by the lightning, as a protective barrier of white light enveloped him. Behind him, a black hole quietly opened, and a colossal figure, resplendent in hues of gold and crimson, gradually materialized. The radiant white light that shielded Michael emanated from the chest of this golden apparition. In the air, Lan Jue materialized, casting a cold gaze upon Michael, remarking, "Top-tier mecha, battle angel." "Excellent." He raised his left hand, focusing intently on the exquisite ring adorning his little finger. The essence of the ring was crafted from silver-white metal, with one side broader than the other, forming a near trapezoidal shape, meticulously adorned with fragments of diamonds and sapphires, reminiscent of the spotted coat of a cheetah. At its center, a triangular green gem was set, exuding an air of nobility and vitality. The emerald light surged brilliantly, akin to the potent electric brilliance in Lan Jue's eyes. With a powerful sweep of his left hand, a brilliant blue lightning bolt streaked across the sky. The space seemed to be violently torn apart, a rift appearing as two robust hands forcibly widened it, revealing a colossal figure emerging beside Lan Jue. "Your thunder god," resonated through the air. Zeus's dominance in the mercenary realm was not solely attributed to his formidable powers. He was also a god-level mecha master. The battle angel was coated in a golden hue, its fiery red patterns adorning each wing, with metallic 6 wings controlling the mecha's movements. Standing at an impressive height of 21 meters, embodying the grandeur of medieval knights, the thunder god, a mecha radiating with sapphire brilliance, towered at 23 meters. With a shoulder width of 8 meters, its elongated form accentuated by 3 layers of shoulder armor. The uppermost layer was the broadest, curving upwards at the rear, while the middle layer was smooth and slightly shorter. The lowest layer of the shoulder armor subtly retracted, closely hugging the sides of the mechanical arms. Unlike typical mechas, its body resembled a masterpiece sculpted from sapphire, showcasing the most exquisite royal blue, with hints of purple gold shimmering at certain angles. As lightning illuminated the sky, the thunder god emanated a resplendent glow. Upon the closure of its chest armor, engulfing Lan Jue, it erupted with a fierce blue-purple lightning, soaring skyward like a spherical bolt of electricity. Cooler and Yinengzhe's eyes shone with fervor, fervently whispering its name. "Thunder god. Thunder god." Indeed, this was Zeus's thunder god. The two colossal mechas, grander versions of Michael and Lan Jue, stood poised in the sky, the battle angel radiating a powerful golden red light. With a swift motion of its right hand, a massive golden sword of light materialized in its grasp. Top-tier mechas engage in combat in a manner markedly more straightforward than their ordinary counterparts, as their defensive capabilities are extraordinarily robust. Conventional laser weapons or ranged attacks are nearly incapable of inflicting harm upon them. Thus, top-tier mechas are renowned for their formidable defense, exceptional speed, and terrifying melee prowess. With their combat style predominantly centered on close-range encounters, the essence of the contest lies in the mastery of the mecha pilots. As the god of thunder raised his hand, brilliant beams of light emanated from both ends of his colossal palm, transforming into a 30-meter-long double-edged spear, which resembled a bolt of lightning, radiating an ethereal azure glow. The battle angel unfurled its 6 wings, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that burst forth, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared before the god of thunder, executing a profound trajectory with its colossal sword aimed at him. The tip of the sword suddenly erupted with fierce golden-red flames, morphing into a blade of light that surged towards the god of thunder in an instant. The extraordinary being channeled the power of its abilities through the energy gems within its mecha, highlighting the intrinsic connection between the mecha's combat prowess and the inherent abilities of the pilot, as well as the quality of the energy gems contained within. The god of thunder shifted his body laterally, and as he pointed the spear in midair, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded, rather than targeting the battle angel's golden sword. The sword itself inexplicably directed itself towards him, landing precisely on the spine of the blade. A sharp sound resonated, akin to a sonic weapon, echoing outward. Gabriel, Raphael, Yinengzhe, and Kuber swiftly retreated, creating distance from the battlefield. The clash between top-tier mechas had a far broader impact than battles between extraordinary beings. The battle angel was momentarily unsettled by the spear's contact, its body swaying slightly in the air. The god of thunder, with a surge of electric light enveloping him, charged towards the battle angel. The battle angel refrained from evading. To do so now would surely place it at a disadvantage. It quickly raised its left arm, revealing metallic spikes at the elbow, which glimmered with golden-red radiance as they aimed at the shoulder of the god of thunder. Just as the two were about to collide, the god of thunder abruptly paused for a mere thousandth of a second, narrowly avoiding the battle angel's most potent elbow strike. He then collided forcefully with the battle angel. The impact sent the battle angel flying backward through the air, while the god of thunder also felt the repercussions, momentarily halted mid-flight. The spear and sword clashed once more, their violent energies intertwining and wreaking havoc, leaving a radiant display in their wake. A dent appeared on the god of thunder's left shoulder. While the battle angel's elbow spike vanished, its body still flickering with electric energy, resonating with a low hum. Extreme tremor. Gabriel whispered. Michael has been at a disadvantage. In the instant of collision, the use of extreme tremor allowed him to evade the battle angel's most formidable strike. Zeus's control over the mecha had evidently reached an extraordinary level. The god of thunder's eyes gleamed with determination as he released the spear, transforming it into a streak of electricity that hurtled towards the battle angel. He, too, swiftly accelerated in the air, managing to catch up with the spear just as it reached the battle angel, positioning it directly at the battle angel's chest, precisely where the cockpit lay. The battle angel abruptly lifted its head, wielding its light sword in a horizontal slash, attempting to intercept the spear, but its movements were noticeably delayed. The spear had already manifested before its chest, aimed precisely at the cockpit. Even a formidable 9th-level Esper cannot withstand the force of a top-tier mech weapon with their own body. The radiant sword wielded by the battle angel momentarily paused in the air. It should have been propelled away at the instant the spear made contact with its chest armor. Yet it faltered slightly. The mighty spear of Thor, shimmering with blinding lightning, pierced through the battle angel's breastplate. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of golden-red light erupted from the battle angel, unleashing an immensely terrifying gravitational force that halted Thor's attempt to withdraw. The golden-red glow had already begun to envelop its form. As the battle angel and Thor engaged in a fleeting encounter, Michael realized that in terms of pure mech control, he was at a disadvantage compared to Blue Absolute. He had engaged with mechs far earlier than Blue Absolute. Yet it was precisely this prolonged interaction that saw him evolve alongside the mechs over generations. Michael had surpassed a century in age. After turning 60, he devoted more of his energies to honing his own extraordinary abilities in pursuit of a longer life. Despite his youthful appearance, his physical condition had long surpassed its prime. Mastering a mech requires not only skill and intuition but also swift reflexes, an area where he evidently lagged behind Blue Absolute. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Michael remained the battle angel, the esteemed archangel known for his prowess in battle, the Seraphim's leader. In an exceedingly brief moment, he conceived a strategy to counter Blue Absolute. Thor's speed was too formidable. If this continued, although it would be challenging for Thor to inflict harm upon the battle angel, Michael could only rely on his experience to contend with Blue Absolute. However, the longer the engagement persisted, the more unfavorable the situation would become, leading to Thor's advantages gradually magnifying. Thus, he resolved to take decisive action. Michael deliberately allowed Thor's spear to pass beneath his armpit without evading it. Although it did not pierce his body, the electric energy still coursed through him, causing a slight numbness. Yet, this did not impede him from unleashing his formidable abilities. Within the cockpit of the battle angel, Michael was engulfed in a peculiar, bright yellow flame, which steadily seeped into the cockpit and radiated outward through 6 dark red gemstones strategically positioned on the mech's head, chest, elbows, and knees. This was also the source of the tremendous gravitational pull. These energy gemstones, known as the abyssal flames, could generate immense fiery power when infused with pure Esper energy. However, this flame possessed an unusual gravitational force and produced an extraordinarily terrifying heat, one that no known metal or alloy could withstand for prolonged periods. The abyssal flames were exclusive to the Pope's castle, having once cost the sacrifice of a capital-class expedition vessel for their extraction. The gemstone was of a high grade. Not all top-tier mechs are equipped with S-grade gems, as the immense energy of S-grade gems is exceedingly difficult for machines of such size to withstand. More often than not, lower-grade gems prove to be a superior choice. Multiple lower-grade gems stacked together can yield effects that are scarcely inferior to those of S-grade gems. The flames that engulfed Michael are the sacrificial sacred flames, capable of elevating his own divine fire to a higher tier. The abyssal flame gem ignited by the sacrificial sacred flames produces a terrifying inferno, one that no mech has ever escaped unscathed. However, Employing the sacrificial sacred flames severely depletes Michael's vitality, with repercussions far graver than the side effects of forbidden techniques. Additionally, igniting the abyssal flame gem wreaks tremendous havoc on the battle angel mech, incurring exorbitant repair costs post-battle. The capabilities of these 6 lower-grade gems could be significantly diminished. Michael's steadfast resolve stems from fear of Blue Absolute's future. A natural dual-element ability wielder mastering forbidden techniques poses a grave threat. Should he grow to the level of a sovereign, he would likely become the most formidable ruler of the age, a prospect that neither the Papal Castle nor the Western Alliance would welcome. Thus, as Michael ignited his sacrificial sacred flames, his heart brimmed with murderous intent. The 2 top-tier mechs pressed against each other, trembling violently. Yet this time, the Thunder God's extreme tremor did not dislodge the battle angel. Instead, under the terrifying gravitational pull of the flames, the Thunder God's movements became exceedingly sluggish. The surface of the Thunder God crackled with blue lightning, forming a protective shield to fend off the abyssal flames. Nevertheless, the temperature of the abyssal flames, ignited by the sacrificial sacred flames, was unbearably high. Inside the Thunder God's cockpit, Blue Absolute's expression darkened as the shield's energy began to plummet. A cage of white light feathers firmly ensnared the Azura, rendering it utterly immobile. Yet Uriel, seated within the cockpit of the Virtue Angel mech, wore a grim countenance. His mech bore a massive gash from the left shoulder to the right side of the abdomen, nearly exposing the cockpit within. Uriel had misjudged the Azura's offensive capabilities, almost falling prey to a lethal strike while luring it in. Though he ultimately triumphed, it was due to his substantial superiority in cultivation. Have we detected Zeus's ship? Is it attempting to breach the atmosphere? The internal communication device of Uriel inquired. My lord, no aerial vehicle is attempting to leave the atmosphere. That blue ship has activated a high-level cloaking device and remains undetected for now, Uriel replied solemnly. Continue monitoring. Activate all satellites of the Moon Demon Star. The moment that ship heads toward the atmosphere, launch an immediate attack. Understood. Just then, a low, resonant grunt echoed ominously in Uriel's ears. The voice was ancient and deep, and the Virtue Angel mech could not shield him from its presence. Even more terrifying was the sudden darkening of the sky. It was as if all light had been utterly consumed in an instant. The intelligent Angel mech swiftly transmitted external analysis, and Uriel's expression changed drastically. A vacuum simulation? In the probe of the intelligent Angel mech, the vast expanse surrounding its and Shura's location had transformed into a vacuum reminiscent of outer space. Strangely, this area did not expand. The positron cannon. An aged voice resonated once more, even clearer than before. This time, Uriel dared not hesitate any longer. The intelligent Angel mech instantly released its control over Shura, radiating a blinding white light and shooting away like a meteor into the distance. A burst of intense light erupted precisely where he had just been. The dazzling brilliance rendered all reconnaissance satellites and radars ineffective, if only momentarily. The simulated vacuum. The positron cannon, the Arcane King, had arrived. Uriel, while desperately fleeing, felt his countenance grow grim. The Arcane King was indeed one of the 10 sovereigns in the world of extraordinary powers. In terms of destructive capability, he undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 sovereigns. The significance of the vacuum simulation lay precisely in this. Why are there no energy fluctuations, only light? Uriel's heart stirred suddenly, and in the next instant, his expression changed again. This is bad. I've been deceived. The intense flames of the abyss continued to deplete the energy of the Thunder God's shield, the searing heat cloaking the Thunder God in a faint red hue. Michael's demeanor was grave. He too was being scorched by the same extreme heat, and he could even sense the alloy within the battle angel beginning to soften. The Thunder God was clearly in a more perilous situation, its outer shield significantly weakened, and dark red patches were appearing where the intense heat had scorched its surface. Yet, its alloy remained resilient, showing no signs of melting. Moreover, it seemed that a faint white light was seeping from within the Thunder God. Due to the intense heat, the air appeared to be scorched into a peculiar space, undulating like waves, making it impossible for those outside to discern what was happening within. They could only feel the overwhelming energy fluctuations. Lan Jue glanced at Kur, who was simultaneously looking back at her. Both women were far from naive. Lan Jue gritted her teeth, golden light flickering in her beautiful eyes, as the delicate figure of Mika in her arms trembled and slowly awakened. As soon as Mika regained consciousness, she sprang up, only to be caught by Lan Jue to prevent her from plummeting from the sky. Those with gene talents exceeding level 8 could utilize their extraordinary energy to fly, with speed and ability contingent upon their cultivation and type of powers. Mika hurriedly stabilized her body and gazed towards the battlefield. "Sister Mika," Lan Jue whispered, briefly recounting recent events. "What should we do?" Kuer inquired, looking at Mika. Mika's eyes glimmered with a cold light. "Let us wait a little longer. Although our boss may not possess the same abilities as that Michael, we all know the formidable strength of Thor. If anything unfortunate were to occur, we would disregard any notion of knightly duels. We must rescue our boss at all costs." Kua nodded slightly, then leaned close to Mika's ear, whispering a few words. Upon hearing her, Mika's body shuddered. "No, you can't." Kua smiled calmly. "You said it yourself. We must spare no effort to save the boss. Are you the only one willing to go to any lengths? At this moment, controllable power is the most reliable, something I excel at more than you." Surprisingly, instead of becoming angry, Mika opened her arms and embraced Kuer. "Good Kuer, I promise never to argue with you again." Lan Jue bit her lip, her teeth grazing her red lips, affirming, "Our boss will win. He must win, for he is our boss." At that moment, a blinding white light erupted in the midst of the two titanic mechas clashing. The powerful white light blazed like a magnificent rainbow, vanishing in an instant, and the two mechas that had been embroiled in battle seemingly disappeared without a trace, the ripples in the air from the intense heat gradually fading. Gabriel, the angel of death, and Raphael, the healing angel, fixed their gazes, realizing that this same white light had been witnessed before on Lan Jue. Yet this time, it was Thor, not merely Zeus. In the next heartbeat, 7 stunning silhouettes of light suddenly appeared in the sky, 7 beams of white light pulled forth, arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper, illuminating 7 brilliant stars above. The Big Dipper? Gabriel and Raphael's expressions darkened. For the Big Dipper was not visible in the shattered star domain. What then were these 7 points of white light? The 7 stars of Thor. "It's our boss!" Lan Jue exclaimed in delight. Boom, 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 boom. 7 resonant explosions erupted almost simultaneously, sounding like a single roar, yet from afar. 7 luminous mushroom clouds ascended, maintaining their arrangement in the shape of the stars, as if embodying some profound mystery. Then, those 7 colossal radiances surged once more, the intense white light intertwining in the air, a cataclysmic explosion tenfold more potent than before, erupting with a deafening roar that seemed capable of shattering the entire planet. Thunder and lightning, the 7 stars of Thor. Lan Jue, Kuer, and Mika exclaimed in unison with exhilaration. In that moment, their beautiful eyes reflected only excitement and pride. The incandescent brilliance illuminated nearly half of the Moon Demon Star. In the distance, within the Moon Demon Palace, the Moon Demon Empress, standing on the upper terrace and gazing into the distance, was equally dazzled by the white light. Tears streamed down her face at that moment. She covered her mouth, struggling to suppress her cries within her throat. Through the porthole, as she gazed at the sudden eruption of terrifying thunder and blinding white light in the distance, Xiao abruptly leaped from her seat, letting out a wild scream. The accountant, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, stared at the resplendent brilliance, murmuring to himself, "Goodness. This truly resembles my grandfather's positron cannon. Ah, the jeweler, you have hidden your treasures too well." The white light persisted for a good 15 seconds before it gradually faded. Yet high above, a colossal silhouette of white lightning lingered in the sky. 2 massive figures emerged slowly from within this radiant emblem. Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael were almost instantaneously compelled to ascend into the heavens. However, in that fleeting moment, 3 overwhelming auras erupted from nearby. Mika's eyes shimmered with a dark crimson glow as a vast shadow of deep red surged upwards, imbued with endless ferocity. Lan Jue clasped her hands before her chest, closing her eyes, yet her entire being radiated a golden aura, as if forged from pure gold. Kuer, with arms outstretched, soared ahead of the 3 women, her blue hair billowing in the tempestuous winds, resembling a celestial maiden. At the center of her chest, a brilliant blue light burst forth, pulsating with intensity, her aura rising with astonishing speed, surpassing even the fierce flames emanating from Mika. The energy waves radiating from the 3 women intertwined, exceeding even the 2 archangels before them. Had this been half an hour prior, Gabriel and Raphael would have never believed these girls could rival them. However, after witnessing the terrifying attack unleashed by Zeus, they dared not entertain such notions any longer. Who could fathom the caliber of subordinates that madman Zeus had cultivated, particularly the girl with blue hair? whose aura now evoked a sense of annihilation, far more fearsome than that of the hellish demoness, truly a being capable of threatening their very existence. Chapter 91. All is well. Regardless of how reluctant they were to accept this reality, Gabriel and Raphael would never wager their lives. Have you forgotten the Knight's Covenant? Kuer coldly addressed Gabriel. The fallen angel Gabriel flushed, retorting, "You were the ones who sought to disrupt the nightly duel. We heard every word you spoke." Lan Jue was scoffed. "And what of it? We are not knights, we are women." Gabriel and Raphael were momentarily rendered speechless by her words, nearly gasping for breath. Mika icily declared, "If you wish for death, then by all means try." Just then, an unusual sound echoed through the air, capturing the attention of the five, as the two formidable mechas, which had been locked together, finally began to separate. A figure transformed into a blue light, hurtling towards this direction, while another plummeted directly to the ground. "Let us go," Gabriel and Raphael simultaneously uttered with unwavering resolve, transforming into two beams of light as they descended. For the approaching entity was none other than the god of thunder. At this moment, the god of thunder appeared less resplendent. Its radiance had dimmed considerably, and its front was marred by numerous damages, with some components exposed, sporadically flickering with electrical sparks. Yet, it remained proud, its aura surpassing all previous manifestations. A white lightning symbol flickered on its chest, mirrored by a similar glow behind it. Its eyes still shone brightly. In the distance, the battle angel mech had crashed heavily to the ground, its 6 wings reduced to mere fragments, and its body bore damage at least twice that of the god of thunder. Its arms were completely severed, with no remnants in sight. It was only as it neared the earth that a faint golden light emanated from it, barely stabilizing its descent, preventing a complete crash. "There's no need for thanks. I shall inevitably visit the papal castle to clarify matters with you," Blue Absolute's icy voice echoed. After a moment of silence, Michael spoke. "Gabriel, relay my orders to withdraw all blockade battleships. I have lost the Night's War." Gabriel's expression turned solemn. "Understood." At that instant, a ghostly blue light flashed in the distance. And in the next moment, it silently arrived on the battlefield, not pausing for an instant, and shot directly towards the god of thunder and the 3 women. Upon witnessing this ethereal blue figure, both Gabriel and Raphael's expressions shifted, realizing that Uriel had indeed faltered. The blue light flickered, and the 4 figures in the air vanished almost simultaneously. With another flash, the blue light transformed into a distant point in the sky, disappearing without a trace. A hissing sound, reminiscent of deflation, echoed as the chest armor of the battle angel mech slowly opened, revealing the internal conditions. Michael was no longer the handsome and resolute figure he once was. He lay within the cockpit as if collapsed, his body charred and motionless. "Michael!" Gabriel rushed forward, supporting him out. A white light emanated from Raphael's hands, enveloping Michael and healing his wounds. With Raphael's healing light, Michael gradually extricated himself from the cockpit. But as soon as he left the battle angel, the damaged mech plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily. Michael's face was scorched, rendering his expression unreadable. But one could imagine it was far from pleasant. "Michael, how are you?" Gabriel steadied his arm, feeling the intense heat radiating from him, accompanied by a numbing sensation upon touch. Michael shook his head. "We misjudged. Zeus' strength is far greater than he previously displayed. Or perhaps he has undergone a leap in power over the past 3 years. Although I lost that battle, he must also be gravely injured, just like me. If he is not eliminated, he will surely become a significant threat in the future." Gabriel's eyes sparkled with murderous intent. Yet Michael, with a wry smile, shook his head once more. "There's no opportunity left. Do you think he will grant us another chance? The terror of Zeus lies not only in his strength but also in his cunning. I am certain that he was completely unaware of our plans before encountering the Moon Witch Queen. Even under such circumstances, when faced with the 3 of us, he swiftly made a decisive move to unleash his divine transformation. It seemed as though he was seeking a breakthrough, but in reality, he was deceiving us. The pinnacle of power he displayed 3 years ago was merely the divine transformation. This led us to grow complacent. I even resorted to the descent of angels to catch up with him. He surprisingly possesses a second ability that allows him to surpass my angelic descent in speed. By the time I realized it, my powers had already been significantly depleted. This provided him the opportunity to force me into a duel with the mech. In terms of mech control, I am indeed no match for this young man. Thus, I resorted to my ultimate move. But his thunder god surpassed my battle angel in overall strength. I can sense that the core of his thunder god is likely a piece of high-level energy gem. Otherwise, he could not have unleashed such formidable combat techniques with the mech. That level of power could effortlessly tear apart a battleship. Raphael spoke solemnly. We must report to His Holiness the Pope. Zeus is now affiliated with the path of heavenly fire. We are likely to face significant pressure moving forward. As for the Hell Demon Queen, that matter will have to wait. Boss, Lan Jue exclaimed, supporting the seemingly unscathed yet pallid blue absolute, whose face resembled that of a wax figure. Lan Jue raised his head, gazing at her, then at the other three women, a faint smile gracing his lips. They were all present, which was enough. Chapter 92. The man in black, the accountant, stood aside, his eyes filled with envy as he beheld the powerful mercenary king, Zeus, lying in a deep slumber within the embrace of four young women. Kua cradled his head, allowing him to rest upon her thigh, while Mika and Xiao supported his arms and body on either side. Lan Jue held his legs tenderly. The four young ladies were all in tears. How infuriating! Kua exclaimed between sobs. Indeed, truly vexing. Lan Jue gritted her teeth, her expression fierce. Xiao was rendered speechless. Mika, her lips pressed tightly together, harbored a fierce glint within her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the four women lifted their gazes simultaneously toward a certain individual, exclaiming in unison, "What are you staring at? Hurry and launch the ship. Heavenly Fire Star, Heavenly Fire Avenue, Heavenly Fire Museum." To their surprise, it was the Pope's castle. The diviner stood before the window, speaking in a calm tone. The sommelier, standing not far from him, queried, "Why aren't our people accompanying us this time? Whoever the enemy may be, those who dare to plot against us must pay the price." The diviner smiled lightly. This child requires growth, and growth demands sacrifice. Otherwise, how will he ever be able to command the Heavenly Fire Avenue and remain steadfast amidst the three great alliances? The sommelier shuddered slightly. "Have you made your decision?" A hint of bitterness crossed the diviner's face. It has become imperative to decide. Upon hearing this, the sommelier's expression changed dramatically. The old fool is always so cryptic. The Pope's castle, humph. An aged voice echoed from the diviner's side. An elderly, slightly stooped figure slowly rose from his chair, trembling as he moved toward the exit. The diviner smiled nonchalantly, "Let him go. We have simply been too low-key. Even the most insignificant creatures dare to provoke us. His old bones could use some movement. Rest assured, despite his frail appearance, it serves as his best protection." Hua Alliance National Academy. Today, we shall continue our discussion on the significance of integrating space technology with mechas. As is well known, with the advent of space technology, top-tier mechas can utilize high-grade spatial attribute energy gems to store themselves within a stable space contained within the gem, allowing for immediate release when needed. This facilitates a seamless man-machine integration, enabling combat with poise. Beyond this, what further connections exist between space technology and mechas? On the podium, an elderly professor spoke passionately, captivating the students below. However, Qianlin was not among them. She gazed out the window, her beautiful blue eyes reflecting the shadows of the branches and leaves of the towering trees outside. Qianlin. A gentle touch roused Qianlin from her reverie, prompting her to glance sideways. She shot a quick look at her companion, thinking, "I excel in my studies, accumulating credits with a sense of entitlement. Humph. I cannot fathom you. You seem as if you've just suffered a heartbreak." Tang Mi huffed, refocusing her attention on the lecture. Professor Roger, standing at the front, cast his gaze downward, fortuitously landing on this side. Zhou Qianlin quickly composed herself, offering a demure smile to him. Professor Roger, evidently impressed by her, returned her smile and nodded gently. He is a distinguished expert in the integration of mecha and spatial applications, endowed with an extraordinary aptitude in this domain, as well as possessing a 7th-level spatial attribute gene talent. He serves merely as a visiting professor at the Huaming National Academy, making an appearance only once a month. Only students in the elite national classes across all disciplines can earn credits to attend his lectures. After tidying her belongings, Zhou Qianlin exited the classroom alongside Tang Mi. A beauty invariably attracts attention like a magnet, though most dared only to steal furtive glances, intimidated by Tang Mi's fierce demeanor. "Qianlin, I heard we're getting a transfer student soon," Tang Mi whispered. "Oh," Zhou Qianlin replied dismissively. "Hey, were you even listening?" Tang Mi retorted, exasperated. Zhou Qianlin smiled slightly and said, "What is it to me? A transfer student has no bearing on my life. Are you interested in them?" Tang Mi spoke mysteriously. "This transfer student has little to do with me, but they are utterly devoted to someone else. They specifically transferred from the Western Alliance. Consider the distance. How far is that? Moreover, I heard it required leveraging connections from our Huaming Chancellor to gain admission here. To facilitate this, the Western Alliance even dispatched 2 professors to temporarily serve as visiting lecturers. Zhou Qianlin's expression shifted, a hint of disbelief flickering in her eyes. Are you saying? Tangmi shrugged. Naturally, it's your fiancé. Zhou Qianlin halted, her beautiful eyes betraying incredulity. How is that possible? The last incident was already a scandal among the 3 alliances. Could the Osti family truly be indifferent? Tangmi replied, what do I know of political affairs? Yet, I am aware that Silva Osti is their only son. You know his temperament well. He is tenacious and deeply affectionate. I suspect even Prime Minister Osti would hesitate to lose his sole heir, the direct successor of their lineage. Thus, some matters may not be beyond compromise. Zhou Qianlin's gaze flickered with intensity, her pearly teeth grazing her red lips. When will he arrive? You wouldn't understand, Zhou Qianlin declared. Whether I understand or not is inconsequential. I merely know that someone will face greater challenges. On the Tianhua Avenue, a tall, impeccably dressed figure emerged at one end. Clad in a black suit and shirt with short black hair, his pace was unhurried, yet each step was measured with precision, as if calculated with a ruler. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Avenue of Celestial Fire. The man in black inquired, are there no shortcuts? The guard shook his head, indicating there were none. The man in black replied, very well, I shall summon him. He nodded slightly and called out, Lan Jue. His voice was deep and authoritative, swiftly resonating through every corner of the Avenue of Celestial Fire. Among the numerous shops lining the street, shopkeepers instinctively lifted their heads, straining to listen. Yet, many others turned pale. If the guard remained oblivious to the growing tension at that moment, he was unworthy of his post. In a flash, he lunged towards the man in black, with several figures quickly emerging around him. The man in black stood his ground, motionless. As the figures, glowing with their unique powers, approached him, suddenly the air shifted. A fierce gust of wind erupted from the man in black, sweeping the guards away and depositing them at a distance. Strangely, each of them landed safely, unscathed, while the turbulent wind dissipated the moment they touched the ground. The man in black maintained a calm gaze, still looking towards the Avenue of Celestial Fire, waiting silently with no further actions. The guards surrounding him wore solemn expressions but refrained from attacking, recognizing the vast disparity between themselves and the man in black. In such circumstances, further aggression would only lead to demise. As the man in black showed no intent to act, it was wiser to observe the situation. After all, there existed a significant gap between the guards on the surface and the enforcers of the Avenue of Celestial Fire below. Before long, a silver figure darted through the depths of the avenue, akin to a shooting star, racing towards them. The man in black raised his head, his demeanor remaining calm and icy. A flash of silver appeared behind the assembled guards of the avenue, with silver hair cropped to her ears. Clad in a silver uniform and possessing silver eyes, her presence exuded a metallic essence, radiating an aura of coldness. Were you the one calling out? She queried coolly, addressing the man in black. It was I. I am seeking someone, the man in black replied serenely, as if recounting an event entirely unrelated to himself. Is this how you seek someone? She retorted sharply, directing her gaze towards the guards in the vicinity of the man in black. Yes, yes, the guards hastily affirmed. Furrowing her brow slightly, she stated, very well, since you have not violated the regulations of the Avenue of Celestial Fire, you may leave. However, I must inform you that using your powers to amplify your voice disrupts the order of the Avenue, which is unacceptable. Should this occur again, do not expect me to be courteous. I have merely come in search of someone, the figure in black stated. Whom are you seeking? Ansu inquired coldly. Lan Jue. The figure replied. Ansu remarked, there is another way. How does one enter? The figure in black asked earnestly. Suddenly, Ansu turned to face him. Since you have drawn my attention, your trial shall be more arduous than that of others. If you can withstand a single strike from me, you will pass. With that, Ansu raised her hand, gently striking towards the figure in black. The surrounding guards recoiled as if electrified, clearing a substantial area. Yet, the figure remained rooted in place. His expression unchanged, his pitch-black eyes calmly fixed on Ansu as her hand approached him. Just as her palm was about to make contact, the temperature in the air plummeted, and a chilling aura erupted from Ansu's palm, enveloping the figure entirely. At last, he moved, retreating like a wisp of breeze, effortlessly evading the strike. Although the cold spread swiftly, he retreated even faster, creating an immense void where he had once stood, pulling everything towards it with an overwhelming force. Ansu felt as though the moment the figure retreated, he left behind a gaping black hole capable of devouring all. The ice energy contained within her palm was instantly obliterated, dissipating into the air. The suction even tugged her forward, causing her to stumble. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ansu's eyes. With her delicate hand, she gestured in the air, and a beam of icy blue light shot forth, racing towards the retreating figure. The figure halted, and as the icy blue ray reached 3 feet before him, it disintegrated effortlessly as though striking an invisible barrier, scattering into the air without touching him. However, the temperature around them plummeted, and a fine frost coated the area within a radius of several meters. "Did you not say one attack?" the figure in black remarked. Ansu hesitated. "Very well, you may pass. Complete the necessary formalities. Entry is permitted only to the underground Heavenly Fire Avenue." "Thank you." The figure inclined his head in acknowledgement, his expression remaining devoid of superfluous emotions. Ansu's silver eyes glimmered with contemplation. She was acutely aware of the intensity of her previous attack, although she had intentionally held back. The energy contained in her second strike would be formidable even for a level 7 genetic talent user, while the ray would ultimately freeze her opponent. This figure had managed to receive it with such ease. Everything appeared so effortless, raising questions about the extent of his power. Though Ansu did not consider herself inferior to him, she resolved to keep a close watch. If this individual were indeed a level 9 ability user, it would necessitate reporting to the committee. Before long, the figure in black completed the necessary formalities to enter the second level, and under the guidance of the guards, he took the elevator to the second tier. Ansu examined the registered information he had gathered. Lan Jue, abilities, wind. The records on the Heavenly Fire Avenue regarding the supernatural beings were not particularly detailed, intended to protect their secrets. However, upon encountering this name, Ansu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Perhaps a closer inspection was warranted. With this thought, she turned and left the information behind. The figure in black, Lan Jue, stepped out of the elevator. Upon witnessing the bustling scene of the underground Heavenly Fire Avenue, he was momentarily taken aback. Truly, it lived up to its reputation. The underground realm was astonishingly vast. Beyond his usual calm and icy demeanor, a hint of admiration flickered in his gaze as he slowly advanced, scanning the various shops, seemingly in search of something. "What, exactly, are you seeking?" By the sound of the name, it must be a relative of yours? A cold voice echoed in his ear. Ansu replied, "I have just checked the registration records. Among the visiting supernatural beings, this name is absent." Lan Jue came to a halt, turning to face Enlu. "Thank you." Despite the absence of gratitude evident in his expression, Enlu felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon hearing those 2 words. "You should not be regarded as a mere visitor, but rather as a member of your Heavenly Fire Avenue," Lan Jue remarked. Enlu was taken aback. "The shopkeeper? In that case, you surely won't be able to find him by name. It would be futile to even try. All our shopkeepers are addressed by their code names." "Do you know the code name of your brother?" Lan Jue pondered for a moment and said, "It seems I am aware." "Oh, right. It must be the jeweler." He recalled the last time Chu Qing mentioned this title. "Jeweler?" And Shu halted in her tracks and turned to look at Lan Jue. "Is there a problem?" Lan Jue gazed back at Enshu. Until now, she had not given it much thought, but upon his words, Enshu's expression shifted noticeably. In addition to her usual chill, there was now a hint of curiosity. "A jeweler? He is actually the brother of a jeweler? No wonder he possesses such strength. However, the jeweler's ability is lightning, yet he wields wind? Nothing at all. The jeweler indeed exists within our Tianhua Avenue. However, I fear you may have made this trip in vain." Enshu remarked nonchalantly. "Why is that?" Lan Jue inquired. Enshu explained, "Because he is not here. Not long ago, he departed from Tianhua Avenue, apparently on some business. He has left?" A flicker of surprise crossed Lan Jue's eyes. "Does this mean he has come to terms with things?" "Indeed." Enshu nodded earnestly, although she could not entirely ascertain the truth of the man's words. His appearance and strength suggested a high degree of accuracy. "Could you take me to his shop for a look?" Lan Jue suggested after some contemplation. "Certainly." Enshu did not hesitate. This was a simple matter. She walked ahead, leading Lan Jue toward the Zeus jewelry store located in the underground Tianhua Avenue. Tianhua Avenue spans a total of 2,048 meters, and this remains consistent both above and below ground. Before long, the gem blue walls and the lightning symbols emerged before Enshu and Lan Jue. The shop was indeed closed, with a sign indicating that it was temporarily out of business. Lan Jue furrowed his brow. He had indeed left. Did he take anyone with him? The 4 female shop assistants had been taken away, seemingly to procure supplies. Upon uttering this, Yinengzhe suddenly paused. Even she was somewhat perplexed as to why she had shared so much with this man in black. She had never behaved this way before. Could it be because he was the brother of the jeweler? Thank you, Lan Jue said as he stood before the entrance of the Zeus jewelry store, appearing to contemplate something. Oh, Lan Jue responded. Am I not permitted to enter the shops on the ground? Yinengzhe nodded. That place catered to ordinary individuals, albeit those with discernment. One must undergo several assessments to gain entry. How long do these assessments take? What do they entail? The main components include etiquette, attire, wine, and gourmet cuisine. Yinengzhe elaborated, listing a series of evaluation criteria. Lan listened attentively. Can I participate in the assessment now? Yinengzhe was momentarily taken aback. You wish to take part in the evaluation? It is not something that can be passed merely by possessing strong abilities. Lan Jue remarked, since Lan Jue is capable. So am I. We have grown up together since childhood. Yinengzhe responded, I must seek clarification on this matter. However, how can you substantiate your claim of being the brother of the jeweler? Lan Jue raised her hand and retrieved an object from her bosom, presenting it to Yinengzhe. As Yinengzhe accepted it, she beheld a metal piece shaped like a pentagram, its surface polished to a brilliant sheen, emanating a soft blue luminescence indicative of a high-grade rare metal. Turning it over, Yinengzhe's gaze sharpened abruptly. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lan Jue, filled with a profound sense of incredulity. In that moment, she finally comprehended why this name felt so familiar and why she was drawn to this enigmatic figure clad in black. On the reverse of the pentagram were inscribed a few small words, written in a special paint that glimmered with a faint golden glow, Huaming. Supreme Military Commander of Yinengzhe Star, Lan Jue. This simple line of text rendered Yinengzhe, who typically exuded an icy demeanor, completely awestruck. She understood all too well the significance of Yinengzhe Star. Once Lan Jue's name became associated with it, she finally recalled the identity of the person before her. Yinengzhe Star, situated at the borders of the Huaming Alliance, is the closest planet to the Bei Ming, renowned for its abundant energy gems, a strategic resource hub, and a military stronghold. The planet is dominated by incessant mining machinery and military forces. It was here that a legend was born, a legend named Lan Jue. No one knew his background. On the day he first set foot on Yinengzhe Star, he was merely a lowly soldier, an unremarkable mecha pilot. Yet, through the utilization of standard-issue mechas from the Huaming military, he gradually carved out a legendary path of his own. Under the pretext of eradicating pirates, the Bei Ming dispatched an elite mecha legion to stealthily infiltrate Yinengzhe Star and conduct acts of sabotage. At that time, Lan Jue had only been in the military for 3 days. The mecha pilots of this legion were all of elite rank, comprising 500 advanced mechas, including over 30 royal mecha pilots and 2 imperial mecha pilots. Their objective was straightforward, to obliterate the largest energy gem mine on Yinengzhe Star. Prior to the assault by this mecha legion, the Bei Ming had engaged in a skirmish with a fictitious pirate group in outer space, successfully diverting the attention of the Huaming cosmic forces stationed around Yinengzhe Star. Utilizing the latest stealth technology, the 500 advanced mechas launched a surprise attack, reaching their target in the shortest time possible. Meanwhile, within the mine, only 100 ordinary mecha pilots, including Lan Jue, stood guard. As the battle commenced, a single wave of attacks resulted in the loss of more than half of the Huaming mecha pilots, leading to an immediate rout. It appeared that the mine was on the verge of falling. However, during this critical moment, the Bei Ming mecha pilots began to notice that some of their own were inexplicably disappearing. Only then did they realize that a mecha from the Huaming had remained behind, seemingly to cover their retreat. A phrase uttered by Lan Jue has been passed down through the ages. You withdraw first, I shall hold the rear. These 8 simple yet profound words heralded the emergence of a military deity. Engaging 1 against 500, armed with nothing but standard-issue mechs, this task seemed utterly insurmountable. Moreover, the enemy's sole objective was destruction. Yet, Lan Jue conjured a miracle, an unfathomable marvel. Harnessing his formidable command over mechs, he initiated a surprise assault on the enemy's outer forces. The mine's defensive systems were constantly activated and utilized, synergizing with his personal combat prowess to achieve maximum impact. The Northern Alliance's mech legions suffered escalating losses. By the time they breached the mine's defenses, only a little over 300 of the 500 advanced mechs remained. with the majority of the lost over 100 being eliminated by Lan Jue's deft manipulation of the defensive systems. Just as the Northern Alliance's mech legion was poised to furiously obliterate the mine, Lan Jue undertook a daring endeavor. At that moment, the mine produced a vital energy reserve gemstone, an essential power source for nearly all mechs of that era. Lan Jue extracted a portion of energy reserve gems from the mining area and executed a meticulous arrangement of them. As the Northern Alliance's Mecha Legion was poised to launch an assault, he triggered a self-detonation within the mine. This cataclysmic explosion obliterated nearly half of the mining site and simultaneously engulfed over 100 of the Northern Alliance's mechas. At that moment, despite suffering significant losses, the Northern Alliance believed that the mining site had succumbed to self-destruction. Unbeknownst to them, Lan Jue had only detonated the portion of the mine that had been depleted. The unexploited sections remained preserved by the remnants of the explosion outside. The Northern Alliance's Mecha Legion swiftly began their retreat. However, Lan Jue, having successfully fulfilled his protective mission and achieved great feats, was not yet satisfied. Like a specter, he lingered silently behind the Northern Alliance's Mecha Legion, employing his formidable mecha control to systematically dismantle each local mecha. Elusive and cunning, he left them bewildered. No one could fathom how he had become so intimately acquainted with the terrain in merely 3 days since his arrival on Onluan Star. He seized every opportunity available to him. As the Northern Alliance's Mecha Legion dwindled to a mere 50 mechas, their morale crumbled abruptly. They were consumed by fear and disbelief at the phantom-like assaults, with only the desire to flee coursing through their ranks. It was at this juncture that the exhausted Lan Jue emitted a signal. The scattered 50-odd mechas of the Northern Alliance ultimately faced total annihilation. Their destruction came at the hands of those mechas that had retreated from the mine earlier. Even 2 Imperial Mecha Masters of the Northern Alliance found themselves encircled and slain by the arriving reinforcements. Lan Jue rose to prominence in a single battle. Yet he selflessly distributed his military accolades among all his comrades who participated in the conflict. Even among his peers, he was regarded as a madman, a lunatic daring to confront 500 foes single-handedly. Yet, a successful madman is indeed a hero, and it is evident that Lan Jue embodies this truth. In the ensuing power struggles with the Northern Alliance, he gradually unveiled his exceptional military prowess. The military leadership of the Huoming Alliance swiftly recognized that this young man possessed not only formidable combat skills but also a military acumen that far surpassed that of his contemporaries. The local skirmishes he commanded concluded with resounding victories. That year, Lan Jue was merely 20 years old. For the subsequent decade, he remained stationed on Onluan Star, at the forefront of the Huoming Alliance. Utilizing his intellect and strength, he engaged in over 200 battles without a single defeat, accumulating military merit and becoming the youngest major general in the history of the Huoming Alliance. He also ascended to the position of military commander of Onluan Star. Since taking command, the Northern Alliance has failed to gain any advantage. The former military commander of Onluan Star was expected to be a lieutenant general within the alliance. Although his rank was not the highest, within the military and across all military academies of the Huoming Alliance, he was affectionately referred to as the war god of Onluan. In stark contrast, the Northern Alliance dubbed him the Ghost General. It is evident that despite the Huoming Alliance's relatively weaker overall strength among the 3 major alliances, it has consistently maintained parity with the other 2, making Onluan Star of vital importance. On the bounty list of the underground black market, Lan Jue consistently ranked among the top 10, underscoring his significance to the Huoming Alliance. At that very moment, this esteemed military deity stood before her, regardless of the exalted status of the Skyfire Avenue. The coldness etched on its soul's face could no longer be sustained in the presence of this youth who had safeguarded the Huoming Alliance for a decade. Taking a deep breath to steady her tumultuous emotions, Sol gazed at Lan Jue and said, "I need to verify your identity." She had unconsciously adopted a respectful tone. Sol felt her mind in disarray. The imperial military deity was the brother of the jeweler? Moreover, he had come to Skyfire Avenue seeking him. The first thought that crossed her mind was the need for secrecy. No one else must know that Lan Jue had arrived here. Lan Jue gazed at the flickering eyes of the young girl before him, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he quietly awaited her response. Only when he occasionally cast his gaze towards the Zeus jewelry store did a subtle ripple of emotion flicker deep within his eyes. Lan Jue walked slowly to the entrance of the Zeus jewelry store. He raised his hand and placed his palm upon the lightning-shaped emblem on the door, pausing for a moment before gradually lowering it. "You should not be here," a commanding voice resonated. Startled by the tone, Lan Jue turned to see the sommelier gazing at him with a solemn expression, his eyes filled with reproach. "Who are you?" Lan Jue inquired. The sommelier replied coolly. "I am the vice president of the Heavenly Fire Avenue Committee. You may call me the sommelier." "Greetings, sommelier. I am here to find Lan Jue. Is he your brother?" The sommelier asked with a hint of curiosity. "Indeed," Lan Jue nodded. The sommelier squinted slightly and said, "Follow me." As he spoke, he strode towards a nearby elevator, with Lan Jue trailing behind and Dark Sulfur bringing up the rear. Observing Lan Jue from behind, Dark Sulfur felt an unsettling flutter in her heart, a sensation she had not experienced in many years. Yet, in this very moment, it surged forth unexpectedly. His silhouette remained tall and upright, devoid of any pretense. Yet it exuded an aura capable of bearing the weight of all. So, he is Lan Jue, the one. Dark Sulfur vaguely recalled that Lan Jue was a formidable ability user, known in the realm of extraordinary beings as Prometheus, the god of wisdom. He stood alongside 3 other powerful figures, each named after Greek deities, collectively referred to as the 4 divine lords, all of whom were likely to ascend to the level of sovereign in the future. "Please, take a seat." The sommelier gestured to the chairs beside an antique table. "Francesco Melon?" Upon seeing the table and chairs, a flicker of interest ignited in Lan Jue's calm gaze. The sommelier smiled slightly, saying, "I did not expect you to possess knowledge beyond mere combat, Prometheus. Are you excited for the entrance of the cool guy, Lan Jue? Quickly cast your votes for our Huaming army god, the god of wisdom, Prometheus. We seek your support. Where's Lan Jue?" Lan Jue asked as he settled into his seat across from the sommelier, choosing to forego further discussion about Prometheus. The sommelier, however, remarked casually, "Among the 4 divine lords, you are the only one known to the public. You are the Huaming army god, the god of wisdom. Yet, what has your wisdom brought you here? If my memory serves me right, just last month, after shattering a covert pirate raid by the Northern Alliance, your ranking on the Dark World's kill list has risen to 6th place. Lan Jue smiled lightly and said, "The one who stands before me is known by the moniker Staff of Time and Space." The sommelier chuckled, remarking, "You ought not to be here. Since you are brothers, you should summon him to come to you." Lan Jue shook his head, indicating that he would not seek me out. If he intended to, he would have done so by now. The sommelier inquired, "Would you care for a glass?" Lan Jue shook her head once more. She had once held a great fondness for it, yet after turning 20, she refrained from any indulgence in alcohol. Alcohol can cloud one's judgment. The sommelier chuckled softly, remarking, "With your prowess, would you also be swayed?" A glimmer of coldness flickered in Lan Jue's gaze. One must never grant even the slightest opportunity to one's adversary. Lan Jue nodded slightly, expressing gratitude as she awaited his arrival. The sommelier suggested, "You may wait here. His establishment is directly across the street." With a faint acknowledgement, Lan Jue closed her eyes, remaining perfectly still. Yinengzhe stood by, observing her. With her eyes shut, the formerly aloof aura around Lan Jue seemed to soften, and the sharp contours of her face appeared less rigid. It was merely the depth of her gaze that lent her an air of resoluteness. Her eyelashes were remarkably long, rivaling even those of the jeweler. Sitting there with impeccable posture, her back straight as a soldier's, she truly embodied the essence of military discipline. "Shawan, you may attend to your duties," the sommelier spoke gently to Yinengzhe. "Understood," Yinengzhe replied respectfully before making her way outside. As she passed by Lan Jue, suddenly, Lan Jue's right hand shot out with the swiftness of lightning, seizing her wrist. Yinengzhe reacted instinctively, a chill radiating from her being. Yet, she soon realized that an invisible barrier enveloped her entirely, rendering her abilities ineffective. In an instant, Lan Jue lifted her with ease, casting her aside. A jet-black, needle-like spike silently approached Lan Jue's chest, perilously close to piercing her. The radiance before Lan twisted abruptly, and in that moment, he vanished alongside Yinengzhe. The sommelier seated across the table also disappeared. A muffled groan seemed to emanate from another realm, a hoarse voice resonating from all directions, indicating that I had indeed arrived too late. The Staff of Time and Space. As the sound gradually faded, 3 ethereal figures coalesced once more in the air. Lan Jue remained in her original position, her expression unchanged. Ansu had regained her freedom, but found herself on the opposite side of Lan Jue. The sommelier's face displayed a hint of displeasure, the starry sky phantom. Ansu comprehended that Lan Jue's earlier grasp had been an attempt to rescue her. The warmth of that grip lingered on her wrist, yet her countenance darkened instantly. "I will pursue him," she declared, turning to rush out. "No need." Lan Jue raised his hand, blocking her path. Ansu, moving with such speed, collided with his arm, causing her body to momentarily lose its balance. Their contact was fleeting. Yet that brief moment left Lan Jue momentarily stunned. Ansu's rounded form, concealed beneath her silver uniform, pressed against his leg, imparting a softness that was a novel and delightful sensation for him. Ansu's cheeks flushed crimson. "What are you doing?" After a fleeting moment of distraction, Lan Jue swiftly regained her composure. "Do not pursue him. It is futile." Though the starry shadow ranked last among the 10 sovereigns, his remarkable prowess lay in his unmatched speed. Within the 3 great alliances, there are scarcely any abilities that can rival his swiftness. He possesses the extraordinary talent to bend space, as if traversing through a wormhole. It is likely he rushed here immediately upon receiving the news, not anticipating the presence of the Time Scepter Elder. The sommelier coldly remarked, "We shall hold him accountable for this matter. His arrogance has lingered for far too long." A rare smile graced the face of Lan Jue, suggesting that the starry shadow would indeed be struck with trepidation upon encountering you. After all, if there exists anyone capable of subduing it in this realm, the 3 sovereigns of the heavenly fire path would undoubtedly stand as the most formidable contenders. Among the 3 great alliances, the 10 sovereigns are affiliated with distinct factions. Notably, the heavenly fire path boasts 3 sovereigns, while the West Alliance's Pope Castle and Dark Castle each possess 1, and the Northern Alliance's Grand Coalition holds 2. Additionally, 3 more sovereigns hail from various other factions. Among them, the one ranked lowest, the Starry Shadow, belongs to the most powerful assassination organization. The sommelier turned to Lan Jue and inquired, "Are you not the least bit concerned about being targeted by the Starry Shadow?" Lan Jue smiled lightly, pondering the futility of concern. If this were Onluan Star, he would scarcely dare to confront me. While individual strength can indeed be formidable, it is ultimately limited when juxtaposed with modern technology. Even a sovereign, unleashing their full potential, would only possess power comparable to that of a formidable expedition-class battleship. Yet, what if one were to face a vessel of superior caliber? The only recourse would be to flee. Though my analogy may not be entirely apt, it is undeniable that in this world, there exists technological prowess capable of countering those endowed with extraordinary abilities. The sommelier cast a discerning glance at Lan Jue, suggesting that my apprehensions were unfounded. Lan Jue fell silent once more, her eyes gently closing. Enshu's breath quickened noticeably, lingering on Lan Jue for a moment before he turned and strode away. As he exited the Gothic tavern, a brisk gust of wind brushed against his face, sharpening his gaze. Yet, before long, a flush returned to his pale complexion. He embraced me. Indeed, the hovering vehicle glided silently to a halt near Tianhua Avenue. The door opened slowly, the sleek blue door illuminated by the streetlights, radiating brilliance. 4 graceful figures disembarked almost simultaneously, with the last to emerge being the somewhat pallid blue Jew, clad in a khaki trench coat. No one responded to his words. Mika wore a sullen expression, while Yinengzhe and Ku'er also appeared displeased, and Xiu's eyes were filled with sorrowful pain. The 4 women exchanged glances before hastening to follow. The door of the hovering vehicle closed gently, its streamlined form retreating into silence. "Jeweler." The guards at Tianhua Avenue respectfully bowed to Blue Jew, who nodded in acknowledgement. As the cold wind swept in, he tightened his collar. Gazing at the shops lining the street, their myriad lights suddenly blurring his vision. Having resided here for 3 years, it seemed this place had truly become his home. Oddly, even during moments of profound heartache upon arriving, he felt a sense of belonging. Perhaps this was fate's design. As he walked forward, Blue Jew abruptly sensed something and looked up ahead. The lighting on Tianhua Avenue was dim, as the shops lacked vibrant neon displays, their own illumination merely casting a semblance of brightness. A figure clad in black stood out inconspicuously against the backdrop. Yet, Blue Jew caught sight of him immediately. His gaze sharpened, and his pace momentarily faltered, but his body wavered slightly in the next breath. "Boss." Xiu quickly stepped forward, intent on supporting him. However, Blue Jew waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. In the distance, the shadowy figure turned toward his direction. Their eyes met. And despite the hundreds of meters separating them, a fierce spark ignited between their gazes. In an instant, the figure vanished into the shadows. "Not good," Mika suddenly exclaimed. But as her voice pierced the air, Blue Jew had already raised his hands, and his body was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a freight train. Closest to him, Xiu hurriedly shielded his form, followed by Mika, Yinengzhe, and Ku'er. The 4 women leapt forward in unison. Yet, the force was overwhelming. propelling Lan Jue and the four women backward for several meters before they finally fell to the ground. Lan Jue let out a muffled groan, and a mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth. His previously pale complexion transformed into a ghastly hue reminiscent of gilded paper. The figure of Lan Jue materialized at the spot he had previously occupied, his gaze fixated on the blood spewing from Lan Jue, his eyes flickering with intensity. Damn it! Mika erupted like a volcano ignited in an instant, her toes barely touching the ground before she soared into the air, an overwhelming blaze of orange flames ascending with her. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a blinding orb of fire, hurtling towards Lan Jue, leaving behind a magnificent trail resembling a colossal fire dragon. Lin Guoguo's eyes sparkled with golden light, a powerful wave of mental energy surging towards Lan Jue like a relentless tide. Kurer stepped forward, suddenly leaping into the air, her entire being radiating with azure light, her form undergoing a remarkable transformation as blue luminescence flickered around her. Out of thin air, a heavy artillery piece, appearing to have a caliber exceeding 200 millimeters, manifested before her. Only Xiao remained still, her gaze fixed on the distant Lan Jue. Her eyes filled solely with astonishment. To the actions of the three women, Lan Jue appeared oblivious, his attention solely directed towards the far-off Lan Jue. The smile on Lan Jue's face vanished, replaced by an expression of coldness and defiance. Chapter 96, Brothers. Bang! A burst of flames was extinguished in the grasp of an unexpectedly appearing azure hand. Mika's delicate form was also flung away by this massive hand. A piercing blue light suddenly emerged in Lan Ting's eyes as he cast a glance towards Lin Guoguo in the distance. Lin Guoguo let out a muffled groan, her golden gaze becoming somewhat disordered. As Kuer prepared to launch her attack, a hand crackling with electricity restrained her. Enough, everyone cease your actions. Lan Jue's icy voice rang out, halting the subsequent movements of the young women. Xiao remained by Lan Jue's side, supporting his body, while in the distance. Lan Ting steadily approached him. Lan Jue, however, firmly grasped her shoulder and stepped out from behind her. Lan Jue walked until he was merely 3 meters away from Lan Jue before halting. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he appeared quite cool in his black suit. At that moment, Mika, Lin Guoguo, and Kurer began to realize that the young man in black bore a certain familiarity. Turning to glance at their boss, they were astonished to discover that this figure bore a striking resemblance to him, perhaps 6 or 7 parts alike, though their demeanors were distinctly different. The man in black exuded a cold, unyielding aura, whereas Lan Jue was marked by elegance and composure. "What brings you here?" Lan Jue inquired. "Are you injured?" Lan Jue responded. The two posed their questions almost simultaneously, then fell into a silence, merely gazing at one another. They stood at a similar height, their features closely aligned. And though their attire differed, they seemed to form the very essence of the Tianhua Avenue. Remarkably, no enforcers appeared in response to their brief skirmish. The entire Tianhua Avenue lay in an eerie stillness. "Young master," Xiao timidly called out. "Young master?" The three women, who had initially regarded him with hostility, were taken aback. Among Zeus's 4 attendants, Xiao had been by Lan Jue's side the longest. The others had joined later. Not long after, Lan Jue had retreated into seclusion here. Upon hearing Xiao's address and observing the resemblance between the two men, the women could not help but grasp the identity of the person before them. Yet, why had he resorted to violence upon their first encounter? Lan Jue cast a frigid gaze upon Lan Jue, inquiring, "Who is it?" Lan Jue's expression was equally stern and unyielding. "You need not concern yourself. I shall handle my own affairs." Suddenly, Lan Jue took a decisive step forward, unleashing an indescribable aura of terror that surged forth from him. In that fleeting moment, Mika, Xiao, Kader, and Lin Guoguo were all engulfed by an overwhelming and horrific scent of blood. Even Mika, known as the Hell Demoness, found her fair complexion drained of color in an instant. The previously calm and icy demeanor of the young man in black now exuded an atmosphere reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, instilling an unimaginable fear. Only Lan Jue remained unfazed, coldly stating, "I told you, it is not your concern." The aura surrounding Lan abruptly dissipated, accompanied by a shift in his momentum, leaving the 4 women, including Xiao, feeling a sudden void before them, nearly causing them to stumble forward. Xiao managed to maintain her composure better than the others, who were nearly paralyzed with astonishment. Just how formidable must this individual be? The mere alteration in his presence was enough to overwhelm them. Mika felt it most acutely. The bloodthirsty aura emanating from the cloaked figure was starkly different from the fierce energy that stemmed from the depths of darkness. It was the essence of pure bloodlust, undoubtedly accumulated from countless slaughters, a testament to his formidable might and presence. Yet, within this sanguinary aura, there resided an indescribable righteousness, a steadfast integrity. These two sensations seemed paradoxical, yet when unified, they radiated an overwhelming grandeur. Lan Jue's previously icy gaze suddenly flickered, filled with urgency as he exclaimed, "No." Lan Qing's gaze softened slightly as she calmly regarded Lan Jue. "It is because of me." Mika stepped forward from the side. "The boss was injured while trying to protect me. The assailants were from the Papal Castle. If you are a relative of the boss, you should seek vengeance on those responsible rather than inflict further harm upon him. Do you even comprehend the severity of his injuries? The Papal Castle? Which of the 7 archangels?" Lan Qing replied coldly. Lan Jue cast a glance at him. But Mika, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Why don't you guess it's the Pope? Who do you claim is indecisive?" Kug retorted angrily. Lan Qing, indifferent to her presence, stepped forward and approached Lan Jue. With a swift motion, she aimed to grasp him. However, Kuer interposed herself, attempting to shield Lan Jue. In an instant, 4 powerful currents of energy erupted from Lan Qing, and 4 streaks of azure light flashed through the air, slicing through the space surrounding Lan Jue's body. A piercing shriek resonated through the atmosphere, as the air was violently torn open, creating 4 fissures. The 4 women, who were about to advance, were suddenly struck with astonishment, their bodies immobilized. At that moment, Lan Qing's hand had already reached Lan Jue, seizing his left wrist. "It's fine," Lan Jue reassured the 4 women. He acknowledged, turning towards the direction of the Zeus jewelry store. The 4 women followed, still perplexed. "Tonight, you all should stay at the shop below. I need to speak with him." Lan Jue abruptly halted and addressed the 4 attendants of Zeus. "Boss." Mika hesitated to call out. "Let us go." Shio tugged at her, leading her towards the nearby public elevator. It was only then that Mika, Yinengzhe, and Kuer understood. After watching the 4 women depart, Lan Jue resumed his stride towards the Zeus jewelry store. Yinengzhe and Kuer wore expressions of confusion. Shio explained, "That is the young master. The elder brother of the master. The master is indeed the owner. Ever since you arrived, he has insisted I refrain from calling him young master." The intrigue sparked in Yinengzhe's eyes. The owner's brother is quite impressive. That ability to tear space apart was astonishing. I almost collided with it. It seems the owner has a significant background. If they are siblings, why did that person attack the owner? Who are the owner's family members? Shio shook her head, troubled. "I cannot disclose that. I am forbidden from speaking about the owner's family circumstances. However, I can tell you this. You may have heard of the 4 divine lords, right? Alongside the owner, there are 3 other divine lords." Kuer inquired. "When we met the owner, we only knew he was Zeus among the 4 divine lords. You cannot be telling me that the person we just encountered is also one of the 4 divine lords, can you? The 4 divine lords are Prometheus, Hades, Zeus, and Poseidon, each named after a powerful deity in Greek mythology." "Which one was that?" Shio whispered. "He is the most renowned of them all." Yinengzhe exclaimed. "The foremost among the 4 divine lords, the god of war, the wise god Prometheus?" "Indeed," Shio nodded. "Ah," Yinengzhe suddenly screamed, startling the other 3 women. Mika snapped, "What are you doing?" Yinengzhe, brimming with excitement, replied, "Prometheus was once my idol. When I first started following the owner, I even asked him when he would take me to meet him. The owner said nothing at the time. To think that Prometheus is actually the owner's elder brother. This is simply sensational. Wow, that is amazing. I wish I could see him again." However, Kuer's expression darkened, and she coldly remarked, "The god of war. Is he really that formidable?" Yinengzhe was momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing?" Mika cast a meaningful glance at Yinengzhe, prompting her to regain her composure and remain silent. After a fleeting change in her expression, Kua suddenly grasped Yinengzhe's arm and whispered, "I'm sorry. I was reminded of the past again. I didn't mean to. I shouldn't behave this way. Ever since I followed the boss, I no longer belong there. This is my true home." Yinengzhe hastily replied, "No, it's my fault. I forgot that you hail from the Northern Alliance. My apologies, Kuer." Mika chuckled. "Let us head to our territory to gossip. Discussing such matters here might attract unwanted attention." As she spoke, she pressed the elevator button. At Zeus jewelry store, the doorbell chimed melodiously as the door swung open. The interior remained dim, shrouded in darkness due to the unlit surroundings. Lan Jue had no intention of turning on the light. He merely advanced inward and illuminated the room only upon reaching the inner chamber. Lan Qing silently followed behind him. and the two brothers proceeded into the inner chamber. Upon settling onto the sofa, Lan Jue's expression softened slightly, while Lan Qing stood opposite him, arms crossed over his chest. "What is it that you seek from me?" Lan Jue inquired with a cold demeanor. Lan Ting remarked, "I shall do nothing." Lan Jue fell into silence. Lan Jue suddenly lifted his head, filled with fury, and exclaimed, "Why must you meddle in my affairs? You ought to keep your distance from me, because I am your brother." He continued, "In our generation among relatives, I am the eldest, with only younger siblings beneath me. How I long for a brother to shield me. I cannot fathom how many share this sentiment. Thus, Lan Qing was born. In my heart, a brother should be powerful, capable of protecting me. When I'm in need, he should be by my side. Please, for my brother, I ask for a recommendation vote. Thank you." Chapter 97. Lan Qing, Lan Jue. The simple phrase, "because I am your brother," stunned Lan Jue momentarily. He had never heard such words from Lan Qing before, and a flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes, only to be quickly replaced by composure. Mika is a denizen of the Dark Castle, the daughter of Satan, destined to inherit the legacy of the Dark Castle. Within her lies the dormant power of Satan's awakening, the most potent force of its kind throughout generations. If left unchecked, grave issues would undoubtedly arise in the future. The Papal Castle seeks to obliterate her, while the Dark Castle aims to exploit her, stripping her of her identity and transforming her into a reincarnation of Satan, replete with destruction and bloodshed. Yet, Mika, possessing an inherently kind nature, awakened just as the power of Satan was on the brink of resurgence, quietly escaping from the Dark Castle. Upon hearing his words, Lan Qing fell into a momentary contemplation. After a brief pause, he raised his head and gazed at Lan Jue. "Have you truly resolved to assist her to the end?" Lan Jue softly remarked. "When have I ever altered my decisions?" Lan Qing nodded and said, "Very well. Since you have made your decision, proceed accordingly. Regarding this matter, refrain from seeking assistance from the people of the Pope's castle, and do not speak of it to those of the Heavenly Fire Avenue. I believe they are already aware. Furthermore, our alliance has always been protective of the Heavenly Fire Avenue, and they will handle it appropriately. From this moment onward, do not leave the Heavenly Fire Star. With the Heavenly Fire Avenue present here, even the Pope and Satan himself would think twice before approaching. With your strength, you are more than capable of safeguarding yourself. As for that young lady, she too should remain within the confines of the Heavenly Fire Avenue." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Lan Jue's eyes as he narrowed them slightly, lost in thought. The atmosphere within the room grew silent. Lan Qing said, "You are gravely injured. It is imperative that you refrain from using your abilities for the time being, lest your condition deteriorate further. A minimum of 3 months is required for a return to normalcy." Lan Jue remained silent. A flicker of hesitation passed through Lan Qing's eyes, pondering whether to remain. Lan Jue was taken aback for a moment, then lifted his gaze to him once more. "Do you have time?" Lan Qing nodded without hesitation. With a mocking smile, Lan Jue remarked, "Our divine General Enlun, when do you find the time? You may leave. I am capable of handling this myself." Lan Qing gazed at Lan Jue, choosing silence, and softly urged, "You should rest." Having spoken, he turned and walked away. The doorbell chimed melodiously as Lan Qing exited the Zeus jewelry store. Seated upon the sofa, a fleeting shadow of anguish crossed Lan Jue's eyes as he murmured to himself, "Brother, ensure the door of the Zeus jewelry store is securely closed." Yet, Lan Qing had not ventured far. Instead, he leaned against the azure-hued wall outside, tilting his gaze toward the heavens. Beep. The interstellar communicator chimed in response. Lan Qing connected the call. "I'm afraid that won't do. Just say that I'm on leave," she stated with an impassive expression. "However, this concerns your promotion." "General, brother, something seems amiss. Hera is in danger, and you are the closest to her. Please, save her." "Brother, is your mission truly that important? Hera is your sister-in-law. I implore you, save her." "I'm sorry, a Jew." A fleeting bitterness crossed Lan Qing's lips. "What are you doing here?" A melodious voice rang out from nearby, and in a flash of silver light, another person appeared beside Lan Qing. Lan Qing cast a glance at her, remarking that she had lingered in the vicinity for quite some time and need not feign a chance encounter. "What, pray tell, is your purpose?" And Shu was momentarily taken aback by his words, exclaiming, do you have any cigarettes?" Lan Qing inquired nonchalantly. And Shu was taken aback, retorting, "Did you not say that nothing should cloud your judgment?" Lan Qing remarked, "I am no longer a general. Wait a moment." And Shu turned and vanished into the shadows. A few minutes later, a pack of cigarettes and a lighter appeared before Lan Qing. He opened the cigarette pack, gently flicked it, and one cigarette sprang forth. Lan Qing brought it to his nose, inhaling its scent, a fleeting glimmer of nostalgia crossing his eyes. Do you remember? That year I was 18, and you were 15. Out of sheer curiosity, we clandestinely nestled in the thicket, smoking. How acrid it was. We coughed incessantly until he arrived. We both received quite the thrashing. Yinengzhe looked at him in confusion, utterly bewildered by his words. Lan Jue lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, only to be seized by a violent fit of coughing. Cough. The intensity of his cough brought tears to his eyes, yet there was an unmistakable glimmer of amusement in his gaze. An inexplicable sensation coursed through Yinengzhe, as if his heart had been suddenly clenched. An unfamiliar feeling that surged through him like an electric current. Are you all right? As Lan Jue coughed, he took a deep breath. The chime of the bell echoed as the door of the Zeus jewelry store swung open, and Lan Jue emerged, hands tucked into his pockets. Approaching Lan Jue, he seized the cigarette from his hand, produced another, placed it between his lips, and ignited it. Lan Jue crouched down, and Lan Jue followed suit beside him. They both inhaled the acrid smoke of the cigarettes they utterly detested, only to be met with a violent fit of coughing. Yinengzhe stared at them in a daze, his first thought being, are these two out of their minds? The next realization was that he felt rather superfluous in this moment. The silver glimmer faded as she silently merged into the shadows. A cigarette was swiftly consumed. Lan Jue's pallor deepened as he coughed, while Lan Jue fared little better. A faint smile danced at the corners of Lan Jue's mouth. In the past, regret was the most foolish of actions, do you not agree? Lan Jue cast a glance at him, remarking on his unwavering pragmatism. Lan Jue, this is not reality, but rather a refusal to ponder over trivial matters. Lan Jue said, shall we step inside together? Lan Jue shook her head, saying, no, I find this spot quite comfortable. Opportunities to clear my mind are rare, and the air here is rather pleasant. With a cold expression, Lan Jue stood up, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Do as you please, he remarked, before striding towards the entrance of the Zeus jewelry store. The bell chimed as he pushed the door open, yet his gaze shifted back to Lan Jue. Lan Jue, crouched on the ground, turned to look at him. The frigid demeanor on Lan Jue's face suddenly vanished. I yearn for a brother who is a formidable general. In that case, I would feel an immense pride. Furthermore, it seems I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Do not allow me to catch up to you, for if that were to happen, I would retaliate against you just as you once did to me. The door closed, and Lan Jue vanished. Lan Jue squatted there, lost in thought for quite some time. Then, she retrieved a cigarette, placed it between her lips, and ignited it. With a flick of her wrist, another cigarette emerged, but this time it soared into the distance, disappearing into the shadows. Don't just lurk there. Join me for a smoke. Lan Jue smiled faintly and shook her head, saying, it's nothing. He has been shaped by my criticisms since childhood. An ominous shadow flickered in Lu Mei's eyes. I am referring to myself. Early morning. Lan Jue donned a neat outfit, comprising a brown shirt, a white suit, and a white tie, presenting himself with meticulous care. The breakfast prepared for him by Xiao was quite sumptuous. Boss, has the young master departed? Xiao inquired softly. Lan Jue nodded, indicating that he had departed in the early morning. Xiao seemed to exhale in relief, addressing both you and the young master. Lan Jue cast her a glance, and Xiao immediately halted her words. I must go to the academy today. Having been away for so long, if I do not return, I fear I may be expelled. Xiao's heart tightened. Are you leaving the heavenly Fire Avenue? But your health? Lan Jue smiled gently and shook his head, declaring, I am not so fragile. This is Tianhua Star, in the city of Tianhua. Xiao seemed to muster all his courage and said, then shall I accompany you? Lan Jue chuckled softly, do you truly believe I am so fragile? Raising his hand, a flicker of blue lightning danced at his fingertips. Rest assured, I shall be fine. I still have to protect you little ones. He continued. Our jewelry store has been closed for quite some time. You all must manage it well. I shall take my leave. As Lan Jue stepped out of Zeus jewelry, he did not immediately depart but lingered at the entrance, casting his gaze to the side. There lay a pile of cigarette butts, and the air still seemed to carry a faint scent of smoke, which brought a playful smile to his face. Flying out of Tianhua Avenue, he mounted his bicycle and pedaled towards the direction of the Huameng National Academy. The brilliant sunlight showered its warmth upon the spirited young man, leaving a trail of freshness and warmth in its wake. Chapter 98. Returning to the academy shaking his pink hair, Jin Tao ambled towards the academy gates, his head swaying. Sigh. I wonder when Teacher Lan will return to the academy. After just one class, he vanished without a trace. This thought left Jin Tao feeling somewhat dejected. Following a severe beating, he had been in such pain that he took a day off from school. He gritted his teeth and refrained from visiting the hospital. ignoring his family's concerns. It was quite remarkable that after a few days, as his injuries began to heal, he discovered a change in his abilities. Previously, his canine genetic talent had only granted him the strength of a pug, but now it seemed he had attained at least the prowess of a Chinese rural dog. The progress was indeed significant. With this advancement in his abilities, Jin Tao no longer felt the aches in his body. Instead, he began to eagerly anticipate the next lesson from his teacher. However, when he sought out Lan Jue again, he learned from his sister that the teacher had taken a leave of absence. Just one class, and he's already on leave? Teacher, you are truly indulgent. Each day, he would check at the elective course building, yet he never encountered Teacher Lan again. Nonetheless, Jin Tao's studies at the academy flourished. Perhaps the first lesson in life aesthetics had played a role, or maybe it was the evolution of his abilities that allowed him to significantly improve in mecha control. Unbeknownst to him, a new sense of confidence blossomed within, albeit faint, and those around him began to notice subtle changes. Suddenly, the ringing of a bell startled Jin Tao, who was lost in thought while walking. What an oblivious. "Oh, it's you, teacher," he exclaimed, nearly jumping in surprise. He was about to scold when he saw Lan Jue, who had stopped on his bicycle, one foot on the ground, scrutinizing him. Lan Jue acknowledged with a grunt. "Teacher, you have returned," Jin Tao exclaimed, his excitement surging as he rushed towards him. If not for Lan Jue's timely hand on his shoulder, he might have thrown himself into an embrace. "What are you doing?" Lan Jue replied with a hint of annoyance. Jin Tao inquired, "Teacher, I am your student, ergo. Have you forgotten me?" Lan Jue remarked. "Of course I know him. He is the lad who was thoroughly beaten by me last time, resembling a battered pig." Jin Tao shook his head vigorously. "Akin to a bobbing drum. No. The one who was pummeled into a pig's visage was not me, but rather Tang the Fat. I, at most, appeared like a battered dog." The corners of Lan Jue's mouth twitched slightly. "Are you truly willing to be a dog?" Jin Tao chuckled and replied. "What is wrong with being a dog? Dogs are loyal, radiant, powerful, swift, and possess keen senses. They are humanity's finest companions. My extraordinary ability is to transform into a dog. Why should I disdain myself?" Lan Jue was taken aback by the unexpected words that escaped his lips, a flicker of astonishment coursing through him. "Why do you stop me?" he inquired. "So you can strike me again. Little do you know, ever since you last bested me, my extraordinary abilities have surged forth with remarkable speed. Please, continue to strike me. The sensation of evolving my powers is utterly exhilarating." Lan Jue cast a cold glance at him. "If you wish for the entire academy to be aware of this, then continue shouting at the top of your lungs." Jin Tao was taken aback, realizing that many students preparing to enter the academy were gazing curiously in his direction. A shiver ran through him, and he quickly lowered his voice, leaning closer to Lan Jue. I was wrong. Rest assured, Master, this shall remain a secret between us disciples. I will not let anyone else know. So, when might you decide to reprimand me again?" Lan Jue chuckled, remarking, "There are still those seeking a beating. Let's meet at noon. I shall first report to the academy today and take care of my absence. Also, please fetch that rascal Tang Xiao. After lunch, come find me." "Oh, wait, you all should refrain from dining first. Otherwise, it would be futile. Just wait for me on the lawn behind the elective course building." "All right," Jin Tao exclaimed joyfully, agreeing and dashing away. Observing his retreating figure, Lan Jue couldn't help but feel a twinge of helplessness. To be candid, he had never truly intended to take on any disciples. That day, he was merely provoked by that lecherous, corpulent Tang Xiao, leading him to administer a sound thrashing. Given his status, it was certainly not customary for him to randomly beat a student. By utilizing his lightning abilities, he also inadvertently stimulated Tang Xiao's genetic talents, rendering the punishment somewhat beneficial. As for Jin Tao, it was hard to say whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Just at the right moment, Lan Jue had also given him a beating, and of course, the same benefits were conferred upon him. To his surprise, he encountered this young man even before reaching the academy's gates, and after tasting the sweetness of his newfound fortune, Jin Tao seemed to have taken the initiative, following him closely. From this perspective, he could be considered quite astute. Was it possible that he truly would take on two disciples? Yet, even if he were to accept apprentices, it would be ill-advised to choose such peculiar individuals, one willing to be a lackey and the other grotesquely inappropriate. At the Huaming National Academy, in the Office of Education, the sight of a young man clad in a pristine white suit, exuding a refreshing handsomeness, elicited a begrudging smile from Wu Junyi's stern countenance. "Naturally, it shall be immediate," he stated. However, Due to your absence last month, your salary has been forfeited. Elective course instructors do not receive a base salary. Oh, understood, Lan Jue replied, pleasantly surprised that he had not been expelled from the academy. A small flicker of joy igniting within him. Wu Jinyi continued, after attending your class last time, I found it profoundly enlightening. You possess an innate advantage in guiding students. Even my own emotions were involuntarily swayed by your influence. What do you think about me arranging a moral education course specifically for you to teach the students about ethics? The compensation would be significantly better than what you receive for the elective course. If the results prove favorable, I will propose to the academy a permanent position for you as a full professor within 3 years. Lan Jue was taken aback by this unexpected proposition and quickly shook his head, saying, no, that's unnecessary. Director Wu, my knowledge is limited. I cannot mislead the youth. My expertise lies more in personal taste. I prefer to continue teaching my course on lifestyle aesthetics. Wu Jinyi expressed his regret. Then let us leave it as it is for now. Following your last lecture, you received unanimous acclaim from the students. Many expressed a desire to enroll in your lifestyle aesthetics course. If you are prepared, we can commence again tomorrow. I will instruct the Academy's broadcasting team to notify all students. Moving forward, you will conduct 2 classes each week. Should the outcomes be truly beneficial for the students, I will consider transitioning your elective course into a course subject. Thank you, Director Wu, Lan Jue replied promptly. Though inwardly he silently prayed that he would not be assigned to regular classes. Having 2 classes a week was already more than he had anticipated. After briefing Lan Jue, Wu Jinyi dismissed him. As the head of the department, he had a multitude of responsibilities. Although he held a certain admiration for this young man, the research on mecha-related subjects was of utmost importance to the Huaming National Academy. Once outside the administrative office, Lan Jue glanced at his interstellar communicator. After a moment's hesitation, he sent a message. Beep. Zhou Qianlin, who was attentively listening to the lecture, felt a slight vibration on her wrist from her communicator, accompanied by a faint sound. Instinctively, she glanced down and caught sight of the 4 characters. Her delicate form shivered slightly, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by indignation. Turning her head away, she returned to her studies. Beep. I am in trouble, and it is trouble you have caused. Come to the National Scholars class to pick me up immediately. I will finish in 20 minutes. Upon reading Zhou Qianlin's message, Lan Jue was momentarily taken aback. She was in trouble? And it was his doing? A sudden chill ran through him. Could it be someone from the Pope's castle? A fleeting coldness flashed in his gaze. But it quickly dissipated. No, it couldn't be someone from the Pope's castle. They had only known that he was on Tianhua Star. Perhaps even that he was on Tianhua Avenue, but they were unaware of the other matters concerning him. Moreover, if it were truly someone from the Pope's castle, how could Zhou Qianlin still attend the academy so comfortably? It must be something else. I must not let my concern lead me astray. Why should I be concerned about her? With this thought, Lan Jue couldn't help but smirk, yet he still made his way towards the National Scholars class, sending another message in the process. Aren't you worried that your classmates will discover our relationship? Brother, Lan Jue replied with an expression of incredulity. How do I resemble her brother in any way? Hella truly is. Never mind, brother it is then.